Chapter 191, It was given to you by Ahai. 197. It was cloudy on the 6th day after arriving at Hasa Island. The weather was good today. Yuhai slept comfortably on the sofa. He got up early and prepared breakfast. After the elves got up, they could have breakfast. After breakfast, he used the elf ball to take back the elves, leaving only the round silk spider and the mosquito frog by his side. This morning, he had to go to the orphanage. He carried a backpack and the mosquito frog carried a backpack. He took the round silk spider and the mosquito frog to the vegetable market here to buy some fresh meat, as well as a full set of cooking utensils and barbecue sauce. Later, he would go to the orphanage and treat the children to a delicious barbecue to improve their meals. After buying all the barbecue items, he spent a total of 40,000 alliance coins. The bulk of the money was spent on fresh meat. The price of meat here was too expensive. He bought the cheapest fresh meat, the kind that cost 1,000 alliance coins per catty. He couldn't bear to eat the fresh meat that cost 2,000 per catty. In the end, he only bought more than 20 catties of fresh meat, as well as some fruits and vegetables, which should be enough. After buying things, he went straight to the orphanage. This time, when he arrived at the door of the orphanage, he was no longer blocked, but was surrounded by the children and pulled into the orphanage. "Brother Hai is here, Brother Hai is here. Brother Hai, we miss you so much. Brother Hai, come in quickly." For this group of enthusiastic children, Yuhai let the children pull him into the orphanage and met the old director who came out to greet him. "Aha, have you had breakfast? I'll cook a bowl of noodles for you." The old director saw this rich young man coming again, with a smile on his face, and hurriedly stepped forward to greet Yuhai warmly. Yuhai looked at the children who were surrounding the mosquito-repellent frog, pinching and kneading here and there, and asked with a smile, "I have eaten, director, have the children eaten?" "The children haven't eaten yet, I'm still boiling water and preparing to cook noodles for the children." The old director shook his head, indicating that he hadn't started eating yet. "Director, I bought some delicious food for the children, or I'll make breakfast for the children." Yuhai immediately took things out of his backpack. First, he took out a piece of fresh meat weighing more than 20 kilograms, a large bag of fruits and vegetables, and tools such as grills and barbecue sauces. "Aha, you bought so much food again." The old dean hurried forward to stop the children who saw the good things, in case they started to rob. "Wow, so much meat, and fruits. Brother Hai bought a lot of delicious food again, thank you Brother Hai. Thank you Brother Hai. I don't know who started it," everyone shouted. Yuhai he did not whet the children's appetite, but took out fruits and distributed them to the children first, 1 orange per child. Yuhai found a few older boys and girls, about 11 or 12 years old, to help him make the grill, and then he could cut the meat and make skewers by lighting the charcoal. The skewers he made were all relatively large, weighing about half a pound each, and there were also vegetables such as potatoes, and a few skewers were enough for the children to eat. After arriving at the orphanage, he met the thin man again, but he did not ask this troublemaker for help. Given his relationship with this troublemaker, it would be better not to ask him. When he had grilled more than 10 skewers of barbecue, the old director's noodles were also cooked. The old director was afraid that the children would be hungry, so he cooked some noodles for the children to fill their stomachs, and also said that the children could not only eat barbecue, or they would get upset. As the barbecue was ready, the children also obediently lined up with bowls of noodles to get the barbecue, 1 skewer per child, and the barbecue was quickly distributed, and then Yuhai started grilling again. The 3 children who helped, 2 boys and 1 girl, stayed at the end and also helped with the barbecue. After more than 10 skewers of barbecue were distributed the second time, only 7 or 8 children were left without eating. Then the third barbecue was cooked, and Yuhai only took 4 skewers of barbecue to the pavilion. The grill was handed over to the older children, and he chatted with the old dean. "Dean, come and try this barbecue." Yuhai put down the barbecue, pulled open the face towel in front of the old dean for the first time, and ate the barbecue. "Aha, you are very skilled in barbecue. The children said that the barbecue is delicious. The children haven't eaten meat for a long time. I was going to buy some meat for the children to try today, but you brought it here. Dean, let the children be happy, I feel happy too. Yu-Hai looked at the barbecue grill, and the thin man who had been watching before also came out and stood in front of the barbecue grill to eat barbecue. Yes, I hope these children can be so happy every day, the old Dean sighed softly, and he didn't know how long he could accompany these children. What's the girl's name? Yu-Hai asked the old Dean. The girl who was still helping on the grill didn't eat much. She was always helping her younger brothers and sisters to grill meat. Her name is Xiao Nai. She is a very sensible girl. Sometimes she helps me with housework, the old Dean introduced her when he saw Yu-Hai mention Xiao Nai. Dean, what is her wish? Does she want to become a trainer? Yu-Hai asked again. Trainer, I'm not sure, the old Dean shook his head. The biggest wish for these children is to be full. Trainers are too far away from these children. Dean, I caught a caterpillar 2 days ago. Do you think it's appropriate to give it to her? Yu-Hai took out the caterpillar poke ball he captured last night, the caterpillar with a potential of 46. Xiao Nai. The old Dean pondered for a moment, stood up with his crutches, waved to the girl who was making barbecue and shouted, Xiao Nai, come here. Grandpa Dean, what do you want me to do? Brother Hai is here too. Xiao Nai trotted over, raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, and saw that Yu-Hai was still a little reserved, and her fingers were tangled together. Just now, I was just helping, and there were things to do, so I didn't think it was a big deal. Now I came alone and I felt a little shy and blushed. Xiao Nai, do you want to be a trainer? The old Dean sat down again, pulled the girl in front of him, and asked softly. Trainer? Me? Can I do it too? Xiao Nai stared at the Dean with her big, blinking eyes, looking at the Dean in disbelief. Becoming a trainer was something she didn't dare to ask for. She just wanted to grow up as soon as possible and help the old Dean take care of her brothers and sisters in the orphanage. Sure, Ziona, you can do it if you want. The old Dean patted Ziona's dirty palms gently, helped Ziona tidy up her clothes, and then looked up at Yu-Hai and said, Aha, tell this child. Ziona, do you like green caterpillars? They can evolve into butterfree. Yu-Hai picked up the poke ball on the table and put it in Ziona's hand. Butterfree? Is it the butterfree that Brother Hai released yesterday? Ziona looked down at the green caterpillar in her hand, and her big watery eyes were full of the reflection of the green caterpillar. If they want to become trainers, it's still very simple. There are many bug-type Pokemon in the forest. They only need a poke ball. But it's easy to become a trainer, but it's difficult to cultivate Pokemon. She doesn't know how to cultivate Pokemon at all, so she quickly put down the poke ball and rejected Yu-Hai. Brother Hai, I don't know how to breed caterpillars. I'm afraid I can't do it well. It's okay. I'll teach you. Caterpillar breeding is very simple. Yu-Hai looked at the helpless girl and took out 2 boxes of fine green energy cubes of insects and a bag of insect elf snacks. The girl still felt that she couldn't do it. She was afraid that she couldn't raise a caterpillar well, but she didn't know how to refuse. Xiao Nai, it's very simple to breed a caterpillar. You just need to accompany it to eat, play with it, and sleep with it. When the caterpillar eats all these foods, the caterpillar will evolve. When the caterpillar evolves into a metal pupa, it can't move. When it sheds its shell and evolves into a butterfly, you can use it to fight. Brother Hai, is it true? Xiao Nai thought it was difficult to breed elves at first, because she had seen other people in the orphanage breed elves, and it seemed very troublesome. I didn't expect Yu-Hai to say it so simply. Just eat, play, and sleep with her, and then she can't exercise after it evolves. When Metapod evolves, she will have completed the cultivation of caterpillar. If it is a bug-type Pokemon like caterpillar, the cultivation method indeed. After all, these insect-type Pokemons start eating from birth, and they will not evolve until they have enough energy. So the cultivation route of eating, and then evolving by cocooning is also correct. It takes more than half a month for the caterpillar to become butterfree, and then it can be trained. Xiao Nai, I will give these foods to the dean. Feed the caterpillar 2 of these foods in paper boxes every day. The caterpillar can eat these Pokemon snacks at will until it evolves. Yu Hai has already planned for this caterpillar. After eating these foods, the caterpillar will almost evolve. With a large bag of 10 kilograms of insect-type snacks and exquisite emerald green energy cubes, plus 2 evolutions, this caterpillar can also touch the threshold of the Quasi King. As for how to go in the future, the girl uses this caterpillar as a springboard to take a step further. Or just want to guard the orphanage in a plain way, it is all the girl's own business. I know, Brother Hai. Ziona thought about it in his heart and found that it was not difficult to cultivate a green caterpillar, so he stopped being shy and accepted Yu Hai's green caterpillar. Yu Hai also took out a bug-type energy block from the energy block box and handed it to Ziona, teaching, feed the green caterpillar. The green caterpillar can be subdued with food. Thank you, Brother Hai. Ziona took the energy block, opened the pokeball and released the green caterpillar. The green caterpillar just came out of the pokeball and wanted to spit silk, but when it saw the mosquito-repellent frog and the old dean's parasitic mushroom staring at it fiercely, the green caterpillar instantly became timid. Then it was attracted by the energy block in Ziona's hand, which exuded a strong fragrance and tempted the insect-type elves, and crawled towards Ziona, shouting, "Woo, woo! Green caterpillar, do you want to eat?" Ziona asked. "Woo!" The green caterpillar swallowed subconsciously and nodded repeatedly. "Green caterpillar, I can give you food. Are you willing to be conquered by me? Become my partner?" Ziona asked again. "Woo!" The green caterpillar nodded quickly, urging Ziona to hurry up, it couldn't wait. "Here, this is for you to eat." Ziona handed the energy cube to the green caterpillar's mouth, and the green caterpillar swallowed it directly. Ziona also took the opportunity to reach out and touch the green caterpillar's head. Then he took back the green caterpillar with the poke ball, ran out of the pavilion excitedly, and shouted excitedly, "I also have a Pokemon, I also have a Pokemon." Ziona has become a trainer. A boy walking on the grass hurriedly came over and asked, "Ziona, is it the Pokemon that Brother Hai gave you? What Pokemon is it? Let me see it." It turned out to be a green caterpillar. "I thought it was a rare Pokemon." The boy saw the green caterpillar, curled his lips, and didn't care. "What's wrong with the caterpillar? Didn't you guys even beat around Silk Spider yesterday?" Xiao Nai was not convinced by the boy's attitude and retorted. "That's Brother Hai's elf, of course we can't beat it," the boy said confidently, without any frustration because of the failure, and continued. "We can't beat Brother Hai's round silk spider, but your caterpillar can easily win. I don't know how many caterpillars in the forest you have defeated. Humph, let's wait and see. If Brother Hai hadn't said that caterpillars can't fight, I would fight you now." Xiao Nai felt very upset when she heard that the caterpillar was looked down upon, and she wanted to speak up for the caterpillar. But she had no choice. Yu Hai said that the caterpillar couldn't fight, so she couldn't fight. It wouldn't be too late to fight after the caterpillar evolved into Butterfree. The thin man, who was listening at the side, caught the keywords of the conversation between the two and immediately asked, "Xiao Nai, what else did he tell you?" "Brother Hai also taught me how to cultivate green caterpillars. From green caterpillars to metal pupa, green caterpillars cannot fight. They can only fight when they evolve into Butterfree. Can't fight." The thin man chewed the barbecue and thought carefully. Is this what the stinky old man wants him to learn? He didn't know whether this cultivation method was feasible. He didn't laugh or refute it, but was thinking about other things. Since being taught a lesson by Yu Hai yesterday, the thin man has restrained himself a lot. He is not as ostentatious as at the beginning, and he listens to what others say. Seeing that the children are still arguing about the strength of the elves, Yu Hai smiled helplessly, pulled up the scarf again, and said goodbye to the old dean. "Dean, I have to go. I will come again tomorrow." Yu Hai said goodbye, got up and called Mosquito Frog, and left the orphanage. This is his second time to the orphanage. If he comes again tomorrow, he will not come again. His arrival was just a passerby in the children's childhood. He made the children have an unforgettable childhood, and his purpose was achieved. As he left the orphanage, the thin man also brought barbecue to the old director. "Director, there is too much barbecue, we can't finish it." "Hee, put it down." The old director knew in his heart that it was not that the barbecue could not be finished, but that this thorn had no intention of eating barbecue. Seeing that Xiao Ying had put down the barbecue and had not left, the old director was sure of this. After thinking about it, he told Xiao Ying what happened yesterday. "Xiao Ying, the money and energy cubes yesterday were given to you by Aha. I was afraid that you would not accept it, so I didn't dare to tell you at that time, so I lied that it was your grandfather who gave it to you. How could it be? It was him." Xiao Ying came here just to find out about Yu Hai's news, but she didn't expect to hear another more explosive news. "Xiao Ying, listen to your grandfather, seize this opportunity, the opportunity to change your destiny, and hurry up and chase him. If Ahai goes far away, you won't be able to find him. You should also control your temper and learn from Ahai." Xiao Ying was just stunned by the news from the old dean. Now her mind is still in a mess. She doesn't know what to say or what to do. "Go quickly," the old dean waved his hand, signaling Xiao Ying to chase him quickly, otherwise he would be gone if she was late. "Dean, I'll go first." Xiao Ying looked at the gate, then at the old dean, not knowing what to do. Finally, she responded and went back to the house to get her skull bag, called Mosquito Frog, and rushed out of the orphanage. He still remembered the direction when Yu Hai left, and chased him straight to the seaside. "When I needed her, I couldn't afford to support her, and when I could support her, I didn't need her anymore, can't." Good guy, the philosophers in the 18th century had already understood it. I saw it on the video. When I heard this sentence, I was stunned. 198 Chapter 192, Your training is terrible. 198. Yu Hai, who left the orphanage, did not notice a small tail following behind him. Back to the beach villa, it was just past 9 in the morning, and he arranged for the elves to start morning exercises. The frog was climbing the waterfall and running around the villa. It was already running again. The far-fetched followed the frog and ran together. The training of the crab was also running, learning to move at high speed. It also followed the frog and ran in the more spacious courtyard. The training plan of the iron rhino was changed. Since rock climbing and rock grinding were so important, he asked the iron rhino to run outside the courtyard with the 3 guys. The field outside the courtyard was very spacious, and it was no problem for the 4 elves to run together. Each elf also had its own running task. In short, it was right to run. There were also the big-billed gulls practicing to pray for rain, which just happened to help the 4 guys who were running and increase the difficulty. The frog was the easiest one to run in the rain, followed by the crab, then the rhinoceros, and finally the far-fetched. Once the feather wings got wet, far-fetched's load would increase. The last ones, Butterfree and Slowpoke, were both training their telekinesis in the yard, and the silly thing was practicing water guns. The orb silk spider was still hanging upside down under the eaves, training its accuracy. At this point, all the elves started their morning exercises, and Yu Hai also took off his coat and started his morning jogging around the swimming pool in the yard to exercise. His primary goal now was to improve his physical strength and rest every half an hour. He had just finished running for half an hour and sat down to drink some water to rest for a while, when a fight broke out outside the yard. He hurriedly got up and went outside the yard, and saw the skinny guy who was beaten black and blue, and the skinny guy's 2 elves, blocked by his 4 elves in the corner. "What are you doing here?" Yu Hai saw that it was the troublemaker, the thin guy, and while asking, he picked up the towel around his neck and wiped off the sweat that he had not had time to wipe off when he was in a hurry to come out. "I didn't follow you, I came here to fish," the thin guy said without thinking. Seeing the thin guy's evasive eyes, he didn't look like he was lying, he was simply confessing. The character of the thorny head is just as bad as his grandfather. Yu Hai was speechless, but this kid is not good at lying. "Come in with me, frog, you guys continue to train." Yu Hai did not drive the thin guy away. After all, the 4 frogs beat this guy up. What if this guy goes back to complain, saying that he bullied the child? As the 4 frogs continued to run in circles, Yu Hai turned and entered the yard. The thin guy also got up and followed in with Frog and Parasaurolophus. When the thin guy entered the yard with the elf, Yu Hai turned around and threw a bottle of wound spray to the thin guy. "Heal the elf, and take your elf away quickly. Does your agreement with my grandfather still count?" The thin man held the medicine in his hand, not caring about the flesh wounds on his body. Whether he could learn was the purpose of his trip. He had just verified it himself again. The 2 Pokémons together could not beat the frog. And the crab was much stronger than the fatty's crab. It knocked the Parasaurolophus out with 1 claw. This mysterious trainer is really strong, and he is also a trainer who specializes in frog. Since he has come here, even if it is an apology, he has to learn from the other party, unless the other party is unwilling to teach him. Yu Hai, who was about to continue his morning exercise, did not answer immediately after hearing the thin man's words, but was thinking that the thin man, a thorn, dared to come to him. I don't know whether it was voluntary or persuaded. According to normal logic, 80%, this rude kid, and he is exactly one of the 20%. Because he thought of the old man in the tavern, and the old dean should have talked to the thin man and done a lot of ideological work for the thin man, so the thin man came to him. In this case, Yu Hai will of course teach. After all, if you have money, you will be a bastard. Of course the agreement counts, but now you have to pay the tuition. Yu Hai raised his arm and rubbed his fingers. What he wanted to express was very clear. Since he didn't like it before, he would pay the money now. Doing this can be regarded as letting the thin man retreat. It doesn't matter if he doesn't leave. He has money to take, so why not? This is the first lesson he wants to teach the thin man. Everyone needs to be responsible for the choices they make and the consequences they cause. Since he didn't like it before, why not take the money now? Come and learn. How much? The thin man had no expression on his face. As long as he didn't refuse outright, he could still negotiate. 1 million alliance coins. Yu Hai felt that the price was too low. He lost a lot in this deal, but he didn't know what the thin man thought. 1 million. The thin man frowned. 1 million was beyond his tolerance. He didn't have that much money. I don't have that much money. Can I owe it first? The thin man didn't think that the money was a lot, because his grandfather was very rich, and he knew that. It was just a mere 1 million. He couldn't take it out, but his grandfather could. He also heard the meaning of Yu Hai's words. The previous opportunity was invalid. Now he needed to pay to learn. For such a change, he would not blame the other party, because it was all caused by himself. He didn't blame others, but only blamed himself for being rude and not as good as others. Since he was killed in one blow last time, he has really come into contact with the world of adults. He has also begun to weigh the pros and cons and be cautious in doing things. After all, he was spoiled by the old director in the orphanage and by his grandfather in the old man's place, but no one would spoil him outside. If he could learn something about breeding mosquito-repellent frogs with 1 million, he thought it was worth it, provided that he could really learn something. Okay, how much can you pay for the tuition now? Yu Hai thought about it and nodded in agreement. He didn't expect this thorn to have money, but wanted to cheat the old man in the tavern for a sum of money. Who told him that the old man was not a good person? That old fox couldn't squeeze out any money, so the money could only be regarded as an investment, his investment in the future of this thorn. After all, if the skinny guy was still in the trainer's circle of Hassa Island when he became an adult, he would definitely inherit the old man's network of relationships, and he didn't know when he could use it. I only have 100,000. The skinny guy took out the 100,000 alliance coins he got last night, and he was going to pay the tuition just after warming it up. Okay, Yu Hai took the thin man's 100,000 without hesitation, and said, there is still 900,000 left. You have to remember it yourself, don't forget. Don't worry, I won't forget it, the thin man nodded seriously and accepted the debt of 900,000. Heal the Pokemon first, and then put it in the Pokeball. Yu Hai waved his hand, told the thin man what to do, and started running circles again. Half an hour later, the thin man also cured the mosquito-repellent frog and the parasitic mushroom. After all, the mosquito-repellent frog was not hit hard, at most it had a big bump on its head, and it was easy to reduce the swelling under the spray of wound medicine. After running circles, Yu Hai sat on the folding bed and waved to the thin man, saying, give me the Pokeball. The ones for the mosquito-repellent frog and the parasitic mushroom. The thin man asked. Yes, Yu Hai nodded, reached out to take the mosquito-repellent frog and the parasitic mushroom Pokeball thrown by the thin man, and opened the proficiency panel of the two Pokeballs. Mosquito frog. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 56%. Level, 26.13%. Features, water storage /18.68%. Mastered moves, ice ball /2.47%. Water gun /6.27%. Slap /11.41%. Hypnosis /5.51%. Slap /10.54%. Mud shooting /4.67%. Bubble ray /3.34%. Rain prayer /2.91%. Titian pressure /8.36%. Hold /7.82%. Frozen punch /3.12%. Did the mosquito frog just evolve? Yu Hai asked the thin man when he saw the level column after opening the proficiency panel of the mosquito frog. Yes, the thin man was secretly surprised when he heard Yu Hai say that. How did Yu Hai see it? Did the stinky old man tell him? He couldn't figure out why the stinky old man told Yu Hai all this. The potential is not bad, it has the water storage characteristic, Yu Hai muttered to himself. The potential of the mosquito-scented frog 56 is not bad, but this characteristic is not in line with the way he cultivates the mosquito-scented frog. However, he is not without tricks about water storage. Although this mosquito-scented frog has the water storage characteristic, don't forget that there is a move called soaking. If it is one-on-one, the waterfall climbing combined attack skill of the mosquito-scented frog can solve most opponents. 2-on-2 and 3-on-3, you can use soaking to play tricks. Although the opponent can replace the elf to remove the soaking, when there is only one elf left, the opponent's elf is soaked again. At that time, you can directly replace it with the electric shock monster. May I ask how you should deal with it? If you replace the water-scented mosquito-scented frog, unless the opponent does not use water-based moves, use moves of other attributes, there will be no attribute consistency bonus. If the opponent is a water-type Pokemon, or a Pokemon restrained by the water type, a non-water type Pokemon will also become a water-type Pokemon after being soaked in water. These Pokemon have already been sentenced to defeat when facing grass-type Pokemon and electric-type Pokemon. Even if there are accidents, it is only the command ability of the trainer. Finally, it is the move pool of this frog. He roughly scanned it. The proficiency of the moves is very low. It should not have been trained. He used frog to fight. The proficiency of the continuous slaps that are often used in the battle is quite high. The types of moves are also mediocre, with no highlights. It only inherited the ice ball, proving that this frog has some ice talent. Among so many moves, the only one he likes is to defend, which is a move that every Pokemon must learn. After looking at the proficiency panel of the skinny frog, he also thought clearly about what to teach the skinny. The combined attack technique with waterfall climbing as the core of the tactic is the only thing he can teach this frog. After learning the combined attack skill, Frog is at least a Pokemon with high attack and high burst, but it does not have the ability to attack with ease. Frog cannot learn the speed up move, so it lacks high speed. However, under the burst of waterfall climb, its speed is not slow, and it is not worse than most Pokemons. If you don't pursue perfection, it is enough. The last water immersion trick will be discussed later. If you are in a bad mood, you won't tell this troublemaker and let him figure it out by himself. After soaking the opponent in water, you can switch to the electric and grass type Pokemons to jointly defend, and after soaking the steel type, you can release poison. The little troublemaker has to figure it out by himself. Putting down Frog's Pokemon Ball, Yu-Hai reached out and picked up Parasaurolophus's Pokemon Ball, and opened Parasaurolophus's proficiency panel. Parasol. Attribute, Grass plus Fighting. Gender, Male. Potential, 58%. Level, 23.23%. Features, Poison Healing / 2.19% Hidden Feature, Technical Expert / 1.01%. Mastered Moves, Absorb / 6.37%. Impact / 9.61%. Paralysis Powder / 4.24%. Parasitic Seed / 8.34%. Super Absorb / 7.82%. Headbutt / 5.54%. Poison Powder / 2.21%. Trouble Seed / 1.33%. Seed Machine Gun / 8.44%. Hold / 6.52%. Absorb Punch / 2.22%. Shadow Clone / 3.14%. Seeing the potential of Parasol 58, Yu-Hai couldn't help but secretly glance at the thin guy. The two Pokemon of this little thorn have high potential. It's different to have a grandfather. This parasitic mushroom should be the descendant of the old Dean's parasitic mushroom. It is actually in the hands of this little troublemaker. It is estimated that the old man in the tavern sold his face and asked the old Dean for it. Not only does it have good potential, it also has two characteristics, Poison Treatment and Technical Master, one recovery characteristic, and one characteristic that increases the power of moves, both of which are very good characteristics. When he saw these two characteristics, he had already thought of the trick. First, give himself a shot of poison, then parasitic seeds, highly toxic, substitute, hold, seed machine gun, absorb punch. It is really that disgusting. Close range is absorbing punch, parasitic seeds, highly toxic. For large-scale attacks, substitute, hold, long-range harassment has a seed machine gun, and 5 shots are 180 power. Unless you kill the parasitic mushroom with one punch, it will be consumed by the parasitic mushroom kite and finally be consumed and defeated. If the parasitic mushroom's poison resistance is okay, one string of 2 is no problem, which depends on the duration of the parasitic mushroom's poison treatment. There is also the move pool of Parasaurolophus, which is very rich at a glance. He must have learned so many moves from the Parasaurolophus beside the old Dean. Among so many moves, the moves he likes more are only Guard, Absorption Punch, and Shadow Clone, which he can get for free. After looking at the proficiency panel of the two Pokeballs, he calmly put down the Pokeball of Parasaurolophus, returned both Pokeballs to the thin man, and then said, Mosquito Frog and Parasaurolophus are both very good Pokemon, and they are also very well developed. They are both Pokemon that have just evolved. It's just that your cultivation is terrible, and you can't bring out the true combat power of these two Pokemon. The Pokemon that Yu-Hai mentioned is very good, not only in terms of potential, but also in characteristics and move pools. In general, the talents of the two Pokemon are very good. The potential of the frog is 6 points higher than that of his frog, but it is still not as good as his frog stick. His frog is the best. He just thought about it in his heart and did not say it out loud. He also gave a thumbs up to the frog who was working hard. Just when he heard that the Pokemon was very good, the skinny guy was a little proud in his heart, secretly sighing that this trainer was really amazing. He could see that the Pokemon had just evolved. Is this the strength of a senior trainer? Suddenly, he heard that the Pokemon was poorly cultivated. The skinny guy just lowered his head silently, clenched his hands, and said nothing. Because he couldn't beat Yu-Hai, he couldn't refute Yu-Hai's words, and could only silently endure Yu-Hai's preaching. Don't be unconvinced, I'll let you see how to cultivate Pokemon. Today is the first day, I can't schedule in advance, I'm late. 199 Chapter 193, Water Gun Skill. 199. To be honest, Yu-Hai doesn't know much about cultivating Pokemon. The judgment that the Pokemon had just evolved was still told by the proficiency panel, and the judgment that the cultivation was poor was also told by the proficiency panel. I am really embarrassed to be misunderstood. He is just a breeder and trainer disguised by the proficiency panel. Come in, Frog. Yu-Hai waited for Frog to run through the gate, waved Frog to come over, and prepared to let Frog show the water gun skills to the thin man. Yobo yobo, Frog hurriedly stopped running, panting to Yu-Hai, waiting for Yu-Hai's arrangement. Frog, use the water gun to attack the 3 empty bottles hanging over there. Yu-Hai raised his hand and pointed to the moisture training ground. While instructing Frog, he shouted to the thin man, release Frog, look up and watch carefully. As the thin man released Frog and looked up, Frog immediately spit out 3 water guns like thin arrows, hitting the 3 empty bottles. After the empty bottle shook, Yu-Hai shouted again, Mosquito Frog, continue to use water gun to attack the 3 shaking empty bottles. Yobo, puff puff puff, Mosquito Frog fired 3 consecutive shots with water gun again, hitting the 3 shaking empty bottles. These unique skills are what Mosquito Frog has left over. The limit of Mosquito Frog now is 4 consecutive shots with eyes blindfolded. Of course he would not let Mosquito Frog show it, otherwise there would be no explanation. Pa pa pa, okay Mosquito Frog, you continue to run. Yu-Hai clapped his hands and praised Mosquito Frog. Frog, let the frog continue to run outside the door. The skinny guy was stunned on the spot when he saw the frog's unique skill, including the frog that was released, who also stood there in a daze. If it was the 3 fixed targets before, the skinny frog would be confident that he could master it after practice, but the last 3 water guns hit 3 moving targets at the same time. Is this something the frog can do? Why does it feel like it is dreaming, and it doesn't feel real at all? Frog, go and try it. The skinny guy came back to his senses and realized how ridiculous he was just now, and he was still questioning Yu-Hai's judgment. It turned out that what the other party said was not wrong at all. The Pokemon is very good and healthy. It's not the Pokemon's problem at all, but he has a problem. He is a rubbish trainer. In order to prove that it is not his problem, the skinny guy wants the frog to try it, and then he will know whose problem it is. Yobo yobo, the look that Frog gave the trainer was like a fool. As a trainer, don't you know that my water gun is a terrible target? Puff. But Frog still spit out 3 water guns at the request of the skinny guy, but none of them hit the moving target. Frog looked at his trainer helplessly and asked the skinny guy with his eyes, are you satisfied now? Cough, the skinny guy didn't have the face to look at Frog, so he could only cough to cover up his embarrassment, because he didn't think Frog could hit it. Anyway, it was very embarrassing now. However, he didn't say nothing, but encouraged Frog, Frog, as long as you practice a few more times, you can hit the moving target, let's work hard together. Yobo, yobo, Frog was encouraged by the skinny guy and immediately began to practice with full confidence. It was just that after more than 10 minutes, it didn't hit the moving empty bottle. You should know that the original Frog had practiced for several days, and had the foundation of practicing with stones, before he could hit the same shaking floating ball with 3 water guns. If this frog wants to learn, it will take at least several days of practice, especially when the trainer is not a good person, and it is unknown when the frog will learn. After quietly observing the skinny man and the frog for half an hour, Yu Hai couldn't stand it anymore and started to teach, Frog, if you want to hit a moving target, you need to predict the trajectory of the empty bottle and fire the water gun in advance. Yobo, Frog stopped practicing water guns after hearing Yu Hai's words, turned his head to look at the skinny man, and saw that the skinny man had nothing to say. As soon as the frog turned his head to look at Yu Hai, it was very confused and didn't understand what Yu Hai said. Big-mouthed gull, tell it what prediction is. Yu Hai waved to the big-mouthed gull praying for rain on the courtyard wall, and asked the big-mouthed gull to explain to the skinny frog what prediction is. For the moving target with water gun, the big-mouthed gull and the big-clawed crab are both three-shot sharpshooters, the kind that never misses. Bile, the big-mouthed gull first explained the prediction to the mosquito-scented frog, then spit out 3 water guns and demonstrated the prediction to the mosquito-scented frog again. Seeing this scene, the confused mosquito-scented frog seemed to understand a little bit about prediction. The skinny man who couldn't help was stunned when he saw that the big-mouthed gull could also shoot 3 times at the moving target. He thought that the accuracy of hitting the target and the skill of shooting 3 times at the moving target were only known by the mosquito-scented frog, but he didn't expect that the inconspicuous big-mouthed gull on the courtyard wall could also do it. Seeing the thin man's surprised look, Yu Hai thought that he could make this guy numb, so he shouted to the big crab running outside the door, "Big crab, come here, use 3 bursts of water gun to attack the moving target empty bottle." Puff puff puff. When the big crab came over, it was still panting. After taking 2 breaths, the big crab spit out 3 bursts of water gun in a row, successfully hitting 3 shaking empty bottles, and then was driven away by Yu Hai to continue running. After the big crab finished, Yu Hai shouted to the 2 stupid things in the water, "Carp, weakling, use water gun to attack the moving target empty bottle." Kalu, the carp rolled his eyes and glanced at the thin man, indicating that the water gun was just a moving target. It was numb to watching the mosquito frogs and others training on the deserted island. It couldn't do 3 bursts, but it could still hit it with 1 shot of water gun. Woo, the weakling fish had wanted to complain a long time ago. It had watched the water gun tracing the target in the water for half an hour. It was really a torture. Now it was going to give the mosquito-scented frog a little weakling fish shock. Puff! The water gun fired 2 shots in a row, and the weakling fish successfully hit 2 moving targets. The carp and the weakling fish hit the target one after another, and even touched each other with their tails in the water. The splashes in the swimming pool were their celebration of their successful show-off. Seeing that the thin man and the mosquito-scented frog were both in a state of autism, squatting in the corner and drawing circles, they felt that the whole world had turned grey. This was no longer the world they were familiar with, and they were very happy. Who told these 2 guys to torture the fish with the tracing water gun for more than half an hour? Are you autistic enough? I will teach your mosquito-scented frog the combined attack technique used in the orphanage. Yu Hai originally wanted to teach the thin man's mosquito-scented frog the skill of waterfall climbing as the core of the tactics, but he was interrupted by the thin man before he finished speaking. "No, I want to learn this." The thin man rejected Yu Hai and pointed to the empty bottle hanging on the wall. He wanted to practice the accuracy of the mosquito-repellent frog water gun first. It would be fine if they were compared with the big-mouthed gull and the big-clawed crab, but they were actually looked down upon by the magi carp. He was not convinced and could not swallow this breath anyway. His mosquito-repellent frog must first practice the 3-shot moving target with a water gun. He felt that he was really a frog in the well before. He was the king of the orphanage and was even complacent and felt that he was very powerful. In the eyes of others, he was just playing elves. He felt that his first 11 years of life were wasted. He also needed to reshape his 3 views, otherwise he would not be able to keep up with the pace of this teacher. "Okay, if you have any questions, let the mosquito-repellent frog ask the big-mouthed gull." "I still need to run," Yu Hai explained the matter and started jogging again. Since the other party wanted to practice accuracy, he would not stop him. If he wanted to learn combined attack skills later, he would also teach him. Their relationship was just a relationship where the master led the way and the practice was up to the individual. For this student, he would not be strict or attentive. If he wanted to learn, he would teach him. If he didn't want to learn, he would not teach him. It was that simple. Seeing Yu Hai start jogging again, the skinny guy saw that the mosquito-scented frog could also train alone, so he arranged for the parasitic mushroom to train the accuracy of the moves with the mosquito-scented frog, and he also jogged with Yu Hai in the yard. Seeing this, Yu Hai nodded secretly. He didn't expect that this troublemaker would also run with him without his request, and he didn't continue to pay attention to this troublemaker. After all, this can only mean that the other party has the determination to become a strong man, but it does not mean that the other party will definitely become a strong man. The key to whether the other party can become a strong trainer is persistence, which requires persistent persistence. The morning exercise passed quickly. After jogging until 11 o'clock, Yu Hai stopped jogging, went back to the house to take a shower, change clothes, wash clothes, and prepare lunch for the elves. After Yu Hai stopped, the skinny guy also stopped jogging, panting, and sitting under the eaves to rest. The mosquito-scented frog and the parasitic mushroom were still training the accuracy of the water gun with the two stupid things, the weak fish. However, there has been some improvement. The single-shot water gun has a hit rate of 90% for fixed targets, and 60% for moving targets. As lunch was ready, Yu Hai called all the elves to come for lunch. After the elves started eating, he also brought the home-cooked dishes cooked in the kitchen and placed 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks on the table. Then he called the thin man who had already taken out the bread to eat, and came to eat lunch together. "Xiaoying, come and have lunch." Yu Hai had heard the old dean call this little troublemaker like this, so he called him like this too. Hearing his name being called, Xiaoying looked up and saw Yu Hai waving at him at the dining table. He got up and walked over, letting Mosquito Frog and the others have lunch with Yu Hai's elves. He also prepared energy cube lunch for his elves. When he sat at the table, looking at the bowls and chopsticks and rice that had been placed in front of him, as well as the delicious home-cooked dishes, he subconsciously swallowed his saliva, put down the dry bread that he had taken a few bites of, and picked up the bowl to dig. Seeing that the thorny guy had such a good appetite, he also started to grab the meat, fearing that if he started to eat too late, the meat would be eaten up by the thorny guy. After lunch, the skinny guy was full and completely relaxed. He accepted Yu Hai calling him by his nickname and asked when the afternoon training would start. "Don't worry, take a nap first." Yu Hai was also full, waved to Xiaoying, and fell asleep on the sofa. Seeing Yu Hai fall asleep, Xiaoying also fell asleep on the single sofa. It was the first time for him to do morning exercises in the morning, but he was exhausted and needed to rest for a while. After the two fell asleep, the elves all ran to the swimming pool to take a bath. After a while, they came to the cool place in the living room and took a nap. Except for the scorching sun that occasionally appeared, this seaside villa fell into silence. Until the sleeping people and elves woke up from their naps one after another, the villa began to become lively. After the lunch break, the afternoon training began. If the skinny guy is willing to learn, Yu Hai can guarantee that the skinny guy will have a fulfilling day and the whole day will be clearly arranged. With the start of the afternoon training, the mosquito-scented frog needs to use the empty bottle training ground to train moisture perception, so it occupies the training ground of the skinny mosquito-scented frog. The mosquito-scented frog will need to use it in the afternoon. There are empty bottles here. You can use the clothesline to make a few moving targets for your mosquito-scented frog. Yu Hai threw the clothesline, empty bottles, and ropes to the skinny guy and asked the skinny guy to make the targets himself. After the skinny guy made the targets, the training of the mosquito-scented frog also entered the state. The big claw crab, the armored rhinoceros, and the big onion duck went out to run again. Slowpoke and Butterfree also used stupid things to exercise their telekinesis, and the round silk spider also started shooting. Everyone was caught up in the busy training. After the skinny guy made moving targets for the mosquito-scented frog, the mosquito-scented frog and the parasitic mushroom also trained the accuracy of their moves. The thin man was still confused. Why did the other 3 elves still run, but the mosquito-scented frog did not run, but changed its training method, and Yu-Hai did not run either? It was understandable that Yu-Hai did not run, but what was the mosquito-scented frog training to avoid the bottle? Was it training the ability to dodge? Ask whatever you want to ask, Yu-Hai asked when he saw the thin man coming over with hesitation. What is the mosquito-scented frog training? The thin man asked. Training the ability to dodge, Yu-Hai lied, but it was not really a lie. If the moisture perception was not considered, this training method could indeed improve the elf's dodge ability, but the improvement was limited. So that's how it is. The thin man looked at the mosquito-scented frog that was constantly dodging in the empty bottle, and then looked at his own mosquito-scented frog. After practicing the accuracy of the water gun, your name is Xiaoying, right? Do you like fighting-type Pokemon? Do you plan to specialize in fighting-type Pokemon in the future? Yu-Hai suddenly thought of the animation he had watched in his previous life, and asked this question. He was deeply impressed by that episode of the animation, because in that episode, Zai completely conquered the old spray, and it was a fast-swimming frog who assisted, and the trainer of this fast-swimming frog was named Xiaoying, and it was not known whether it was the same name. I am not sure, these 2 Pokemon were given to me by my grandfather. Xiaoying recalled the origin of the Pokemon, which were all given to him by his grandfather, and the Parasaurolophus was bought by his grandfather from the old dean. It seems that Xiaoying has not yet embarked on the road of fighting competitions, has not won the championship belt, and it is not certain that the Xiaoying in the animation is this Xiaoying. Whether Xiaoying is the Xiaoying in the animation depends on Xiaoying's subsequent development. You must know that the fast-swimming frog in the animation can withstand Pikachu's electric moves. However, in the animation, Zai is the protagonist, and Xiaoying is just a passerby who helps Zai to subdue Lao Peng. I changed the cover, so I still feel more at ease with Niang's cover. 200 Chapter 194, Trainer. 200. Speaking of hard-connected electric moves, Xiaoying in the animation is also a thorn who likes to reverse attributes, but she is not as good as Zai in cheating, and finally lost to Zai's Lao Peng by reverse attributes. He feels that the 2 are 70% similar. Xiaoying, frog, and fighting competition are all complete in Hasa City. It is hard not to suspect that the fast-swimming frog that abused Lao Peng is this frog. If it is really this frog, even without himself, Xiaoying's future achievements will not be too low. At least she will be a senior trainer, and there will be no problem in beating the disobedient Lao Peng. No matter whether this Xiaoying is the Xiaoying in the animation, what does it have to do with him? He is the protagonist, okay, why care so much? Besides, he also wanted to complain about the name Xiaoying. Xiaoying, has anyone ever told you that your nickname sounds like a girl, ha ha ha? Why do you say that too? Everyone says that. It's annoying, Xiaoying complained helplessly when she heard Yu-Hai laugh. Because of this name, he was often mistaken for a girl when he was a child. The afternoon training is very boring. Go help me do something, Yu-Hai laughed and planned to let Xiaoying run errands for him. It's free labor anyway, so it's a waste not to use it. What to do? Xiaoying asked curiously. Go buy me a 100,000 horsepower move disc. Yu-Hai planned to buy a move disc to try out what the move disc that the elves learn is. Whether the elves can learn new moves based on the video teaching of a disc is something to try. Okay, I'll be back soon. Xiaoying did not refuse this request. Anyway, the elves are training, and he can rest assured with the other party watching here. Then he went to a nearby skill disc store, entered the nearby disc store, bought a 100,000 horsepower skill disc, and returned to the beach villa, but there was a little tail following him, which he did not notice. After returning to the beach villa, more than an hour had passed before Xiaoying handed the disc to Yu-Hai, who took the disc and played it on the TV in the living room. The teaching content in the disc was a Tyrannosaurus Rex teaching, and even the packaging of the disc was the packaging of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Seeing this, Yu Hai looked at Xiao Ying. Could this guy choose it on purpose? I saw the armored rhinoceros outside the door, so I chose this disc, Xiao Ying explained while sitting on the sofa. Not bad, Yu Hai nodded gently, and watched the teaching content on the disc first. The Tyrannosaurus Rex on TV was saying do the whole time, and he could not understand it at all. At that time, he could only let the Tyrannosaurus Rex listen. The teaching content was also very simple, that is, the Tyrannosaurus Rex first explained the key points and precautions of the moves, which should be these contents. Then the ironclad Tyrannosaurus will demonstrate how to use the 100,000 horsepower move, and the content of the CD will end. A video is only 5 minutes long. After watching the demonstration of 100,000 horsepower, Yu Hai turned off the TV and started thinking. From the performance on TV, 100,000 horsepower is indeed a move that increases momentum. When using 100,000 horsepower, the whole body will emit an orange aura, and then use all the strength of the body to crash into the opponent. It is a move that is very suitable for hand to use. But there is no rush for the ironclad rhino to learn this move now. It will not be too late to learn this move after the ironclad rhino exercises its physical fitness and becomes proficient in rock grinding and rock climbing. Then, he went to make dinner, and Xiao Ying also came to the kitchen to help wash the vegetables. After all, the lunch at noon was quite delicious, and he wanted to continue eating. In order to avoid embarrassment and embarrassing things, he simply came to help wash the vegetables. When dinner was ready and the elves' food was ready, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, just in time for dinner. Yu Hai asked the elves to stop training, take a bath in the swimming pool, and then come to have dinner. Xiao Ying's 2 elves had dinner prepared by Xiao Ying, so he didn't need to worry about it. Except for their dinner, each elf's dinner was their own responsibility. After dinner, everyone lay on the bench, sat by the swimming pool, soaked in the swimming pool and looked at the sunset, spending a moment of leisure time comfortably after busy training. After sitting for a while, before the sunset completely fell, Xiao Ying stood up and said goodbye. He was going back to the orphanage. Hi. Big brother, it's getting dark, I have to go back to the orphanage. I'm going out too, Yu Hai called the 3 mosquitoes, put on thorn-proof jackets, let the round silk spider hanging under the eaves jump onto his shoulders, locked the door and left the villa. Brother Hai, it's so late, why are you still going out? Xiao Ying followed behind and asked curiously. 3 nights of extra training for the mosquitoes. Yu Hai didn't care about Xiao Ying's address, in fact, he changed his mind while cooking in the kitchen. This troublemaker was not defeated by the beating, nor was he convinced by the charm of personality. In the end, he was conquered by the delicious dinner and changed his mind while helping to wash the vegetables. Do you still need to train in the evening? Xiao Ying was a little surprised to hear about extra training. She didn't expect Yu Hai to train Pokemon at night. Could this be the reason why the frog was so powerful? Should his frog also be trained? The powerful back of the frog was not visible. If he didn't train more and just went back to sleep, the gap between them would only get bigger and bigger. In response, Xiao Ying made an important decision that his frog and Parasaurolophus would also be trained at night. Brother Hai, can I train Pokemon with you? When Xiao Ying and Yu Hai reached the intersection, they stopped and asked this question. Just follow me. Yu Hai certainly would not object to Xiao Ying's extra training. It is a good thing to be eager to learn. After all, what he showed now is not a secret. Even if it is a combined attack, it is something to be taught to the other party, and the other party can learn it at any time. As Xiao Ying changed his mind, Yu Hai came to the seaside of the forest yesterday again and lit a bonfire. The mosquito-repellent frog also practiced the combined attack under the blessing of waterfall climbing. The armored rhinoceros began to hit the tree, and the big claw crab ran on the beach. The round silk spider also came down from Yu Hai's shoulder, jumped to set up spider webs around, and then quietly hid in the tree to guard the surroundings. Brother Hai, what should my mosquito-repellent frog be trained? Xiao Ying came to sit down by the campfire and saw that the three Pokémons, Frog and Mosquito, were training consciously, but he didn't know what to do. He realized that this was probably the gap between him and the senior trainers, and it was also something he needed to learn from Yu Hai, which reminded him of the old dean and grandfather's advice. Let Mosquito go to learn the combined attack from Mosquito. Yu Hai raised his hand and pointed at the mosquito that punched out ice crystals. It was the most appropriate choice for Mosquito to learn the combined attack from Mosquito. Mosquito, go! Xiao Ying saw that Mosquito could punch out ice crystals with every punch. He knew that it was the frozen fist move, and his Mosquito could also do it, so he reached out and patted Mosquito, asking Mosquito to go and learn. Then he looked at Yu Hai again. When he thought of the agreement between the other party and his grandfather, he only cultivated Mosquito, and did not count parasol mushrooms, so he did not continue to speak and raised the issue of cultivating parasol mushrooms. However, Yu Hai spoke, do you know what the characteristics of parasol mushrooms are? Characteristics. Xiao Ying tilted his head, thinking of the knowledge points that the old dean mentioned to him, but he didn't listen carefully at that time, and now he could only smile foolishly. I don't understand. You don't understand this? How did you cultivate elves? Yu Hai was speechless. These are all very basic knowledge of elves. They are all in the beginner's reading materials of elves. They are not secrets at all. It is probably because this guy is too lazy and doesn't like reading. Now he is like an illiterate. If he doesn't master the relevant knowledge of his own elves, how can he cultivate elves? He is just a reckless man. If it is Team Rocket, the enthusiasm for learning is more diligent than this kid. After all, if you don't study and don't become stronger quickly, it will really cost your life. I haven't cultivated them, I just used them to fight. Xiao Ying felt embarrassed when he said this. He had never trained a Pokémon, but he started fighting Pokémons. Just like the silly boy who just debuted, he relied on recklessness in battles, shouted to command, and could also bless the status through shouting. He knew a little about attribute restraint, but probably didn't know more. There are two characteristics of Parasaurolophus, one is poison treatment and the other is spores. The function of poison treatment is that after Parasaurolophus is poisoned, the physical strength will not be reduced due to poisoning, and it can also restore physical strength. This characteristic is a bit like stimulants, and it can also increase the speed and strength of Pokémons. Amount. Forget it, I guess you don't know what stimulants are, just remember it well, and make up for it when you have time. The function of the spores is that when the opponent attacks at close range, there is a certain probability that the opponent will fall into abnormal states such as sleep, poisoning, paralysis, etc. If it is poison therapy, can it also be immune to poisoning? Xiao Ying heard these two characteristics and realized that the poison therapy characteristic is more effective than the spore characteristic. Compared to the spores whose triggering probability is a mystery, the poison therapy can not only be immune to poisoning, but also restore physical strength, and it can increase the endurance of the elves and temporarily improve their combat effectiveness, which is a very good feature. Yes and no. Yu Hai saw the doubt in Xiao Ying's eyes and explained, the Parasaurolophus is not a poisonous elf, and immunity to poison is only temporary. It depends on the poison resistance of the Parasaurolophus and your cultivation, which determines whether the Parasaurolophus can last longer. I understand. Xiao Ying secretly wrote down the knowledge points mentioned by Yu Hai, and when she returns to the orphanage, she will look through the old dean's study, where these knowledge points should be. But before that, he needs to judge only by knowing what the characteristics of Parasaurolophus are. Can we determine the next direction of Parasaurolophus cultivation and develop a more accurate training plan? All these require reading books. He only now realizes the importance of reading books and the importance of knowledge. Without relevant knowledge reserves, it is impossible to cultivate elves. Even Yu Hai needs to make up for it. If Xiao Ying had relevant knowledge, she would not have been so embarrassed that she could not raise her head when asked. There is also the characteristic of the mosquito-scented frog. He knows that it is a water storage characteristic. When fighting against the little fat man, the mosquito-scented frog is often hit by a water gun, but it is not injured at all, and it becomes more and more energetic. If Parasaurolophus is a poison treatment, that is to say, the characteristics of both elves are to restore physical strength, then they can definitely last longer on the battlefield. No matter if it is poison treatment or not, parasitic mushroom can't just sit there. Today, he has been training his moves all day, so he will train tonight. Xiaoying looked around and saw a crab running on the beach, so she said to Parasitic Mushroom, "Parasitic Mushroom, you should go to the beach to run too." Hey, Parasitic Mushroom looked at the crab running non-stop on the beach, and also came to the grass on the beach and ran. Compared to the sand, it still prefers running on the grass. As the elves began their special training at night, Yu Hai added some firewood to the fire, leaned against the broken tree trunk, and looked at the starry sky in the night sky. This is a rare beauty in a big city. Brother Hai, how can I become a qualified trainer? After a day of getting along with Yu Hai, Xiaoying really realized that he was just playing house before and could not be called a trainer at all. He finally realized that he was still far away from the name of trainer. Since Yu Hai knows so many things, he should also know what a trainer is. Trainer. Yu Hai didn't really understand this identity, but he knew a little bit because he had watched anime in his previous life. The reason why a trainer is called a trainer is because a trainer is a human who can command elves and has a bond with elves. You need to know your elves well enough, understand the elves' inner thoughts, status, personality, hobbies, living habits. Elves are very simple creatures. Only when you establish a bond with elves and command elves to fight, can you make more accurate judgments, such as whether to attack or dodge. Make weak elves stronger, train with elves, live together, fight together, grow together, and laugh together. This is a trainer, and this is also the responsibility of a trainer. When you realize this, you will know how to become a qualified trainer. So this is the reason why Brother Hai trains with elves? So trainers are such a group of people. Xiaoying heard someone analyze the profession of trainers so clearly for the first time, and began to have a vision of real trainers. There are also some scums and villains among this group of people. They treat elves as tools. When they don't want them anymore, they will ruthlessly discard the elves in their hands at any time. They are scums who abandon their partners. I know, Brother Hai. Xiaoying was not angry because of Yu Hai's words, because he had seen trainers who abandoned elves. I have seen such trainers. Those trainers are rookie trainers certified by the league. Those trainers are not worthy of being called trainers. That kind of people are not worthy of being trainers. There are many stray elves in the city, most of which are abandoned elves. When he returned to the orphanage at night, he witnessed the abandonment. 201. Chapter 195, I have seen the movie version 201. It's good that you understand. When you don't have the strength, don't argue when you see such things. Just be responsible for your own elves. Yu Hai saw Xiaoying staring at the fire and savoring his analysis of trainers. He couldn't help but pour a basin of cold water on her, just to warn Xiaoying not to think too much about the profession of trainer. Once you have seen the real darkness, you will feel a strong sense of separation between reality and inner longing, and then collapse instantly. It takes a long time to adjust and reshape your worldview, or you will be completely devastated and disappear in the vast sea of people. He had experienced a huge sense of separation in his previous life. That was when he first came to society from campus. He felt that everything was so beautiful and a brand new tomorrow was waving to him. When he came into contact with the value of money first, he realized how naive he was before, just a quail just out of the nest. The campus and the black world outside are like the poles of the South Pole and the North Pole. The huge contrast and strong sense of separation almost tore him in half. It took him a long time to adapt to the black world and reshape his collapsed and shattered worldview. As a result, he found that he was still a quail and had never changed. In the end, everyone knew that he lay down to fish and then traveled through time. I understand, I won't be that kind of scum. Xiaoying has his own persistence. He will not abandon any partner, never. That's your own business. You should make a promise to your own spirit, not me. Yu Hai shook his head. In this cruel world, he is just a small shrimp, and he can only take care of himself. As for others? What do others have to do with him? Other people's affairs have nothing to do with him. If anyone wants to take care of it, it should be the 4 heavenly kings of the Alliance, the Alliance's investigators, Miss Junsha and Interpol. He is not the 4 heavenly kings of the Alliance, he is just an ordinary trainer, a trainer who finally got rid of the Black household and could barely make ends meet. I know, Xiao Ying nodded gently. He remembered today's conversation in his heart. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. He also needs to reshape his 3 views on trainers. It is not only the certification of the league that makes a trainer a real trainer. But those trainers who abandoned Pokemon, I don't know what they think. Frog is obviously very strong. He abused his frog without any ability to fight back, but there are still people who abandon it. Brother Hai, is it just because you can't beat others in battle that you think the Pokemon is too weak and finally abandon it? Isn't this the trainer's problem? Why should the trainer blame the Pokemon for losing the battle? There are no useless Pokemon, only useless trainers. Yu Hai just said the most classic sentence in the player circle of his previous life. After taming the tadpole, he has been implementing this sentence, and he wants to lead the frog to break into the world and prove that the big pie of the Alliance is real. There are no useless Pokemon, only useless trainers, Xiao Ying murmured in a low voice, savoring this sentence carefully, and his heart suddenly shook, and his heart kept rolling, like a stormy sea. He finally knew the reason why those people abandoned Pokemon, because he almost became that kind of person. If he had not followed Brother Hai, and had never recovered from the defeat of the frog, he would probably have done such a thing. Today he realized this point. Losing the battle was not the problem of the Pokemon at all, but his own problem. He did not train the Pokemon at all, and just hoped that the Pokemon could defeat the opponent's Pokemon. Before today, it was almost impossible, unless he fought against the little fat man, otherwise being killed in one move was the best proof. He had played a Pokemon battle with the little fat man before, and the fight was back and forth, and he was complacent. Now, whenever he thinks of that scene, he feels ashamed and cannot face the elves who have been with him for so long. The only thing to be thankful for is that the elves are still there, and there is still a chance to save everything. Moreover, he is only 11 years old, and it is not too late to work hard now. If he had not met Brother Hai, and if his grandfather had not asked him to learn from Brother Hai, he would not know what he would miss, perhaps a lifetime. Brother Hai, I understand, thank you for your guidance, Xiao Ying thanked Yu Hai solemnly. It is estimated that the other party would not care about a child's thanks, but he kept the campfire conversation tonight in his heart and would never forget it in his life. In response to Xiao Ying's thanks, Yu Hai threw some firewood into the fire, making it burn more vigorously, and then waved his hand and said, "It's good that you know it in your heart. I don't like to preach, especially to a thorn like you, so I am a thorn in Brother Hai's heart." Xiao Ying sighed slightly in his heart. He also knew that his impression score must be bad, and he did not refute it. Instead, he made up his mind to change his impression in other people's minds. Then, the two fell into silence. They talked a lot tonight and had nothing to talk about. As the night time came to 11 o'clock, Yu Hai asked the big claw crab to put out the fire with a water gun, called back all the elves, and the orb spider jumped on his shoulder again, and they were ready to go back. On the way back, when they were about to part, Xiao Ying asked Yu Hai another question. Tonight, Xiao Ying was a curious baby, curious about everything. "Brother Hai, how can I become a strong trainer like you?" This question is different from how to become a trainer before. It is how to become a strong trainer. Strong trainer? I'm not a strong trainer yet, Yu Hai smiled bitterly and shook his head. This kid thinks too highly of him. He is at most a cannon fodder, not even a high-level fighter. Are you not even strong? Xiao Ying was slightly surprised. Yu Hai was already the strongest trainer among the trainers he had fought. Of course not. Yu Hai stopped, facing the cool sea breeze, looking at the dark sea where fishing boats passed from time to time, and explained to Xiaoying, "There are many trainers stronger than me in the city, I can't even rank. That's because Brother Hai didn't fight. With the strength of Frog, Brother Hai will definitely be famous." Xiaoying emphasized the reason loudly. He hadn't heard of him before, so he must have never fought. He is familiar with the famous and powerful trainers in the city. If Yu Hai had fought, he would definitely be famous. It is impossible for him not to have heard of the name Yu Hai. A meaningless battle. Yu Hai recalled the battle between Xiaoying and Fatty on the night he first arrived at the Pokémon Center, which made him feel that ordinary battles were boring. If it was a battle between masters, he would be somewhat interested, but he was not interested in a battle without benefits, let alone a meaningless battle. Xiaoying also knew that if he had no money, he would not persuade Yu Hai to fight, so he could only give up and quietly follow Yu Hai out of the forest. However, Yu Hai started chatting with Xiaoying again. He had not yet answered Xiaoying's question. Although he was not a strong trainer, he knew how to become a strong trainer. "Xiaoying, have you been fighting Fatty for a long time?" "Brother Hai, how did you know?" Xiaoying was shocked again. It turned out that Brother Hai had been paying attention to her for a long time, and even Fatty, a good friend, knew it. "Xiaoying, everyone lives in their own cognition, and they are always unable to understand things beyond their own cognition, and they have never even thought about jumping out of their own cognition. To have seen many high mountains, even the highest one," Yu Hai said, of course, referring to the elf theatrical animation he had seen in his previous life. There were so many powerful elves that could change the world, break through space, and create continents without flying. Although he had not seen the beasts of this world, it did not prevent him from bragging in front of the little thorn. Only by challenging the strong can you see higher scenery and realize the real gap between you and the strong, and then you will want to cross the mountain in front of you, climb higher peaks, and even become someone else's mountain. Go back. If you want to train elves tomorrow, come to the villa. I will live in the villa during this period." Yu Hai patted Xiaoying's shoulder under the street light, and walked past Xiaoying who was standing there in a daze. He knew that those words were too powerful, and Xiaoying needed time to slow down, calm down and reshape her three views. A person's knowledge determines his height, and this sentence is absolutely correct. If you only focus on a small island or a city on the island, then you are destined to not go far, and the height of this person is only a small island city. This is also encouraged by the alliance. The reason why trainers go out to challenge is that only after seeing the real mountains and more beautiful scenery, they will think about crossing the mountains and becoming the strongest. Even if they fail halfway, it is enough for trainers to benefit from for a lifetime. At least they have seen the strongest. So, his bragging is not wrong, it depends on how Xiaoying understands it. After he left, Xiaoying stood under the street light for a long time before slowly walking towards the orphanage. Tonight, Xiaoying received too much information, which had a great impact on his entire outlook on life, values, and worldview. He needs time to slow down. What is a trainer? He solved. There are no useless Pokémon, only useless trainers. He understood. How to become a powerful trainer he also understood. No wonder Brother Hai said that street fights are meaningless. It turns out that Brother Hai has seen higher peaks. I misunderstood Brother Hai. Xiaoying walked and thought, and subconsciously walked to the orphanage. He was still in a daze. Even when the old director who was guarding the door called him, he did not respond. Until a hand appeared on Xiaoying's shoulder, he came back to his senses and heard the old director's call. "Xiaoying, what's wrong with you? You seem to have lost your soul. Why did you come back so late?" "Director." Xiaoying turned around and saw the director. He was unable to speak about the shock of tonight. The strength in his body seemed to be drained. He sat down on the stairs in front of the wooden house, and then he realized that he was already sweating. "Xiaoying, what happened?" The old dean has to be anxious. This is the only grandson of his old friend. It's already past 1 o'clock, and Xiao Ying has just returned to the orphanage. He will be uneasy if he doesn't find out. Dean, I have been training with Brother Hai until now. Xiao Ying also saw the old dean's anxiety and hurriedly explained to the old dean. Training? Why is it so late? The old dean looked at Xiao Ying suspiciously. This child often lied to others and went out to play secretly. It was hard for people to believe that it was training. Dean, the training ended at 11 o'clock, but I was thinking about things while walking, so I came back late. What are you thinking about? You are so obsessed with it. Tell me, the old dean suddenly became interested. What could have hit this naughty boy like this? It was Brother Hai who told me about the characteristics of the parasitic mushroom. If I had known that the characteristics were so important, I would have listened to the dean's lecture seriously at that time. Xiao Ying scratched her head awkwardly and said a little embarrassedly. Ha ha ha! The old dean couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Sure enough, it had to be an outsider who said it. They were too doting on Xiao Ying. No matter what they said, Xiao Ying would not take it seriously. The old dean was so happy that an outsider could wake Xiao Ying up. If the old drunkard knew about it, he would probably wake up with laughter in his dreams. Dean, teach me tomorrow. I want to know about parasol mushrooms. Xiao Ying heard the old dean's laughter and felt very embarrassed, so embarrassed that she could only continue to chat with the old dean. Okay, I'll teach you tomorrow. The old dean laughed and asked again, what else did he say to you? The old dean was very curious about what Yu Hai said. It was just the matter of parasol mushrooms, which would not hit Xiao Ying so hard. I asked Brother Hai, what is a trainer? Why do those trainers abandon their own Pokemon? How to become a powerful trainer? Later, Brother Hai told me a lot, and I also understood that I was only living in my own cognition before. I was just playing house with elves, not a trainer at all. The battle was just a child's play, and it was not a elf battle at all. Next, Xiao Ying told the old dean the doubtful views she heard from Yu Hai. The old dean also nodded from time to time, affirmed from time to time, and his eyes lit up from time to time. He sighed that it was exactly the same as his current view. This is how he taught the children, but the children were too naughty and didn't want to listen. There are no useless elves, only useless trainers, the old dean muttered to himself. This coincided with the propaganda of the League, but the propaganda of the League was much more subtle. It didn't openly call people useless, but called them useless in a roundabout way. The League is also doing false propaganda. Xiao Ying is still a child, and it is very likely that she does not know the reason behind it. They are the children who grew up in the Alliance propaganda, and they are very clear about the Alliance's routine. Only a very small number of trainers can get a big cake. However, they do not resent the Alliance. Compared with the feudal-ruled areas, they are already pretty good. This is the reason why there is no harm without comparison. The residents of the feudal-ruled areas cannot be called people, but animals. But there is nothing wrong with the Alliance's propaganda, but it only applies to some new trainers who get good elves, even the 3 starters, who do not know how to cherish or even abandon the 3 starters. There are higher peaks. When he heard this, the old dean couldn't help laughing again. Higher peaks can indeed inspire some trainers, but there are also some trainers who, after witnessing the steepness and danger of the peaks, are afraid to stop moving forward, or even retreat. In short, it's a mixed bag. If you can withstand the pressure, the mountain is the driving force for continuous progress. If you retreat, it will be a peak that you can never climb. Xiao Ying, Aha is a visionary young man. Learn from Aha and don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He will help you cross many mountains and see more peaks. Dean, why are you also learning to speak like Brother Hai? Xiao Ying was speechless. These old men learned a lot and could lecture him better than Brother Hai. When he was with Brother Hai, he felt like he was a friend rather than a teacher. Ha ha ha, go to bed early. You still have to go to train elves tomorrow." The old dean laughed for a long time before getting up, patting Xiao Ying's shoulder and going back to sleep. He is not like a young man. He can't stand staying up late. By the way, we still have to train elves tomorrow, Xiao Ying was reminded and suddenly remembered to go to bed. He hurried back to his room and asked the mosquito-repellent frog and the parasol mushroom to return to their nest. The three guys fell asleep and slept soundly. 202 Chapter 196, being followed, additional update. On the other side, Yu Hai, after saying goodbye to Xiao Ying, was walking back to the villa when he was suddenly tapped twice on the shoulder by the orb silk spider. Seeing that the orb silk spider was biting a piece of brown cloth in its mouth, he knew what the orb silk spider was saying. "We are being followed?" Yu Hai asked in a low voice. "Ituo." The orb silk spider nodded gently and tapped Yu Hai's shoulder with its front paw, indicating that it felt the spider silk being stepped on by humans. "How far is the person being followed from the fire?" "Tap once for every 100 meters, Yu Hai asked. "Ituo." The orb silk spider tapped 4 times on the shoulder to indicate the distance. 400 meters. Yu Hai thought for a moment and asked again, "Besides humans, are there any elves?" "Tap once for each one." "Ituo." The orb silk spider tapped once, paused for a moment, and tapped twice again. 3. They shouldn't all be the Pokémon that are following people. They could also be wild Pokémon. Yu Hai guessed that the strength of the person following people should not be very strong, otherwise he would have attacked long ago. Because his Pokémon are all second-stage evolutions, there is only one frog, and the remaining 2 are unevolved Pokémon. There are 4 Pokémon around him, which is also a good opportunity to take action. From the surface strength, it can be judged that he is at most a senior trainer, and the person following him is at most a senior level, or even lower. If he is a senior trainer, he may come directly to take action, and it is impossible to just monitor. He guessed that it was probably the strong man who was injured in the tavern, and the strong man's eldest brother found him. The reason is also very simple. Following the line of the old man in the tavern, finding the old man's grandson, you can find him. He didn't think it was the big gold tooth of the underground black market. After all, a quasi-king trainer has nothing to do with a small shrimp like him, and it is impossible to associate him with him. If it was the strong man, it would make sense, but I don't know why the strong man didn't take action. Did he go to gather people? If he went to find someone, it would be a bit troublesome. If there were many people, he would have prepared to run away. If there were few people, it was still uncertain who would eat whom. I just didn't know when the strong man would take action. It shouldn't take too long. After all, the guy's brother had been injured for a week. Yu Hai walked and thought. After returning to the villa, he also prepared supper for the elves who had practiced. After the elves had supper, he took a shower and lay on the sofa to sleep. The elves also slept in the living room. The round silk spiders were left to guard the night. Spider webs were arranged outside the villa within 100 meters. Once a human broke in, the round silk spiders would give an alarm. They finally stabilized. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yu Hai really didn't want to leave. He just wanted to be a good person in peace. Why was it so difficult? He really just wanted to be a good person. In the east of the city, at the entrance of the city hospital, the mysterious man who followed Yu Hai came here to report. "Brother, I found that guy. Where is he? How strong is he?" In addition to the mosquito-repellent frog and the round silk spider, there are several elves. The strong man Tienda stood in the back alley of the hospital smoking, waiting for his subordinates to report. "I followed the old man in the tavern and found the old man's grandson. Then I followed the child to find the boy. The boy rented a villa by the sea in the west of the city. He seemed to be very rich. In addition to the mosquito-repellent frog and the round silk spider, the boy also has 8 elves. Their strength is hard to tell. I didn't see the boy take action. He just watched from a distance with a telescope. Even in the woods at night, he didn't dare to get too close. He just vaguely saw them a few hundred meters away. Seeing a little fire. 8. That's 10 Pokemons, the strong man was shocked by the news. Who would bring 10 Pokemons out? Only a truly experienced trainer would bring so many Pokemons out. Brother, I see his Pokemons are just for show. Among the 8 Pokemons, there are Magikarp and Smelt. These are rubbish Pokemons. The only Pokemon worth noting is Rhino. Except for Rhino, there are Butterfree, Smurf, Squirtle, Farfetch, Slowpoke, Magikarp, Smelt. Even Smelt is there. They are all rubbish Pokemons. I don't think that guy is a powerful character. Just be careful with the frog. The other Pokemons are nothing to worry about. Why didn't you say it earlier? At first, the strong man Tiendo was really scared. When he heard that the other party actually had 10 Pokemons, he almost didn't want to bother the other party. As a result, his subordinates said that there were also Magikarp and Smelt, these poor elves, and the strong man was relieved. At the same time, he scolded his subordinates and warned them not to breathe heavily when talking in the future. When he thought that such trash elves could be subdued, it seemed that it was just as his subordinates said, the opponent was not a powerful character, but the mosquito frog was more powerful. Brother, if you want to fight, the forest by the sea is the best place. It will be quiet if you fight there at night. At night? The strong man asked, puzzled. The subordinate was afraid of being scolded, so he hurriedly explained, I followed that kid for a day. That kid would train elves in the forest at night, and would only take 4 elves out at night. It's a good time to take action. Well, the strong man nodded gently, thinking that his subordinate's suggestion was not bad, and asked again, have you been discovered by him? No, even if you were discovered, what does it matter? We have 2 people, and it's just a mosquito-repellent frog, isn't it easy to catch? And when training in the forest at night, that kid will only take 4 elves out. Let's kill that kid first, deal with those 4 elves, and then go to the villa to recover the boy's other elves. You did a good job. Prepare well tomorrow, and you can also ambush in the woods in advance and catch that kid off guard. The strong man looked at his brother who was groaning in pain on the bed all day. The resentment in his heart was getting deeper and deeper. He no longer wanted to solve this matter peacefully. He wanted to catch that kid, kneel down in front of his brother to admit his mistake, and then let his brother kill the kid with his own hands, otherwise it would be difficult to relieve the hatred in his heart. Brother, that kid has some connection with the orphanage in the west of the city. Should we take a hostage? The subordinate suggested a bad idea. Hostage. The strong man thought about it. There was also a powerful old man in the orphanage who knew the old drunkard. If they touched the children in the orphanage, the old man in the orphanage would fight them to death. He was still young and didn't want to fight with an old man who was about to die, or even die together. But hostages are good things. They can make the kid surrender as soon as possible. He also wanted to catch him alive and give him to his brother to vent his anger before dealing with the kid. Take a child away tomorrow, but don't hurt the child, otherwise the old man in the orphanage will fight us to death. The child is just used to threaten the kid. Once the kid is caught, the child can be released. Do you understand? The strong man told his subordinates how to do things so as not to anger the old director of the orphanage. He didn't want to involve more things because of the stupidity of his subordinates. Brother, I understand, I understand. That old man is quite powerful and very protective of his children. I was taught a lot by that old man when I was young, but if he dies in an accident, then he dies. Although it's troublesome, as long as we can't be traced, it's okay. The strong man didn't dare to guarantee whether a child could survive the battle. It would be fine if he died. He didn't care. He just thought it was troublesome. Brother, I understand. The subordinates got this guarantee and could do it boldly. Otherwise, they would have to protect the children. He would not do such a stupid thing. It's good that you understand. Keep your mouth shut. You will get the benefits. After this job, you can buy the third fighting type Pokemon. Go back and rest now. Wait for my notice tomorrow. Go kidnap the child in the afternoon and then ambush in the woods. Brother, I promise that only you and I know about this matter. No third person will know. Okay, get out of here. After driving away his men, the strong man returned to the hospital and came to his brother's ward, looking at his brother sleeping soundly on the bed. He held his brother's hand tightly, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he muttered silently that he would avenge his brother tomorrow. 203 Chapter 197, Farewell to the Orphanage. 203. It was sunny on the seventh day after arriving at Hasa Island. Yu Hai got up early in the morning to make breakfast. After the Pokemons had eaten breakfast, he used the Pokeball to take back the Pokemons, leaving only the frog and the orb silk spider. Before going out, he put on his coat and face scarf, and went to the market to buy some fresh meat, fruits, and vegetables. Carrying the things he bought, he went straight to the orphanage, and this time he spent another 30,000 alliance coins. When he arrived at the orphanage, the children got up early and stood in the yard waiting for him. As soon as he arrived, the children came to greet him. Brother Hai is here. Brother Hai bought a lot of delicious food again. We have barbecue again today. Xiao Nai, I bought some fresh meat again, you wash and cut it, and make barbecue for the children. Yu Hai brought the meat he bought from the market. The things were all handed over to Ziona, who received the caterpillar yesterday, and the other two boys. Brother Hai, let's go get busy first. Ziona carried the fruits and distributed them to the children first, and then carried the fresh meat and asked the other two boys to follow, and went to the faucet to wash the fresh meat. Hearing the noise of the children, Xiao Ying, who was still sleeping, suddenly woke up, ran out without wearing clothes and shoes, and saw Yu Hai. Brother Hai, you came so early. As soon as Xiao Ying shouted, she was pulled away by the boy, who teased Xiao Ying. Yingzi, didn't you say he was a fake? Why do you call him Brother Hai too? Go away. Xiao Ying blushed with shame, embarrassed to the extreme, hurriedly pushed the boy away, and ran back to the house to put on clothes. Why don't we go and ask Brother Hai later, and ask Brother Hai to teach us how to cultivate elves? The boy saw Xiao Ying running away, probably guessed something, and suggested to another boy. Okay, let's get the barbecue ready first. The boy waved his hand, indicating that he was not in a hurry and it would not be too late to ask later. As the old director came out, the whole orphanage entered a busy state. The children who were given fruits ate the fruits happily. After Ziona and the others washed the meat, they asked some other children to help. Xiao Ying also helped at the grill. At this moment, the whole orphanage was filled with the aroma of barbecue and the laughter of the children, making the whole orphanage beautiful and warm. Yu Hai came to the pavilion. The old director had been waiting here for a long time. The tea he took out to entertain Yu Hai this time was not bad. It was newly bought tea, not as shabby as the previous few days. Old director, this is the last time I come here. I have offended some people in the black market. If they find out that I have dealings with the orphanage, it will bring trouble to the orphanage. Yu Hai was talking about the suspicious person who followed him last night. He guessed that it was probably a strong man. He was really afraid that the other party would use the children of the orphanage as hostages to threaten him. At that time, he will be in a difficult choice. Should he save him? Or save him? It is really difficult to choose. Although he will choose to save people in the end, he will be in danger. This is something he does not want to see. He hopes it will not happen. In order to avoid such a thing, even if the strong man's eldest brother does not come to him, he will go to the other party and cut the grass and root it out. I understand, the old dean nodded gently, without saying too much. Trainers have disputes, and they are no exception. However, they won that year, and then retired and gradually faded out of people's sight. One became the dean of an orphanage, one made fake certificates for people, and one opened a tavern. The old dean nodded gently, and the two sat in the pavilion and stopped chatting. They just looked at the children quietly and ate barbecue happily. After the children had divided the barbecue, the two boys with elves also scrambled to bring barbecue to Yuhai, and their faces were full of expectations and joy. "Brother Hai, we have grilled the meat. You and the dean should try our cooking skills." The boy put down the grilled meat and said to Yuhai with a silly smile. "Everyone has worked hard. I will try your grilled meat with the dean to see if it is delicious." Yuhai did not taste the grilled meat immediately, but looked at the two boys who were pushing and shoving. They must have something to say. "Brother Hai, can you teach us how to breed elves?" "My elf is a bell sprout." The boy could not resist the pushing of his companions and could only ask Yuhai. "My elf is a walking grass." "Can Brother Hai teach us how to breed elves?" "Walking grass? Bell sprout?" Yuhai looked at the two uneasy boys. He didn't know much about these two elves and wanted to see the panels of the two elves. "Show me your bell sprout." "Here, Brother Hai." The boy took out the elf ball and handed it to Yuhai. Yuhai took the elf ball and opened the proficiency panel of bell sprout. Bell bud. Attribute, grass plus poison. Gender, female. Potential, 35%. Level, 15.34%. Feature, chlorophyll /7.18%. Hidden feature, glutton /3.27. Mastering the moves. The moment he saw the potential of this L bud, Yuhai knew that the upper limit of the L bud had already been determined. Unless he could obtain a treasure that greatly increased his potential, or a gift from a divine beast. Otherwise, he would be just like the previous mosquito frog, just a very mediocre elf, and his move pool was also very ordinary. However, with the hidden feature, he could give it a try. For this L bud, he would only give it a direction. It was up to the boy himself to decide how high he could cultivate the L bud. "Your bell bud is not bad, but it is a little malnourished. There is a dissolving liquid in the bell bud's mouth. Let the bell bud digest more food with the dissolving liquid. The more food, the better. Feed the bell bud and let it eat more meat. You train the bell bud and the bell bud will naturally become stronger." Yuhai came up with this training method when he was browsing the forum in his previous life. He saw someone analyzing the role of the gluttonous ghost characteristic. This characteristic can be used to continuously enhance the upper limit of the bell bud, the mouth slow flower, and the large flower. It can even dissolve and digest toxins and enhance the power of the bell bud's poisonous moves. He didn't know if it was feasible, but the gluttonous ghost characteristic must be related to eating. Just eat, 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 and eat, especially good things, such as poison sacs that can enhance poison attributes, gems containing grass-type poison energy. But he did not say the cultivation method of swallowing poison sacs. This cultivation method is expressly prohibited by the Alliance. When the boy grows up, if he is lucky enough to get in touch with the black market, there are various ways to use poison sacs to cultivate poison-type Pokémon in the black market. There are simply too many ways, and the boy will think of it himself. "Thank you, Brother Hai." The boy heard Yuhai say this, and reached out to take the poke ball of the bell sprout. After thanking him, he silently kept Yuhai's words in his heart. Then it was another boy's turn. Yuhai reached out to take the other boy's walking grass and looked at the proficiency of the walking grass. The potential of the walking grass is lower than that of the bell sprout, only 33 points, the only characteristic is chlorophyll, and the move pool is also ordinary. It is another mediocre grass-type Pokémon. In this regard, Yuhai didn't know what to say. He usually wouldn't subdue this kind of Pokémon. It was simply a waste of time. But if he didn't say something, the boy would definitely think that the walking grass was not good, even worse than the bell sprout. Although this was the truth, he had to lie to the boy to prevent him from abandoning the elves. "The walking grass is very good, but the leaves on the top are a little yellow. You need to give the walking grass more water, let the walking grass get more sun, and train the walking grass under the sun to bring out the chlorophyll characteristics of the walking grass." "Thank you, Brother Hai." The boy also took his walking grass and thanked Yuhai. He felt that the cultivation of walking grass seemed to be much simpler than that of trumpet buds. Here are 20,000 alliance coins, which are the funds I subsidize you to cultivate elves. I gave it to the dean. You ask the dean to buy grass-type energy blocks for the elves, and cultivate walking grass and trumpet buds. Yu Hai took out 20,000 alliance coins and put them on the stone table. Like Ziona's energy blocks, it was the initial funds to subsidize the 3 children to cultivate elves. Seeing 20,000 alliance coins, the 2 boys were happy in their hearts, and suddenly their eyes were straight. They had never seen so much money before. Why don't you thank Brother Hai? The old dean saw the boy staring at the money in a daze, and knocked on the 2 with his cane, urging them repeatedly. Thank you, Brother Hai. The 2 boys bowed and thanked him, and were driven out of the pavilion under the old dean's crutches. The old dean smiled at Yu Hai and said, Ah Hai, are you a breeder? You can see the problem of these 2 elves at a glance. No, Dean, these are just the basic knowledge of elves. If they read more books, they can also find this out. Yu Hai was embarrassed and had to bite the bullet and lie a little. Although he has also taken lessons on elves recently, and the books he bought at the flea market last time, he only read the basic knowledge related to water elves and didn't read the grass elves at all. He got the symptoms of malnutrition of the trumpet bud from the proficiency panel. Because the proficiency of the glutton characteristic is too low, it must be eating too little, and eating too little will cause malnutrition. There are also symptoms of walking grass. You can see with the naked eye that the leaves on the top of the walking grass are turning yellow. The yellowing and withering of the leaves of the plant are symptoms of lack of water, lack of fertilizer, and lack of sunlight. Those who have grown vegetables know this. No one would think that since grass-type Pokemon are living things, they don't need watering, fertilizing, or sunbathing, right? There really aren't such cute little ones, are there? Yeah, it would be nice if the children could study hard, the old dean sighed slightly. He didn't know when these children would be able to take charge of the orphanage. However, there is another good child. The old dean looked at Ziona, who was a sensible and studious girl. He should give the future of the orphanage to Ziona. Ziona had a green caterpillar on her body, which could also protect her. The old dean retracted his gaze and looked at the 2 happy boys. At first, he was afraid that Yu Hai would let the 2 children use the poison capsule to cultivate 2 grass-type and poison-type Pokemon. It turned out that he was overthinking. Yu Hai was not that dark yet. Dean, I'm leaving. If you have any problems, let Xiaoying come to me. I will stay in Hasa Island for a while. I will come here to help as much as I can. Because the orphanage caught fire, I have completed your files and handed them over to Miss Junsha. You are an orphan who died at sea 10 years ago. Your parents' hometowns are no longer traceable. From now on, you are a child who walked out of the orphanage. Thank you, Dean. Yu Hai thanked him, stood up and said goodbye to the old dean, and called Mosquito Frog to leave the orphanage together. After saying goodbye, Yu Hai just left the orphanage. Xiaoying chased out of the orphanage, and even refused to eat barbecue. Seeing Xiaoying chasing out, Ziona and other children also chased out. Looking at the group of children, Yu Hai stopped and touched Xiaonai's hair. The hair was a little dirty and messy due to lack of care. After he helped Xiaonai to tidy up her hair, he said goodbye to Xiaonai. Xiaonai, you have to study elf knowledge well and take care of your brothers and sisters, understand? Brother Hai, I know. Will Brother Hai come back? Xiaonai couldn't control the tears in her eyes and flowed out from the corners of her eyes. She could probably guess that Yu Hai was probably going to leave, and she didn't know when she would see him again. Xiaonai, your face will be ugly if you cry. When you grow up, you will definitely be a big beauty. You can't cry any more then. Yu Hai reached out and wiped the tears from Xiaonai's cheeks. He kept a smile on his face. He didn't answer Xiaonai's question, but stood up and waved goodbye to the group of children, and turned to leave the orphanage. For this orphanage, this is all he can do. There are too many, and these children will have to rely on themselves in the future. Brother Hai, I will always remember you, goodbye brother Hai. Goodbye brother Hai, goodbye brother Hai. Xiao Nai also waved goodbye and said goodbye, and everyone said goodbye. Some children waved goodbye happily, but they probably didn't know the meaning of waving goodbye. If they knew that there would be no meat to eat tomorrow, they probably wouldn't be so happy. Yu Hai also waved goodbye to this group of children, but he didn't look back. Xiao Ying followed Yu Hai, but he didn't have any emotions. He knew where Yu Hai lived and could find Yu Hai at any time. However, seeing that the old director came out to say goodbye, it seemed that Yu Hai would not come to the orphanage again. Quietly following Yu Hai, Xiao Ying didn't ask if he would come back, but just walked silently. Xiao Ying, don't mention that I live by the sea to anyone, including the children in the orphanage, and don't mention me in the future, Yu Hai warned. Why? Xiao Ying asked puzzledly. Just follow me, you will know later. Yu Hai did not tell the strong man about this matter. It is better not to let the other party know about this matter. He wanted to solve this matter quietly. Then, without saying anything along the way, the two returned to the villa and started the morning exercise of the elves. Yu Hai also wanted to do morning exercise. The four of them, frog, crab, duck, and rhinoceros, were running and training outside the door. Butterfree and Slowpoke were training telekinesis, Slowpoke was training rain, Slowpoke was training water guns, and Orb Silk Spider was training accuracy. And Xiao Ying's frog was also training the accuracy of the water gun, and Parasaurolophus was training the accuracy of the seed machine gun. Everyone finished training at 11 o'clock, and Yu Hai began to prepare lunch. Xiao Ying also came to the kitchen to help wash vegetables. After lunch was ready, everyone had lunch and took a nap after lunch. After lunch break, the afternoon training started again. 204 Chapter 198, You Are a Good Kid. 204. Yu Hai and Xiao Ying did not train in the afternoon. Xiao Ying took out the elf cultivation book and started reading it. It was the Parasaurolophus cultivation book from the old Dean's study, and the old Dean's notes on cultivating Parasaurolophus. Yu Hai took out the incubator in the space backpack to charge it, and took out the elf egg and gently wiped the surface of the eggshell with a towel. This elf egg is probably a general type, which was his guess a few days ago. He also thought about the origin of this elf egg for a long time. It should be an elf egg picked up by an elf hunter at sea. When I first got the elf egg, there was still a layer of dried salt crystals on the surface. It was obviously fished out of the sea. It was the sea salt left after natural drying. I don't know how long the elf egg was soaked in the sea water, and whether it turned into a bad egg. Otherwise, with the elf hunter's status, he wouldn't bring a general type elf egg. After all, if the elf hunter wants a general type elf, the elf hunter can just catch it directly. There is no need to buy an egg and hatch it himself. He didn't have any hope for this randomly picked Pokemon egg to hatch any rare Pokemon, because it was almost impossible for a rare Pokemon to hatch. If any randomly picked Pokemon egg could hatch a rare Pokemon, with such luck, Pokemon hunters would not bother to fight for Pidgeot cubs, and could just pick up rare Pokemon directly. Although he didn't ask for a Pokemon egg to hatch a rare Pokemon, he didn't want a bad Pokemon, because this was his first time hatching an egg, so he didn't want a bad Pokemon, or a garbage Pokemon like Spearow. If a Pokemon egg dared to hatch a Spearow, or a stupid bird like Nitole, as long as a stupid bird dared to come, Yu Hai would dare to quit playing on the spot. Whoever wanted to play could play, anyway, he wouldn't play anymore. At the very least, he would have to get a Pidgeot, or a Pokemon like Caracalla, Starfish, or Baby Bear, and he could still accept it. If there were better Pokemon, such as Caterpie, Borling, Bronco, or Eevee, that would be even better, and he liked them all. However, don't come to Spearow, or he will not even give face to God and will just start to curse. In fact, if you want to know what kind of Pokemon can be hatched from the Pokemon egg, you only need to wait for half a month. He has checked the incubation period of Pokemon eggs. The incubation period of Spearow, Owl, and Pidgeot is half a month. The incubation period of EV is 35 days, which is very long. The incubation period of the remaining Pokémon is 20 days. No matter what, the result will be known in 20 days. After 20 days, you can see what Pokémon will jump out of the egg. According to the introduction of the incubator, starting from the moment he put it in the incubator, he put the Pokémon egg into the incubator on the third night of his arrival on Hasa Island. Counting today, which is the fourth day, there are still 11 days to know whether it is Spearow or not. It is best to miss the hatching time of Spearow. After gently wiping the Pokémon egg, he put the Pokémon egg into the incubator again. This scene happened to be seen by Xiaoying. Xiaoying stopped reading and ran over to look at the elf egg. She asked curiously, "Brother Hai, what kind of elf egg is this?" "I don't know. I picked up this egg at sea. Judging from the pattern, it should be a normal type. I just don't know what normal type elf it is." Normal type elf, I saw a lot of people have a Pidgeot, Xiaoying thought about it. Among the normal type elves, he was more impressed by the Pidgeot, and the most important thing was that the Pidgeot was very handsome. Pidgeot? A very beautiful elf. If you cultivate it well, its combat power should not be underestimated. Yu Hai also wanted a Pidgeot, and he wanted the Pidgeot on the deserted island even more. It's just a thought. The Pidgeot's mother was too fierce, and he didn't dare to subdue it. Chatted with Xiaoying for a while about elves' eggs, he put the charged incubator back into his backpack, and also picked up the water-type Pokémon breeding book to read. It was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon before he remembered to make dinner, and Xiaoying also put down the book to help in the kitchen. When they finished dinner, it was almost 5:30, so they asked the Pokémons in training to stop and come to have dinner. After dinner, they watched the sunset for a while, and Yu Hai and his friends prepared to go out again, and continue to train the Pokémons in the evening. For this outing, Yu Hai put on a full-body stab-proof suit, including stab-proof fingerless black gloves, and put on a space backpack before letting the orb spinner jump onto his shoulder. Before leaving, he also used the poke ball to collect Magikarp, Squidward, Slowpoke, and Farfetch'd, 4 Pokémons that were useless. He also told the remaining Butterfree and Owl, "Butterfree, Owl, you two should be careful at night. If a stranger approaches, you should come to the woods to find me, understand?" Butterfree nodded. It knew that Yu Hai couldn't say that for no reason. Yu Hai's behavior of putting away the Slowpokes indicated that they were in trouble. Bailey, Owl also nodded, indicating that they knew and they would be careful. "Owl, you go to the roof. If there is any movement, you notify Butterfree to fly to the roof and hide." Yu Hai left Owl to confuse the enemy. Since he found someone following him, he always had a bad premonition that the strong man following him would take action soon. He just didn't know whether the other party would attack the villa first to weaken his combat power, or attack in the woods to catch him in one fell swoop. Anyway, he had made sufficient preparations. There were only some unnecessary daily necessities left in the villa. He packed all the good things in his backpack, ready to run away at any time. Running away was the worst choice, after all, he didn't want to give up his newly stable life. Xiaoying, who followed him out, saw Yu Hai put away the elves in the swimming pool. He felt that something was unusual tonight, but he didn't ask. If Yu Hai wanted to tell him, he would know. If Yu Hai didn't want to say, then he shouldn't know. He also understood not to ask when he shouldn't ask. "Don't think too much, it's getting dark, we still have to go to the woods for special training tonight," Yu Hai explained the matter to Butterfly and Owl, turned around and patted Xiaoying on the shoulder, and walked towards the woods. Xiaoying followed behind, and didn't think much about it, so he followed. He thought tonight would be the same as yesterday. When he was halfway there, Xiaoying found that the round silk spider on Yu Hai's shoulder disappeared. He also looked around, but didn't see the figure of the round silk spider. The orb silk spider was sent by Yu Hai to explore the forest. Yu Hai asked the orb silk spider to go to the woods first to see if there was an ambush or something. The trackers knew the route they had to take. If they wanted to ambush, it would definitely be very conspicuous. For the reconnaissance mission, the orb silk spider was already familiar with it. The forest was the hunting ground of the orb silk spider. Just like a fish in the water, the petite body moved around in the woods, and the orb silk spider was like a fish in water in the woods. Yu Hai sent the orb silk spider to explore the way, and deliberately slowed down his pace. He didn't reach the edge of the forest until it was completely dark. When he reached the edge of the forest, the orb silk spider also returned from the forest to his shoulder and gently tapped his shoulder with its front paw, indicating that there was something in the woods. How far is the distance? Yu Hai stood at the edge of the woods and asked the orb silk spider. Tuo, the orb silk spider raised its front paw and tapped more than 20 times, indicating a distance of 2 or 3 kilometers. How many people? Yu Hai asked again. The orb spider nodded twice, then raised its front paw to point at Xiao Ying and nodded again. 3. Xiao Ying. Yu Hai looked at Xiao Ying and thought about what the orb spider wanted to express. The first 2 clicks should indicate 2 people, and the last click pointed at Xiao Ying first. That is to say, that person should be a hostage, or a hostage that the orb spider has seen before. The only hostages with the same identity as Xiao Ying are children from the orphanage. Could it be that the people who ambushed him also took the children from the orphanage as hostages? Alas, the thing he least wanted to see still happened. In this situation, the hostages still need to be rescued, and the 2 kidnappers must be completely eliminated. He already has a plan. The enemy is in the open and he is in the dark. He can't be impatient. The plan must be made step by step. Where are the elves? How many are there? After Yu Hai realized that there were hostages, he did not rush to save them, but continued to ask the orb spider. The orb spider tapped his shoulder 5 times again. 5 elves? It's still within the acceptable range. It's not ruled out that there are elves that haven't been released yet. Yu Hai thought for a while and said to the orb silk spider, go back and inform Butterfree and Sagar. Let Butterfree fly over and use hypnotic powder to quietly hypnotize the 2 kidnappers and their elves, and leave Spider Silk for me to show the way. Regardless of whether the 2 kidnappers can be hypnotized, you must take the opportunity to snatch the child away. If there is any accident, use the sound to notify me. The orb silk spider nodded, and then jumped from Yu Hai's shoulder to the street lamp, and then jumped over the street lamps one by one, and jumped to the villa to inform Butterfree and Sagar. Brother Hai, what happened? Xiao Ying saw Yu Hai talking to the orb silk spider for a long time, looking at him from time to time, and his expression became more and more. The more solemn it is, the more the orb spider will return to the villa. Even if it is stupid, it knows that something has happened. Xiao Ying, I don't know whether I should tell you this. I don't know if you can calm down after listening to it, Yu Hai sighed. He will definitely experience a life and death fight later. After experiencing the elf hunter on the deserted island, he has long been mentally prepared. He knows that he will encounter such things again. He will definitely fight to the death later. He will not stop until he is dead. However, Xiao Ying should be exposed to these for the first time. He doesn't know if Xiao Ying can kill. If her psychological quality is too poor, he will not tell Xiao Ying, nor will he let Xiao Ying participate in the battle. Let alone rescue the hostages, it would be good if she doesn't drag her feet. Brother Hai, you can do it, Xiao Ying took a deep breath. He thought Yu Hai was testing him. He felt that he was ready to face all difficulties. Xiao Ying, you met a trainer who abandoned Pokemon. You have to face it. What will you do? Yu Hai did not rush to tell Xiao Ying that there were children kidnapped in the orphanage, but asked an irrelevant question. Anyway, the orb silk spider has not returned yet, and they still have time. Xiao Ying's answer to this question also depends on his attitude towards Xiao Ying in the future. Brother Hai, didn't you say not to argue? Xiao Ying was caught off guard by this question. He didn't expect Yu Hai to ask such a question. He hesitated for a long time and just repeated Yu Hai's answer yesterday. Xiaoying, that's just a way to protect yourself and not get into trouble, but now the trouble has come, you have to face it, what will you do? Answer me seriously. Xiaoying thought about it, and didn't know how to answer, which was the right answer, but he had to answer. He was more afraid of seeing Yu Hai's disappointed look at him. But time was too tight, and he didn't know how to answer for a while. His forehead was sweating anxiously, but he couldn't think of it. Xiaoying, don't be nervous, just answer seriously. Yu Hai could see that he was forcing the child too much, so he could only comfort him softly. He would not be angry because of the answer. Brother Hai, I will tell the other party that it is wrong to abandon the Pokemon. Xiaoying carefully said the answer, quietly observing Yu Hai's reaction, and when he saw that Yu Hai's face did not change, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoying, you are right. Yu Hai nodded gently, turned around and looked at the dark and deep sea under the night sky, and asked Xiaoying again, what if that trainer wants to kill the Pokemon he abandoned? What will you do? This, Xiaoying thought for a while and answered, I will save that Pokemon. No, you should save that Pokemon if your strength allows. Yu Hai corrected Xiaoying's statement, and asked again, what if that trainer has already killed the Pokemon he abandoned? What will you do? Xiaoying was stumped by this question, because the Pokemon was already dead, there was no need to save it. Suddenly he thought of a person, a law enforcer who could punish the murderer, and replied, I will call the police and let Juncha punish the trainer murderer. Xiaoying, you are really a good kid. Yu Hai sighed slightly and asked the last question, Xiaoying, if this trainer is not punished. The reason is that no one knows what this trainer did, or the trainer escaped. Juncha did not arrest this trainer, and someone would pay someone else to take the blame for this trainer. There are many other reasons that prevent this trainer from being punished. At this time, if you meet this trainer murderer, what will you do? If your strength allows, catch this trainer and hand him over to June. Xiaoying was about to use Yu Hai's previous answer, slightly modified it, and was ready to answer Yu Hai. Just when talking about Juncha, Xiaoying suddenly thought that Yu Hai mentioned the matter of paying for the crime, so if he handed the murderer to Juncha, wouldn't it be in vain, and someone would pay for the crime and get it out? He did not continue to speak, but was thinking about what to do. It was just that Yu Hai's smile tonight made him feel so weird and creepy. Xiaoying, what would you do at this time? Yu Hai saw that Xiaoying was stuck and asked Xiaoying again. Xiaoying hesitated for a long time, and finally did not think of how to answer, so she had to lower her head and replied weakly, I don't know. Xiaoying, when justice is not upheld, pure revenge becomes the only justice. Thanks to Linley for the 300 starting coins. Thanks to everyone for the votes. 205 Chapter 199, Tianji Horse Racing. 205. Of course, these words were not said by Yu Hai, but he plagiarized the words of a celebrity in his previous life. It was used to break through Xiaoying's psychological defenses, break through Xiaoying's last psychological barrier, and make Xiaoying able to accept the next thing, and the result of step-by-step guidance. The previous questions were also used to break through the psychological defenses little by little. After all, if he said he was going to kill someone, Xiaoying would probably be scared silly. Don't forget that Xiaoying is only 11 years old now. Although he is only 15 years old, he has changed his skin and is not 15 years old. If it were him, there would be no need to go through so much trouble, because he is not a good person in the first place, and he has never said that he wants to be a good person, but just said to be a good person. And his definition of being a good person is very suitable to be described by the previous sentence. When justice is not served, pure revenge is the most important thing. Revenge becomes the only justice. Xiaoying whispered and savored this sentence carefully, using it to explain the problem just now, and he suddenly understood. Facing the problem just now, he was indeed in a desperate situation, and he did not doubt whether such a problem would happen. It was just a dead person, he had seen it, the floating corpses in the sea in sacks, the bodies that died drunk in the damp and dark alleys, the blood and body parts left by the fight, which were very common near the stinky old man's tavern. If he was the person involved, he didn't want to become those cold corpses. If he couldn't punish the trainers who abandoned the elves, and couldn't punish the trainers who killed their elves, he could not be concerned, because it was none of his business. If this happened to him, his relatives and partners were killed, but the murderer was not punished. Perhaps this sentence was the only choice. He seemed to understand a little bit the meaning of Yu Hai's smile just now. Was he laughing at himself for being too naive? Thinking about his previous answer, it was really a naive answer, but now he knew what to do, and he also knew what Yu Hai's real test was. He immediately raised his head and answered firmly, "Brother Hai, I'm ready, I want to be the one holding the knife." Instead of the cold corpse under the knife, Xiao Ying did not say this sentence. He knew very well that Yu Hai, who told him all this, was such a person. "Remember what you said, Xiao Ying." Yu Hai gently patted Xiao Ying's shoulder, pulled up Xiao Ying's palm, and put the folding knife that had traveled with him in Xiao Ying's hand. At this time, the round silk spider just jumped onto his shoulder and tapped his shoulder, indicating that Butterfree had gone to the forest, and it would follow as soon as possible. The orb silk spider jumped into the woods again. Yukai also used the poke ball to collect the crab and the ironclad rhino to prevent the two little guys from making noises when walking, leaving only the frog to lead the way, and then called Xiao Ying to follow and stepped into the dark forest. Arriving in the forest, they could only rely on the weak moonlight to move forward, and under the guidance of the frog, they walked through the dark forest. Xiao Ying also followed suit and collected the frog and the Parasaurolophus with the poke ball. With Brother Hai's Pokemon here, he didn't need to release his own Pokemon. "Brother Hai, what are we going to do?" Xiao Ying followed Yu Hai and asked Yu Hai in confusion, but Yu Hai hadn't told him what he was doing with the knife. "Xiao Ying, don't be soft-hearted later. If you can kill the enemy, don't leave any alive. Otherwise, you will be the one who dies." Yu Hai first told Xiao Ying what kind of mentality she should maintain when fighting, and then told her the purpose of this trip. "Xiao Ying, someone kidnapped the children in the orphanage. The kidnappers came for me. We are going to rescue the kidnapped children now. How could it be? Who would kidnap the children in the orphanage? Is it Brother Hai's enemy?" Xiao Ying stopped immediately after hearing the news, and couldn't believe it was true. "Xiao Ying, cheer up, remember what you just said, you must fight hard later, otherwise you will die." Yu Hai saw Xiao Ying stop and immediately reprimanded her. "I understand, I won't forget, I will rescue the children from the orphanage with Brother Hai." Xiao Ying was reminded by Yu Hai, wiped the sweat from her palms on her clothes, cheered up again, and followed Yu Hai's footsteps. He also understood the intention of Yu Hai asking those questions. It turned out that he was afraid that he couldn't bear it, didn't dare to fight hard, but would hold back. No wonder Brother Hai didn't let him tell other children this morning that their training place. This may be the reason. If the enemies who are targeting Brother Hai target the children in the orphanage, the children will have no power to fight back. Also, Brother Hai went out for special training tonight, which is different from yesterday. Could it be that Brother Hai knew that someone would kidnap the children in the orphanage? Brother Hai just said that the kidnappers came for Brother Hai. When did Brother Hai provoke the enemies? Brother Hai has been staying in the villa. How did Brother Hai's enemies find Brother Hai? "Oh, it's me," Xiao Ying suddenly thought. During this period, she was the only one who had contact with Brother Hai and entered and exited Brother Hai's villa. The enemy might have followed her and found Brother Hai. The enemy also thought that Hai, my brother, has something to do with the orphanage, so he kidnapped the children in the orphanage. Damn it, it's all my fault, Xiao Ying cursed inwardly after figuring out everything, clenched her palms and punched the tree trunk hard, startling Yu Hai to look back. "Xiao Ying, keep quiet and hide, I've asked Butterfree to hypnotize the kidnappers, and let the orb spinner go to rescue them first, don't worry." Yu Hai stopped and whispered to comfort Xiao Ying, he was really afraid that this guy would be impulsive and irritable, and would lose his temper and alert the kidnappers in advance. As a result, his plan to rescue the hostages by ambush and ambush by taking advantage of the enemy being in the open and me being in the dark failed. If the plan to rescue the hostages in advance fails, it will be difficult to deal with it at that time. I understand. Xiao Ying took a deep breath and calmed down. After calming down, he followed Yu Hai again. He secretly made up his mind to rescue his younger brothers and sisters even if it meant risking his life. If it weren't for Brother Hai's previous problem, he might still hesitate whether to kill or not. Now he has figured it out. Facing the kidnappers who kidnapped the children in the orphanage, there is no need to hesitate, nor to call Junsha, as that would be too troublesome. Because he will tear the kidnappers to pieces with his own hands. They dared to kidnap the younger brothers and sisters in the orphanage. These scums deserve to die. Since they are Brother Hai's enemies, they are his enemies. Xiao Ying held the cold folding knife tightly in her palm and looked up at Yu Hai in front of her. For Brother Hai, who is both a teacher and a friend, he has never been so happy in his life. Following. In the dark woods, 3 people were quietly waiting under a tree. One was the subordinate of the strong man who followed yesterday, and the other was the elder brother of the strong man, also a 1.9 meter tall strong man. One was a little girl who was tied up with her hands and feet, gagged, and curled up under a tree and shivered. If Yu Hai and Xiao Ying were here, they would definitely recognize this girl. It was Xiao Nai who accepted the caterpillar. How could Yu Hai forget this girl with a tearful face? Xiao Ying spends time with Xiao Nai every day, so how could he not remember this girl? Brother, it's almost 8 o'clock, why hasn't that guy come yet? According to this time yesterday, he should have come. It's the boy you followed, and you ask me? How do I know? Brother, do you think there will be a fraud? The subordinate also knew that it was his fault and quickly changed the subject. The strong man thought about it and didn't want to give up halfway, so he said, wait a little longer. If he doesn't come by 9 o'clock, we will go directly to the villa. The strong man Tienda was also a little impatient. In order to ambush tonight, they also went to the orphanage to capture a little girl. It can be said that everything is ready, except for Yu Hai to fall into the trap. Achoo, achoo. The strong man's subordinate suddenly sneezed, causing the strong man to cover his subordinate's mouth in a hurry and asked sternly, what's wrong with you? I told you not to make a sound, why did you sneeze? Boss, I don't want to, I just suddenly felt my nose itchy. After the subordinate was released, he rubbed his nose with his hand and sneezed again, achoo, achoo. Hearing this sneeze, Xiao Nai was so scared that she trembled all over and cried. She was just playing with the caterpillar in the orphanage in the afternoon, and was caught by these 2 people with her mouth and nose covered. She was so scared, she missed Brother Hai. Brother Hai, where are you? I miss you, I miss the dean, I miss everyone, woo. Brother, something is wrong. The subordinate sneezed several times again, feeling something was wrong, picked up the flashlight and turned it on, and then saw large pieces of powder falling from the top of his head. He immediately raised his hand to cover his mouth and nose and stayed away from the tree. Seeing his subordinate turn on the flashlight, the strong man wanted to cover the light, but seeing large pieces of powder, the strong man also raised his hand to cover his mouth and nose and held his breath. Quickly called the elves to stay away from the tree where they were ambushed, but the strong man just left with his men and remembered that there was a little girl hostage under the tree. When the strong man turned back with the flashlight to look for the hostage, he found that the little girl had disappeared, and even the powder falling in the air was gone. Damn, that must be Bardotti's hypnotic powder, we have been discovered. When the strong man reacted, he suddenly heard a loud shout. Frog, million-ton punch? Not good. The sturdy man turned back to find the sound, and the flashlight followed closely. He saw Frog rushing towards them with a white light on his fist. He immediately ordered Infernape to rush forward and block Frog's attack. Infernape, lightning punch, stop Frog. Pucha! Infernape heard the sturdy man's order, and without thinking, he raised his fist full of electricity and rushed towards Frog with a blazing white fist. Boom! The two Pokémons collided with heavy fists, making a bang, and exploded from the center of the fists, raising the dead leaves and smoke around them. The two Pokémons quickly retreated and returned to their trainers. Yukai saw that Infernape could react so quickly under the trainer's order under the sneak attack, and punched Frog head-on, and they were evenly matched. He knew that under normal circumstances, the mosquito frog was at a disadvantage in terms of hard power. He took advantage of the smoke and dust to adjust the tactics to deal with the strong man before the strong man could react, and shouted to the three mosquito frogs that had been released by his side. The armored rhino uses rocks to grind and hit the infernal monkey, the giant crab hardens and runs, dragging the goalie, the mosquito frog uses the freezing fist to kill the parasitic mushroom. The infernal monkey dodges and uses the freezing fist to attack the armored rhino, goalie uses the lightning fist to kill the crab, the parasitic mushroom uses poison attack on itself first, resists the attack of the mosquito frog, and uses the parasitic seed. Yu-Hai's sudden attack really caught the strong man off guard. He didn't expect that the people who ambushed them in advance could ambush them in turn, and the hostages were lost, which also made them lose a bargaining chip, and they directly fell into the passive position from the active one in an instant. However, after the fist fight just now, he adjusted himself instantly and responded to Yu-Hai's attack calmly. Seeing that Yu-Hai adjusted his tactics and did not use Frog to deal with his Infernape, he did not think much about it. The hasty punch just now also made him feel that Frog was not very good and not to be feared. Although the Frog and his Infernape fought equally, his Infernape did not use his full strength. And the breakthrough point of this battle was not the Frog, but the crab after Yu-Hai adjusted his tactics. As long as Gouri gets rid of the crab first, and then helps Infernape deal with the rhinoceros, there will only be the Frog left in the end, and he has the final say on whether to flatten or round it. It's just a water-type frog, and his spirit is not weak at all. His spirit is in order to deal with water-type Pokémon. They all learned Lightning Punch and Ice Punch, including Parasaurolophus. He still had a chance of winning against Yu-Hai's two water-type Pokémon. However, the strong man had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. As the 6 Pokémon collided with each other, not every Pokémon was like that Infernape, who could withstand the full force of the frog. What's more, Infernape did not use its full force, so did Frog use its full force. Infernape used the attribute Restraint of Lightning Punch to take the sneak attack of Frog, but it was hard to say about Parasaurolophus. Yu-Hai used the TNG horse racing tactics and the intelligence from the old man in the tavern to immediately target the weakest Pokémon among the 3 Pokémon of the strong man, Parasaurolophus. Unlike the strong man, Parasaurolophus was his breakthrough point. The strongest fought against the weakest, and he also used the ice punch that double restrained Parasaurolophus, so the winner would be decided soon. Xiaoying, who came with Yu-Hai, released their Pokémons together when the 2 strong men turned on the flashlight and found that Ziona had disappeared, and launched a sneak attack. Xiaoying released Frog and Parasitoid, and opened up a second battlefield with the strong man's men. The Pokémons under the strong man were Infernape and Parasitoid. Frog vs Infernape, Parasitoid vs Parasitoid. Overall, Xiaoying suffered a loss because it was the first time for Xiaoying to fight 2-on-2 and let the Pokémons kill her. It was the first time for Frog to fight against a trainer with a higher Pokémon level than her own Pokémon, and it was also the first time for Frog to face Infernape's Thunder Fist. The strength of both Pokémons was at a disadvantage. But the strong man's men were not much better. The two were evenly matched, Xiaoying was half a catty, and the strong man's men were 8 tails. The key was to see who would win first on Yu-Hai's side. 206 Chapter 200, The Benefits of Having Many Elves. 206. The battlefield on Yu-Hai's side was only the first fight. Because the strong man misjudged the strength of his elves, the parasitic mushroom entered the poison healing state and took the ice punch of the mosquito-scented frog. Instantly knocked away by the ice punch, it hit the tree trunk hard, and the trunk was dented. Seeing this, Yu-Hai immediately asked the mosquito-scented frog to pursue the victory. Mosquito-scented frog, another ice punch. Yobo, the mosquito-scented frog slightly bent its legs, and water appeared under its feet. It suddenly straightened and shot out like a cannonball. White ice crystals lit up on its fist again. It punched the parasitic mushroom, who had not yet reacted, and knocked it unconscious directly. Seeing that Parasaurolophus had lost his ability to fight, Yu-Hai shouted to Frog again, "Frog, go help the crab, use climbing waterfall, don't hold back." Howly is a single attribute fighting type Pokemon. Whether it is Frozen Punch or Megaton Punch, they are not moves of this type and cannot obtain attribute consistency bonuses or item bonuses. If you use Climbing Waterfall to punch alone, there are attribute consistency bonuses and item bonuses, and Climbing Waterfall can also be used alone. Seeing Parasaurolophus lose his ability to fight just after the fight, the strong man realized that he had made a serious mistake. He thought that if he let Parasaurolophus hold on for a few rounds, and waited for Howly to deal with the crab, he would be able to free up his hands to help Infernape and defeat Yu-Hai's Pokemon one by one. Unexpectedly, Yu-Hai's frog's strength far exceeded his expectations, and the fragile Parasaurolophus also disrupted the battle plan. Parasaurolophus didn't even have time to release the parasitic seed, and was knocked unconscious after just 2 frozen punches. It was so fast that he didn't even react before Parasaurolophus fainted. In fact, it's not that Parasaurolophus is too fragile. According to the calculation of the breakthrough point, Yu-Hai's side is always the fastest breakthrough point. Compared with the gap between the strongest and the weakest, the gap on the side of crab is insignificant. After all, Yu-Hai's original purpose was to use 2 big meat shields to resist. The reason why the 2 strongest Pokemon of the strong man used Rhinoceros to hold Infernape is because Rhinoceros is not afraid of water and has a certain resistance to ice attribute moves. After all, it is not afraid of 4 times weak water. It's just a freezing punch, which is probably just a tickle. Claw Crab also has hardening and crab shell. When the defense is fully stacked, Goalie can beat it, and he loses. There is also Frog. The only Pokemon that can fight Frog is the strong man's Infernape. Yu-Hai missed Infernape and found his weakest Parasaurolophus. Moreover, the Rhinoceros and Crab that held Infernape and Goalie have very hard bodies. Infernape's Ice Fist hit Rhinoceros without any damage, and Rhinoceros could use its horn to push Infernape up. And Goalie's Lightning Fist hit the crab shell of Crab, leaving only a large piece of blackened skin. Crab's counterattack was not delayed at all, and its waving claws forced Goalie to raise his arms to block. Not only did he underestimate the explosive power of Frog, he also underestimated the toughness of Crab and Rhinoceros, and... Damn old man, it must be the old man who leaked my information, so the other party went to Parasaurolophus at the beginning. The strong man instantly thought of the old man in the tavern. He hated himself for not dealing with the old man earlier, which made him fall from an advantage to a disadvantage. He also thought that he had the advantage, but ended up playing a good hand of cards badly. In this situation, he no longer wanted to fight, and wanted to use the Pokeball to take back Parasaurolophus and run away with Infernape and Goalie. But as soon as he took out the Pokeball, it was knocked away by the poison needle. The Pokeball fell to the ground and was sealed by several silks, so the strong man could not get the Pokeball. The strong man looked up and shone the flashlight. There was a round silk spider on the tree. It was also one of Yu-Hai's 10 Pokemons. His subordinates had said so. Infernape, Goalie, let's go. The strong man saw the round silk spider, and finally looked at the Parasaurolophus, turned around and ran away decisively, without any intention of continuing to fight. Swish, swish, swish. But just as the strong man wanted to run, the Sauri blocked the way in front of him, and his wings lit up white light, throwing more than 10 wind blades at the strong man. In the end, it was Infernape that jumped out and raised his arms to block the double damage of the wing attack for the strong man. Seeing that the road ahead was blocked, the strong man immediately wanted to change direction, but an electric net was thrown from the sky above the woods, forcing the strong man back. The strong man continued to change direction and encountered the poisonous needle of the orb spinner. Sorry, Butterfree, an orb spinner held the strong man back, and Yu-Hai also surrounded him with the 3 Pokémon, encircling the strong man's Infernape and Guraiki in the middle, and the strong man was surrounded by his 6 Pokémon. There were his elves everywhere. The strong man saw that he had no way to go, and a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. Facing this situation, he knew that his only way out was to ambush the guy. The strong man immediately ordered Infernape and Guraiki beside him, attack that human. Pucha! Infernape's fists lit up with lightning and rushed towards Yu-Hai. However, Infernape was stopped by Frog halfway, and Frog hooked his finger at Infernape provocatively, Yobo, Yobo. When Frog provoked Infernape, he also reached out to stop other elves who wanted to help, indicating that he wanted to fight Infernape one-on-one. Frog, be careful of Infernape's lightning fist, don't use water to directly contact it, use ice fist. Yu-Hai saw Frog wanted to fight by himself, just reminded Frog, and stopped talking. Yobo, Frog nodded, and rushed up with waterfall climbing to fight with Infernape. Frog wanted to fight Infernape alone, and Yu-Hai was confident in Frog's strength. The only thing Frog lacked was actual combat. Frog wanted to apply the waterfall climbing combined attack technique to actual combat, and this time was a good opportunity. As the 2 elves faced each other again, nothing could disturb them this time. Lightning flashed on Infernape's fist, and ice crystals flashed on Frog's fist. The 2 fists collided again, and instantly exploded, making a deafening explosion, blowing up the dead leaves around, and the 2 elves flew backwards together, attracting the attention of all people and elves. Exploded. Yu-Hai saw the explosion and thought of the junior high school physics he had learned in his previous life, the thermal effect of electric current. When electric current passes through a resistor, the current consumes electrical energy by doing work and generates heat. This phenomenon is called the thermal effect of electric current. Well, he was not going to popularize junior high school physics, but wanted to talk about the reason why the 2 elves exploded when they punched each other. When the ice punch came into contact with the lightning punch, the electric current would instantly heat the surface of the ice punch, generating a lot of heat, which would cause expansion pressure in the middle of the punches, and it would instantly explode. In fact, there is also relevant theoretical knowledge in this world, but the strong man is probably illiterate and does not know the ice explosion phenomenon. He only thinks that the mosquito frog is so powerful and can only shout 666. If the 2 did not explode when they punched each other, Yu-Hai would not have thought of this matter. He thinks this phenomenon is not bad and has certain development value, especially for dealing with electric elves. He secretly wrote this down first and studied it later. It can be regarded as a small skill derived from the combined attack of waterfall climbing and ice punch. Seeing that his strongest Infernape was dragged down, the strong man let Howley lead the way in front and rushed towards Yu-Hai with the lightning fist raised. He also rushed forward behind Howley. Seeing that the strong man's target became Yu-Hai, the orb spider immediately jumped onto Yu-Hai's shoulder and protected Yu-Hai. It was Yu-Hai's last line of defense, and it would not let any elves break through to Yu-Hai. Boom boom boom! The diving Howley finally hit the armored rhinoceros, and was able to push the armored rhinoceros back continuously. Seeing this scene, Yu-Hai couldn't help but secretly admire that the power possessed by Howley, the elf, was really amazing. He could actually block the impact of the armored rhinoceros that broke the tree. After there was no elf around him, the strong man was still struggling to death. He took out another elf ball from his pocket and threw it at Yu-Hai. Seeing the elf ball thrown by the strong man, Yu-Hai's pupils suddenly shrank and he quickly retreated to the back. No matter what elf the strong man released, he would not fight the elf with his bare hands. Even if he had a dagger in his hand, he would not be a reckless man. In the elf world, personal bravery can't determine anything. The final victory or defeat still depends on the strength of the elf. Bang! As the pokeball opened, a buzzing sound rang in Yu-Hai's ears. Beedrill, attack that human with your poisonous needle," the sturdy man ordered Beedrill the moment it came out. "Orb Silk Spider, jump onto the tree, and you also fight back with your poisonous needle," Yu Hai ordered, while flying towards the tree beside him. Hiding behind the tree, he would not take the poisonous needle of Beedrill. After avoiding the poisonous needle of Beedrill, he shouted to Orb Silk Spider, "Orb Silk Spider, use your silk to seal the flight of Beedrill. Stinky boy, I'll see if there is any Pokemon that can protect you this time." The sturdy man saw Yu Hai hiding behind the tree, immediately turned off the flashlight, and rushed towards Yu Hai. He wanted to catch Yu Hai and threaten Yu Hai's Pokemon to stop. Even though Yu Hai was so small with small arms and legs, he, a big man of 1.9 meters, could easily control him. Before the strong man came close, Yu Hai had already grasped the dagger in the dark. When the strong man came over, he was squatting behind a tree. Seeing a dark shadow trying to attack, he immediately rolled forward with the dagger in his hand, passing over the strong man and scratching a hideous gash on his calf, taking the opportunity to get away from the strong man. Feeling the sting, the strong man turned on the flashlight in his hand, and saw the hideous wound on his calf that was bleeding continuously, and immediately swung a knife at Yu Hai in anger. The long knife in the strong man's hand was similar to a machete, and the blade was very long, wide and thin. Yu Hai could not fight with the strong man, but rolled up and quickly moved away from the strong man, ran towards his elves, and called to elves. "Barda, Big Mouth, come here quickly, kill him." Yu Hai raised his hand and pointed at the strong man. The strong man's calf was already injured and bleeding, and the strong man could not run away. Bile, Big Mouth came over a long time ago, but did not attack without Yu Hai's order. When Big Mouth heard Yu Hai's attack order, white light flashed on its wings again, and more than 10 wind blades were thrown out. The strong man could only put away the knife, and was beaten and hid behind the tree with his head in his arms, not daring to show his head at all. "Butterfree, go and use the hypnotic powder and paralysis powder," Yu Hai shouted to Butterfree on the tree again. This is the advantage of having many Pokemon. The frog stopped Infernape, Rhinoceros, and Crab stopped Guraiki, Orb-spined Spider stopped Beedrill, and Butterfree and Sagar were left, which was more than enough to kill the strong man. The strong man also knew that it was not suitable to stay here for a long time. The two Pokemon were entangled and could not be retrieved. He could only drag his bleeding calf, endure the excruciating pain in his calf, and quickly move away from the main battlefield. Whether it was Infernape, Guraiki, or Parasaurolophus, he gave up. Only by saving his life first can the strong man have a chance to make a comeback. If his life is gone, it is meaningless to say more. As he ran, the strong man became more and more tired, and his eyelids became groggy. He knew it was the Butterfree again, releasing hypnotic powder in front of him. He was about to change direction when several wind blades attacked him again. He could only stop and hide behind a tree, thinking of his brother in the hospital, the millions of savings in his bank card, and that he had not played enough and had not spent all his savings. The girls in the club were so tender, and he had not enjoyed enough. He did not want to die, did not want to die. Plop! The strong man recalled some messy things, took a deep breath and was about to run away, but was tripped by a tree root and fell on the dead leaves, never getting up again. The gull and Butterfree landed on the branches, and the gull threw a few wind blades to test the strong man, hitting the strong man's head, making his head dented, and the strong man did not react at all. The gull flew down, grabbed the strong man with its claws, and called Butterfree to return to the main battlefield. The main battlefield here has already been decided. Seeing that the situation was not good, Beedrill had already quietly slipped away. The orb spinner could not catch up, and was stopped by Yu Hai. Howley was entangled by the iron rhino and the crab, and was knocked unconscious by the crab's claws. He was lying on the ground in a coma. There were also Infernape and Frog. Yu Hai came to Frog's battlefield and saw that Frog had burnt black electric shock scars all over his body. It seemed that he had been attacked by Infernape's lightning fist. The battlefield was full of broken branches and collapsed tree trunks. The destructive power caused by the full-strength battle of two elite Pokémon should not be underestimated. Infernape was not much better. His body was also burnt black, and his fist was blown to pieces by the explosion. And Frog's fist was also injured. In the end, Infernape exploded because of anger, and was also carried down by Frog. Then Frog used his ice punch to freeze Infernape. When Infernape used his fire punch to unfreeze it, Frog was knocked unconscious by Frog, who was ready to attack. Infernape was now lying under a tree, and his eyes had turned into mosquito eyes. Frog, you defeated an enemy stronger than yourself alone. Yu-Hai came under the tree, raised his hand and patted Frog's shoulder, and wanted to praise Frog, but his finger was electrocuted. Static electricity? Frog, are you paralyzed? Yu-Hai took out a flashlight and saw that Frog had been sitting under the tree motionless from just now until now, with a painful expression on his face, as if he was trying his best to endure something. Combined with the fact that he had just been electrocuted, Yu-Hai hurriedly took out the paralysis medicine and fed it to Frog, and then took out the wound medicine spray and simply treated Frog's injuries. Especially Frog's white fist, which had turned black, Yu-Hai sprayed a lot of wound medicine, hoping to suppress the explosion injury on the fist. Suddenly, the gull and Butterfree came to him with a man, making a loud bang. Bang! Yu-Hai, who was extremely sensitive, heard the movement behind him, and hurriedly stood up to be alert, and then heard the gull's cry. Bile, bile! Gull! Butterfree! Yu-Hai stood up and took the flashlight to see that the strong man's head was flattened and he was already dead. He hurriedly shouted to Butterfree, the gull, the orb spider, and the three elves with physical strength, "You guys go to help Xiaoying, don't let that person run away." For the explanation of thermal effect and thermal expansion explosion, if you are interested, please take a look. I will improve this phenomenon later. Thermal expansion requires a closed space to produce an explosion, so it is replaced by a violent collision, that is, a fist fight. It seems that ice and fire can also explode, but when hitting a mosquito-repellent frog, no one should be stupid enough to use a flame fist. In order to highlight the excitement of the battle in the animation, there will be explosions in the battle. I don't know if this is the reason. However, collisions will also generate shock waves. For powerful elves, each attack is almost like a cannonball. It's really outrageous. If humans have poor physical fitness, they will be shocked to death. Fortunately, there are strong men in anime, with high resistance to poison, electricity, and various antibodies. 207 Chapter 201, Loot. 207. Bilibali, the big-mouthed gull just took a breath and flew towards Xiaoying again. Judging from the sound of the battle, there was still a battle over there. Yi, Butterfree did not directly participate in the battle. It still had enough physical strength and flew over immediately. Yichuo, the orb silk spider, came to protect Yu-Hai after the giant bee escaped. At this moment, it heard the order and jumped over. Yu-Hai still had the mosquito-repellent frog, the armored rhinoceros, and the giant crab left, so he didn't need to worry. After finding the things, Yu-Hai also took the armored rhino and the crab and rushed to Xiaoying's battlefield. When he arrived at Xiaoying's battlefield, Xiaoying's side had also finished the battle. He quickly took out a bottle of wound medicine and a bottle of paralysis medicine, threw them to Xiaoying and reminded, "Heal the injuries of the elf first. Brother Hai? Have you solved it?" Xiaoying breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Brother Hai. "It's solved, what about you?" Yu-Hai saw that the kidnapper's accomplice was tied to the tree trunk by the silk and could not move. He had lost the ability to fight back, so he did not think of killing him immediately, but took out 2 healing balls and threw them to Xiaoying. Xiaoying's elf's injury was more serious than his mosquito frog, and he had to use healing balls to control the injury. "What is this? Healing ball?" Xiaoying took the elf ball and looked at it carefully before he saw that it was a healing ball. He knew the effect of this kind of elf ball and knew that this kind of elf ball was very expensive. Now was not the time to refuse. He accepted the healing ball without hesitation and immediately started to treat the injuries of Frog and Parasaurolophus. Before, he had not seen Brother Hai coming for a long time, and he thought that Brother Hai was in a tough battle like him. The opponent on his side was very difficult, especially Infernape's Thunder Punch, which paralyzed Frog. He was not this man's opponent in the first place, and the fact that Frog was paralyzed made things worse. And the poison-healing Parasaurolophus, when Parasaurolophus entered the poison-healing state, his Parasaurolophus had no power to fight back and could only be beaten. Only now did he know how powerful Parasaurolophus was when it entered the poison-healing state. Not only could it restore its physical strength, but the temporarily increased attack power and speed were also so exaggerated. It was even more difficult to deal with a trainer who knew how to use the characteristics of Pokémon. In the end, if Brother Hai's 3 Pokémon had not arrived in time to rescue him and the injured Pokémon, they would have besieged this difficult enemy and solved this difficult enemy. Without Brother Hai's 3 Pokémon, the enemy would definitely kill him first and then escape from him. Once the enemy escapes, the orphanage will definitely be in endless trouble, but he can't keep the enemy. He is still too weak and is no match for this man. If he can be as strong as Brother Hai, he won't be a drag, alas. From the sneak attack of Frog before the battle, if they exchange opponents, he probably won't be able to take even one hit from the strong man's Infernape. Alas, Xiaoying sighed again, and finally held Brother Hai back. Seeing Xiaoying treating the injuries of the Pokémon, Yu Hai took the opportunity to take out the 2 Pokeballs of the strong man's accomplice and took back the knocked-out Infernape and Parasitoid. After Xiaoying treated the elf's injuries and used the healing ball to take back the mosquito frog and the parasitic mushroom, he said to Xiaoying, "Xiaoying, this person is still alive, do you know what to do?" "I know." Xiaoying stood up and took out the folding knife that Yu Hai had given him before, which was the folding knife that Yu Hai used on the deserted island. In the terrified eyes of the strong man's accomplice, he walked towards the strong man's accomplice step by step. Puff! Xiaoying came to the strong man's accomplice, without any hesitation, picked up the folding knife and stabbed the strong man's accomplice's body, but the stabbing part was the stomach. The heart and neck are the most fatal parts, Yu Hai reminded Xiaoying when he saw that Xiaoying had no experience. Puff! This time Xiaoying directly stabbed the knife in the heart. The strong man's accomplice wanted to scream, but his mouth was blocked and he couldn't scream at all. It was useless to beg for mercy with his eyes. In the end, he could only stare with unwilling eyes, his head tilted, blood spitting from the corner of his mouth, and he couldn't die anymore. After killing the accomplice of the strong man, Xiaoying turned around expressionlessly and looked at Yu Hai quietly, waiting for Yu Hai's next instruction. Next, Yu Hai threw the pokeball of Infernape to Xiaoying. "This is?" Xiaoying held the pokeball in her hand, shone the flashlight towards the pokeball, and saw the Infernape in the pokeball. "Your trophy, a fighting Pokémon, is worth at least 2 million on the black market," Yu Hai explained in a low voice, and took out a pack of cigarettes from his arms. He didn't know what brand of cigarettes it was, and he took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth and smoked it. Sure enough, he felt uncomfortable without smoking, and a cigarette afterwards was really refreshing. He couldn't hold it back after all. 2 million? When Xiaoying heard this number, he swallowed his saliva secretly. It was the first time for him to see so much money, and it was also the first time for him to get so much money. When he heard the number of 2 million, he was not as depressed as he was after killing someone with his own hands. Instead, he became very excited. When he thought that this thing was worth 2 million, he only hated that he was not cruel enough, not fast enough, and not strong enough, and he still needed Yu Hai to help. If he was strong enough, he could get rid of the strong man's accomplices by himself, and the spoils of the strong man's accomplices would all be his. This kind of worthless robber, if he died, he would die. He actually trembled because of killing the bad guy. He was really bad. I don't know if it was because he was too nervous when he killed someone for the first time, or because of the excitement of 2 million. In short, he now has the capital to cultivate his own elves. He wanted to become as strong as Yu Hai, so strong that he could dominate his own destiny. This would be his lifelong pursuit. Okay, go and see if that person has anything valuable on him, Yu Hai urged Xiao Ying when he saw that she was still in a daze, probably thinking about the 2 million. I'll search him right away. Xiao Ying got the sweetness, and then found more than 100,000 alliance coins on the strong man's accomplice. The rest were some bank cards, ID cards, and other miscellaneous items. He didn't take these garbage. After finding more than 100,000, he wanted to share the money with Yu Hai, but was rejected by Yu Hai. You keep it yourself, put the man down, and go pick up some dry firewood, Yu Hai told Xiao Ying what to do, and shouted to the big-mouthed gull, go and move that person over. Well, the big-mouthed gull took the order and quickly moved the body. Big crab, dig a deep pit here, Yu Hai asked the big crab to dig a pit, and when the big crab finished digging the pit, he asked the big-mouthed gull to throw the 1.9 meter tall strong man into the 5 or 6 meter deep pit. The strong man's accomplice was also thrown into the pit under the pull of the big crab. Before throwing him down, Yu Hai also took out the sundries on the strong man's accomplice, and took out the things that could prove his identity. As Xiao Ying, butterfly, orb silk spider, and armored rhino picked up dry firewood, the big pit was also filled with holes dug by the big crab. Next, Yu Hai threw the things of the strong man's accomplice onto the dry firewood, and let the orb silk spider and butterfly spit some spider silk to help the fire, and then ignited a fire to destroy the bodies. When burning the sundries, he also threw the strong man's ID card, bank card, machete, and other useless things into the fire pit, and also threw a ringing mobile phone into the fire pit. The strong man died, but he didn't forget that the strong man had a brother. Only by dealing with that brother can the tale he left in the tavern be cleaned up. The firelight illuminated Yu Hai and Xiao Ying, and both of them looked at the blazing fire in silence. Yu Hai was thinking about how to deal with the tale, and Xiao Ying was thinking about how to deal with the tale. Thinking about the 2 million, each of them had their own concerns, and the fire burned for more than 10 minutes before it went out. Yu Hai asked the big-mouthed gull to use a water gun to wash away the traces of the burn, and asked the big-clawed crab to dig the soil to bury the body, clean up the traces of the fire, and finally piled the burial site into a small mound. After the heavy rain, the small mound will become very flat, and no one will remember that 2 kidnappers died here. Orb silk spider, spread dead leaves here, big-mouthed gull, pray for rain to eliminate the traces of tonight, Xiao Ying, let's go back to the villa first. Yu Hai asked the elf to leave the traces to clean up, called Xiao Ying, carried Ziona, who was saved by the orb silk spider, and left the forest and returned to another place. Villa. Since Ziona also inhaled the sleeping powder and was still in a coma, Yu Hai did not wake Ziona up and returned to the villa. As the orb silk spiders used dead leaves to cover the traces, the big-mouthed gulls used rain prayers to call for rain, washing away the blood in the forest, and the forest fell into silence again, as if no battle had ever happened. As time goes by, those traces of battle will disappear, and the forest, which is rarely visited by people, will return to its original appearance. After returning to the villa, Yu Hai put Ziona on the sofa. Seeing that Ziona had not woken up yet, Xiao Ying reached out and pushed Ziona, asking in confusion, why hasn't Ziona woken up yet? He was hypnotized by the hypnotic powder. Waking up may not be a good thing. Let her continue to sleep. Yu Hai slapped Xiao Ying's arm and asked Xiao Ying to take a shower and change clothes. Hurry up and take a shower and change clothes, and then send Ziona to the orphanage. We also have to go to the elf center to treat the injured elves. Okay, I'll wash it right away. Xiao Ying looked down at his hands, and there were bloodstains from the strong man's accomplice. He had to wash them clean. Xiao Ying, if you encounter this kind of thing again in the future, don't be soft-hearted or hesitate. You did a good job just now. Yu Hai couldn't help but praise Xiao Ying before she turned to the bathroom. If you hesitate, I will be buried underground. Xiao Ying walked towards the bathroom without looking back. With Yu Hai's praise, he knew that he had completed this test. After Xiaoying used the bathroom on the first floor, Yu Hai also took off his clothes and jumped into the swimming pool, and began to wash his body. He also threw his clothes into the swimming pool to soak. It would not be too late to wash clothes tomorrow. In addition to the mosquito frog, other elves also jumped into the swimming pool to take a bath, and took a bath in the swimming pool quietly. Thinking back to the battle just now, it was really dangerous. In addition to the most seriously injured frog, the crab also took on Goeri's lightning punch several times. Fortunately, the lightning punch is a physical attack, and the crab used hardening, so it didn't suffer much damage, but the crab shell looked a bit embarrassed, with many burnt places. After they finished bathing, left the swimming pool and put on their clothes, Yu Hai also took out the energy cube and fed it to the 5 Pokémons in the battle, except Frog. The frog was seriously injured and was staying in the healing ball. It needed to go to the Pokémon Center for treatment before it could be fed. While the Pokémons were eating supper, Xiaoying also came out of the bath. When Xiaoying was ready, Yu Hai used the Pokeball to take back the Pokémons, leaving only the orb and the goal, and let the orb jump onto his shoulder again. Xiaoying, send Ziona to the orphanage, I still have some things to deal with. Yu Hai was talking about, of course, dealing with the last tale. Brother Hai, won't you go back with me? Brother Hai, do you need my help? Xiaoying carried Ziona on her back. When she heard that Yu Hai would not go with her, she immediately asked if he needed help. As soon as she asked, Xiaoying realized that she shouldn't have asked. He couldn't help with the things that Yu Hai needed to deal with. It was good that he didn't hold back. If it weren't for Brother Hai's spirit, he would have become a dead man. He died in the woods to save Ziona. Only Brother Hai, Grandpa, and the old Dean remembered him. Just like the 2 dead people buried in the ground, the dead are meaningless. He was still too weak. He had never been so eager for power as he is now. A strong power must be at least as strong as Brother Hai. Xiaoying, you performed very well tonight. You can successfully rescue Ziona, and you also helped to contain the enemy. You must have confidence in yourself, Xiaoying. Yu Hai patted Xiaoying on the shoulder and said goodbye to Xiaoying at the door of the villa. Brother Hai, will you come back? Xiaoying asked out her worries before they parted. Xiaoying, there's no danger this time. If you want to train, come over tomorrow, Yu Hai said, and rode on the gull. Hai, Xiaoying sighed, watched Yu Hai fly away, turned around and returned to the orphanage, silently making up his mind that he must become stronger, otherwise he would only be a drag, and he didn't want to be a drag anymore. He must train harder in the future, even if he is not a drag. Even if it is to protect the brothers and sisters in the orphanage, he must become stronger. So strong that no one dares to attack the orphanage, and no one dares to kidnap the brothers and sisters in the orphanage. 208 Chapter 202, Lucario. 208. As Yu Hai and Xiaoying split into 2 groups, Yu Hai put on his scarf again, pulled up his hood, and went directly to the bar of the old man in the harbor tavern. As soon as he entered the bar, the drinkers around him stopped drinking and cast strange eyes at him. They were all surprised that this kid was still alive and not dealt with by Tian De. Yu Hai ignored the drinkers' eyes and went straight to the old man's bar. He took out 4 pokeballs and asked the old man, "Make an offer." "Oh, I thought you were here for something. Who are you robbing again?" The old man picked up the pokeball and looked at the pokeballs one by one. He lost his initial smile. Because the configuration of this pokeball is very similar to someone's Pokemon, and it is his old acquaintance, but it has nothing to do with him. He put down the pokeball calmly and quoted Yu Hai, "Infernape and Goli for 2 million each, and 2 grunts for 2 million. Infernape and Goli, add another 500,000 and I'll give it to you." Yu Hai didn't want to waste time with this old man. He still had business to deal with. He knew that the old man would make money, and it didn't matter if he dealt with the Pokemon to the old man at this price. The fact that the previous monkey monster could be sold for 3 million does not mean that this infernape can also be sold for 3 million. After all, don't you see what the previous monkey monster was sold for? Even the big head of the electric beast was gone. How could it still be sold for 3 million? It is normal to be robbed by the thieves. And among these 4 elves, only the 41st level infernape, who has just entered the senior level, is stronger. The other elves are elite elves, which can be easily measured. The move pool and potential talents of the 4 elves are very bad, all at the level of more than 40 points. If any of the elves of a small gangster are at the level of a quasi-king, then it is not right. These 4 elves can sell for more money in the black market, but he is in a hurry, so there is no need to go to the black market specifically. Okay, a total of 7 million, do you want cash, or cash? Yu-Hai will not deposit it into a bank card, otherwise, when he withdraws 7 million, he will deduct 70,000 in handling fees. He can't stand being fleeced like this all the time. The elf made a deal, and the old man also took out the money and asked Yu-Hai to come to the bar to get the money. Yu-Hai put all the 7 million into the space backpack, and there was a note with the money. The note had the address of the Chengdong City Hospital in Hassa City and the room number of the ward. Yu-Hai only took a glance and understood what the old man meant, without asking the old man at all. It can only be said that he is worthy of being an old fox. It is easy to get along with an old fox. There is no need to ask, the other party knows what he wants. After taking the note, Yu-Hai said nothing, hurriedly left the tavern, and took the big-mouthed Gulgo to the hospital on the note. The address of the hospital is in the east of the city, not far from the port. When the strong man was sent to the hospital closest to the tavern was chosen. When he arrived at the hospital inpatient department, he quickly found the ward number on the note. He did not rush into this single ward, but observed outside the door for a while. He saw the strong man who was injured that night, talking and laughing on the phone on the bed, obviously having a good chat. He immediately went to the unmanned ward next door, released Butterfree from the poke ball, and asked Butterfree to send the hypnotic powder into the ward from the window. Butterfree, do you understand? Butterfree nodded gently, flew to the top of the window of the next ward, began to shake off the hypnotic powder, and then gently flapped his wings to use the breeze to send the hypnotic powder into the ward. Yu-Hai was watching outside the door until the strong man's hand suddenly loosened and he fell asleep. Then he entered the ward, closed the wooden door, came to the bed, bent down to pick up the strong man's phone and hung up. Then he reached out and picked up the strong man, and threw him out of the window. The orb silk spider had already set up a spider web outside the window. Fortunately, this was a single room, and no one had discovered that Yu-Hai had kidnapped the strong man. The ward was also opened by the strong man's elder brother at a high price for the strong man to recuperate. Before leaving, he checked the ward for the last time and saw a poke ball on the bedside table. He directly picked up the poke ball, locked it and threw it into his backpack. There was a wrist force in the poke ball, which was also worth 2 million, not bad. He didn't expect that he would have an unexpected gain just to finish the work. After taking the poke ball, he jumped out of the window and used the poke ball to take back Butterfree. The orb silk spider jumped onto his shoulder again. Yu-Hai sat on the gull again, and the gull's claws grabbed the strong man and immediately flew into the air. They were ready to go to the forest before. After they left the hospital, a nurse came to the ward to change the dressing for the strong man, but she didn't see the strong man, so she asked her colleague whether the strong man had been discharged from the hospital. The final result was that the strong man had not completed the discharge procedures, but the strong man was gone. The colleague asked the nurse not to look for him. The strong man stared at you with lustful eyes all day long. Why did you look for the strong man? Just report it. It's none of their business anyway. As for the disappearance of the strong man, it ended up in nothing, and the acquaintances who learned of the disappearance of the strong man probably guessed something. They didn't want to provoke the desperado who could kill the strong man. After all, they were just gangsters, not wanted criminals, and not relatives of the strong man. There was no need to provoke the desperado. Instead, they all took action to divide up the assets hidden by the strong man. Yu Hai didn't know what happened in the hospital after he left. After more than 10 minutes of flying, the gull landed in a forest. Yu Hai released the big crab from the poke ball again. Big crab, dig a hole, dig a 5-meter deep hole. The big crab started digging a hole, and Yu Hai also had to deal with the strong man. He would not bury the strong man alive, because he was worried. Even if he buried the strong man alive, he might still be able to escape from being buried alive with his hands alone. He had seen it in the movie. So, he took out the dagger and stabbed the strong man in the heart, completely ending the strong man's life. The moment the dagger stabbed, the strong man was also awakened by the pain, staring at Yu Hai's eyes with wide eyes. He was too familiar with these eyes and would never forget them in his life. He always remembered this pair of eyes, which stepped on him disdainfully that night and took away his Monkey King. The owner of this pair of eyes was the trainer who injured him with one blow that night. The strong man had long known that his elder brother would take action tonight, or to catch the trainer who injured him. It was his elder brother who told him, because his elder brother said that he could take revenge tonight. This man actually appeared here and attacked him, so his elder brother must be dead. After realizing this, the strong man didn't even have time to say anything cruel, and he coughed up blood from the corner of his mouth and died completely. Yu Hai took out 120,000 alliance coins from the strong man, put them in his pocket, threw the sundries into the big pit, and then pushed the strong man into the big pit with the dagger on his chest. Then he asked the big claw crab to fill the soil, and he went to the beach to wash his hands. When he washed the blood and went back, the big claw crab also filled the soil and piled up a small mound. Finally, he asked Orb Spinner to do some disguises. He used the poke ball to retrieve the crab and got on the gull again. This time, he was going to the poke center to treat the frog and other Pokemon in his hand. After flying for more than 10 minutes, he landed outside the poke center. Yu Hai first used the poke ball to retrieve Orb Spinner and gull before entering the poke center. When it was his turn in the queue, he handed all 6 poke balls and his ID card to Miss Joy. Miss Joy, my frog is seriously injured. Please help me treat the injured frog. Okay, Trainer Yu Hai, please wait a moment. Miss Joy put the poke ball on the medical cart and let the Gigi to push it to the emergency room. Yu Hai also came to the bench of the poke center and waited quietly, and eavesdropped on the conversations of the trainers around him. Have you seen a lot of new Pokemon on the street? I think there's a big blue dog that looks so cool. It seems to be called Luca. Lucario, that's a fighting Pokemon from the Sinnoh region. I heard there's also a wave guide, something like a superpower. I really want a Lucario. That big blue dog is so cool. Go home early and take a shower. Maybe you'll see it in your dreams. Isn't it better to dream about a legendary beast? I also heard there's an auction at the breeding house. A Lucario Pokemon egg. I heard about it, but I also heard that the price of the egg was hyped up to hundreds of millions of alliance coins before it was bought by a rich man. Hundreds of millions? They are robbing money. How can it be so expensive? I heard it has something to do with wave guide. I'm not sure. Anyway, you are not the rich fool. Why are you excited? Haha, I really want to be a rich fool. Yu Hai listened to the conversation between the 2 trainers next to him, and was a little surprised that the news of Lucario appeared here so quickly. It seems that Electabuzz can evolve. His guess is correct, but there is no news now. However, the evolution of Electabuzz can't be concealed for long. Compared to Electabuzz, he is more concerned about the news of Lucario, because this handsome blue dog, he also wants it. But just heard the price hundreds of millions, and he was beaten back to his original form. Unless you steal or rob, it is impossible to own Lucario. Don't doubt whether Lucario is worth hundreds of millions. You should know that Lucario is a non-mythical elf for which the production team produced an independent theatrical version. This is the face of Lucario. A non-mythical elf independently supports a theatrical version. According to the enthusiasm for fighting elves here, it is not surprising that it can be hyped up to hundreds of millions. While he was dealing with the strong man and waiting for the mosquito frog to treat him, Xiaoying also carried Xiona back to the orphanage. Xiaoying, why are you back? The old dean saw Xiaoying and Xiona on Xiaoying's back, and immediately walked towards the two of them with a cane. Dean, brother Hai, and I rescued Xiona. Xiaoying gently put Xiona down, supported the old dean who was walking unsteadily, and explained to the old dean. Rescue? Didn't Xiona go out to find you? The old dean found out that Xiona was missing in the afternoon, but he thought that Xiona missed Yu Hai too much, so he went out to look for Yu Hai. He did not choose to call the police because Xiona was late. After all, Xiaoying often came back late, and if Juncha was alarmed to find the child because of such a thing, things would become very troublesome. He planned to wait a little longer, and if Xiona did not come back with Xiaoying, he would choose to call the police to find someone. However, what he did not expect was that Xiona was kidnapped. What happened? Why was Xiona kidnapped? The old dean asked Xiaoying anxiously, want to know the whole story. It was Brother Hai's enemy who followed me and found Brother Hai, and also found the orphanage, and wanted to kidnap Xiona to threaten Brother Hai. In the end, the kidnappers were solved by Brother Hai and me, and Xiona was rescued. Xiaoying first roughly told the old dean what happened just now. But she felt that this explanation was not clear enough, so she told the old dean again about being followed, Xiona being kidnapped, and the battle in the woods. Hey, it's good that everything is fine, it's good that everything is fine, the old dean sighed, and didn't expect Yu Hai to say that there was trouble in the morning. The enemy came to the door in the afternoon. The only thing to be thankful for now is that Xiona is fine, Xiaoying is fine too, but they seem to have become a little different. After experiencing the forest battle and rescuing Xiona, the old dean did not see the panic, fear, or excitement on Xiaoying's face, but spoke of the matter calmly. Dean, take Xiona back to rest first. I still need to go to the Pokemon Center to treat the injured Pokemon. If it weren't for Brother Hai, my Pokemon would be more seriously injured. Xiaoying handed Xiona to the old dean's parasitic mushroom and prepared to say goodbye to the old dean. Head, go to the elf center. Xiaoying, go ahead, I'll take good care of Xiona. The old dean raised his hand and patted Xiaoying's shoulder. He knew in his heart that Xiaoying must have experienced something in the woods to become like this. No matter what Xiaoying experienced, as long as she was not injured and could come back alive, he didn't want to think about other things. After all, young people have their own ideas. He is just the dean, not Xiaoying's grandfather. Dean, don't worry, Brother Hai has gone to deal with the last trouble, and no bad guys will come to the orphanage again. I know, you go, the old dean just waved his hand and didn't say anything. Then I'll go first, Dean. Xiaoying said goodbye to the dean and ran towards the Pokemon Center. At this point, there was no car even if he took a taxi. He wanted a big-mouthed gull, and thought of Yu Hai's big-mouthed gull, which could both fight and be used as a means of transportation. If he had a big-mouthed gull, he wouldn't have to run like this, but would ride the big-mouthed gull to the Pokemon Center, which would definitely be much faster. Xiaoying made another decision. He must capture a long-winged gull tomorrow. He didn't want to run anymore, it was so tiring. Until he ran to a crowded street, Xiaoying got a taxi and went to the Pokemon Center. When he gave the 2 Pokeballs and his ID card to Miss Joy for registration, and then took the registered ID card to the rest area to wait for Pokemon treatment, he also saw the masked Yu Hai waiting here. Brother Hai, why are you here? Xiaoying came over and exclaimed in surprise. 209 Chapter 203, It seems not a loss. 209. Have you sent Xiona back? Yu Hai saw Xiaoying and gestured to Xiaoying to be quiet. This is the Pokemon Center. Noisy will cause dissatisfaction among other trainers. Xiaoying also noticed the eyes of the trainers around her, and immediately kept silent. She came to Yu Hai and sat down quietly, and whispered to Yu Hai, "Brother Hai, I have sent Ziona back. Don't you still have things to deal with? Have you finished it?" "It's done," Yu Hai said in a low voice, but Xiao Ying should understand when she saw him nod. "Hai," Xiao Ying was relieved when she saw Yu Hai nod, and looked around with a guilty conscience, fearing that these trainers would find out that they had done something bad. Seeing Xiao Ying's guilty expression, Yu Hai immediately raised his hand and patted Xiao Ying on the shoulder, scolding with a smile, "Xiao Ying, don't show that expression. Have you forgotten what I said to the alliance? You must have confidence in yourself." "I understand, Brother Hai," Xiao Ying nodded gently, thinking that the two were kidnappers and bad guys who kidnapped Ziona, and it was not a pity that they died. There was no need for him to feel guilty because he saw Juncha. He was not doing anything bad. He was just rescuing his sister and killing a bad guy who Juncha could not punish. In this way, Xiao Ying slowly convinced herself, and Miss Juncha also walked towards them. Just because Yu Hai was dressed too suspiciously, Juncha wanted to check his ID card. "Please show your ID cards, two trainers." Yu Hai pulled down his veil, took out his ID card and handed it to Juncha. He was a good citizen with an ID card, and he was upright. Although he had just buried 3 kidnappers, he was not afraid of Juncha checking his ID card. "Yu Hai?" When Miss Juncha read out Yu Hai's name, Yu Hai also looked up and looked at Miss Juncha, so that Miss Juncha could see his appearance clearly. But Miss Juncha didn't remember herself. It was estimated that this Miss Juncha was not the Miss Juncha who checked his ID card before. "And you, young trainer, please show me your ID card." Miss Juncha looked at Yu Hai's ID card and found no problem, so she returned it to Yu Hai and asked Xiao Ying for her ID card. Because of what happened just now, Xiao Ying didn't dare to look at Juncha, nor did she take the initiative to give her ID card. She was worried about Juncha. Will he ask about what happened just now? His psychological quality is not up to standard at all. It was Yu Hai who pushed Xiao Ying, and Xiao Ying came back to her senses and looked up at Jun Shat. "Young trainer, please show me your ID card." Hearing this, Xiao Ying came back to her senses instantly and looked around for her ID card. She didn't know that the ID card was in her hand. Xiao Ying actually forgot her ID card because of nervousness. When Yu Hai saw this scene, he was so embarrassed that he was completely speechless to Xiao Ying. He directly reached out and took Xiao Ying's ID card and handed it to Miss Jun Shat. Why is he so nervous? Miss Juncha did not check the ID card immediately, but asked about Xiao Ying's condition. She felt something was wrong. The boy was too nervous, which was suspicious. "Miss Juncha, his Pokemon was seriously injured, and he was worried about the Pokemon he was treating, so he didn't hear what you said." Yu Hai's explanation was a bit far-fetched, but it was an explanation after all. Xiao Ying came back to her senses and knew that she had lost her composure just now. She immediately nodded and agreed, "My frog is being treated, and I am very worried about them." Miss Juncha listened to the explanations of the two people and immediately looked at Xiao Ying's ID card. She saw that the addresses were all the addresses of the West City Orphanage, which meant that the 2 teenagers were children of the orphanage. Finally, Miss Juncha went to the counter to verify the information of the Pokemon that Yu Hai and the others were treating, and then came back to return the ID card to Xiao Ying, and warned Yu Hai, "Trainer Yu Hai, you have only registered 3 Pokemon, and the other Pokemon cannot be taken to the street. If you want to take other Pokemon to the street, please register the remaining Pokemon as soon as possible." "Thank you Miss Juncha for your reminder. I will go to register right away." Yu Hai kept a smile on his face, thanked Miss Juncha, and sent Miss Juncha away. After Miss Juncha left, Yu Hai raised his hand and put it on Xiao Ying's shoulder, and said to Xiao Ying with a smile, "Xiao Ying, it's okay, you will get used to it after a few more times." "Brother Hai, you make it sound so easy." Xiao Ying smiled helplessly. It was the first time he experienced such a thing. After killing someone, he appeared in front of Miss Juncha in a swagger. Although he killed all the bad guys, he was still very nervous. I really can't do what Yu Hai did, and face her calmly. Juncha lied, for him, he needed to get used to it a few more times. In fact, Yu Hai was not born with the ability to lie without changing his expression. In his previous life, he had been working in the workplace for too long, and gradually became numb, and learned to be expressionless and fake smile. Xiaoying Yu Hai wanted to chat with Xiaoying for a few more words, but before he finished, he heard someone calling him. Trainer Yu Hai, Trainer Yu Hai. Here, I'm here. Yu Hai heard Miss Joy calling, and immediately stood up and raised his hand and walked over, asking Miss Joy, how is my frog? Frog is seriously injured, and was hit by electric moves many times. The finger injury is the most serious. Now the condition has stabilized. We have treated Frog. You take Frog back and rest well. You can't fight within 2 days. Then can you train in these 2 days? Yu Hai asked again while he breathed a sigh of relief. The frog can be trained, but only for rehabilitation, not for fingers, you know. Miss Joy warned. I know, thank you Miss Joy for your treatment. Yu Hai hurriedly thanked her. No matter what, Miss Joy helped him. And the crab was also attacked by many electric moves. How did you fight it? Why did you let the crab fight the electric elves? It's a one-on-one battle, and you can't change Pokémons. I can't do anything about it. Yu Hai blushed slightly, raised his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead, and apologized. Why are you trainers so reckless? You don't cherish Pokémons at all, Miss Joy complained, and waved her hand to go to work. Yu Hai also paid the treatment fee at the small window and took away 6 Pokémons. The treatment fee for Frog cost 8,000, Crab cost 5,000, and Rhino cost 3,000. The remaining 3 Pokémons were all basic treatments, which cost 1,000. Total cost, 19,000 alliance coins. How should I put it? This vote seems to be a good deal, and I even made millions. No wonder there are so many disputes among trainers. I can only say that killing and robbing is really the fastest way to make money. There is also the ice explosion phenomenon of Frog's frozen fist. Although it is very powerful, the counter-injury is also serious. We have to find a way to solve the counter-injury. Output all the explosion effects to the opponent, and this move will make sense. After getting back the 6 Pokeballs, Yu Hai found Xiaoying again and said goodbye to her. I'm going back to the villa. Are you going to the orphanage or your grandfather? I'll go to my grandfather. Xiaoying still had an infernape on him, and he planned to give it to his grandfather. From time to time, he would go to the tavern and hear some drinkers chatting about the black market mentioned by Yu Hai, which was just below the tavern. But his grandfather never allowed him to go to the black market, and he always kept a close eye on him. This time he got the infernape, although he had the help of Brother Hai. The trophy belonged to him, and he would see what his grandfather said later. Go to the tavern. Yu Hai thought for a while, took out the Pokeball of the arm force and gave it to Xiaoying, raised 2 fingers and told him, give the Pokeball to your grandfather, I want this number. Understood. Xiaoying understood what Yu Hai meant, and the 2 fingers meant the 2 million for the arm force, and let his grandfather deal with it. After he received the Pokeball of the arm force, Yu Hai disappeared from his sight and had left the Poke Center. After leaving the Elf Center, Yu Hai boarded the Osprey and did not return to the villa immediately, but flew to the orphanage. When he landed in the orphanage, he saw that the lights were still on. The old dean, who heard the movement in the yard, also opened the door and looked out, and saw Yu Hai getting off the Osprey. Ahai! The old dean shouted to Yu Hai from a distance. Dean, is Xiao Nai okay? Yu Hai came over just to ask about Xiao Nai's situation. Xiao Nai is fine, she has fallen asleep, there are no external injuries on her body, only the marks of the rope, and the green caterpillar is still there. Are you here to see Xiao Nai? I'm glad she's okay. Yu Hai secretly breathed a sigh of relief, took out another cigarette box, took out a cigarette, lit it and took a puff. Just when he was about to give a cigarette to the old dean, he saw that the old dean was holding an old pipe in his hand. The old dean might not be used to this kind of cigarette. I haven't smoked for a long time. The old dean saw Yu Hai handing over a cigarette, but he didn't dislike it. In fact, he smoked a pipe just to save money. Dean, I have caused trouble to the orphanage. I have dealt with it cleanly. No one will come to the orphanage again, Yu Hai sighed while smoking. The identity of the orphanage seems good, but there are also many troubles. No matter what identity, as long as there are traces, there will be troubles. This is the trouble of identity, with advantages and disadvantages. It's okay, Ahai, don't take it to heart, the old dean waved his hand, not caring about this matter. Perhaps it was also because Xiaonai came back safely. Dean, in order to avoid similar things from happening again, I will change my ID card address tomorrow, and I will completely disappear from the lives of the children. Don't mention me. Okay, I'll remember it. The old dean felt that Yu Hai handled it well and was considering the orphanage, so he didn't object. Dean, here is 1 million, you can buy some delicious food for the children. Yu Hai took out another 1 million to support the orphanage. For him, this money is the value of a parasitic mushroom. Aha, you gave too much. The old dean did not reach out to take it, but shook his head and waved his hands to refuse the money. Seeing this, Yu Hai did not force the old dean to take it, but put the money on the ground, took the small pendant of butterfree from his backpack, put it on the 1 million alliance coins, and handed it to the old dean. Dean, I don't have any gifts for Ziona, so I'll leave this little thing to Ziona. Okay, I know. The old dean saw the small pendant of butterfree and understood what Yu Hai meant, because Ziona had a green caterpillar. Dean, I should go. Let Xiaoying come to me if there is anything. There is no need to hide my affairs from Ziona. Let the other children forget me. Yu Hai put down the small pendant and said goodbye to the old dean. He did not take the cigarettes with him. After all, he said he would quit smoking, so he only needed to take 2 puffs. He left the remaining cigarettes to the old dean, who put them on 1 million alliance coins. Aha, you will always be a child of the orphanage. The old dean watched Yu Hai board the gull and fly into the night sky, muttering to himself in a low voice, a silent farewell to Yu Hai. Some book friends said that the currency is difficult to convert and it seems too inflationary. In fact, there is no need to convert. If you have to convert, the ratio is 1 to 20, which is also easy to calculate. 210 Chapter 204, Braver Than Him. 210. Miss Joy called Xiaoying's name. Xiaoying took back 2 poke balls, paid 20,000 for treatment, and took a taxi to the tavern. When Xiaoying appeared at the door of the tavern, she scared the waitress. Jump, the waitress knew Xiaoying, and knew that Xiaoying was the grandson of the captain's boss, and also a trainer. Xiaoying, why are you here? I have something to ask Grandpa. Xiaoying directly passed the waitress. He was not interested in these big sisters, and was not as interesting as the Pokemon battle. He also went straight to the old man's bar and looked at the old man who was selling wine quietly. Xiaoying, why are you here? The old man saw the waitress's strange eyes, and turned around to see his grandson standing behind him. He always avoided his grandson from contacting places like taverns. After all, he knew better than anyone what kind of drunkards came here to drink, and he was afraid that these drunkards would lead his grandson astray. However, the old man didn't know that his grandson had been led astray. It can't be said that he was led astray. Did he become stronger, or did the old man send him there for transformation himself? The old man can only bear this pot himself. Grandpa, I have something important to find you, Xiaoying explained. Grandpa? Xiaoying, you can't call me Grandpa. The old man heard the name of Grandpa, his face was as happy as a chrysanthemum, and he quickly asked the waiter to look after the bar, and he took Xiaoying to the lounge. Grandpa, this is the wrist force that Brother Hai gave you to deal with. He said it would cost 2 million. Xiaoying came to the lounge and took out the wrist force that Yu Hai gave him. Wrist force, 2 million is acceptable. The old man took the wrist force and guessed that it should be the wrist force of the strong man in the hospital. It seems that the strong man in the hospital was also dealt with by Yu Hai, and the wrist force will be dealt with together with the other 4 elves later. But these are not the most important. The most important thing is the change of the little grandson. He actually changed his mouth to call him grandpa, and he is still a little uncomfortable. However, the pleasant change of the little grandson is always a good thing. This change should be related to that kid. It seems that handing the little grandson to that kid is the wisest choice in his life. Just when the old man was feeling complacent, Xiao Ying threw out a trump card, and the old man lost his composure. Grandpa, Brother Hai said this Pokemon is worth 2 million? Is that true? Xiao Ying took out her trophy, Infernape, and was a little skeptical about Yu Hai's offer. Infernape is worth more than 2 million, and can be sold for more than 3 million on the black market. The old man did not hide anything from his grandson, and finally told the real price of the fighting-type Pokemon. He can only sell it for more than 3 million. Others may not be able to sell it for 3 million, but he has his own way to sell it for 3 million. After all, there are more than 7 breeding houses that need adult Pokemons, and there are also some small breeding houses. Pokemon cubs are also cheaper than the 7 breeding houses. After all, small profits but quick turnover, but the quality of the Pokemon is hard to say and there is no guarantee. But as soon as the old man finished talking about the price, he snatched the Pokeball of Infernape and asked Xiao Ying in surprise, "Is this also the Pokemon that kid wants to deal with?" "No, this is my trophy." Xiao Ying snatched the Pokeball again and declared her sovereignty over the Pokeball in front of the old man. "Your trophy? Where did you get Infernape?" The old man had a bad premonition that his grandson must have done something bad. "Stinky old man, I told you, don't steal my Infernape." Xiao Ying knew that she couldn't hide it from her grandfather. If she wanted the old man to deal with the Pokemon, she had to tell the old man the truth, which was why he called him grandpa at the beginning. "Okay, I won't steal yours, you tell me." The old man probably guessed what Xiao Ying and Yu Hai did. He had begun to regret handing Xiao Ying over to Yu Hai for teaching. That kid taught Xiao Ying to steal other people's Pokemon instead of teaching her anything else. However, the old man had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. He just thought that his grandson had stolen Pokemon instead of killing people. 2 people followed me and found Brother Hai. Brother Hai said they were his enemies. In order to threaten Brother Hai, the 2 people also kidnapped Ziona from the orphanage. Brother Hai and I went to rescue Ziona and got this Pokemon. It's not as simple as you say, right? When the old man heard that his grandson was being followed, he immediately realized that it was probably him who was following him and found his grandson. Then he followed his grandson and found Yu Hai hiding in the city. It turned out that the source was still here, and he took the blame again. My frog couldn't beat the 2 Pokemon of that man. In the end, it was Brother Hai who saved me. Brother Hai took the Parasaurol office, and I got the Infernape. I also found more than 100,000 alliance coins on that man. Xiao Ying knew that she couldn't hide it from her grandfather, so she lowered her head and told him everything about the battle. I knew it. The old man wanted to scold Xiao Ying, but Xiao Ying was not injured, and he didn't scold Xiao Ying for saving the children in the orphanage. He wouldn't let the grandfather-grandson relationship, which had just eased, drop to the freezing point again. By the way, where are those 2 people? The old man suddenly thought of something. If the strong man was still alive, he would definitely come to avenge them. If they are dead, they will be buried in the woods, Xiao Ying answered truthfully. How did they die? The old man quietly clenched his fists and prayed secretly that it must not be what he thought, it must not be. Brother Hai killed one, and I killed the other, Xiao Ying answered truthfully again. The old man felt that his eyes suddenly turned black when he heard this, and he almost fainted. Fortunately, he was sitting on the sofa, so he lay down with his head raised. He had to take a breath. This news was too explosive, and his little heart couldn't bear it. At the same time, he regretted it. He regretted handing Xiaoying over to Yu Hai for instruction. He only now realized that it was a fire pit, and he was pushing his grandson into the fire pit. When he was young, the first time he killed someone was when he was fighting pirates. As a result, his grandson was braver than him and killed a person at the age of 11. Although the person he killed was not a good person, it was too difficult for an old man. How could he face his son and daughter-in-law who had long passed away after making his grandson like this? "Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me, Grandpa." Xiaoying saw the old man fainted on the sofa, and hurried forward to push the old man, hoping to wake him up. The old man suddenly opened his eyes and scolded Xiaoying, who pushed him. "You still know how to call me Grandpa? I asked you to learn to breed mosquito-repellent frogs from him, not to let you learn to kill people from him." "Grandpa, they kidnapped Ziona." Xiaoying's mentality had long been adjusted. The two were bad guys. If they died, they died. After all, scumbags are not human beings, and no one cares if they die. You, the old man was speechless. Should he refute and ask Xiaoying to ask the strong man to release the hostage, or pay money to redeem the hostage, or let Yu Hai be arrested, and the strong man will release the hostage? But Yu Hai must be willing to be arrested. Based on his understanding of the boy, he doesn't care about anyone at all, not to mention that he is an unrelated child, so he is even less likely to care. And if he pays money to redeem the hostage, once the strong man tastes the sweetness, there will be a second kidnapping after the first one, and then it will be a mess, and sooner or later he will be exploited by the group of greedy kidnappers, and he will not pay money to redeem the hostage. After thinking about it, the old man felt that rescuing the hostage and killing the kidnappers was the best choice, and Xiaoying's approach was right. However, he still couldn't get over the psychological barrier and couldn't accept the fact that Xiaoying killed people at the age of 11. But from now on, Xiaoying can't associate with Yu Hai anymore. He doesn't allow Xiaoying to continue to learn from Yu Hai, so as to prevent Xiaoying from being led astray by Yu Hai. "Xiaoying, don't study with him anymore. I'll find you a new teacher." The old man sat up again, pulled his grandson to sit down, and advised him earnestly. He was really blinded by the trainer who killed people as if it was commonplace. He really regretted letting his grandson learn from such a person. However, the two had just met for 2 days, and there was still a chance to save them. From now on, not associating with each other was the best choice for Xiaoying. The old man didn't know that Xiaoying had changed into another shape in just 2 days. Xiaoying was no longer the original Xiaoying. 211 Chapter 205, I knew it a long time ago. 211. In fact, the old man did nothing wrong. In this situation, 99% of parents would do this. This is human nature. The remaining 1% is a minority, and the minority is generally classified as abnormal and not considered. When parents who don't keep their promises break their promises to their children, the children will 100% refuse such persuasion, which is also human nature. Children often go against them, just to oppose for the sake of opposition, just to find trouble, just to retaliate against the dishonesty, which is all very normal. However, often at this time, it is time for armed confrontation, which is also something that Yu Hai particularly disliked in his previous life. It really proves the saying that parents don't need to take exams, and they can beat their children as much as they want. It is their own children even if they are beaten to death. This is a common saying used by parents in previous lives. It's like the collapse of social credit. No matter what the experts say, it's right to do the opposite. You feel happy, but some people will feel unhappy. Stinky old man, I don't need it. Xiaoying shook her head and rejected the old man. He followed Yu Hai with a firm look. Why don't you listen? Haven't you been beaten enough? The old man knew his grandson's stubborn temper and said that it would definitely not make sense. But the little grandson's reaction was very wrong. He didn't yell or roll around in a rage, resisting his arrangement. Instead, he looked at him calmly and waited for his next move. Seeing that he didn't speak for a long time, he heard the little grandson speak calmly, "Grandpa, I know very well what kind of trainer I am learning from, and I know very well what I am doing. If you want to fight, this is also the last time I call you Grandpa. From now on, I will not come here again. I have my own way to become a trainer. I don't regret taking this road." Hey, the old man heard this. How could he bear to beat his little grandson? It seems that his little grandson has grown up. The economy can no longer hold the little grandson hostage. The infernape in his hand can be sold for at least 2 million. After leaving himself, this is the little grandson's source of income. The road to becoming a trainer no longer needs his grandfather's support. The little grandson has finally grown up and can fly freely without his protection. He knew that he could no longer restrain Xiaoying. The choice now is to maintain the relationship and continue to be a provider, or let Xiaoying fly solo. However, seeing Xiaoying's unflinching eyes, the old man finally softened his heart. Because he thought about Xiaoying's parents. Isn't Xiaoying at this time the Xiaoying who can accept this matter? Isn't this Xiaoying the Xiaoying he has been waiting for? Xiaoying, who has no blood and ruthlessness, he really dare not tell Xiaoying about her parents. And what he didn't do was done by others, and he was actually a little unhappy. Seeing Xiaoying finally grow up, and he was not happy. It's really funny to think about it. At this point, the old man knew that it was irreversible. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong to let Xiaoying learn from Yu Hai, and he didn't know whether this step was wrong. He could only accompany Xiaoying to the end. In the end, the old man reluctantly took the blame and wanted to ask some questions to ease the atmosphere between the grandfather and grandson. "Xiaoying, Grandpa will not interfere in your affairs in the future. Grandpa just wants to know what he taught you." When the old man said he would not interfere, he suddenly became many years older. However, he was still very relieved to see his grandson grow up, think like an adult, and confront him calmly. Grandpa doesn't oppose Brother Hai anymore. Xiaoying thought she would be beaten, but she didn't expect Grandpa to compromise on his own initiative. This was the first time after resisting strongly. "Forget it, Grandpa doesn't care. As long as you know what you are doing, it's fine. Grandpa won't care too much, and people will dislike you." The old man curled his lips, and was about to name the name. "Grandpa, I was just joking with you. How can I not have a grandpa?" Xiaoying touched his nose awkwardly. He knew who his grandfather was talking about, and immediately rushed up to hug the old man's arm and acted like a spoiled child. "Okay, tell me, what is he going to teach you? What did he teach you?" The old man saw his grandson acting like a spoiled child, and a smile appeared on his face. As long as the grandson still called him Grandpa, he would not object. After all, objection was invalid. The tougher he was, the more stubborn Xiaoying became. He softened, and Xiaoying softened instead. "Brother Hai taught me a lot of things, and he also planned to teach the combined attack skills mastered by the mosquito-repellent frog to my mosquito-repellent frog." Xiaoying saw the old man smile, and also told the old man about the campfire conversation that night, and Yu Hai's funding for the orphanage, and bought a lot of delicious food. As Xiaoying told the story, the old man's view of Yu Hai was completely changed. He was no longer a murderer and a cold-blooded desperado, but just a trainer who wanted to live a stable life. He taught you to learn characteristics. You want to be a qualified trainer. There are no useless Pokemon, only useless trainers. So he is not a strong trainer? You also want to see higher peaks. The old man listened to Xiaoying's story and talked and laughed with Xiaoying from time to time. He also understood Xiaoying's ambition during the conversation. That is to become a qualified trainer first and understand the importance of learning Pokemon knowledge. Yu Hai also made Xiaoying understand the meaning of a trainer, and finally to constantly cross the mountains and become the strongest trainer. He felt that Xiaoying's ambition was very good. If he had such an ambition when he was a child, he would not have wasted his life and never stepped over the threshold of the Quasi-King. So this is what Xiao Ying learned. No wonder Xiao Ying opposed changing teachers. Even if it meant breaking off the grandfather-grandson relationship, she wanted to maintain this teacher-student relationship. The teacher he found casually almost influenced Xiao Ying's life and even reshaped Xiao Ying's worldview. That's why Xiao Ying paid so much attention to this young man who she had only met for 2 days. Grandpa, I not only want to see higher peaks, but I also want to cross them and become the peak of others, Xiao Ying boasted immediately. Ha ha ha, good, then Grandpa will wait and see that day. The old man was very pleased to see that his grandson finally got rid of the street chickens fighting, had his own goals, and was working towards the goals in his heart. For a while, he didn't regret it again. He felt that it was a very correct thing for Xiao Ying to learn to cultivate elves with Yu Hai. The other party also shaped Xiao Ying's positive worldview. More importantly, Xiao Ying actually called him Grandpa. He felt that letting Xiao Ying learn from Yu Hai was also a good thing, and it was a teacher he got for free. He was very happy. By the way, Grandpa, I still paid 1 million yuan for the tuition. Now I still need 900,000 yuan. You should deal with this hot monkey quickly so that I can pay the tuition. Xiao Ying didn't know that the old man was so happy, and suddenly said this, just like pouring a basin of cold water, chilling from head to toe. What? 1 million yuan for tuition? Are you stupid? He and Grandpa have an agreement, why are you paying? The old man felt that Yu Hai was bullying the child for being ignorant, and wanted to find Yu Hai to argue. After all, it was 1 million yuan. Grandpa, I asked Brother Hai, the agreement is still valid, but he still wants to charge 1 million yuan. Haven't you figured out the meaning of this 1 million yuan? Xiao Ying reminded the old man. He didn't believe that the old man didn't understand. If it weren't for his willfulness, he wouldn't have to spend this 1 million yuan. This is the price of willfulness, and it is also the first lesson in his life. He will remember the price for his whole life. After all, if someone doesn't want to teach, it's not a matter of 1 million yuan at all. 1 million yuan is nothing to him. From this move, he could tell that the other party was not short of money, not to mention it was only 1 million. Say 1 million was just to give both parties a way out. After all, what he could learn was not something that could be bought with 1 million. Well, forget it, 1 million is 1 million, it's all small money. The old man saw the look in his grandson's eyes and understood the meaning of 1 million. He just sighed helplessly and didn't dwell on it anymore. Xiao Ying, it's the first time you kill a bad guy. Do you feel uncomfortable? The old man put aside the tuition and cared about his grandson's psychological problems. He didn't know if his grandson would have nightmares when he slept at night. No, Grandpa, except for being a little nervous and scared at the beginning, everything is fine now. Xiao Ying thought about it and told Grandpa what Yu Hai said. Brother Hai knows very well the mental state before and after killing someone. Brother Hai has comforted me a lot. I have recovered. It's good to recover. The old man didn't expect that his grandson would adjust so quickly. It was only 3 or 4 hours after the killing. I don't know what Yu Hai said, but he actually enlightened his grandson so quickly. Grandpa, Brother Hai told me to have confidence in myself, and said that the 2 kidnappers were bad people, don't take it to heart, and said that when justice is not upheld, pure revenge becomes the only justice. When pure revenge becomes the only justice. The old man savored this sentence carefully and felt that Yu Hai was right, because he did this when he was young. At the same time, he finally let go of Xiao Ying's worry. From the conversation just now, he could hear that Xiao Ying did not follow the wrong person. The young man who can even consider before and after killing is really a terrible young man. Fortunately, they are not enemies. After chatting with Xiao Ying for such a long time, he also understood her. He did not intend to harm Xiao Ying, nor did he put Xiao Ying in danger. In that case, if he did not tell Xiao Ying, nothing would happen. But the other party chose to tell Xiao Ying and let Xiao Ying make her own choice. Based on his understanding of Xiaoying, Xiaoying would definitely choose to save people without hesitation. He knew his little grandson. However, Xiaoying had only been with the other party for 2 days, and there was such a big change. He did not know whether the changes in the future would be greater. He had to keep up with Xiaoying's changes. After seeing Xiaoying's growth and Xiaoying's determination, he completely let go of the secret he was unwilling to tell Xiaoying. Xiaoying, seeing you now, I think it's time to tell you about your parents. Grandpa, really? You won't lie this time. Xiaoying had been deceived too many times and had no hope at all. That was 8 years ago, when you were only 3 years old. Your parents took you on a cruise ship for a trip, but they encountered pirates at sea and all died. I'll take you to see their cemetery someday when I have time. I knew it a long time ago. Xiaoying didn't cry when she heard the news. In fact, he knew that his parents were gone, otherwise the old man wouldn't have thrown him into an orphanage. Because the children there were all without parents, and he knew that he was also a child without parents. This news was dispensable to him. If it was pirates, he would seek revenge on the pirates in the future. You knew it a long time ago. The old man didn't see his grandson crying, but looked indifferent. He felt sorry for his grandson and held him in his arms. Grandpa, the children in the orphanage are all without parents. I knew it a long time ago. Xiaoying didn't resist and let his grandfather pull him into his arms. He snuggled in his grandfather's arms and felt the warmth of his grandfather's arms. Hey, 8 years have passed. Xiaoying, listen to Grandpa's advice. Don't seek revenge on pirates before you have strength. In 8 years, the pirates may have died. When you have strength, you can seek revenge on other pirates, provided that you can protect yourself well. After all, pirates are wanted criminals who kill without blinking an eye. Grandpa doesn't want you to participate in the fight between pirates. Do you understand? I understand, Grandpa. I won't go out to sea before I have enough strength. Xiaoying nodded seriously. Xiaoying, who had just killed a kidnapper, understood the fragility of life. If it weren't for Yu Hai, he would be the one who died. He must become stronger to have a chance of revenge. Going out to sea without being strong is seeking death. He is not that stupid, nor will he be so hot-blooded and arrogant to seek death. He has been awakened a long time ago. Okay, Xiaoying, wait for me here. I'll go deal with the elves first. I'll give you the money later. You can bring it to him tomorrow. And your 3 million, you can keep it for cultivating elves. The old man saw that his grandson was not so impulsive, so he said goodbye to his grandson with confidence and prepared to leave the tavern to deal with Yu Hai's 5 elves and his grandson's infernape. Okay, Grandpa, I won't go back tonight. I want to sleep here. Xiaoying smiled and nodded, said goodbye to Grandpa, watched Grandpa leave the lounge, and reminded Grandpa before closing the door. Grandpa, I have to call the dean and tell him that I won't go back tonight. Don't wait for me. Before leaving, the old man also left a surprise for his grandson. I'll make a phone call now, Xiaoying, I'll get you a Pokemon in 2 days. It's a very powerful Pokemon. No one else knows about it yet. It's definitely a big surprise. You have to wait for Grandpa's surprise. I know, Grandpa. Xiaoying believed that Grandpa could definitely get a powerful Pokemon, just like the mosquito-repellent frog and the parasitic mushroom, which are all very good Pokemon. As the old man happily closed the door and left, Xiaoying stayed alone in the lounge. After the old man walked away, he couldn't help crying after all. His eyes couldn't hold back the tears, and they fell from the corners of his eyes. He cried quietly in the lounge. In fact, he was not as strong as he looked on the surface. He just didn't want others to find out that he was weak. After going through so many things, he was no longer the Xiaoying of the past. He could no longer go back to his previous innocence. He learned to disguise his weakness and face all difficulties with strength. I'm just a little sorry for the little fat boy who played with him. Next time we meet, I guess I can scare the little fat boy. 212. Chapter 206, Big Dry Milk Jew. 212. It was the 8th day after arriving at Hassa Island, sunny. The weather was good today, and Yu-Hai was in a good mood. He finally solved an enemy and didn't have to worry anymore. He slept well last night. He got up early and prepared breakfast. The elves were released. They basically stayed in the elf balls last night. Today, the 3 of them, frog, crab, and rhinoceros, don't need to be trained. He didn't supervise the remaining butterfree, gull, and orb silk spider, so it's okay to give everyone a day off. There were also Slowpoke, Magikarp, and Squidward, and the 3 guys were also playing in the swimming pool. Yu-Hai didn't supervise their training either, and they were basically free range. The only elf that trained on its own this morning was Farfetch. Farfetch didn't know why everyone didn't train, but it still insisted on training. It wanted to become stronger, which was also the requirement it set for itself. When the elves were having breakfast, Xiaoying also took a taxi to the villa, just in time for breakfast. "Brother Hai, you are having breakfast." Xiaoying entered the villa and released her mosquito-repellent frog and parasol mushroom, and took out energy cubes and elf snacks for the 2 elves to eat breakfast. "Xiaoying, there is still a breakfast in the kitchen." Yu-Hai cooked a big pot of noodles, and there was still some left in the pot, which should be enough for Xiaoying's breakfast. Xiaoying, who was about to take out bread and milk, heard that there was breakfast in the kitchen, so she took back her hands from her backpack, quickly went to the kitchen, and brought out a big bowl of noodles. The kitchen had all the seasonings. "Brother Hai, Miss Joy said that the elves can rest for 2 days and cannot train. What should we do today?" Xiaoying asked Yu-Hai how to arrange today while eating noodles. "Since Miss Joy doesn't allow training, let the elves rest for 2 days. We also have to study and do morning exercises." Yu-Hai thought about it. He has many elves and many things to do. He also has to wash clothes, change the address on his ID card, do morning exercises, and make up for his lessons. It's not that he has nothing to do because of boredom. Although the mosquito frogs can't be trained, the big-mouthed gulls can still be trained, but he doesn't have this requirement. After all, they experienced a big battle last night, so it's okay to let everyone rest for a day or 2 and relax. He also needs to learn relevant elves, especially water elves, and he just needs to get started directly. Considering that the mosquito frog is already injured, it's better to ask a professional breeder to massage it. He, a novice, won't try it randomly. After they finished breakfast, when Yu-Hai cleaned the elves' rice bowls, he touched the soft crab shell of the big crab and realized that the big crab had shed its shell again. Every time the big crab sheds its shell, its body will grow bigger. It has shed its shell countless times, and its body has surpassed that of the alienated big claw. He took out the big crab's diving ball, released the charred crab shell that the big crab shed, threw it into the trash can, and took out a bottle of moo moo milk from his backpack and poured it for the big crab, which was also a snack for the big crab. Quick, quick, the big crab didn't expect that it would have a snack, and immediately drank the milk happily. "Big crab, drink the milk first, and I'll buy you some calcium tablets later to help you accelerate the hardening of your shell." Xiaoying also curiously surrounded Yu-Hai when he poured milk for the big crab. "Brother Hai, your big crab looks weird." Xiaoying looked at the big crab carefully. If he hadn't often fought with the little fat man and was familiar with the appearance of the big crab, he would have almost mistaken the big crab for a giant crab. "Oh, it's the big claws that are weird, and the size of this big crab is much bigger than the big crab of the fat man, so it's easy to be mistaken for a giant crab. Big crabs are weird? Big? Giant crabs?" Yu-Hai didn't think it was weird at first, but just thought it was very special, like a special individual of a different colored elf, and didn't care about the appearance of the big crab. After Xiaoying's reminder, he thought it was not weird, but very abnormal among other people, so he thought the big crab looked like a giant crab. Especially the pair of big and small claws. The former one was the big claw that was alienated by the big crab due to malnutrition, and the small claw was the claw that was regenerated later. Just looking at it like this, it's easy to misunderstand that this is a giant crab. And the size of this big crab, Yu Hai thought of this and hurriedly went to the house to search, found a tape measure and an electronic scale, and prepared to measure the height and weight of the big crab. According to the average data in the Elf Beginner's book, the height of the giant crab is 0.4 m and the weight is 6.5 kilograms. The height of the giant crab is 1.3 m and the weight is 60.0 kilograms. And the height of this giant crab after molting is 60 centimeters, which is 0.6 m. This. Yu Hai couldn't believe his eyes and looked at the measuring tape again. What did his giant crab eat to grow so big? This is the height of the crab shell before it hardens. Once the crab shell hardens, it will only be higher. But the giant crab is much shorter than the giant crab, not even 1 meter. Well, he is too greedy to want the giant crab to grow to 1 meter. I don't know if the giant crab can continue to molt and grow. In this case, it needs to suppress evolution and wear the stone. However, after evolving into a giant crab, it can still molt and continue to grow, so should I suppress the evolution of the giant crab? After putting the giant crab on the electronic scale, Yu Hai figured out the problem, that is, don't suppress it, just let it go. The weight of the giant crab was also weighed by the electronic scale, which was 18 kilograms. The height and weight are both higher than the average data of normal giant crabs. It seems that this giant crab has been cultivated well by him. He is really looking forward to what the giant crab will look like after evolution, whether it will become taller and stronger, and complete his vision of a heavy armored warrior. Big claw crab. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 59.99%. Level, 26.46%. Feature, super strength claw /20.22%. Hidden feature, force /5.53%. Mastered moves, hand hammer /4.22%. Stare /3.43%. Water gun /16.35%. Harden /18.14%. Metal claw /5.34%. Dig hole /12.54%. Mud shooting /6.24%. Pray for rain /1.04%. High speed movement /3.15%. Big claw crab is about to evolve. It is only a little more than 1 level away from evolving into giant claw crab, which is only a matter of 4 or 5 days. Yu Hai carefully looked at the proficiency panel of Big Claw Crab and saw that the super strength claw feature increased his proficiency by 3%. He also used the hand hammer to hit Howley, which increased his proficiency by 2%. Hardening increased by 3%. Digging increased by 1%, used when digging holes. It also learned high-speed movement. High-speed movement, the crab learned high-speed movement. Yu Hai looked at the crab. Could it be that it learned high-speed movement when it was restraining Howley? The crab is not bad. It seems that the extra training in the past few nights was not in vain. Since the crab learned high-speed movement, he was relieved to let the crab evolve. The heavy armored warrior with high attack, high defense, and high speed was basically formed after learning high-speed movement. After measuring the height and weight of the crab, he took the crab back to the poke ball after the crab drank moo moo milk and let the crab have a good rest. Then he waved to the mosquito frog sitting under the eaves and prepared to measure the height and weight of the mosquito frog. Xiao Ying, who felt bored, had already gone to read a book. Xiao Ying obviously had not realized the significance of the different sizes of the crab. He thought it was the result of Yu Hai's training. As long as he cultivates elves according to Yu Hai's method, the elves can be as strong as Yu Hai's elves, that's what he thought. Yobo, Yobo, the mosquito frog came over and scratched his head, wondering if Yu Hai was going to arrange new training again. Mosquito frog, stand on the electronic scale. Yu Hai pulled the mosquito frog onto the electronic scale and saw the weight of the mosquito frog. 52 pounds. Yu Hai thought he had seen it wrong, so he drove the mosquito frog down and stood on it himself. He found that there was nothing wrong with the electronic scale and his weight was normal. Then he pulled out the tape measure and measured the height of the mosquito frog, which was 1.15 m. The book also has the average height and weight data of the mosquito frog, which are 1.0 m in height and 20.0 kilograms in weight. His mosquito frog is much higher than the average data. Could it be that it eats too well and grows a lot in height and muscle? After measurement, the giant crab and the mosquito frog are very special, and they may be related to the deserted island. After all, the elves on the island are all special individuals with relatively large bodies. There is also the silly iron rhino. Yu-Hai also went over to measure its height. It is also 1.1 meters tall and looks very strong. The cuticles all over its body are very hard, and its limbs are very strong. It is also 10 centimeters higher than the average data. It seems that such a special individual should be related to the deserted island. And the diet of the elves, it depends on how the trainer cultivates his own elves. First of all, it is necessary to eat enough. If you can also eat energy blocks, it will be even better. The role of energy blocks cannot be ignored. When he finished measuring the height and weight of the elves, he looked up but didn't see Xiaoying. Xiaoying's elf was gone. She was clearly reading a book just now, and no one knew where she ran away. He still had things to do, and didn't care about Xiaoying's departure. Instead, he ran for 2 hours in the morning exercise, and then took a shower, changed clothes, and washed last night's clothes. It was still early, just past 10 o'clock, and he needed to prepare to welcome the last breeder Huiza to come and massage the mosquito-repellent frog. When he finished taking a shower and washing his clothes, he heard footsteps outside the door. He looked outside and saw that it was Xiaoying who had been out. "Brother Hai, help me take a look at this long-winged gull? I caught a flying-type Pokemon with great difficulty." Xiaoying raised the long-winged gull Pokeball in her hand and shook it as soon as she saw Yu-Hai, wanting Yu-Hai to help see its talent. Because Yu-Hai is a breeder, this is deeply rooted in Xiaoying's heart, and Xiaoying doesn't want to miss the opportunity to capture a good Pokemon. "I thought you went somewhere, but it turned out to be to catch Pokemon." Yu-Hai thought it was the breeder Huizi who came, but he didn't expect that Xiaoying came back from out and brought a long-winged gull. He couldn't help but look at the big-mouthed gulls training to pray for rain on the courtyard wall. Could it be that Xiaoying was influenced by him and didn't capture Bobo, but instead captured a long-winged gull? When Xiaoying came over, he sat on the folding bed, reached out to take the Pokeball from Xiaoying, and opened the proficiency panel of long-winged gull. Long-winged gull. Attribute, water plus flying. Gender, male. Potential, 24%. Level, 5.27%. Features, wet body /1.69%. Master the moves. Seeing the potential, that column only has 24 potential points. Why should I capture this long-winged gull? It's a waste of time. This long-winged gull is no good. Let it go quickly. Yu-Hai took a quick look at the potential of the long-winged gull and threw it back to Xiaoying. "Brother Hai, do you really want to release it?" Xiaoying was holding the Pokeball of the long-winged gull, and was a little reluctant. This was the long-winged gull that he had spent 2 hours carefully selecting to capture. "Are you reluctant to release it?" Yu-Hai saw through Xiaoying's little thoughts and persuaded her, "Let it go quickly. I'll take you to catch a good one in the afternoon." "Okay." Xiaoying heard that Yu-Hai would help capture the long-winged gull, and immediately opened the Pokeball and released the long-winged gull. After the long-winged gull was released, it flew away cursing. When the long-winged gull was captured, it was beaten up by Xiaoying. It didn't have a good impression of Xiaoying, and didn't have a trace of nostalgia. After releasing the long-winged gull, Xiaoying was relieved. If Yu-Hai helped, he should be able to subdue a long-winged gull with good talent. He believed in Yu-Hai's vision. Yu-Hai sighed softly when he saw the long-winged gull flying away. He couldn't say it clearly because he had the proficiency panel, so he had to use the observation of the breeder to evade it. Fortunately, his words in front of Xiaoying still had some weight, so Xiaoying was able to let Xiaoying release the long-winged gull. However, even if Xiaoying didn't release it, what did it have to do with him? It wasn't him who wanted to subdue the long-winged gull. The reason why he helped Xiaoying subdue the long-winged gull was just a small effort. After all, he gave her 1,000,000 yuan for hard work. Although it was on credit, he would still help. Anyway, it was an investment, and it didn't matter if he invested more. It was just that the matter of changing the ID card address had to be postponed again. It would be the same if he went tomorrow. As soon as Xiaoying released the long-winged gull, the breeder Huizi entered the villa. "Mr. Hai, which elf are you massaging this time?" "Miss Huizi, you are finally here, please massage the mosquito-coated frog." Yu Hai saw Huizi and quickly stood up to greet her. Xiaoying also stood aside, quietly watching the conversation between the two. "Only massage the mosquito-coated frog?" Huizi asked. "Yes, only massage the mosquito-coated frog. The mosquito-coated frog was injured yesterday. You can be gentle when massaging the mosquito-coated frog," Yu Hai explained. "Okay, I understand." Huizi put down her bag and called Meow Meow to start working. The massage was divided into 2 times, 1 hour each time. Yu Hai saw Huizi start massaging and looked at his watch. It was almost 11 o'clock. He had to prepare lunch. Xiaoying was also called to the kitchen to help. After they prepared lunch, Huizi also massaged for an hour. It was lunch time, so Yu Hai asked Huizi to come over for lunch and took out 12,000 alliance coins, which was Huizi's commission for the massage. "Miss Huizi, do you want to have lunch together?" "Did Mr. Hai prepare lunch?" Huizi had a lunch box with her, but she still came over curiously. When she smelled the delicious food, her stomach started to growl. Huizi hurriedly covered her growling stomach, her face flushed with embarrassment, and apologized to Yu Hai. "I'm sorry, Mr. Hai." 213 Chapter 207, Talent Difference. 213. "Miss Huizi must be starving, so it's a good opportunity for you to have lunch with us." "Don't worry, Miss Huizi, I've also prepared lunch for Meow Meow." Yu Hai prepared lunch for the 10 elves and Huizi's Meow Meow, and Huizi saw it. When Huizi saw Meow Meow's lunch, she felt even more embarrassed. After seeing that Meow Meow had already started eating, she also sat at the table, smiled at Yu Hai, grabbed the chopsticks with both hands, and thanked Yu Hai. "Mr. Hai is really a careful and gentle trainer. Thank you for Mr. Hai's lunch. Then I'll start. Here is your massage commission, please keep it." Yu Hai saw that Huizi was willing to stay for dinner, so he pushed the money over. After Huizi accepted the alliance coins, the 3 of them started lunch. During lunch, Xiaoying also chatted with Huizi and wanted Huizi to massage his mosquito-repellent frog, but Huizi had an appointment in the afternoon, so he asked Xiaoying to make another appointment. After lunch, Huizi started massaging again, and Yu Hai also told Huizi that she could leave on her own after the massage. At this time, Yu Hai and Xiaoying were taking a nap. When they woke up, Huizi had left and the elves were all sleeping. He used the Pokeball to retrieve the Pokémons, leaving only the orb silk spider. He was going to go out with Xiaoying to help Xiaoying catch a long-winged gull. Before leaving, Xiaoying flipped through her backpack and handed over the 2 million she earned from selling arm strength last night and the 900,000 she owed to Yuhei. She didn't pay in the morning because she forgot and was busy catching long-winged gulls. At lunch, Xiaoying saw 12,000 alliance coins and remembered Yuhei's money. "Brother Hai, this is your money, 2,900,000 alliance coins, and 2 healing balls. Keep the healing balls for yourself, I still have several." Yuhei only took 2,900,000 and put them into the space backpack. "Okay," Xiaoying shook the healing balls and put them back into the backpack. She didn't say anything polite to Yuhei. He knew that Yuhei made more money than herself and didn't care about the 2 healing balls at all. But he cherished the 2 healing balls because they were given to him by Brother Hai. Where there are the most long-winged gulls, let's go and capture one. Yu Hai locked the gate of the yard and called Xiao Ying, left the villa and headed for the beach, where there should be many long-winged gulls. Since they were walking, Yu Hai took out his notebook and calculated how much cash he had while walking. The current cash is Xiao Ying's 1 million tuition, the strong man's 630,000, the 5 elves' 9 million, and the strong man's 120,000 cash. Total, 10,750,000, 1,750,000. Why is this money getting more and more? He feels something is wrong. This is very abnormal. If someone takes the initiative to give him a head next time, should he rob him? Or rob him? And he has only spent it in the past few days. 40,000 for barbecue, 30,000 for the second purchase of fresh meat, 20,000 for the 2 boys, 19,000 for the treatment of the elves, and 1 million for the orphanage last night. The massage fee just now is 12,000. Total, 1,121,000, 1,121,000. The remaining amount, 9,629,000, more than 9 million. Including the previous balance, 449,000. The remaining balance, 10,078,000, more than 10 million. Including the 27 million in the bank card, it is still more than 30 million, he is still a rich man. But with this money, he can only buy a mediocre talent of the 3 families, which can empty his family. Even if he wants to buy a high-level water stone, he can't buy one, and the high-level water stone is still out of stock, which is very outrageous. I don't know what kind of rich man bought so many high-level water stones. After secretly cursing the rich man, Yu Hai put down the small notebook and followed Xiao Ying to the beach. Xiao Ying came here in the morning. Xiao Ying is also a local and is familiar with this place. This is near the villa, the coconut beach in the south of the city, and it is also a famous beach tourist attraction with a large area of coconut trees and many tourists playing here. Tourists will also feed the long-winged gulls, which will attract many long-winged gulls to stay. The lousy long-winged gull that Xiao Ying captured was caught here. Seeing so many long-winged gulls, Yu Hai thought that he should be able to capture a high-potential long-winged gull for Xiao Ying, at least 50 potential. Brother Hai, this is it. Xiao Ying pointed to the long-winged gulls eating bread on the beach, all of which are long-winged gulls that can be captured. Take out some food to lure the long-winged gulls, and then take out the poke ball to capture the long-winged gulls. I will help you check the development of the long-winged gulls. Yu Hai came to the shade of the coconut tree and planned to use the proficiency panel to go through the long-winged gulls to know their talents. However, it was too hot today. He was sweating all over just walking over. Fortunately, there were many beautiful women in swimsuits on the beach, otherwise he really couldn't stay. Seeing beautiful women made it worthwhile to come here in the scorching sun today. Anyway, the elves needed to rest, so he could just relax, look at the beautiful women, and taste the cold drinks bought by Xiao Ying. As Xiao Ying ran errands to buy snacks and cold drinks, Xiao Ying also took out the bread she bought, tore the bread into pieces and scattered it in front of her, which immediately attracted many long-winged gulls to fly over and compete for the bread on the sand. Xiao Ying took the opportunity to take out the poke ball and subdued the long-winged gulls that ate the bread one by one. Some long-winged gulls could be subdued successfully with one ball, and some directly broke free from the poke ball and continued to eat the bread on the sand. The long-winged gulls felt that being subdued was not a very strange thing. They had seen a lot of long-winged gulls and knew that being subdued meant a long-term meal ticket. There were also long-winged gulls who would rather die than obey, and there were also long-winged gulls who were willing to be subdued. It can only be said that each bird has its own ambition. Picking up the captured long-winged gull on the sand, Xiao Ying handed the poke ball to Yu Hai, and threw the poke ball in his hand to the eating long-winged gull again. While Xiao Ying was capturing long-winged gull, Yu Hai was drinking cold drinks leisurely under the shade of the tree, checking the proficiency panel of long-winged gull, and leaving the long-winged gull with high potential for Xiao Ying to capture. Just scanning 7 or 8 long-winged gulls one by one, the potentials were all 22, 23, 25, 28, 31, 34, 37. The highest long-winged gull had only 41 potentials, and the rest were garbage, not even a long-winged gull with 50 potentials. As 2 hours passed, they also captured nearly 100 long-winged gulls, and only one long-winged gull had a potential of 46, which was already the long-winged gull with the highest potential. Their crazy behavior of catching long-winged gulls also attracted the attention of many tourists, and even the dissatisfaction of some trainers, who also called Miss Juncha to investigate the 2 Pokemon hunters who were crazy about catching long-winged gulls. Please show us your ID cards and explain why you captured so many long-winged gulls. Miss Juncha, we are just taming long-winged gulls, not taming them. Yu Hai and Xiao Ying handed over their ID cards when they saw Miss Juncha coming over to question them, indicating that they were good citizens, and continued to explain. Miss Juncha, I am a breeder. I just want to see which long-winged gull is healthier and has developed well, so that I can tame it for my brother as a spirit. My brother wants a long-winged gull. So many long-winged gulls have not been released, but I am afraid that they will be confused and can't tell which ones are the selected long-winged gulls. When Xiao Ying heard Yu Hai say this, she quickly cooperated with Yu Hai and called him brother Yu Hai. Yes, Miss Juncha, I want to tame a long-winged gull, so I asked my brother for help. After we select a long-winged gull, we will release these long-winged gulls. After hearing this explanation, Miss Juncha asked her colleagues in the bureau and found that Yu Hai and the others had no criminal records, which means that they are not criminals, at least not on the surface. Besides, they came to choose Pokemon to capture, which is the freedom of every trainer. Long-winged gull is also wild, so she has no reason to stop them. After all, they cannot adopt the children of the 3 starter families. If they are deprived of the right to choose wild Pokemon, some people will probably go crazy. I already understand your situation. Choose the long-winged gull you want to capture. Please release the others and don't hurt them. Miss Juncha returned her ID card and did not pursue the matter of Yu Hai and the others. Then she turned around and explained to the tourists that the 2 were not Pokemon hunters, and asked the tourists not to gather and disperse as soon as possible. Yu Hai also instructed Xiao Ying to release more than 100 long-winged gulls on the spot, leaving only the long-winged gull with a potential of 46. After the tourists dispersed, Xiao Ying breathed a sigh of relief and sat down next to Yu Hai and asked, Brother Hai, is this the long-winged gull? This long-winged gull is not good enough. I kept it because it is the best long-winged gull among ordinary long-winged gulls, but the worst long-winged gull among the best ones. Yu Hai shook his head helplessly, expressing regret. Although this long-winged gull is the one with the highest potential among the more than 100, its potential is not over 50, and the probability of being promoted to the king in the future is also very slim. Since he said that he would help Xiao Ying to subdue the long-winged gull, of course he had to catch a long-winged gull with a potential of 50. It's not good enough yet. Xiao Ying pulled his collar that was smoking with heat, and complained that he felt it was too difficult to subdue the elves. Just now, it attracted the attention of many tourists. Now they dare not make a big fanfare and subdue the long-winged gulls crazily. They can only subdue 4 or 5 at a time and release them after checking. But if you capture 4 or 5 long-winged gulls with too low potential, they will be released and mixed with the previous ones, and you can't tell which long-winged gull was captured before. Xiao Ying, don't be discouraged. Go buy more Pokeballs later. It's the same to capture long-winged gulls at night. Yu Hai told Xiao Ying not to be discouraged, and added, capturing Pokemon is a very rigorous matter, which is directly related to the life of the trainer. The breeding house will classify the Pokemon sold into different levels, not to mention these wild Pokemon. I know, Brother Hai. Xiao Ying also knows the difference in Pokemon's talents, which was told to him by his grandfather. During a follow-up question, he asked his grandfather why he had to buy the old Dean's mushrooms, that is, the old Dean's Parasaurolophus cub, and then he learned about the difference in Pokemon's talents. His grandfather once said that the old Dean's Parasaurolophus cub was similar to the treasure of the grass-type breeding house, and could be sold for 7 or 8 million. His grandfather only spent 5 million to buy it, and he also wanted to help the orphanage. Otherwise, with their relationship, he could have gotten the baby of the Parasoral office without spending any money. Whether it was the Parasoral office or the frog, they were all Pokemon babies of the store's treasure level, and his grandfather helped him get them. His grandfather also said that in the future, he would capture Pokemon with at least the talent of the store's treasure, and only such trainers would have a future. He guessed that Brother Hai might also help him capture a long-winged gull with the talent of the store's treasure. Of course, he wanted the Pokemon baby with the best talent, which was the biggest demand of every trainer. Because Pokemon with good talent and potential meant how far he could go in the future and how high his future could be. If it was Pokemon with poor talent, his grandfather said that trainers who used such Pokemon had no future at all and could not see the future, and he did not want to be such a trainer. "Let's go, Xiaoying, let's go back to the villa first." Yu Hai stood up and patted the sea sand on his trouser legs, picked up the 46 potential long-winged gull, and called Xiaoying back. They have already angered the public, and it is impossible to continue to subdue the long-winged gulls in this situation. The reason why he wants to take this long-winged gull away is that he can't catch a better long-winged gull, so he can only subdue this long-winged gull. It will be Xiaoying's own choice at that time. After all, there is no better one. He will also explain the situation to Xiaoying. Whether to subdue this long-winged gull that is inferior to the treasure of the town depends on Xiaoying herself. Anyway, he will not make do. Without the best Pokemon and evolution stone, at most he will not use it for the time being and wait. Back to the villa, the time has come to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He needs to prepare dinner again, and Xiaoying also comes to help. After dinner, it is 5 o'clock. After everyone has dinner, Xiaoying will go to buy Pokeballs, and Yu Hai will also go to change the ID card address. The two of them simply took a taxi to the department store in the east of the city, and Xiaoying paid for the taxi fare. When they arrived at the department store in the east of the city, they both had things to buy, so they agreed to meet at the entrance of the department store and then go to Miss Juncha's police station to change the address of their ID cards. After hearing about Yu Hai's idea, Xiaoying said that she also wanted to change her address to her grandfather's tavern at the port, which was also her grandfather's house. As Xiaoying went shopping, Yu Hai also came to the outdoor goods store. When the fake boss saw Yu Hai, he smiled and rubbed his hands to greet him, and asked Yu Hai, "Young man, what do you want to buy this time?" "I have everything here." "Boss, take 2 daggers and let me see." Yu Hai used the dagger from the elf hunter, and buried it with the strong man after killing him before. "Okay." The boss searched for a while and took out 2 black daggers. The handles were wrapped with black wire to increase friction. The old man put the daggers on the counter and boasted about them. "Young man, this is a good thing made of tungsten steel." "Okay, I understand." Yu Hai winked at the boss eyes. How could he not know the fake boss's little tricks? Isn't it just to sell at a high price? But he refused to buy, just wondering if the fake boss would be angry. 214 Chapter 208, The Water is Too Deep. 214. Is there a machete with a longer blade, a short knife suitable for clearing the way in the wild jungle? Yes, 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 the boss hurriedly responded, and took out a black axe with a 42-degree bevel at the tip, a straight back and a straight blade, and a palm-width blade. Seeing this short knife, Yu Hai immediately picked it up and tried it. The short knife was of moderate weight. He liked this axe very much. It was very suitable for clearing the way and chopping wood in the wild, so he asked the boss about the price of the short knife. "Boss, how much are these 3 short knives?" "Young man, you can't afford to buy them for 30,000, you can't afford to buy them." "Okay, will you sell them for 10,000? If not, I'll leave." Yu Hai waved his hand, not wanting to listen to the old man's nonsense. The old man had no credibility at all, and he didn't believe the old man's nonsense. "Okay, I'll give it to you." The boss also waved his hand and sighed. This young man came to buy things 3 times, and he knew him well. He would really leave if he said he would leave. As long as the other party offered a price that would not make him lose money, he would sell the things in the store, and he couldn't bargain with the young man. After leaving 10,000 alliance coins, Yu Hai took 2 daggers and a chopping knife and left the fake old man's outdoor goods store. There was nothing to buy in the department store, so he went to the super value supermarket again. The food that could last for a week was added to Xiaoying in the middle, and it was eaten up in 4 days. He had to continue purchasing food. This time, he purchased food for 2 people for a week, spending 30,000 alliance coins. In addition to food, he also bought 2 blankets in the supermarket, spending 10,000 alliance coins. He felt quite cold when sleeping at night, so he bought them as quilts. He also picked some snacks he liked to eat, bought a big bag, and spent 10,000. Finally, he bought a big box of calcium tablets, spending 95,000 alliance coins. A big box has 100 bottles of calcium tablets, each bottle has 100 calcium tablets, which is 10,000 calcium tablets. It is equivalent to 1,000 alliance coins per bottle. He bought a box in the supermarket and gave a discount of 5,000. When eating, you can eat it with breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and add it to the crab. Do you want to have some mosquito-repellent frog? And the armored rhinoceros should be edible. After all, they are all calcium supplements. If these 3 guys eat 9 tablets every day, 10,000 tablets are enough for these 3 guys to eat for more than 1,000 days, and they don't eat every day. After shopping, Yu Hai left the supermarket and saw Xiaoying at the entrance of the department store. "Brother Hai, are we going to the police station now?" Xiaoying also saw Yu Hai and came over to ask. "Let's go now. We'll finish our work early so that we can go to the beach to subdue the long-winged gulls." Yu Hai looked at the sky. It was not dark yet, and the 2 of them went to Miss Junsha's police station together. As soon as he entered the police station, he saw several Junshas. The Junshas who were not moved were the only ones who checked the ID card at the beach today. The Junsha who checked the ID card at the Elf Center was not the same Junsha. He was speechless. The only person who could tell the difference between Miss Junsha's appearance should be Xiao Gang's bull. "Why are you 2 here? What are you doing here?" Miss Junsha asked curiously when she saw Yu Hai and the others. "We are here to change the address of our ID cards." Yu Hai knew that Miss Junsha had seen their ID cards, so he immediately told them the purpose of coming. "Change the ID card address? Aren't you children from the orphanage? Why do you need to change the address?" Miss Junsha asked in confusion. "Miss Junsha, if bad guys come to the orphanage because of us, can you save the children in time?" Of course, Miss Junsha felt that Yu Hai was questioning her professional ethics, and immediately retorted bluntly, "Why do you want to provoke bad guys?" "Miss Junsha, let me answer your first question first. Why does the Pokemon Center still have a bounty for wanted criminals? Why do you have endless bad guys to catch? Second, we are trainers, and trainers will have conflicts because of certain things. This is normal." Yu Hai felt that Junsha had a bag in her head. As a law enforcer, can she really catch bad guys with such naivete? Will she not wrongly accuse good people? Miss Junsha opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she couldn't say it. Yu Hai's question made her unable to answer. If the children could be rescued in time, why would there be wanted criminals and bad guys? There is no answer to this question. Because people are the problem itself, unless there is no one. As a trainer, disputes are inevitable. No one can guarantee that they will not implicate others. Only by completely cutting off the relationship can one avoid being targeted. Just when Miss Junsha was stunned, the male police officer on the side received Yu Hai and the other 2 and asked them to follow him. "I understand your feelings. Come with me. Where do you want to change your address?" Port area. Xiaoying was pushed by Yu Hai and stepped forward to tell the address of his grandfather's tavern. "Port, both of you want to change to the port? The same address?" The male police officer asked in confusion. Yes, my grandfather lives there, Xiao Ying replied. Your grandfather? Are you brothers? The male police officer looked at the two different names on the tavern.id card, curiously asked. I was adopted, he is the grandson, we were thrown into the orphanage by that stinky old man before, and he didn't care about us. Yu Hai took the opportunity to add a knife, let the old man in the tavern take the blame, otherwise he couldn't explain the problem of the same address. Please wait, of course the male police officer couldn't believe what Yu Hai said, and immediately checked on the computer, and instantly found Xiao Ying and Yu Hai's identity information, as well as Xiao Ying's relatives. Yu Hai is an orphan who entered the orphanage 10 years ago. Their computer database was updated from paper files to the computer 2 days ago. The computer showed that Yu Hai had no direct blood relatives. Xiao Ying is different. Xiao Ying has a grandfather who runs a tavern at the port. The computer also shows that Xiao Ying's parents are dead, and she can only depend on her grandfather. These two teenagers are orphans left by shipwrecks. They both encountered pirates, one 10 years ago and the other 8 years ago. Alas, they are all miserable children. The male police officer sighed softly, changed the address on the ID card for Yu Hai and the other two, and the original ID card was invalidated. The male police officer asked someone to make a new ID card for Yu Hai and the other two. After seeing the identity information of the two, Miss Juncha couldn't help but cover her mouth. She was afraid that she couldn't help but scream. She felt that it was not easy for these two children to grow up so big. Noticing the changes in the expressions of the male police officer and Miss Juncha, Yu Hai felt that he should do something. Miss Juncha, we are still independent children. There are still many children in the orphanage who are not well fed and clothed. I really hope there will be fewer children like us. When Yu Hai said this, he sighed for a long time and looked very sad. He just wanted to guide Miss Juncha's attention to the orphanage. Isn't the Alliance a messenger of justice? It can bring peaceful life to every region, so the orphanage is the right thing for the Alliance to do. It is the responsibility of the Alliance to be responsible for the placement and teaching of those children to grow up healthily, not the funding of strangers like them in 2s and 3s. It can't solve the problem of orphanage. Orphanage? I'll go to the orphanage tomorrow and report it to the higher authorities to ask them to allocate more funds to the orphanage. Miss Juncha couldn't imagine that there were still so many children who couldn't get enough to eat. These hungry children were completely different from what the Alliance had said. This was the first time she had heard of them. Thank you for your concern, Miss Juncha. I thank Miss Juncha on behalf of those children. Yu Hai quickly lowered Xiao Ying's head and thanked Juncha with Xiao Ying. He could only do this. His ability was limited. Large-scale funding and poverty alleviation work covering the entire region could only be done by the Behemoth Alliance. Only the Behemoth Alliance could do it. Okay, here are your ID cards. The male police officer thought it was normal and didn't show any emotional fluctuations because of this kind of thing. Perhaps he had seen it too many times. Yu Hai and Xiao Ying took their ID cards again and left the police station. They didn't know that the police station had any follow-up. The orphanage has funding every year, but you'd better not get involved in this kind of thing, the male police officer whispered to Juncha and explained to Juncha. What do you mean? Miss Juncha was a newly transferred intern, and she didn't know the twists and turns inside. I dare not say, you go ask someone else. The male police officer waved his hand, and his meaning was already very clear. After saying goodbye to Juncha, the male police officer left the police station, lit a cigarette outside the police station, and slowly smoked it. In fact, this is just a microcosm of the real world. There are many similar things. After all, sincerity can't win people's hearts. Miss Juncha didn't get an answer. Of course she was very angry. With a ball of fire in her heart, she raised her long legs and got on the motorcycle to the orphanage. If she didn't clarify this matter, she would not be called Juncha, and she would not be called the strongest relationship network of the Alliance. In terms of relationship, who can compare with Juncha and Joey of the Alliance? These two families have the strongest relationship with the Alliance. Actually, there is nothing to investigate about this kind of thing. The original intention of charity is good. It's just that people's trust will eventually be exhausted. Unless it's impossible, there is no need to unless. Unless it is like the Trisolarans, with transparent thinking and cannot be deceived. After leaving the police station, it was already dark. Yu Hai and his partner returned to the villa to put away the ingredients, and hurried to the coconut tree beach in the south of the city to continue to capture long-winged gulls. This time, Xiaoying bought more than 400 poke balls, including more than 100 before, which is more than 500 poke balls. When they arrived at the beach, Xiaoying began to throw food on the beach to attract long-winged gulls to eat, and took the opportunity to capture long-winged gulls for Yu Hai to select. Because it was night, their crazy capture of long-winged gulls this time did not attract the attention of tourists. There were fewer tourists here at night, only a couple of couples snuggling together, and they were the two single dogs. They caught long-winged gulls on the beach all night, which made them very annoyed. After catching the long-winged gulls with more than 500 poke balls, Yu Hai was not only annoyed but also speechless. The long-winged gull with the highest potential was only 49 points, a little higher than the one at noon, but he was still not satisfied. But there was nothing he could do if he was not satisfied. He could only take Xiaoying away from the beach and return to the villa. It was almost 12 o'clock and they had to go back to sleep. Before leaving, he and Xiaoying released all the long-winged gulls in the poke balls, leaving only the one with a potential of 49. Xiaoying also bought some black paint brushes that would not fade and marked the wings of each long-winged gull. This is what Xiaoying thought of when she was on the road, which can reduce the time cost of them to subdue the long-winged gull. Xiaoying, don't be discouraged, try again tomorrow, take your time and don't rush. Yu Hai raised his hand to hold Xiaoying's shoulders, and Xiaoying could only smile back. There was no way. Xiaoying caught more than 500 long-winged gulls tonight, and almost fell on the sand due to exhaustion, and had no strength to respond to Yu Hai. After returning to the villa, Xiaoying was thirsty and looked for water to drink. After drinking enough water, she sat on the sofa and rested for a while before asking Yu Hai, "Brother Hai, how about this long-winged gull? Is it not good enough? This long-winged gull is a little worse than the treasure of the town store. It will be difficult to be promoted to the king in the future. You have to think clearly." Yu Hai saw that Xiaoying wanted to give up, so he explained the talent of this long-winged gull and let Xiaoying choose by herself. "What about my mosquito-repellent frog and parasol mushroom?" When Xiaoying subdued the long-winged gull tonight, she talked a lot with Yu Hai, and also knew what the treasure of the town store and the quasi-king meant. "I also know that Yu Hai wants to help him catch a long-winged gull with the potential of a quasi-king. If it is well cultivated, it will be easy to be promoted to a king in the future. If you cultivate it well, you can break through the king level." Yu Hai did not hide it from Xiaoying after getting familiar with Xiaoying. Instead, he told Xiaoying the information of Xiaoying's elf panel, but Xiaoying didn't know that he had a panel. The mosquito-repellent frog can break through the king level with the high-level water stone, but it is hard to say for the parasitic mushroom. It is not clear whether Xiaoying can find good things to give to the parasitic mushroom in the future. "King," Xiaoying fell into longing. She didn't expect that her two elves had the potential of kings. If they were cultivated well, they would be king trainers in the future. Is this the reason why Grandpa spent a lot of money to buy these two elves? Grandpa also said that only the elf cubs that are cultivated as the treasure of the store can have a future. But how can Grandpa see the strength of the elf's talent? Grandpa is not a breeder, and he can't see the elf's talent at a glance like Brother Hai. In fact, the reason is very simple. The talent of the elf cub depends on the parents. The cubs with strong parents and strong parents must have strong talents. Of course, there are also weak ones. But the cubs with weak parents have only weak talents, not strong ones. Just like water, in the absence of external forces, water can only flow to the lower place. However, there is an exception to external forces, that is, the insect-type breeding method. The insect-type elves that constantly fight and swallow poison sacs will constantly break through the physical limit, and the cubs produced in the end will become stronger and stronger, but with genetic defects. Xiaoying, don't tell others these things. If you dare to say it, you may not live to grow up, Yu Hai reminded. Brother Hai, I understand, Xiaoying knows the significance of these two elves. The elf cubs with quasi-king talents are worth tens of millions. As long as he dares to say it, he will be among the corpses in the stinking ditch, and he will die quietly. Besides, with Brother Hai, a top breeder, here, he didn't want to make do. Even if he didn't have a quasi-king long-winged gull, he would at least have a store treasure long-winged gull. He was also convinced that Yu Hai was a senior breeder, because he felt that Yu Hai's speed in judging the strength of the elf's talents was too fast, and he must be a senior breeder. During the chat with Brother Hai, he also learned that the store treasure of the department store did not even have the talent of a quasi-king, and was even inferior to the quasi-king. Now he learned that the elf cubs also had talents. Before, he only knew the store treasures. Now he knew that there were quasi-kings above the store treasures. Next was the store treasures. Next was the elf cubs with inherited moves. There were also blank elf cubs. This was the first time he heard of blank elf cubs, which were elf cubs with neither outstanding talents nor inherited moves. According to Brother Hai, the unreleased long-winged gull belongs to the second-tier Pokémon below the treasure of the store, and is only slightly better than the blank one. He naturally doesn't want to capture such a long-winged gull. Before meeting Yu Hai, he would probably be like many trainers, casually capturing Pokémon and cultivating them. But now he knows that there are differences between trainers. Grandpa is right. This gap has already widened the gap between the two sides in the choice of Pokémon to cultivate. Before hearing what Grandpa said, he didn't care and wanted to prove it to Grandpa. Unexpectedly, after understanding it, he found that the water is so deep. Before, he naively thought that every Pokémon is the same, as long as you cultivate it well, you can receive the Pokémon's wholehearted feedback. It turns out that he thought too much. The propaganda of the Alliance is all deceptive. His Pokémon has the potential of the king level according to Brother Hai's appraisal. I don't know if the fat man's Pokémon has the potential of the king level. Yu Hai didn't know what Xiaoying was thinking about, she was lying on the sofa in a daze. He didn't disturb Xiaoying and went to take a shower. The long-winged gull with 46 potential was released, and the long-winged gull with 49 potential was left on the table for Xiaoying to choose. When he came out of the bathroom, Xiaoying was still in a daze on the sofa, so he had to go up and push Xiaoying. Xiaoying, what are you thinking about? You are drooling. Slurp, it's nothing, Brother Hai. Xiaoying was caught drooling, and hurriedly raised his hand to wipe the saliva, now very embarrassed. He was just thinking about what to do after becoming a king trainer, and he was woken up. Okay, go take a shower and have a good sleep. You'll be busy tomorrow. Even if you are a king trainer, you can't do it, you have to train Pokémon well. With your previous training method, you can forget about becoming a top trainer. You will even ruin Pokémon. Haha, you were ignorant before, but now you know how to train Pokémon. Xiaoying just kept scratching her head and giggling awkwardly. She was not annoyed that Yu Hai had exposed his past. He was really a badass before, and he did not refute it. He admitted it. Hurry up and take a shower. I'm going to sleep first. I don't want to capture this long-winged gull. We'll catch it tomorrow. Yu Hai took out a blanket, lay on the sofa and fell asleep. Okay, I'll take a shower right away. Xiaoying smiled and went to take a shower. It was really reassuring to have such a big brother around. Xiao after Ying came out of the shower, Yu Hai had already fallen asleep, with a few mosquito-repellent frogs lying beside him, a slow poke in his arms, and a round web spider lying on the sofa. Xiaoying would not go back to the orphanage tonight, so he slept on another long sofa, and the mosquito-repellent frog and the parasitic mushroom slept on the carpet next to the sofa, sleeping with him. The two little guys' beds would be moved over when they had time. Before going to bed, Xiao Ying also took the blanket on the table, which was the quilt that Brother Hai had left for him. Just 2 days ago, he said that it was a bit cold to sleep, but he didn't expect Brother Hai to prepare a blanket. Looking at Brother Hai who was sleeping soundly, Xiao Ying smiled knowingly, covered herself with the blanket, and fell asleep. 215 Chapter 209, Xiao Ying's First Battle. 215. The 9th day after arriving at Hassa Island, sunny. The day after the battle, the elves recovered from yesterday. The giant crab and the armored rhinoceros were slightly injured and almost recovered, and they can continue morning exercises. With the supplement of calcium tablets, the crab shell shed by the giant crab has also hardened. The mosquito frog is not good yet, but running is no problem, just not strenuous exercise. After getting up in the morning and having breakfast, everyone started morning exercises. Even if they want to continue to conquer the long-winged gull, it will be in the afternoon, and the morning training plan remains unchanged. Xiao Ying's elves also need to train water guns accuracy. After several days of training, the accuracy of the fixed target of the mosquito-scented frog has reached 100%, and the accuracy of the moving target has reached 90%. The training progress of the parasitic mushroom and the mosquito-scented frog is similar. In fact, the talents of these two elves are not bad. With just a little training, they will become very outstanding. If they can persist in hard training, it is only a matter of time before they become stronger. You should know that Yu Hai's mediocre mosquito-scented frog has been training day and night on the deserted island. If you don't have talent, you can make up for it with hard work. In the end, he has become like this. Although there are water gems, gifts from the beasts, his encouragement, and these small episodes, the efforts of the mosquito-scented frog are the most important facts that cannot be ignored. He has seen them all. Morning exercise passed quickly. Yu Hai finished the morning exercise, took a shower and prepared lunch. After lunch, they took a nap. They were ready to go to the beach to continue screening long-winged gulls, just to relax. It happened that the mosquito-scented frog was not suitable for strenuous exercise now. However, the other Pokémon were in the poke ball. He only brought Frog and Orb Spinner with him. He didn't dare to release too many Pokémon. The main reason was that he was afraid that there would be too many Pokémon and he couldn't keep track of them. He was afraid that they would run away. Brother Hai, do you think we can capture them this time? Xiao Ying was walking on the road, feeling uncertain. He didn't know how long it would take to capture them. I don't know. I'll just go with the flow. Yu Hai didn't know how difficult it would be to capture a long-winged gull with quasi-king potential. He captured long-winged gull on a deserted island. He captured a very smart long-winged gull with one shot. Other Pokémon with high potential, Butterfree and Crab were swiped out from the panel. There was no need to look at Rhinoceros, as its potential was not low. The remaining Pokémon, Gigacarp and Squidward, were all swiped out from the panel. Orb Spinner, Slowpoke and Farfetch'd had very low potential, so they were also left voluntarily. Farfetch'd was a little reluctant at first, but it's much better now. I only have 2 days to help you capture Pokémons. If you still can't find a long-winged gull with better talent today, either you come and capture it yourself and I'll give you some advice, or capture the long-winged gull that's inferior to the treasure of the store. I understand. Xiao Ying understood that Yu Hai didn't have much time to waste and needed to train his Pokémons. But he didn't understand why Yu Hai was so hard-working even though he was so strong. It was as if something was chasing him and he couldn't rest for a moment. He couldn't understand Yu Hai's anxiety. If the Pokémons weren't injured, the training plan would be full. From waking up to midnight, Yu Hai and the Pokémons were basically training, getting stronger all the time. After really getting to know a person, he had to admire and respect him. Such a hard-working and self-disciplined trainer who could also cultivate Pokémons would definitely not be an unknown person in the future. When he came to the beach again, Yu-Hai sat under the coconut tree as usual and ate the cold drinks he bought. There were also 2 mosquitoes and frogs. Everyone is waiting for Xiao Ying to capture the long-winged gulls. He is only responsible for screening. There are also beauties on the beach to see. Why not? However, with their arrival, they also attracted the attention of many tourists, because many tourists saw them yesterday and came to capture long-winged gulls. After Miss Juncha explained, many tourists saw Xiao Ying catching long-winged gulls again, glanced at the 2 young people, and smiled and stayed away. Many people think that these 2 people are just here to make fun of them. How can they judge a long-winged gull just by observation, the pros and cons of Pokémons? In fact, this is just a compulsory course for a breeder, but Yu-Hai has a proficiency panel, so there is no need to tell this group of strangers. Although they did not capture a large number of long-winged gulls this time, but captured a small number of long-winged gulls, because there were marks, they saved a lot of trouble. But Xiao Ying's behavior of marking long-winged gulls still attracted the dissatisfaction of some trainers. Hey, why did you draw such ugly things on the white wings of long-winged gulls? The one who said this was a little girl in a light yellow dress, with twin ponytails, and her frowning look was also very cute. It looks like she is not very old, only about 12 or 13 years old, and there is a yellow Seduck by her side. This Pokémon is precious. In order to sell Seduck for a good price, the wild Seducks on the island have basically been caught, and no one knows who did it. Xiao Ying was suddenly frightened by the girl and was stunned. He didn't know what to do. He had no experience getting along with strange girls. He turned his head to look at Yu-Hai under the shade of the tree, wanting Yu-Hai to make a decision. Whose child is this? Go away and don't delay us. Yu-Hai didn't want to talk nonsense with this kind of hothouse flower. He just waved his hand and drove away the little girl who disturbed him from watching the beauty. Are you listening to me? You can't draw such ugly things for the long-winged gull, the little girl was angry. Isn't this bullying a child? But she is not a child, she doesn't think she is a child, and she hates being seen as a child by others. When the long-winged gull changes its feathers, these colors will naturally fall off. Don't worry, Yu-Hai looked at the girl in front of him, who actually rushed in front of him and yelled, blocking him from watching the beauty. If there weren't so many tourists here, he wouldn't indulge such an arrogant little brat. That won't work either, the little girl said toughly. Then call the police. Yu-Hai waved his hand and changed direction to continue watching the beach beauties, indicating Xiao Ying to proceed as usual and ignore this little brat who was gossiping. He lay on the sand and ignored the little girl. But when the little girl saw Yu-Hai's indifferent attitude and the provocation of calling the police, she hardened her fists and gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Okay, you wait for me." The little girl gritted her teeth and stamped her feet, uttered a cruel word, and left angrily. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ying asked Yu-Hai with her eyes whether he wanted to continue. He was really afraid that his behavior would cause unnecessary trouble again. It's okay, continue, Yu-Hai certainly didn't care. The threat of a little girl was useless even if Juncha was called. After all, the long-winged gulls were wild, and they didn't roast them to eat. Juncha had the time to take care of this shit, so she might as well go to the black market to see that it was really crazy. However, they hadn't caught them for long when the little girl who had left angrily before came with a group of boys. Seeing the little hearts in the eyes of these boys, they were probably the girl's admirers. From the conversation, it can be heard that they were all middle school students from an elf school and they came out to the beach in a group today. It's them. They drew ugly things on the long-winged gulls and scolded me, the little girl said with tears in her eyes. The girl looked so pitiful that the boys almost melted in their hearts. She was so cute that they vowed to protect her for life. Seeing this group of passionate teenagers possessed by Xiao Gang, Yu-Hai didn't care. After all, they were just children. When he said this, Yu-Hai didn't realize that he was only 15 years old and was a middle school student. "Hey, you are the ones who bullied my little sister, right? What do you mean yours? It's obviously my little sister. Everyone get out of the way. It should be my little sister." When the boys heard a boy speak first, they rushed forward and declared their responsibility for the little girl. Looking at more than a dozen boys gathered together, chattering that the little sister was theirs, not only Yu-Hai was troubled, but even the girl herself was troubled. This group of boys is good, but they quarrel endlessly. Everyone, stop arguing. I'll agree to date whoever can teach these two a lesson. Good guy. After these words came out, Yu-Hai and Xiao Ying turned into red cloth, and all the boys turned into bulls, scrambling to challenge Yu-Hai and Xiao Ying to prove that they are the strongest. Only the strongest trainer is worthy of dating Xiao Mei. This scene made Yu-Hai and Xiao Ying look at each other in bewilderment. They looked at each other and could see that the other was very confused. These guys are here to make fun of them. Why are they being courted? Seeing that this group of people continued to fight like this, it was not a solution. Yu-Hai cleared his throat and shouted to this group of rutting bulls, "Everyone, be quiet, listen to me." After more than a dozen boys stopped arguing and looked at him, he continued, "You all want to date her, right?" "Yeah," the boys nodded in unison. "You have to defeat one of us before you can date, right?" "Yeah," the boys nodded again. "If that's the case, then what are you fighting for? Wait until the people in front of us use up our energy, then the people behind us can easily win, right?" Why didn't we think of that? The boys were all shocked. It turned out that this was possible. Why didn't they think of it before? Okay, who will go first? Yu-Hai had already seen through the little girl's little thoughts. The girl would never date anyone. She was just pooing these boys. The girl was just enjoying the feeling of being fought over by the boys. This would make the girl felt that she was the most outstanding and beautiful girl, and her vanity was greatly satisfied. A girl who knew how to use her physical advantages at such a young age was a very precocious girl. She knew what her bargaining chips were, so she would not give them out so easily. Once she agreed to date, she would lose her greatest value, become meaningless, and would no longer attract boys. After hearing Yu-Hai's explanation, the boys no longer fought or competed, and began to push and shove, wanting others to challenge first. No one was willing to make the challenge first, because they were afraid of missing the opportunity to date, and even more afraid that the assist was given by themselves. "Xiao Ying, if they want to challenge, you should accept it." Yu-Hai saw the boys hesitate, put his arm around Xiao Ying's neck, and whispered something to Xiao Ying. He also told Xiao Ying about the girl's performance, motivation, and thoughts. So that's how it is. Xiao Ying also understood what means the girl used to achieve her goal. As a bystander, Xiao Ying saw clearly how the boys were used by the girls, and also saw the current situation of this group of boys. Xiao Ying swore that he would not become such a licking dog, being played around by a girl and having no opinions of his own. If he really couldn't find the direction, Brother Hai told him that the direction was to see higher mountains, not the love affairs of children. And what Grandpa told him, that interests come first, is a very good direction. When the direction is unclear and how to choose is not known, it is a good way to judge. Adopt what is beneficial to you and give up what is not beneficial to you. Stop in time, stop loss in time, and don't be too greedy. This is what Grandpa told him the night before. If the old man in the tavern hadn't been cheated by Yu-Hai once, he wouldn't have educated his grandson like this. He had been a grandfather for so long that he almost forgot that he would become a grandson and had long forgotten what it meant to be cautious. Since the incident with Yu-Hai, the old man has been sober. Even if he wants to cheat people, he must investigate it clearly. Brother Hai, do you have any requirements for this battle? After Xiao Ying understood what happened, she thought about what to do if she lost and began to get nervous. Just play normally. It doesn't matter if you lose. It can solve the problem earlier. Yu-Hai didn't care about winning or losing. If he lost, he could win it back. Losing is not terrible. The biggest problem is not daring to try, self-denial, and not wanting to win. Also, you don't need to ask me about this. You should ask yourself how you view this matter. For me, winning or losing doesn't matter. A temporary win or loss can't determine anything. It has never shaken my steps to climb the mountain. After hearing this, Xiaoying calmed down. After talking with Yu Hai, he also understood what Yu Hai's ambition was, and he would not be shaken by a temporary win or loss. The girl on the beach saw the boys start to push and shove, and was unwilling to challenge them. Seeing that the helper she had found was defeated by the boy who was provoking her, the girl was furious again and yelled at the boys. "Whoever challenges me first, I will date him for a week." The girl had no choice but to add a time limit to this relationship. I came first. Bullshit, it was obviously me who came first. As the girl put forward the conditions, the boys stopped pushing and shoving and started fighting. Seeing this, the girl was overwhelmed again and yelled again, "Whoever can beat them will date for a month." Okay, now they started fighting for another month. But some smart boys knew that they couldn't beat anyone, so they took their water spirits to challenge Yu Hai, but it was Xiaoying who accepted the challenge. The reason why Yu Hai asked Xiaoying to challenge was to test Xiaoying's training results. After all, Xiaoying followed him and trained her mosquito-repellent frog for 4 days. Although she had not yet learned the combined attack technique, her accuracy with the water gun was enough to bully those children who did not train elves. "I want to challenge him," the boy raised his hand and pointed at Yu Hai. He could see that Yu Hai should be stronger. After all, Yu Hai's mosquito-repellent frog was a circle larger than the other boy's mosquito-repellent frog, that is, Xiaoying's mosquito-repellent frog. "You are not qualified to challenge my big brother. You must pass me first before you can challenge my big brother." Xiaoying stopped in front of Yu Hai and accepted the boy's challenge. "What a big tone, what's your name?" The boy was told that he was not qualified, and immediately asked Xiaoying to give his name. "My name is Xiaoying, what's your name?" Xiaoying asked back. "My name is Kaidu, let me see if you are worthy of my challenge." The boy threw the pokeball in his hand as soon as he finished speaking. "It's decided to be you, Crab, defeat his Pokemon for me." "Huh? What are you using to fight?" After sending Crab, the boy scratched his head and asked Xiaoying what Pokemon to use to fight. 216 Chapter 210, You actually secretly hired a tutor. 216. Mosquito Frog, you go. Xiaoying still didn't want to use the grass-type Parasaurolophus. After all, they were not Pokemon released together, and playing a tribute restraint again would be a bit bullying. After yesterday's rest, Mosquito Frog also recovered a little. As long as it was not a high-intensity battle, it could still fight a simple battle. As Xiaoying started to fight, the boys stopped fighting and gathered around to watch this Pokemon battle. At this moment, all girls were thrown behind their minds. How could girls be as interesting as Pokemon battles? The elves' battle under the coconut trees also attracted many tourists to stop and watch. After all, there are always people who like to watch the excitement. Spectators. What they are watching is the elf battle, the hottest sport in the elf world, which will of course attract many tourists. "I let you attack first." Xiaoying had communicated with Yu Hai and knew that attacking first was not an advantage. Unless he can predict the opponent's next move, read the opponent's next move first, and know what moves to use, attacking first will be of great use. If he can't predict, he should wait for the opponent to attack first, and he will be the most stable to attack in the backhand. "Big Claw Crab, use water gun," the boy ordered Big Claw Crab. "Quick, quick, puff, puff." When Big Claw Crab heard the order, he immediately spit out 3 water guns, and then there was no more. The 3 water guns were all off target. Even if it didn't go off target, the characteristic of the mosquito frog is to store water, so using a water gun is ineffective. I don't know if this boy's elf battle class was taught by the physical education teacher. Or maybe he thought that the mosquito-repellent frog had a moisture property instead of a water storage property. so he decided to use a water gun to bet on a half probability. As a result, the water gun was so accurate that he couldn't hit the standing mosquito-repellent frog at all. He didn't practice with elves before fighting elves. Just like Xiao Ying and Xiao Chubby before, he really thought that elves didn't need to use his brain in fighting. Fighting was all about rushing, commanding was all about shouting, and the state was also enhanced by shouting. Even if you learn theoretical knowledge in school, you have to use it in actual combat. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. This sentence is not wrong at all. Teacher Ma is not deceiving me. He knows this well. Yu Hai was too lazy to watch such a battle, let alone fight it. It was a waste of time. Xiao Ying, who saw this scene, also sighed helplessly. Now he finally understood how Yu Hai felt when facing him. He really couldn't get interested. It was a face-saving thing for the mosquito-repellent frog to take action and KO his mosquito-repellent frog with one blow. Frog, go up and use a series of slaps, Xiao Ying just said, and the frog rushed up quickly on the sand, raised his palm and slapped until the crab was knocked unconscious. The boy reluctantly put the crab back into the poke ball, and then another boy came up. This boy learned his lesson and sent out a bud, and the boy attacked first. Bud, use hypnotic powder, the boy ordered the bud. Frog, avoid shooting with mud and seal the eyes of the bud, Xiao Ying commanded the frog to avoid the slow hypnotic powder attack of the bud. Using the accuracy practiced by the water gun, he used mud shooting to interfere with the bud, cover the eyes of the bud, and reduce the speed of the bud. Tactics that could not be used in the past can be easily used for effective attacks after the accuracy is practiced. When the face of the bell bud was covered with mud spit out by the mosquito-scented frog, Xiao Ying shouted to the mosquito-scented frog again, "Mosquito-scented frog, use the freezing punch." Then, the mosquito-scented frog caught the bell bud with one punch, without any hesitation. As a trainer, Xiao Ying also knows attribute restraint, and used the double restraint freezing punch to deal with the bell bud. Attribute restraint is also the most basic tactic in Pokemon battles. If you can't even do this, what Pokemon battles are there? Of course, this tactic is useless against Zai, because Zai has a reverse attribute aura. You will lose against Zai unless Zai wins the championship. As Xiao Ying's mosquito-scented frog won 2 games in a row, the boys saw that their side had lost 2 games in a row, and no one dared to underestimate Xiao Ying. They all knew that Xiao Ying's mosquito-scented frog was very powerful. Finally, a boy with an electric Pokemon stood up. The boy's electric Pokemon was a Pikachu, which was also a stronger Pokemon among the boys. "Pikachu, that frog is very strong, you have to be careful," the boy told Pikachu. "Pika Pika," Pikachu jumped off the boy's shoulder, lying on all fours, looking at Xiao Ying's frog seriously. There was a faint current on the surface of the 2 red round electric sacs on his cheeks, and he could launch powerful electric moves at any time. Seeing this Pikachu, Yu Hai called Xiao Ying over and whispered a few words in Xiao Ying's ear. Xiao Ying nodded silently and returned to the beach, letting the Pikachu on the opposite side attack first. "Pikachu, use 100,000 volts, the boy ordered Pikachu. "Frog, run and shoot with mud." Xiao Ying knew that this 100,000 volts could not be taken head-on. If it was electrocuted, the frog would not be able to withstand the double restraint. As Frog ran, it dodged the 100,000 volts and spit out mud shots from its mouth, several of which hit Pikachu. The ground-type mud shots just restrained the electric-type Pikachu. After taking several mud shots, the boy also made Pikachu run, and it ran faster and faster. "Pikachu, lightning flash!" Pikachu's speed line was originally faster than Frog, and Frog couldn't run faster than Pikachu, not to mention that Pikachu used the first attack move of lightning flash. Pikachu quickly caught up with Frog, and then, under the boy's command, used 100,000 volts. "Frog, hold on," Xiao Ying shouted when Pikachu launched an attack. Frog stopped immediately, blocked with his arms in front of him, and a light green protective shield appeared in front of him, blocking the attack of 100,000 volts. Mosquito-repellent frog, continuous slaps. Xiao Ying shouted to the mosquito-repellent frog immediately after the 100,000 volts ended. Yobo, slap, slap, slap. The frog slapped Pikachu 5 times in a row at close range, directly knocking Pikachu unconscious. Frog, end the battle with Ice Fist. Hearing Xiao Ying's order, ice crystals appeared on Frog's white fist again, and it punched Pikachu hard, knocking Pikachu away. Pikachu rolled in front of the boy, his eyes turned into mosquito eyes, and he fainted and lost his ability to fight. Xiao Ying won the third battle again, and the other two were reverse attribute battles, and he defeated his opponent in all of them. The audience immediately applauded and cheered. Pa pa pa, pa pa pa. Awesome, Frog won 3 consecutive games. It's still a reverse attribute battle, the little brother's frog is so awesome. Hearing these applause and cheers, the boys were so embarrassed that they wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. They actually lost 3 games in a row. What kind of trainer did they provoke? The girl was pointed at by the audience and blushed, because she was the one who started this matter. It spread from 1 person to 10 people, and now everyone knows about it. The girl stamped her feet angrily and turned away. It seems that she can't get her face back after this defeat. The applause and praise from the onlookers made Xiao Ying feel embarrassed and hurriedly called back the mosquito-scented frog. Yobo, hoo-hoo, the mosquito-scented frog kept panting. It was exhausted after fighting 3 consecutive battles. After all, it was still injured. Mosquito-scented frog, you did a great job. I have seen your efforts. Eat an energy block first and come back to have a good rest. Xiao Ying fed the mosquito-scented frog a water energy block and took the mosquito-scented frog back into the poke ball. This was the first time that Xiao Ying had such a record, and the mosquito-scented frog made a 3 in a row. He was really excited and couldn't help shaking all over. But he couldn't show it yet, and he had to maintain calm on the surface, but his excited steps and smile on his face quickly came to Yu Hai's side, revealing his inner excitement. He asked Yu Hai, "Brother Hai, how did you know that Pikachu would get close to Frog? In order to improve the hit rate of 100,000 volts, the opponent will get close." Yu Hai smiled helplessly. The inaccurate moves are the old problems of these children. They don't train Pokémons, but come out to fight Pokémons. If you still want to be accurate, you can only get close to the opponent to attack. Moreover, Pikachu is faster than Frog, so getting close to Frog is also the best choice. Either continue to use 100,000 volts blindly and be killed by mud shooting, or get close to the opponent for the last fight. He knows what the opponent will choose. After all, being killed is too aggrieved. As Xiao Ying won 3 consecutive games on the beach, the heat gradually spread, and they were surrounded by people, all wanting to see Xiao Ying continue to send Pokémons to fight. This time, Xiao Ying sent out Parasaurolophus. The boys knew that Xiao Ying was very strong and no longer looked down on her. They all took this elf battle seriously. This elf battle had nothing to do with courtship, so after the girl left, the boys did not all leave, and some of them stayed. After all, they were defeated 3 times in a row. If they did not get back at this place, they would be laughed at when they returned to school. They could not do such a thing as running away from the battlefield. But the boys sent 2 people to challenge in a row, but still lost 2 games in a row. In the 6th game, Yu Hai reminded Xiao Ying not to behave too outrageously, otherwise it would be very troublesome later. Now it is almost enough. In the last 6th elf battle, Xiao Ying lost to a boy, which made the boys all relieved. If they were really defeated 2 times in a row, they would be laughed to death when they returned to school. They did not want to be laughed to death. After defeating Xiao Ying, the boys dispersed. No one had the idea of challenging Yu Hai at all, because Xiao Ying said that Yu Hai was his elder brother. If they can't even beat Xiao Ying, there's no need to challenge Yu Hai, because Yu Hai will only become stronger. After all, if Xiao Ying can beat 5 in a row, then they don't need to fight Xiao Ying's elder brother, because they can't beat him at all. After the boys defeated Xiao Ying, they left tactfully and went to find the girls to fulfill their promises, one for a week, and the other for a month. Before leaving, the girl had already recognized the reality that these boys alone could not beat Yu-Hai and the other two, and she needed a stronger trainer, but where could she find a stronger trainer? The level of trainers on campus is limited. Elite level is already a master. If it is a senior level trainer, then only higher grade trainers can do it, but higher grade trainers are all in the club and don't fight street duels. Although the boys left, the trainers who were interested in Xiaoying stayed, and they all wanted to challenge Xiaoying, a master who beat 3 in a row, and have a Pokemon battle with Xiaoying. However, Xiaoying rejected them all, and the reason was very good, that is, the elves had consumed too much energy and could not fight anymore, and the elves needed to rest. As the interested trainers dispersed, it was finally cool under the coconut tree. There were a circle of people just now, and it was almost hot here. However, the trainers and onlookers left, but a little fat boy not only did not leave, but excitedly rushed over and shouted, "Xiaoying, I haven't seen you for just a few days. When did you become so powerful? Fatty, can you go out?" Xiaoying saw the little fat boy and shouted happily. "Oh, don't mention it. My mother said it was dangerous outside, so I was locked up for a week," the little fat boy sighed, and it was all tears. "I went to play with you, and your mother scolded me. How did you get out now?" Xiaoying had gone to find the little fat man before, but was scolded so badly that she didn't dare to go to the little fat man again. "My parents are playing in the water over there. They can only come out to play if they are watched." The little fat man looked at the beach, where a couple was flirting with each other. The little fat man wanted to watch the fun, so he took the opportunity to slip out. "By the way, when did you become so powerful? We haven't seen each other for just a week, and the mosquito-repellent frog can be a string of 3, and also defeated my school senior." The little fat man was at the scene at the time, but Xiaoying was fighting, so he didn't disturb Xiaoying. Now he must ask clearly. "He is Brother Hai, the teacher that my grandfather found for me. I have been learning to cultivate Pokemon from Brother Hai recently." Xiaoying saw that the little fat man was so anxious, so she gave an explanation. "Teacher." The little fat man quietly pulled Xiaoying away and asked in Xiaoying's ear, "I heard that it is very expensive to find a trainer tutor alone. Is this person strong?" "Very strong, I can't beat him. The 3 in a row just now was taught by him." Xiaoying didn't mention the money, he knew that the little fat boy's parents would not pay. The little fat boy's parents think that the elf battle is just a game, and when the little fat boy grows up, he will naturally wake up, just like them, find a job honestly, and then get married and have children. "Wow, so powerful, can I learn from him?" The little fat boy was excited when he heard that the mosquito-repellent frog could do 3 in a row just now, all from Yu-Hai. This. Xiaoying scratched his head, and wanted to talk about the 1 million, but was afraid of hitting the little fat boy, so he had to say that he needed to ask and asked the little fat boy to wait. "Brother Hai, this is my good friend, the little fat boy, you have seen him." Xiaoying came over to explain to Yu-Hai. "What's the matter?" Yu-Hai nodded gently. He knew this fat man. He was the little fat man he had robbed. He felt a little sorry for the little fat man because he robbed him right after entering the city. He also wants to learn how to cultivate elves from you. "I came here to pass on the message." Xiaoying knew that Yu-Hai needed money, and she didn't know how much tuition Yu-Hai would ask for from the little fat man. "Learn from me? Did you tell him?" Yu-Hai asked. "I said that you taught me the 3-in-1 battle just now," Xiaoying explained. "Is that so?" Yu-Hai thought about it and felt that it would be okay to teach the little fat boy. Just as compensation for robbing the little fat boy that night, as for how much he can learn, it depends on the little fat boy himself. "Tell him the address of our villa and ask him to come tomorrow." Yu-Hai asked Xiaoying to pass the message, then stood up and patted his trouser legs, ready to go back to the villa. The plan to subdue the long-winged gull in the afternoon was interrupted by the group of students, and they couldn't go on. They would try again in the evening. If it still doesn't work, it depends on Xiao Ying's choice. Whether to subdue it or catch it slowly by yourself depends on Xiao Ying's own choice. Tomorrow his elves will be formally trained again, but he has no time to accompany Xiao Ying to subdue any long-winged gulls. Owl. Xiao Ying, go back, come back in the evening. Okay, brother Hai. Xiao Ying hurried back to tell Fatty that she could study with Yu Hai, and the address of their villa, and asked Fatty to take a taxi tomorrow. After explaining the matter, Xiao Ying quickly caught up with Yu Hai, who was returning to the villa. He was still a little confused. Why didn't Yu Hai ask for money? Did he have to wait until tomorrow to ask? He didn't know. After they left, the little fat man also returned to his parents and became a good boy again. He was thinking about how to persuade his parents to go out and play tomorrow. If they don't agree, just run out to play quietly. 217 Chapter 211, Immediate Family Members. 217. Back at the villa, it was evening, and Yu Hai had to prepare dinner again. After dinner, they came to the beach again. This time, no one disturbed them to capture the long-winged gulls. 500 long-winged gulls were selected last night, and another 100 were selected in the afternoon. More and more long-winged gulls were marked, and the number of long-winged gulls without marks gradually decreased. They had few long-winged gulls to choose from. Hopefully, a good long-winged gull can be captured tonight. If no high-potential long-winged gulls can be found, it depends on Xiao Ying's choice. Whether to slowly select or to just capture, he has no control. As time gradually approached midnight, in addition to the long-winged gull with 49 potentials, they selected another one, a long-winged gull with 52 potentials. They also selected more than 300 long-winged gulls, a total of more than 900, nearly 1,000 long-winged gulls, before finding 2 long-winged gulls with good potential. It can be seen that the talent difference of wild Pokémon is really touching. Not only are they uneven, but there are also very few Pokémon with high potential. Then, Yu Hai asked Xiao Ying to sit down and rest for a while. The long-winged gull with 52 potential is almost good enough, and it has the level of a treasure in the store. If you don't pursue the Quasi King, and count the good training, this potential Pokémon is enough, and it will not be difficult to break through the king in the future. Brother Hai, wait for me to capture these long-winged gulls and come over. Xiao Ying captured the remaining unmarked long-winged gulls, and then came to the sand beside Yu Hai to sit down and catch his breath. In order to catch the high-potential long-winged gulls, Xiao Ying also gave it his all. The remaining long-winged gulls that were unwilling to enter the Pokeball were all persuaded by physical force. Not only was he exhausted, but even the frog and Parasaurolophus, it was exhausting to persuade the long-winged gull physically. He had never thought that taming a Pokémon would be so tiring, and he didn't know when it would end. Brother Hai, did you catch a long-winged gull with good talent tonight? Xiao Ying asked Yu Hai as soon as she sat down to catch her breath. The harvest tonight was not bad. We caught a long-winged gull of the store treasure level, Yu Hai said, holding a long-winged gull with a potential of 52, saying that this one was not bad. The store treasure, worth tens of millions, Xiao Ying looked at the Pokeball and swallowed secretly. He didn't expect that a Pokémon of the tens of millions level would be so easy. They only took 2 days to tame one. Worth tens of millions? Do you think others will believe it? Yu Hai smiled helplessly. That's right, Xiao Ying thought about it. Even if there is a professional breeder to identify this Pokémon whose parents are unknown and whose value cannot be verified, it is also a credit guarantee. If you make a mistake once, your reputation will be gone. Who would give up the ability to attract money from the identity of a trainer for 10 million? It's like picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. By the way, is the little fat man a rookie trainer certified by the league? Yu Hai knew that the little fat man was, but he still asked Xiao Ying. Yes, the fat man is a rookie trainer certified by the league and can enjoy the benefits of the league. Xiao Ying nodded silently. The reason why he wanted to become a trainer certified by the league was to enjoy the trainer benefits of the league. This is a benefit that every trainer doesn't want to miss, unless he is a villain and doesn't care about this benefit. You shouldn't be a trainer certified by the league yet? Yu Hai asked again. Yes, Xiao Ying nodded sadly. He had been preparing for this matter for a long time. There are 6 requirements to become a rookie trainer certified by the league. I only meet 5 of them. I still need 10,000 contribution points. 5 have been completed. Yu Hai thought that Xiao Ying still has a grandfather, and he is not alone. The certification conditions for rookie trainers should be easy to meet. The first requirement is to be over 10 years old, qualified. The second requirement is to have a starting Pokemon, qualified. The third requirement is a detailed home address and family situation, qualified. The fourth requirement is a stable source of income, qualified. Xiao Ying's grandfather has a tavern. The fifth requirement is 10,000 alliance contribution points, in progress. The sixth requirement is a guarantor, probably the old man in the tavern will be the guarantor. He has worked hard for most of his life, it is impossible that he is not even a senior trainer. In this case, can he also copy Xiao Ying's process and complete the Alliance's certification of new trainers? The first and second conditions are very simple, but the third condition, home address and family situation, is a bit difficult. His current home address is the old man's tavern, and his family situation is also personal. Although he was mentioned in the police station that he was adopted, he was not registered under the old man's account in the tavern, and became the old man's adopted son in the tavern. He didn't have the leisure to become someone's adopted son, and he wouldn't be someone's son. Xiao Ying, what are the requirements for the family situation of the league certified trainer? Yu Hai also wanted to ask Xiao Ying if she knew the situation. Compared to the cunning old man, asking Xiao Ying was much easier. This requirement requires at least a detailed address of long-term residence and a direct relative. Xiao Ying thought of the problem he encountered before, and it was his grandfather who helped him solve it. What if there is no direct relative? Yu Hai asked again. No. Xiao Ying looked at Yu Hai in confusion, and then she thought that Yu Hai was just one person, and even his ID card was fake, so how could he have a direct relative? If there is no direct relative, the league needs to observe for 3 years. Xiao Ying thought of other orphans in the orphanage, and heard them talk about how children without direct relatives can become new trainers certified by the league. The league did not block the road. You only need to register at the Pokemon Center and maintain a clean criminal record for 3 years. If you meet other conditions, you can register as a new trainer. Observe for 3 years. Yu Hai heard this requirement, which means that he has to stay here for 3 years to meet the third requirement. That is to say, keep a clean criminal record for 3 years, Xiao Ying explained when she saw that Yu Hai was a little confused. Is it feasible to adopt a direct relative? Yu Hai wanted to ask if he could solve this condition with money. No, it must be a direct relative, which is related to the fourth requirement, Xiao Ying reminded. The fourth requirement, Yu Hai thought of a stable and legal source of income, which is related to whether his direct relatives are willing to provide him with the resources needed to cultivate elves. It is really a chain of requirements, and there is no loophole to drill, unless you change your name, and the identity information entered in the police station is also a direct relative. But this is a bit difficult to deal with. This thing is not easy to operate. It can be easily found out, and he will not do it if he is a grandson or son of someone else. In addition to the fact that direct relatives cannot be dealt with, there will be subsequent troubles if you spend money to deal with it. It seems insignificant at ordinary times, but once it is investigated, it will not stand up to investigation at all. He might as well observe for 3 years. The remaining 3 requirements, stable income and 10,000 contribution points, can be met by the guarantor with money. Ah, the Alliance is really making things difficult for Fat Tiger. With just one direct relative, he is stuck. Either he waits for 3 years or he is stuck. There is no shortcut. It's not that there is no shortcut, but he doesn't know about it. He needs to ask someone who knows it when he has time. There is no need to ask Xiaoying about how to use hidden rules to certify trainers. The other party may not know. Asking the old man in the tavern should know. Finally, Yu Hai thought about it and gave up the idea of waiting for 3 years. After all, he couldn't stay here for 3 years. Just thinking about it was impossible. How could he stay for 3 years? Besides, in addition to waiting for 3 years, there must be other ways for direct relatives to become a new trainer certified by the League. The purpose of his coming to Hasa Island was to get familiar with human society and become a new trainer certified by the League. Now that the first goal has been completed, the second goal is left, to become a trainer of the League, not a wild trainer. He is not in a hurry. The second goal can be achieved slowly. This threshold is just to stop newcomers. When he has a certain strength, he should be able to achieve it easily. He is not in a hurry now. However, he will never be a grandson. It is acceptable to wait for 3 years at most. This is also the only way. It is almost midnight now. They haven't caught the high-potential long-winged gulls, and he is ready to go back to sleep. The 52 potential long-winged gull was left to Xiaoying. Xiaoying had to make her own choices in the future. Xiaoying, go back to sleep. Yu Hai stood up and patted the sand on his trouser legs, and prepared to go back to the villa. Brother Hai, there are more than 10 long-winged gulls here, you haven't seen them yet. Xiaoying also followed him and took out the long-winged gull that he had captured for the last time and put it in Yu Hai's hand. There are more than 10 more. Yu Hai took the long-winged gull, feeling that it didn't matter whether he looked at it or not. After screening almost 1,000 long-winged gulls, there were only 2 long-winged gulls with high potential. He didn't believe there would be any surprises among these more than 10 long-winged gulls. After seeing 9 long-winged gulls in a row, their potential was very rubbish, so Yu Hai threw the pokeball to Xiaoying and asked Xiaoying to let them go. He still had 4 long-winged gulls left in his hand. He picked up one and scanned the proficiency panel. The potential was only 32, so he had to let it go. The next 3 were 28, 56, and 41 respectively. Huh? Wait, Yu Hai threw a long-winged gull with 28 potential to Xiaoying and asked Xiaoying to release it. He kept the long-winged gull with 56 potential and opened the proficiency panel. The potential of this long-winged gull was only a little lower than the long-winged gull he had subdued. Long-winged gull. Attribute, water plus flying. Gender, male. Potential, 56%. Level, 11.23%. Features, wet body /7.39%. Mastered moves, wind /5.59%. Air blade /4.61%. Water soak. Fuck, what kind of shit luck is this? Yu Hai was secretly shocked. Not only does he have 56 potential points, but he also has the inherited move water soak. It's just he had nothing to say. In the end, he said nothing, but threw the pokeball to Xiaoying and told Xiaoying, Xiaoying, this long-winged gull has been cultivated, and it will be easy to be promoted to the king. Really? Better talent than that store treasure. Xiaoying caught the pokeball and looked at the long-winged gull inside. Surprised, she asked. Yes, it's a little better than the talent of the treasure of the store. Yu Hai nodded silently. He did not hide the potential of this long-winged gull from Xiaoying, nor would he reveal the secret of the panel. He only has one such big-mouthed gull. If he wants to brush high-potential Pokemon, he can have as many Pokemon as he wants, but it's not necessary. Although it's troublesome, the main Pokemon he wants must be a Pokemon with high potential, there is no doubt about that. In this way, Xiaoying happily returned to the villa with the Pokeball, ready to use the water crystal energy cube to subdue this high potential long-winged gull. In order to prevent the defeated long-winged gull from escaping, Xiaoying also used the energy cube to ask Yu Hai's big-mouthed gull for help, so that this flying Pokemon can help him stabilize the long-winged gull that he just released. Woo-oh, woo, The long-winged gull wanted to fly away as soon as it came out, but was held down by the wing of the large-mouthed gull. The suppression from the evolution made the long-winged gull unable to move. Long-winged gull, I didn't hurt you when I subdued you before. Xiaoying hurriedly took out the wound spray to treat the injured wings of the long-winged gull when it was subdued. The long-winged gulls that followed were basically subdued physically, and they all suffered some minor injuries. After treating the wings of the long-winged gull, Xiaoying took out a water energy block for the long-winged gull to eat, which was more tempting than the bread she had fed before. Seeing the long-winged gull eat the energy block, Xiaoying asked, "Long-winged gull, do you want to be my partner? I can provide you with food and accommodation, all of which are delicious food like this." Xiaoying tried to persuade the long-winged gull with delicious food, and took out a crystal clear fine water crystal. The energy cube, with its fragrance and water energy, was full of temptation to the long-winged gull. Woo woo woo, the long-winged gull looked around and saw many elves looking at him. He tilted his head and thought for a while, and finally ate the second water-clear energy cube in Xiaoying's hand. Seeing this, the big-mouthed gull let go of its wings, because its kind had agreed to be subdued by this young man, so it naturally had no reason to suppress it. Seeing the long-winged gull eat the energy cube for the second time, the big-mouthed gull also let go of its wings. Xiaoying knew that the long-winged gull agreed, so she happily hugged the long-winged gull and took it back with the elf ball. "Okay, Xiaoying, I'm going to rest, you still have to go to the orphanage." Yu Hai took out the long-winged gulls with potentials of 52, 49, and 41, handed them to Xiaoying, and asked Xiaoying to send them to the orphanage. "Are these all sent to the orphanage?" Xiaoying took the poke ball and asked in confusion. He knew that among the 3 long-winged gulls, one could be comparable to the treasure of the store, and the one he captured was a little more talented than the Pokémon cub of the treasure of the store. The long-winged gull marked as a sign is the Pokémon for Ziona, and the other 2 will be given to the dean to deal with. Yu Hai was going to give the long-winged gull with a potential of 52 to Ziona, and the remaining 2 long-winged gulls would be assigned by the old dean. "I understand," Xiaoying nodded seriously, indicating that he understood Yu Hai's meaning, took the 3 poke balls, and prepared to go to the lonely orphanage. "Don't mention the value of these long-winged gulls, it will cause trouble to the orphanage," Yu Hai reminded Xiaoying, who was about to leave. "Brother Hai, I know what to do. Xiaoying has long known that not showing off your wealth will really bring you disaster. He has seen it in the tavern, and his grandfather also reminded him so." As Xiaoying left, Yu Hai also prepared to take a bath and go to bed. He ran around with Xiaoying these 2 days and saw a lot of beautiful girls. The mosquito-repellent frog has almost recovered. The training plan will continue tomorrow. 218 Chapter 212, One String of Two. 218. The 10th day after arriving at Hasa Island, sunny. Today's weather is good. Yu Hai got up early again and prepared breakfast for the elves. While the elves were eating breakfast and he was preparing to make breakfast for himself, Xiaoying came to the villa early and brought breakfast. "Brother Hai, I brought you breakfast," Xiaoying shouted as she entered the door with the mosquito-repellent frog, attracting Yu Hai's attention. "Breakfast? Then I don't need to make breakfast." Yu Hai came to the pool and asked Xiaoying to put breakfast on the table, and then he ate the breakfast that Xiaoying brought, milk and rice balls, and some messy food that he didn't recognize. After a quick breakfast, the morning exercises of the elves and the 2 of them also began. The 4 of them, frog, crab, rhinoceros, and duckling, were running outside the yard, and they were all required to use acceleration moves to run. Yu Hai and Xiaoying were running inside the yard. Xiaoying's frog and Parasaurolophus, as well as the long-winged gull that was captured yesterday, and his orb spinner, Magikarp, and Squidward, 6 Pokémon were training their moves. Also, Butterfree and Slowpoke were training their telekinesis, and the Smurf was practicing praying for rain. From time to time, it would rain in the yard, but it didn't last long and ended in a few minutes. Just as they started their morning exercises, a person appeared outside the villa again and was caught by the 4 Pokémon running outside. He immediately made a high-pitched pig cry. Xiaoying, where are you? Come out quickly. If you don't come out, you won't be able to see me. Fatty. Xiaoying heard the fat man's scream and immediately came outside the door to see the fat man surrounded by 4 Pokemon. Frog, I'm sorry, he's my friend, I hope I didn't disturb you. Xiaoying came over to apologize to the frog, who told the little fat man to disturb their exercise. Yobo, Yobo, the frog saw Xiaoying coming out and stopped besieging the little fat man, but continued to run. Seeing that the frog continued to run, the 3 crabs stopped bothering the little fat man and went running. The little fat man was greatly relieved when he saw the 4 Pokemon of the frog go away, otherwise he would be really afraid of being beaten up if he was surrounded by 4 ferocious Pokemon. Xiaoying, are those 4 Pokemon all the Pokemon of that trainer? The little fat man asked Xiaoying as he breathed a sigh of relief. All, come with me, I'll take you to see Brother Hai. Xiaoying watched the mosquito-repellent frog go away, and took the little fat man into the villa courtyard. As soon as he entered the courtyard, the little fat man saw 9 elves training in the yard. Everyone was busy training, including Yu Hai who was jogging. Seeing that Yu Hai was still running, Xiaoying turned her head and told the little fat man, Fatty, I still want to run, you can find a place to sit and wait for me. After Xiaoying told the little fat man, she continued to run. After half an hour of running, Yu Hai and Xiaoying stopped to drink water and rest. Xiaoying called the little fat man over and introduced him to Yu Hai. Brother Hai, this is the fat man I told you about, my good friend. I heard Xiaoying talk about you. Do you also want to learn to cultivate elves? Yu Hai saw the little fat boy, pretended not to know him, and asked him. Yes, can I call you Brother Hai with Xiaoying? The little fat boy was a little reserved at first, and didn't realize that Yu Hai was the spider robber who robbed him. When the little fat boy saw that Yu Hai was very kind and smiled at him, he became bolder and took the initiative to ask Yu Hai. Okay, Yu Hai nodded, and said to the little fat boy, show me your Pokemon. Okay, my Pokemon is here. The little fat boy didn't know which Pokemon Yu Hai was talking about, so he took out both Pokemon. Big Claw Crab and Wu Bo. Yu Hai took the 2 Pokemon from the little fat boy. Although he knew it a long time ago, he could only pretend not to know and opened the proficiency panel of the 2 Pokemon. Big Claw Crab. Attribute, Water. Gender, Male. Potential, 43.19%. Level, 25.62%. Features, Hard Shell Armor /10.94%. Master the moves. Wu Bo Attribute, Water plus Ground. Gender, Female. Potential, 45.47%. Level, 18.59%. Features, Moisture /5.38%. Mastered moves. After quickly looking at the proficiency panels of the 2 elves, Yu Hai felt that they were just average, with medium to high potential, average level characteristics, and average mastered moves. There was nothing good to see. In general, the potential of the elves is much worse than that of Xiaoying. It seems that the financial strength of the little fat boy's parents cannot be compared with the old man in the tavern. Then his idea of collecting tuition fees is probably impossible. Finally, after thinking about it, Yu Hai thought it was better not to collect tuition fees from the little fat boy, but he would not teach the little fat boy dry stuff. He just took out the simple high attack, high defense and high speed training method of the big claw crab and trained the little fat boy with the big claw crab. The elves are pretty good. You can train with Xiaoying. If you don't understand something, ask Xiaoying. If Xiaoying doesn't understand something, ask me. Yu Hai returned the 2 elf balls to the little fat boy and waved his hand to let the little fat boy learn from Xiaoying. The 2 elves of the little fat boy have low proficiency in water guns. It is estimated that they have not trained elves much. Let the little fat boy train Xiaoying on the accuracy of elf moves first. Thank you, Brother Hai. I will learn well. The little fat boy took the elf ball and shouted confidently. At this moment, Yu Hai started jogging again, not caring about what the little fat boy said. If the little fat boys Crab and Whooper want to play in the future, they need to capture a fire, ice, or flying elf. Anyone will do. The joint defense targets that the little fat boy can choose include the fire-type Charmander, and the ice-type Boar. There are many flying elves, which are all very good choices. Because both of Fatty's Pokémon are restrained by the grass type, and Wubo is restrained by the grass type 4 times. Although they can jointly defend against the electric type, the weakness of the grass type is also magnified. I don't know if the parents of the 2 Pokémons given to Fatty have considered this point. And Xiao Ying's Pokémon lineup, if it is a fighting route, then even if the third Pokémon is not a fighting Pokémon, it must have hands and feet. The third Pokémon suitable for Xiao Ying's joint defense is the electric Pokémon. The electric type can jointly defend against the water type can jointly defend against the grass type, and the grass type can jointly defend against the water type. The 3 Pokémon form a closed loop. For Xiao Ying in the early stage, it is a good lineup match, but I don't know if the old man in the tavern noticed this. But these are none of his business. He is not the nanny of these 2 little brats. He can't control how other parents arrange their children. He can only take care of himself first. As Yu Hai started jogging, Xiao Ying also told Fatty how they trained Pokémon. Fatty, your elf can follow my elf first and train the hit rate of the water gun. Xiao Ying took the little fat boy to the place where the mosquito frog trained the accuracy of the moves and introduced it to the little fat boy. Training water gun. The little fat boy saw that the elves in the yard were all basic training, and there was no training of Xiao Ying's 3 in a row yesterday. He couldn't help but ask in confusion, Xiao Ying, can't you learn the 3 in a row you hit yesterday? Fatty, Xiao Ying took a long breath. How should he tell the fat boy that the 3 in a row he hit yesterday, in addition to Yu Hai's guidance, was the winning rate brought by the improvement of the elf's move accuracy? If he told the little fat boy himself, the little fat boy probably wouldn't believe it, so Xiao Ying felt it necessary to let the little fat boy see the importance of basic training. Fatty, do you want to have a elf battle? Xiao Ying asked. Now. The little fat boy turned his head and looked around. Everyone was training. It would not be good for them to fight at this time. Yes, right now, Xiao Ying nodded, thinking that you won't understand without a fight. Okay, let's go outside. The little fat man thought the yard was too small, and the swimming pool took up most of it. If it was a fight, the elves couldn't be used. Next, Xiao Ying took the little fat man to the beach, with only the mosquito-repellent frog beside him, and the little fat man released the big crab. Now Xiao Ying can easily beat the little fat man. If it was before, the 2 were just the same. He had a parasitic mushroom, and he had an advantage when facing the little fat man. Fatty, I'll let you attack first. Xiao Ying and the little fat man stood on the grass outside the villa, letting the little fat man's big crab attack first. Big crab, use the water gun. The little fat man got the opportunity to attack first, and naturally did not refuse, and immediately ordered the big crab. Q, puff, puff, the big crab immediately spit out 3 water guns, but all 3 water guns were off-center. Even if they were not off-center, they would have no effect if they hit the mosquito-scented frog. From this point alone, the little fat boy is a poor student. He must not have listened to the teacher's lectures seriously in class. Even after so many battles, he still used water guns to attack the mosquito-scented frog. Looking at the 3 water guns that were off-center, Xiao Ying sighed helplessly and shouted to the mosquito-scented frog, "Mosquito-scented frog, rush over and use a series of slaps." The mosquito-scented frog ran over quickly and let the big crab's water gun fall on it. The mosquito-scented frog did not take a step back, but moved forward with the water gun. Although the big crab's water gun was not accurate, 1 or 2 water guns could still hit the mosquito-scented frog, but it had basically no effect. Why is this happening? The little fat boy saw Xiao Ying's different fighting style and suddenly didn't know how to deal with it. He was very anxious and suddenly remembered to let the big crab defend. Big claw crab, use harden. Just as the big claw crab used harden, the mosquito frog's series of the palm hit the face, and it didn't stop until the crab was knocked unconscious. The little fat man used the poke ball to retrieve the unconscious crab, and asked in surprise, Xiaoying, why is your mosquito-repellent frog not afraid of water? How can you fight like this? Fatty, my mosquito-repellent frog has the water storage characteristic, have you forgotten it again? Xiaoying was speechless, why didn't this fat man learn from it? The little fat man seemed to have heard someone say it, but he didn't care about the characteristic, because he had defeated Xiaoying's mosquito-repellent frog with a water gun before. In fact, it was not the water gun that defeated the mosquito-repellent tadpole at that time, but the impact of the water gun knocked the mosquito-repellent tadpole unconscious. So he didn't pay much attention to the characteristics, and he didn't expect to fall on this again. Fatty, the water gun is ineffective against the water storage characteristic, and it can also restore the physical strength of the mosquito-repellent frog. Xiaoying saw the little fat man stunned, and explained. So that's how it is. The little fat man scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. He actually forgot about it, and he didn't really care about it before. Then the little fat man suggested, Xiaoying, let's fight again. This time I will definitely not be careless. Okay, you attack first. Xiaoying still used the mosquito-repellent frog to fight, and the little fat man sent out the last elf Wubo. Wubo, use mud shooting, the little fat man ordered Wubo. This time he didn't use a water gun, and using mud shooting should be able to cause damage. Mosquito-repellent frog, you also use mud shooting. Xiaoying didn't let the mosquito-repellent frog dodge. He knew very well what Wubo's level was. There was no need for the mosquito-repellent frog to dodge. Even if it stood, Wubo couldn't hit the mosquito-repellent frog. It's better to let the mosquito-repellent frog stand and output, and the hit rate of mud shooting is even higher. Next, as Xiaoying thought, the hit rate of the mosquito-repellent frog's mud shooting was 100%. Wubo fainted after only 3 mud shots. Wubo's mud shooting didn't hit the mosquito-repellent frog at all, and it lost its combat ability. This the little fat man was completely dumbfounded. Xiaoying's move was too accurate. 3 mud shots hit his Wubo. How come Xiaoying has become so strong after not seeing her for a few days, so strong that he almost didn't recognize Xiaoying? If he didn't see it clearly before, this time the little fat man saw it clearly. The 2 elves didn't move. They also used mud shots, and his Wubo was defeated instantly. Could this be what Xiaoying said, the importance of the hit rate of moves? By the way, the little fat man thought of yesterday's battle. Xiaoying's 2 elves had a high hit rate of moves. It seems that they have trained seriously. Xiaoying didn't lie to him. Fatty, you can see it, this is the importance of the hit rate of moves. Xiaoying spread her hands helplessly. After the hit rate of the move of the mosquito-repellent frog increased, he found that the battle seemed to become simpler. The fighting methods that I didn't dare to think of before, some simple fighting skills, can be used flexibly, and it is also due to the 100% hit rate of the moves. I can see it, Xiaoying, tell me how you did it. The little fat man also understood the importance of the hit rate of the moves, and immediately came forward excitedly, pestering Xiaoying to learn. Follow me. Xiaoying showed a little bit of her skills, and captured the envy of the little fat man, who was very proud of it. However, the next show is the real technology. After that, the little fat man and Xiaoying returned to the yard, and Xiaoying once again let the mosquito-repellent frog show its unique skills of water guns, and the hit rate of a single-shot water gun moving target is 100%. Xiaoying's mosquito-repellent frog can already do this step, it seems that it is training hard. The strength of the mosquito-repellent frog shocked the little fat man again. It turned out that Xiaoying's mosquito-repellent frog didn't use its full strength at all. The little fat man, who understood this, couldn't help but blush and smiled awkwardly. 219 Chapter 213, Fighting Competition. 219. Next, Xiaoying asked the parasitic mushroom to attack the moving target, and the hit rate was 90%, which refreshed the little fat man's 3 views again. The little fat man opened his mouth, but didn't know how to speak for a long time. Finally, he asked in surprise, "Xiaoying, I haven't seen you for a few days. How come you are so strong?" "I just trained with Brother Hai for a few days. I just trained with water guns every day." They were all very basic training. Xiaoying was secretly happy about the little fat man's surprise. "Little guy, you are so surprised, and there are more powerful things to come." He hasn't told the little fat man that he still has to learn the combined attack skills from Yu Hai, which is the real bottom line trick. What about Brother Hai? Can his elves do this? The little fat man turned his head and looked at Yu Hai, who was jogging quietly, wondering where Xiaoying found the teacher who was so powerful. This teacher is comparable to the 6 masters on the large battlefield outside the elf center. Brother Hai's mosquito-repellent frog is much more powerful than my mosquito-repellent frog. It can hit 3 moving targets with 3 consecutive shots of water guns. My mosquito-repellent frog can only hit 1 moving target now, Xiaoying explained while looking at Yu Hai. She didn't know when her mosquito-repellent frog would be able to master such a unique skill. In fact, if you don't get lazy, according to the talent of Xiaoying's mosquito-repellent frog, you can master it in half a month of honest training. The rest is just practice makes perfect. There are also 4 consecutive shots of water guns to move targets, and 3 consecutive shots of water guns to move targets while moving. These are all tricks that can be trained. Of course, forget about blindfolding. Yu Hai's mosquito-repellent frog can do this because it has moisture perception and the eye of the heart. Both are indispensable. 3 bursts of water guns, 3 moving targets. The little fat boy secretly swallowed his saliva. It turned out that this teacher was so strong. If Xiaoying hadn't told him, he really wouldn't have noticed. Before, he had no idea how strong he was. Now he finally knew how strong he was. From the accuracy of the water gun, his elf moves were terrible. Xiaoying's was barely okay, but she was much stronger than him. If it was 3 consecutive shots at 3 moving targets, this, the little fat man didn't know how to describe it. "Xiaoying, have you ever fought him?" After his 3 views were refreshed, the little fat man quietly approached Xiaoying and asked in a low voice. He really wanted to know if Xiaoying, who was so strong, was Yu Hai's opponent. "Of course I have," Xiaoying nodded gently. "If he hadn't been beaten, he wouldn't be here." "Then, what was the result?" the little fat man asked in a low voice. "The mosquito-repellent frog didn't even catch a single move and was knocked unconscious," Xiaoying sighed softly. This was not something difficult to talk about. He admitted that he was bad, and he was also grateful to Brother Hai for waking him up. Compared to continuing to play elves in a daze, he feels that he is better than ever now, and he doesn't know why he is better. It's as if he has a direction to work hard, and life is getting more and more hopeful. Puff, no way, so strong. The little fat man almost couldn't help screaming, and quickly raised his hand to cover his mouth to stop the scream. "It's that strong," Xiaoying nodded seriously, with a sincere look in his eyes. He really didn't lie to the little fat man. "Okay, I believe you," the little fat man couldn't help but believe it. Xiaoying had only been with Yu Hai for a few days, and he couldn't beat him. There was no reason not to believe that others were stronger. If others are bad, then why should Xiaoying learn from others? Isn't it enough to train yourself? "Okay, let your elves out for treatment, and after breakfast, train the hit rate of moves with my elves." Xiaoying patted the little fat man's shoulder, and then went for a run. He didn't know why Yu Hai wanted to do morning exercises, he just knew to run with him. After watching Xiaoying go for a run, the little fat boy relaxed for a while, and the high blood pressure caused by the continuous shock. Then he released his 2 elves, took out the wound spray from the backpack to treat the crab and Mubo, and gave the 2 elves some breakfast. He let the 2 elves follow Xiaoying's elves in the yard to train water guns. Then the little fat boy found that he had nothing to do, and saw Xiaoying running, so he ran behind Xiaoying. As the morning exercise ended, Yu Hai took a shower and changed clothes, and went to the kitchen to make lunch. Xiaoying also went to help. As for the little fat boy? The little fat boy was already lying on the ground tired, his clothes were wet, and he could only breathe, and his fingers could not move. After all, it was the first time for the little fat boy to do a morning run, and he jogged for 2 hours. It was already very good to be able to hold on. Because Xiaoying didn't shout to give up, the fat boy also held on and didn't give up, and he persisted to the end, which was not bad. An hour later, lunch was ready, and they also had lunch. The elves brought their own lunch, and the 3 of them ate together at noon. When the meal started, the little fat boy barely got up and sat down at the dining table. He also quietly asked Xiaoying, "Xiaoying, do you train like this every day?" "Yes, every day, hurry up and eat lunch, there will be more in the afternoon," Xiaoying reminded. "What, there will be more in the afternoon?" The little fat boy was numb all over, like a deflated ball, and he was half dead lying on the dining table, not wanting to move at all. The morning was torture enough, and he didn't expect there would be more in the afternoon. Would he still want to live? The little fat boy began to regret a little. He really shouldn't have come here. The training here is too hard. He can't stand the morning run alone. Seeing the painful expression on the little fat boy's face, he was in no mood to eat. Xiaoying thought it was very funny, so she explained, "Fatty, there is a theory class in the afternoon, learning elf cultivation knowledge, which is similar to what you learn in school. Here you can learn by yourself." Xiaoying secretly glanced at Yu Hai who was eating. He knew that Yu Hai had no time to care about them. Whether they wanted to learn or not was up to them. If they had a difficult question, they could get an answer by asking Yu Hai. If they didn't ask, they wouldn't get an answer. "You should have told me earlier, I was scared to death." The little fat boy was relieved when he heard that he didn't have to continue running. He also reached out and patted his chest that was fluctuating. He was really scared just now, and his heartbeat accelerated. After not having to train, the little fat boy quickly picked up the chopsticks to eat, and his mood suddenly became much better. Looking at the interaction between Xiaoying and the 2 lively people, Yu Hai also found it funny, especially the little fat boy, who was exhausted from running in the morning, and he almost asked him to stop running. If he got sick and his parents came to him, he wouldn't be able to explain the little fat boy's affairs. For him, no matter if Xiaoying or the little fat boy wanted to learn, he would teach them, and if they didn't want to learn, he wouldn't teach them, just let them go. After lunch, everyone took a nap. The villa was very big, with many sofas, and it was no problem for 3 people to sleep on 15 elves. After lunch, the afternoon training began again. Yu Hai also picked up the beginner's knowledge of water elves and read it with relish, just like reading a game strategy. He had a great interest in the knowledge of elves in this world. He was reading with relish, while the little fat boy and Xiaoying on the other side chatted quietly. "Xiaoying, you just read in the afternoon." The little fat boy saw Xiaoying taking notes while reading. When had he ever seen Xiaoying like this, seriously? They are all elf cultivation books, and there are also characteristics. "Do you want to read them?" Xiaoying nodded lightly, thinking that the little fat boy was making a fuss. "It was just reading a book. I won't read it. I was sick of reading it at school." The little fat boy shook his head and waved his hands, refusing the book handed over by Xiaoying. They were learning this at school, and he didn't want to read books anymore. "Don't read it. But you don't even know the function of water storage characteristics. How can you fight in the future? If you don't know the attribute restraint, the function of elf characteristics, the power of elf moves, the function of moves, and the skills of using moves, you can only get beaten." "Okay, let me see." The little fat boy was embarrassed by what he said, and he was too embarrassed to refuse to read the book. Here, Xiaoying gave the characteristics to the little fat boy. Although he knew the attribute restraint of elves, he didn't know the elf characteristics, the types of characteristics, the functions of characteristics, and the power of elf moves. There are also the attributes of the moves, the types of moves, the additional damage of the moves, the range of the moves, how to improve the hit rate of the moves, how to make the moves more powerful, what changes will occur when the moves are combined with the characteristics, what moves can be combined into a combined attack. If you don't understand these, let alone the battle of Pokemon, even cultivating Pokemon is a very difficult thing, and you will only be abused in the battle. These are just the basic knowledge of trainers, not to mention that if you want to cultivate Pokemon well, you have to learn the basic knowledge of breeders. I really don't know how Brother Hai learned so many things at the age of 15. In his opinion, the knowledge of just 3 Pokemon is already difficult. He is too difficult. Until now, he has understood the moisture and water storage of the mosquito-repellent frog, the poison treatment and spores of the parasitic mushroom, and the sharp eyes and moist body of the long-winged gull. He already feels very overwhelmed. Not to mention, you have to remember each characteristic of hundreds of elves, as well as the characteristics of each characteristic, and see what characteristics the opponent's elves have in the battle, and then attack, defend, or dodge against the opponent. This is just the first step. Next, you have to be familiar with the changes of each move, the power of the move, and whether it is restrained. Only then can you see the opponent's next move, read the opponent's attack first, and judge what move it is in time, and then immediately convey the order to the elves to prepare for it in advance. These are the contents of the old Dean's notes on cultivating parasitic mushrooms. He also showed them to Yu Hai. Yu Hai said that only by being familiar with these can you read the opponent first. That is, predict the opponent's next move. This is the first time he has recognized such a way of fighting. Yu Hai also said that these are the skills that masters must master, that is, masters basically know some first reading. Finally, Xiaoying also asked Yu Hai if he would read first. Yu Hai told him that reading first is a fighting skill that opponents of the same level will use, which can increase some winning rates. When the gap is not very large, the weak can also defeat the strong. But against a rookie like him who doesn't even train his elves, there's no need to use pre-reading. Finally, Yu Hai didn't say whether he would read first, because it would be embarrassing to say so. To be honest, he wouldn't read first. He only knew the game version of pre-reading, not the real version of pre-reading. After all, he hadn't seen it yet. The real pre-reading requires actual combat accumulation. He hadn't played many games, so he had to play to know. After all, games are different from reality. Xiaoying now just felt a headache. After communicating with Yu Hai, he knew that pre-reading was a necessary combat skill for masters. He had to memorize everything in the book before he could touch the threshold of pre-reading. This was the most basic thing and a necessary condition for pre-reading. The reason why Yu Hai knew so much was because he was a senior game player for more than 10 years in his previous life, and he basically memorized everything. For Xiaoying, everything was just beginning. Xiaoying, who was still worried, didn't know that the little fat boy, who was lectured by him, also calmed down and read the elf knowledge in an orderly manner, focusing on the characteristics of the mosquito-repellent frog and memorizing it. But after reading for only half an hour, the little fat boy was absent-minded again. He couldn't calm down to read the book at all. He put down the book and stared blankly at the training of the big claw crab and Wubo. After watching the training of the 2 little guys for a while, the little fat boy chatted with Xiaoying again and asked, "Xiaoying, have you encountered spider robbers recently?" "Spider robbers?" Xiaoying thought about it, shook her head and asked, "What happened?" "Because of the spider robbers, I was locked up for a week. I couldn't go out except for going to school and going home." The little fat boy sighed helplessly, thinking about it afterwards. He felt that the spider robber was not a bad person. He just robbed money, so his parents didn't let him go out, causing him to be suffocated for a week. Instead, the parents who didn't let him go out were more like bad people. "Is this why you can't go out?" Xiao Ying had heard of spider robbers and could see wanted posters in the elf center. It's just that he is not too worried about this kind of robber who specializes in robbing rookie trainers. After all, he killed a more vicious kidnapper in the woods 2 days ago. This kind of robber who only robs 1 or 2,000 each time and the maximum amount of crime does not exceed 10,000 is unlucky to meet him. Now he knows the value of Pokemon. Even if it is just an ordinary Pokemon, it can be sold for hundreds of thousands in the black market. Whether there is anyone to buy it is another matter, but Pokemon is indeed at this price. Fighting type ones are much more expensive. Hey, the little fat man sighed for a long time, as if he had many unspeakable grievances and was very distressed, so he complained to Xiao Ying. Don't mention it. There are still spider robbers now. I don't know where so many bad guys come from. They rob at night. At night you have to go home, you can't hang out in the elf center, and you can't watch elf battles. What are you afraid of? When your elf becomes stronger, it won't be able to protect you, Xiao Ying reminded. I know, but it's not that easy to become stronger. The little fat man sighed again and decided to change the topic and stop talking about this sad thing. By the way, Xiao Ying, there will be a fighting competition in a week. Do you want to go to the competition then? Fighting competition? Xiao Ying thought for a while and replied, let's talk about it when we have time. It's just a fighting competition. His primary purpose now is to learn how to cultivate elves with Yuhei, so he doesn't have much time to play. He had a premonition that he didn't know when Yukai would leave, but he would definitely not stay for too long. He had to seize this opportunity. 220 Chapter 214, Competition Rules. 220. Seeing that Xiao Ying was not very interested, the little fat man thought of another thing and suggested, Xiao Ying, the fighting competition is a competition held by the fighting club. We can't participate, but there is another large-scale competition, which is jointly organized by 6 clubs. We can register now. The deadline for registration is 7 days before the preliminary round. This large-scale competition is divided into 1v1 preliminary round, 3v3 knockout round, and the final 6v6. We don't have 3 elves to participate in the preliminary round. I do. I recently tamed a long-winged gull, Xiao Ying interrupted the little fat man and smiled helplessly. Not to mention that he didn't take the little fat man with him. Who told him to go to the little fat man and he was scolded? With hearing that Xiao Ying already had a 3rd elf, the little fat man felt even more uncomfortable. This little friend actually conquered the new elf and didn't let him play with him. The fat man felt miserable. The little fat man ignored the smile on Xiao Ying's face. Anyway, he had just conquered it. It was still early for the game, so he continued to introduce, actually, we can go to the woods and catch any insect elf to make up the number. If we can score, the knockout rounds can be used to make up the numbers. Just wait until the game is over and release them. Now that you have it, I still have one left. I need to catch an insect elf before the knockout round. It's a competition. Xiao Ying thought for a while and did not answer the little fat man immediately. With the little fat man's strength, don't even think about making it to the knockout rounds. He doesn't even expect to make it to the knockout rounds. If it's Yuhai, it's still possible, so they can't even think about it. However, when it comes to the competition, he is still a little excited. A string of 3s on the beach is nothing. Only by getting a ranking in the competition can he test the results of his hard training and prove to his grandfather that he has really changed. Instead of just talking about it. But why is there such a large-scale event? Moreover, it is a joint competition organized by 6 clubs. In previous years, wasn't it always organized by the city? Why did it change to a club this year? Xiao Ying asked the little fat man her doubts. This matter, I heard that it was for the new fighting elves that the fighting club held a fighting competition, and other clubs also held competitions. The little fat man was not very clear about why there was a competition. He had only heard about it at school and just wanted to join in the fun. He was also excited to watch a competition. What are the requirements for this competition? Do you know? Xiao Ying asked curiously. Seeing Xiao Ying's interest, the little fat man immediately introduced to Xiao Ying the first-hand information he had learned from his classmates at school. Only elves with fighting attributes can participate in the fighting competition, and the rules are very simple. You can only use fighting-type moves to fight in the ring. This is a fighting competition. Like the previous no-rules fighting competition, other non-fighting type elves can be used. This time there is no competition. Not held. Your Doli mushroom can participate in the fighting competition. The other competitions jointly organized by 6 clubs require at least 1 elf to sign up. The competition has no restrictions on the trainer's identity, age, and elf strength. Any trainer, everyone can participate in the competition. However, trainers need to register at least 1 participating elf, and at most 6 elves. If you want to enter the knockout round, you need to register the corresponding number of elves. 1 elf can only compete in the preliminary round. In the 1v1 match in the preliminary round, the trainer only has 1 chance. If he loses, he will be eliminated. The knockout round uses a 3v3 battle mode. In the first match, both sides need to send elves to attack at the same time. Both sides have 3 opportunities to take back the elves. If the victor does not take back the elves, the victor will attack first in the next game. If both sides take back the elves, both sides will need to release the elves at the same time again to attack. If the loser has already released the elves, the winner's retrieval of the elves will not count, and the retrieved elves will be considered abandoned. The rules of subsequent games are the same as the second game, until the 3 opportunities to retrieve the elves are used up. The subsequent 6v6 competition system, this is the same rule, but the number of times that the elves can be recovered has been changed to 6 times. Xiao Ying silently wrote down the little fat man's story and understood the key information in it. The rules of the battle are that both sides can take back the elves, and the chance of taking them back is limited to 3 times, in order to prevent a situation that is unfavorable to the winner. If the winner of the first game cannot take back the elves, he will face the situation of being restrained by attributes in the second game, which is unfair. If the loser releases the elves and the winner takes back the elves replaced by the winner will definitely restrain the loser's elves, and the loser will face a situation of being restrained by attributes, which is another unfair situation. So the final rule is that if both sides take back the elves, both sides need to release the elves again at the same time. Launch another attack. If someone takes back a Pokémon during a battle, both sides can do so. There are only 3 chances in total. Once the chances are used up, the Pokémon cannot be replaced unless the Pokémon loses. Such competition rules also limit the use of certain features, such as restoring physical strength, removing abnormal states, and increasing states. The origin of this rule is probably to prevent some trainers from bringing a team of regenerative Pokémon to jointly restore physical strength. In short, there are pros and cons. In fact, 6 opportunities to replace Pokémon are enough. For some confident masters, there is no need to replace Pokémon at all, and they can get 3 in a row or 6 in a row. By the way, Fatty, do you know what the prizes are? Xiao Ying secretly memorized the rules of the competition, and then thought about the purpose of the competition. Isn't it to get prizes? Only those who enter the elimination round will get prizes. The top 3 prizes are the best. The first prize is to choose a Pokémon from the 6 breeding houses. The second prize is a high-level evolution stone, which can also be chosen at will. The third prize is a senior-level prop, which can also be chosen at will. You can choose your favorite Pokémon, evolution stone, props at will. This reward is not bad. Xiao Ying heard such prizes and secretly sighed at the club's wealth and was shocked by the organizers' generosity. If Pokémon can be chosen at will, the treasure of the store will be worth at least 10 million yuan. Not to mention that there are high-level evolution stones and senior-level props, as well as prizes for trainers who enter the elimination round. But when he thought that there were no restrictions on trainers who could participate, he felt that the first place was impossible. Even if Brother Hai participated in the competition, he would probably only enter the elimination round. In the past few days, he also knew that Brother Hai's strength was at most senior level, just as his grandfather told him. If he met a trainer who was a quasi-king, Brother Hai would never win the championship. In fact, both the grandfather and grandson had made a mistake. According to the league's rating standards, Yu Hai was only at the elite level, not even at the senior level. Because the public's judgment standards for senior levels are very vague, many people have misjudged their own strength or exaggerated it. Ah, Xiao Ying sighed softly. The competition held this time was really not something they could participate in now. He did not refuse the invitation of the little fat man. Finally, after a moment of silence, he replied to the little fat man, "Isn't there still 7 days to register? Let me think about it. If you want to participate, you can also go to the preliminary round to play." "Okay, then we'll make it this way." The little fat man looked very happy. Xiao Ying's words were equivalent to a disguised agreement. After all, they could only play in the preliminary round. It didn't matter if they were eliminated. The important thing was to participate. Afterwards, the little fat man wanted to chat with Xiao Ying again, but Xiao Ying didn't reply to him at all. Seeing that Xiao Ying was fascinated by reading again, the little fat man didn't disturb Xiao Ying and just sat there in a daze for the whole afternoon. The time for studying passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was afternoon. It was dinner time again. Yu Hai asked Xiao Ying to go to the kitchen to cook, and soon the dinner was ready. After dinner was ready, the little fat man had another dinner before he was ready to say goodbye to Yu Hai and the others. He was ready to go home early before it was completely dark. "Xiao Ying, I'm leaving." The little fat man stood in the yard, using the poke ball to take back the giant crab and whoop her, and was saying goodbye to Xiao Ying. "We are also going out," but in the opposite direction. Xiao Ying also used the poke ball to take back the Parasaurolophus and long-winged gull, leaving only the frog with her. "You guys are going out again? Where are you going?" The curiosity on the little fat man's face could not be concealed at all. Did Xiao Ying have activities in the evening and didn't tell him? "We have training in the evening, do you want to go with us?" Xiao Ying saw that the little fat man was curious, so she told him the evening schedule. "Training? In the evening?" The moment the little fat man heard about training, he was shocked and wanted to ask Xiao Ying if she was serious. He felt that Xiao Ying was too hard-working. Was it necessary? Not only did she secretly hire a tutor, but she also had to practice extra in the evening. How could Xiao Ying work so hard? They had clearly agreed to fight each other, but Xiao Ying secretly took the lead and widened the gap between them. He said he would not do anything. The little fat man wanted to go with them, but he saw that the sky at the seaside had darkened, so he had to go home. If he didn't go home by night, his mother would definitely not let him go out tomorrow, and he would not be able to come to play with Xiao Ying again. "Forget it, it's getting dark, I have to go home as soon as possible." The little fat man finally said goodbye to Xiao Ying, came to the road outside the villa, and took a taxi back to Wubo community in the east of the city. After the little fat man left, Yu Hai took 4 elves, the mosquito-repellent frog, the giant crab, the armored rhinoceros, and the round silk spider. Xiao Ying brought the mosquito-repellent frog, the parasol mushroom, and the long-winged gull to the previous training site on the seaside of the forest. As the elves went to train, Xiao Ying went to pick up dry firewood and lit another fire at the previous fire site. The fire slowly rose, and Yu Hai and the others surrounded the fire, quietly waiting for the passage of time, and chatted about random things during the period. "Brother Hai, do you like to watch the stars?" "Why do you ask that?" Yu Hai leaned against the tree trunk and turned his head to look at Xiao Ying on the other side of the fire. He didn't know why this little guy had such a question. "I see you every night looking at the stars for a long time." Xiao Ying could probably guess that Yu Hai must be thinking about something or someone. The night sky here is beautiful, isn't it? Yu Hai smiled and did not answer Xiao Ying's question. In fact, this question is not important. It's just that everyone has something they miss. Yes, it's really beautiful. Xiao Ying also leaned against the tree trunk, looking at the shining stars in the night sky, and couldn't help but admire it softly. When he was lying on the bed in the orphanage, he would often look at the stars outside the window, thinking about his parents who he had never seen and didn't know what they looked like. He couldn't remember clearly, or even didn't know what they looked like at all. The memory of 3 years old was already blurred. However, 2 days ago, Grandpa gave him their photos and his own photos, and now they are in his arms. Xiao Ying took out the family photo in his arms, and under the light of the fire, he quietly looked at the parents holding him in the photo, so young, so happy. After looking at the photo, Xiao Ying kept it in his arms and told Yu Hai about what happened today. Brother Hai, Fatty told me that the clubs in the city will jointly hold a large-scale competition. Do you want to participate? Club competition? Tell me about it, Yu Hai just asked casually. It is very difficult to win the championship in such a small place, just like the double color ball in the previous life. If it is an official competition held by the league, there is still a fig leaf. I guess it's too lazy to act here. Unless the hard power is there, don't even think about winning the championship. Then, Yu Hai listened quietly to Xiao Ying's narration, the organizer of the competition, the fighting competition, the rules of the competition, the time, the place, and the prizes. The rules of the competition are fair, but there are no restrictions on participation, which may attract some old guys. Yu Hai felt that there would definitely be old guys bullying the children after listening to the introduction. If the prizes are very generous, it is 100% certain that old guys will appear, and the prizes are also the treasures of the town, the elf cubs worth tens of millions, and the old guys will definitely come to bully the newbies. In addition to the old guys, the top 3 are estimated to have been decided, and they are probably the internal trainers of the 6 clubs. After all, fat water does not flow to outsiders. And the competition time is 1 week after that. The venue will be the stadiums in the 6 clubs. At that time, each club will also take out 2 to 4 battle venues as the competition venues. You can also promote the clubs and build momentum for the clubs, and also drive the consumption of the breeding houses, and take the opportunity to launch new elf cubs of each club. The 6 clubs will do this, probably because they don't want to see the fighting club dominate the competition, and use the competition to absorb the traffic of the fighting competition. As long as the opponent doesn't make money, then they won't lose money. That's probably what it means. This is a game between several major clubs and the breeding houses. It has nothing to do with them. Maybe they can buy discounted products. It's impossible to win the championship, but it's okay to go to the competition and watch the battles of masters. Brother Hai, are you interested in such a competition? Xiao Ying saw that Yu Hai was hesitant to answer, so she asked Yu Hai what he thought. With Yu Hai's strength, even if there are old guys participating, he should be able to get a good ranking. He has confidence in Brother Hai. 221 Chapter 215, Man in Black, Additional Update. 221. There are still 7 days left for registration. Why rush? Yu Hai was thinking about how much strength he would have to expose at that time. It would be easy to pass the preliminary round of this kind of competition. The knockout round is the real highlight. The reason why he wants to participate in the competition is just to accumulate some combat experience and competition experience, so as not to suffer losses in the future. Brother Hai, what do you mean? Let's see in 2 days, and then you can go to watch the competition. Yu Hai did not respond immediately, but wanted to wait and see the situation. If you have nothing to do, you can go to watch the competition. It's okay to miss 2 days of training. After all, it's rare for masters to fight. By the way, Brother Hai, I have discussed with Fatty and will participate in the competition at that time. If you want to pass the preliminary round, you need at least 3 elves, but my 3rd elf is the long-winged gull that I just captured. Mosquito Frog and Long-Winged Gull are both restrained by electric-type Pokemons. I also want to capture a Pokemon to restrain electric-type Pokemons. For Pokemons that restrain electric-type Pokemons, can Brother Hai give some suggestions? The Joint Defense electric-type Pokemon, Yu Hai thought for a while and explained, the best attribute for the Joint Defense electric-type Pokemon is the ground type. Don't you know this? I know, but I don't know which ground-type Pokemon to choose. Xiao Ying scratched his head awkwardly. He saw the armored rhinoceros hitting the tree at the seaside, making a bang. In fact, he also wanted a ground-type Pokemon that was not afraid of water. After spending these few days together, he also discovered the special features of the armored rhinoceros. The armored rhinoceros was not afraid of water and could run to the swimming pool to take a bath and swim. In addition, it has the ground attribute and is not afraid of electric-type moves. It is really the best Pokemon to fight against electric-type Pokemons and is not afraid of water-type Pokemons. Unfortunately, that Rhino is not his Pokemon. There are not many Pokemons for ground-type Pokemons, including Sandshrew, Diglett, Caracara, Elephant, Ant Mandible, Rhino, Scorpion, Nidoqueen, Nidoking, Guaidud, Onix, Wooper, Borbot. Yu Hai read out the names of more than 10 Pokemons for ground-type Pokemons in a row. Seeing that Xiao Ying didn't have the Pokemon she wanted, he stopped introducing them and looked in the direction where Xiao Ying was looking. He was looking at his Rhino, so he asked Xiao Ying, "Do you want Rhino?" "Brother Hai, your Rhino is not afraid of water, right?" Xiao Ying asked. "Yes, is there any problem?" Yu Hai was confused. "Is it rare to be afraid of water?" "That's the cub of the Overlord. I also want a ground-type Pokemon that is not afraid of water." "I don't know what kind of ground-type Pokemon is not afraid of water." Xiao Ying also knew that this request was a bit difficult for Yu Hai. Attribute restraint told him that ground-type Pokemon are afraid of water. As for the armored rhinoceros, it is really special. There are ground-type Pokemon that are not afraid of water, but it is hard to meet. Yu Hai shook his head helplessly. The ground-type Pokemon that are not afraid of water include the armored Tyrannosaurus in the animation, the crystal rock snake, and the armored Tyrannosaurus tribe on the deserted island. These Pokemon are very special ground-type Pokemon. His armored rhinoceros is also a very special Pokemon, a Overlord cub, with an abnormal body shape, not afraid of water, and has a high resistance to ice attributes. This kind of special ground-type Pokemon is very hard to meet. Really? Where is it? Xiao Ying heard that there really was one, and hurriedly asked Yu Hai where the Pokemon was. "Xiao Ying, ground-type Pokemon that are not afraid of water are special Pokemon. They are rarer than the treasure of the breeding house and the long-winged gull we captured last night. Whether you can meet one depends on your luck. Is that so?" Xiao Ying was very excited at first, but she became depressed when she heard that it depends on luck. Seeing this, Yu Hai couldn't help but explain, "Xiao Ying, even if you don't use ground-type Pokemon, you can use electric-type Pokemon to restrain electric-type Pokemon. How is it possible?" Xiao Ying didn't understand what Yu Hai meant by this. It was probably because she was too lacking in knowledge. Using the characteristics of electric-type Pokemon, you can restrain electric-type Pokemon. If you have time, go and make up for it. Pikachu has the characteristics of a lightning rod, Jolteon has the characteristics of a power storage, and there is also electric. Yu Hai was about to talk about the characteristics of the electric engine of the electric shock beast, but he immediately realized that there was no electric shock beast yet. However, the electric-type breeding house should have completed the evolution of the electric shock beast, but it is still kept secret. If he told Xiao Ying now, Xiao Ying would ask around and it would probably cause trouble. He simply stopped talking and changed the subject. In fact, electric elves are resistant to electric moves. You don't need to pursue ground elves that are not afraid of water. In a place like Hasa City, electric elves are more useful than ground elves. Lightning rod? Power storage? Electric elves. Xiaoying pondered Yu Hai's words carefully. He didn't ask about the last part of electricity. It was obvious that it involved some secrets that he couldn't know. But the two characteristics of lightning rod and power storage were enough. He vaguely remembered that the power storage characteristic had the same function as the water storage characteristic. Now he could look up the information. Xiaoying opened his backpack and took out a characteristic encyclopedia, which contained the characteristics of all known elves. However, when he turned to electric elves, Xiaoying realized that electric elves were not cheap. He didn't know if his grandfather could get him an electric elf. He would go to his grandfather later. By the way, Xiaoying, the combination of water and ground is not afraid of water, and can also defend against electric, but it is very afraid of grass, just like the fat man's Wubo. Yu Hai almost forgot about this. If there is a chance in the future, Xiaoying can get a giant swampert to cultivate. I know, Brother Hai. Xiaoying wrote down the combination of water and ground, and immersed himself in learning again. Seeing that Xiaoying was studying very seriously, Yu Hai was also happy to be quiet, staring at the starry sky in a daze, and took a nap unconsciously. Until Xiaoying pushed him awake, he looked at the time on his wrist watch. It was almost 11 o'clock, it was time to go back to the villa to rest. Brother Hai, it's almost 11 o'clock. Xiaoying stretched out her hand and gently woke up Yu Hai, who was dozing. Put out the fire, and we'll go back to the villa. Yu Hai got up and patted the weeds on his body, called the mosquito-repellent frogs, and prepared to return to the villa. Just as Xiaoying was putting out the fire, the crab that was training on the beach suddenly ran over and shouted, "Kuai, kuai! What's wrong, crab?" Yu Hai saw that the crab was a little anxious, and he didn't understand what the crab was saying. Yobo yobo, the mosquito frog understood and raised his hand to the beach, indicating that there was a human over there. Yu Hai still didn't understand, but knew that there was something over there. Then let's go and have a look. Yu Hai used the poke ball to take back the iron rhino. He followed the crab to the beach with 3 Pokemons and Xiaoying's 2 Pokemons. As soon as they arrived at the beach, they swept the flashlight towards the beach and saw a man in black lying on the beach. Yu Hai took the flashlight and shone it carefully. After careful confirmation, he confirmed that it was a man in black. Brother Hai, it's a person, how could there be someone here? Xiaoying saw someone and couldn't help but exclaimed. Not sure, let's go and have a look. Yu Hai looked around with a flashlight, and found no one peeping, so he walked towards the man in black on the beach. When he got closer, he saw that the man was wearing a black uniform and lying on the beach with his face, so he couldn't see his face, so he asked the elves to turn him over. When the elves turned the man in black over and shone the flashlight on him, Yu Hai immediately noticed that there was a big and obvious red R letter on his chest. This letter was very eye-catching, right on the chest of this black-clad man. When he saw this letter, Yu Hai was so scared that he took 2 steps back involuntarily. How could it be them? Yu Hai muttered to himself, and immediately thought of the scene in the animation where Sakeka caressed the cat boss, which was so impressive. But how could the rockets appear on Hasa Island? If Hasa Island could have any, the only thing that the rockets covet is the underground black market, except for the cities in the open. After all, Hasa Island is just a tourist city. Even if there are good things, they belong to the Alliance. The rockets dare not come to the open, so it is impossible to rob them openly. This is the difficulty of the underground organization. What's wrong? Brother Hai, them? Do you know him? Xiaoying was a little surprised to see Yu Hai's violent reaction. It was rare for Yu Hai to have such a big reaction just to see a stranger. It is really different from the usual Brother Hai, who can deal with any trouble, any matter, or anyone calmly without affecting Brother Hai's mood. Even when facing the life and death fight that night, Brother Hai did not show this expression. It is obvious that things have been out of control. You don't recognize this sign? Yu Hai heard Xiaoying's question and realized his abnormality and quickly calmed down. Even if it was the rockets, it was just a dead man. He really had nothing to be afraid of. Xiao Ying's blank reaction surprised him. Xiao Ying had never seen the rocket team's logo. You should know that the rocket team has been active in the underground world since Sakeka's mother's generation. If Xiao Ying didn't know, the old man in the tavern should know it very well. Does it have any special meaning? Xiao Ying really didn't know, and asked the doubts in her heart. Big crab, mosquito frog, use a water gun to flush the body into the sea. He didn't answer Xiao Ying's question, but dealt with the body first. Whether this person is dead or not, there must be a device that can locate the body. He can't let this person lie here, otherwise he will be found by other people in the rocket team sooner or later. Once the rocket team finds this place and discovers their training traces, this place will not be safe, and they will be targeted by the rocket team. For this reason, he didn't even search this person whether he was dead or alive, whether he had valuables on him, and whether he had elves. Once touched, their smell will be left, and it will be easy for the rocket team to find out, and even find out about them. He has decided to walk in the sunshine and be a good man in the dark. It is impossible for him to choose the path of Team Rocket, and he does not want to be involved in any relationship with Team Rocket. These dogskin plasters, don't come to him, this dead man has nothing to do with them. After washing the body away, Yu Hai stretched out his hand to feel the sea breeze. Now it is the sea breeze blowing from the land to the sea. The body will only drift farther and farther on the sea. But this is not safe. Yu Hai asked the big claw crab and mosquito frog that can pray for rain. The two elves jointly prayed for rain. As the sky fell with light rain, their smell could be eliminated, and the traces of Team Rocket's visit could also be eliminated. They left the beach and returned to the villa. On the way back to the villa, Yu Hai also told Xiao Ying, if you have any questions, ask your grandfather. He knows the identity of the man in black, but remember to keep it secret and never tell anyone. I know. Xiao Ying saw that Yu Hai looked so solemn, and something bad must have happened. He didn't dare to ask more. Since he could find out about this matter by asking his grandfather, it would not be too late to ask his grandfather later. Brother Hai, I won't sleep in the villa tonight. I'm going to my grandfather's place and ask him to buy me an electric elf. I'm going to sleep too. See you tomorrow. Yu Hai waved goodbye to Xiao Ying. He was relieved when he returned to the villa. He was really afraid that he would meet Team Rocket on the way. With Xiao Ying's departure, he prepared some midnight snacks for the three elves who had extra training at night. After everyone had the midnight snacks, he asked the round spider to keep watch and fell asleep on the sofa. With the arrival of Team Rocket and the competition in the city's public security will definitely become more and more chaotic. No matter what Team Rocket's purpose is, whether it is a black market or not, he will not get involved. The collision of the two major forces will only cause them, as fragile as paper, and will break at the touch. His good life has not started yet, he doesn't want to die young. 222 Chapter 216, Surprise. 222. Xiao Ying took a taxi to the pub and saw the grandfather selling fake wine behind the bar when she entered the pub. This time, the old man noticed Xiao Ying at the first time, and hurriedly left the bar, asked the waitress to look after the bar, and took Xiao Ying to the lounge. Based on the experience of the last time, Xiao Ying must have come to him for something important. Xiao Ying, what are you doing here? Is there something important? The old man just closed the door and took Xiao Ying to sit on the sofa and asked Xiao Ying why she came. Grandpa, I'm going to participate in the competition in a week, and I want an electric elf. Xiao Ying directly stated the purpose of coming. Competition? Electric elf? How do you know it's an electric elf? The old man was a little surprised when he heard Xiao Ying say electric elf. He was the only one who knew that he got the electric elf. How did Xiao Ying know? How do you know? Grandpa, what are you talking about? Xiao Ying was confused. He just wanted his grandfather to get him an electric elf. Why did his grandfather make such a fuss? No, Nothing. Seeing Xiao Ying's blank look, the old man secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Xiao Ying didn't know. He thought Xiao Ying knew. He had the electric elf in his hand. Thing. He just broke out in a cold sweat. If Xiao Ying knew about this, if he couldn't control his mouth, he might be killed. Fortunately, Xiao Ying didn't know anything. He only needed to tell Xiao Ying that he bought this electric Pokemon on the black market, and there would be no problem. Others couldn't find out that he had replaced this electric Pokemon. He also bought a similar electric Pokemon for this purpose, but he had already quietly dealt with it. Only he knew about the substitution this time, and even the middleman who sold the Pokemon was dealt with by him. Xiao Ying, this is the surprise that Grandpa told you that day. It happens to be an electric Pokemon. Since you want an electric Pokemon, this one is just right. The old man breathed a sigh of relief and took out the Pokeball in his arms. Inside was a Pokemon with a horn similar to a plug on its head. Its body is oval, with yellow and black patterns on it, piercing eyes, and small canine teeth on the side of its mouth, which makes it smile very evilly, just like a smirk, contempt. There are also 2 circles of black stripes on its arms, its legs are very short, its arms are very strong, and there is a lightning pattern in the middle of its belly. This Pokemon is the Electabuzz. Wow, it's the Electabuzz, Grandpa, how did you know I wanted an electric Pokemon? Xiao Ying jumped up from the sofa excitedly with the Electabuzz Pokeball in her hand. How should I know, it's just a coincidence, the old man smiled helplessly. The surprise he said was the Electabuzz. Unexpectedly, it just met the needs of his grandson. It can be regarded as a lucky coincidence. This is also what he secretly found out, that the Electabuzz has 3 stages of evolution. No matter what, he has to get an Electabuzz back first, otherwise when the 3 stages of evolution are exposed, the price of Electabuzz will definitely increase. He had reaped a small dividend. As for the secret of the 3-stage evolution of the Electabuzz, it was only kept secret for now, and it would no longer be a secret in the future. I want to see the characteristics of the Electabuzz first. Xiao Ying hurriedly put down the Pokeball, opened the characteristics list in the backpack, and found that the characteristic of the Electabuzz was static electricity. Static electricity, the body carries static electricity, which sometimes paralyzes the opponent who touches it. So it's this characteristic. Xiao Ying was a little disappointed when she saw that it was not a storage or lightning rod characteristic. However, Xiao Ying didn't know that when the Electabuzz evolved into the Electabuzz, the static electricity characteristic would become an electric engine, which would be ineffective against electric attacks, and could also increase the speed of the Electabuzz, which would be a real heavy armored warrior. Xiao Ying, do you have any other requirements for the characteristics? The old man saw that his grandson went from happy to frustrated in just a moment, and he didn't know what happened to his grandson. Grandpa, I want an electric-type Pokemon to fight against them. The characteristics of power storage and lightning rod can invalidate electric-type moves, but the characteristic of electric monsters is static electricity, not those 2 characteristics. Ha ha ha, I thought it was something else. The old man laughed after listening to his grandson's story and explained to him, Xiao Ying, did you see the plug-like head on the head of the electric monster? What is the function of this plug? Xiao Ying asked curiously. This plug is the organ he uses to absorb electricity. His food is also electricity, and he can also feed energy cubes. The old man introduced to his grandson how to cultivate electric monsters, and then took out a box of energy cubes for electric Pokemon and gave it to Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying, take the electric energy block to subdue the electric monster. I have prepared more than a dozen boxes of this energy block for you. This energy block can store electrical energy, just like a disposable battery. It can slowly increase the storage capacity of electric elves and continuously enhance the power of electric elves' electric moves. Then let me try it first. Xiao Ying opened the paper box packaging and reached out to take the electric energy block. She was shocked. She quickly retracted her arm and looked at her fingers. It felt like she was pricked by a needle just now. Xiaoying, you need to wear gloves to take this kind of energy block, and you also need to wear a poison energy block. You should be more careful in the future, the old man explained to Xiaoying the reason for being shocked, and hurriedly took out a pair of gloves for Xiaoying to wear. I know, Grandpa. Xiaoying put on the gloves and picked up the electric energy block again. This time he was not shocked. Looking at the light yellow electric energy block in his hand, which exuded a warm color under the light, he also opened the poke ball and released the electric monster in the poke ball. Bang! When the electric monster just came out, it was still looking around blankly. Suddenly, it saw the energy block in Xiaoying's hand and couldn't take its eyes away. Its stomach also made a rumbling sound. Electric monster, you must be starving. This is for you to eat. Xiaoying handed the electric energy block to the electric monster. Hey, hey, the electric monster looked at the energy block and then looked at Xiaoying, who smiled at it. The electric monster did not refuse. It reached out to take the electric energy block. It felt that this human was good and it didn't feel any malice. It held the energy block with both hands and slowly ate the charged energy block. Seeing that the electric monster had eaten one, Xiaoying took out another energy block and handed it to the electric monster. The friendship between the two was closely connected because of a small block. The old man looked at the interaction between his grandson and the electric monster, as well as the interaction between the electric monster and Xiaoying's other elves. He didn't know when Xiaoying had another long-winged gull. He was very pleased and happy to see Xiaoying like this, because Xiaoying had really grown up. As for the electric monster, he could only say that he was lucky to get it, because he happened to come across it. Of course, he couldn't miss it. The origin of this electric shock monster is that it is an electric shock monster that the electric breeding house does not sell to the public. Electric shock monsters with good talents like this are all the cubs of quasi-kings or kings, and they have generally been reserved by people. The electric shock monster he encountered was secretly stolen and sold by the internal staff of the breeding house. He also verified the recent personnel transfer of the electric breeding house to confirm that the electric shock monster was really stolen. Then he couldn't let this electric shock monster go. After buying this electric shock monster, he secretly dealt with the second-hand dealer. Then, he went to the electric breeding house in the underground black market and bought a cheap electric shock monster of the same gender to swap with this electric shock monster, and finally got this electric shock monster. For this electric shock monster with good talents, he also carefully compared it with another electric shock monster he bought. The two electric shock monsters have no difference in appearance, and no marks have been planted by the breeding house. They can be swapped without worrying about investigation. As for how to prove that he bought this electric monster, he has acquaintances in the black market, and he also made a big fuss when he bought the electric monster, which can prove that he bought this electric monster. And will the difference in the talents of electric monsters in the future be noticed by others? This thing has the promotional endorsement of the Alliance. Although everyone knows that it is a lie, does the breeding house dare to expose this scam? Dare to burst this bubble of lies? Do you still want your job? Do you still want your head? Looking at the harmonious scene between the electric monster and the little grandson, the old man knew that this step was right. This time, the substitution was perfect, and he laughed happily unconsciously. After Xiaoying fed the electric monster and established a preliminary friendship with the electric monster, she remembered the man in black she saw on the beach and the solemn Yu Hai, so she became interested and asked her grandfather if he knew the meaning of R. Grandpa, tonight Brother Hai and I found a man in black on the beach with a big red letter R on his chest. Do you know who he is? The letter R? Where is that man? The old man stopped laughing when he heard the letter R, and hurriedly asked his grandson. That man was washed away by Brother Hai's elves with a water gun. I can see that Brother Hai knows that man, but Brother Hai didn't tell me. Brother Hai asked me to ask you. It's right for him not to tell you. The old man heard the news and didn't intend to hide it from his grandson, lest his grandson be killed because of curiosity. Now his grandson can no longer be treated as a child. He will also cultivate his grandson's adult thinking mode and tell him how adults think. After organizing his words in his mind, he was ready to tell his grandson the true origin of the man in black. Xiaoying, the man in black with the letter R on his clothes, is from Team Rocket. Team Rocket is an underground organization spanning multiple regions. I didn't expect it to be active here. Grandpa, is this underground organization powerful? Xiaoying asked in confusion, and the old man was confused. The old man also knew that his grandson had never been exposed to these things, so he explained, it's more than powerful. The territory and strength of this force are very large. It can even have a head-on conflict with the alliance without losing. The leader of Team Rocket can even fight the champion. So powerful? Isn't that more powerful than Yuji? Xiaoying asked in surprise. Yuji is nothing in front of the champion. That Dragonite can still fight, and the other Pokemon are only at the level of the king. The old man didn't think much of Yuji, the chief trainer of the Orange Islands. Although he couldn't beat Yuji, it didn't stop him from despising Yuji. There are some top trainers in the Orange Islands, but they are all old guys who don't like fighting. They leave things like showing up in public to the young people. So powerful. Xiaoying was even more surprised. In his impression, Yang Kai was the strongest chief trainer in the Orange Islands. Since he became the chief, he has never lost. He didn't expect that the leader of an underground organization would be so strong. No wonder Brother Hai had such a solemn expression. Brother Hai should have known about Team Rocket a long time ago. Tonight's events must be kept secret. You just need to know that you can't provoke such people, and don't get involved in Team Rocket's affairs. The old man didn't explain too much about Team Rocket to his grandson. However, he has explained the interests to his grandson. He believes that his grandson now should not be stubborn and go to Team Rocket. I remember, Grandpa, Xiaoying secretly wrote down his grandfather's instructions. Even Yu Hai kept a secret about the underground organization. Who is he? It's better not to provoke him. Okay, nothing to do, I'm going to get busy. It's so late now. You can stay in the tavern tonight. It won't be too late to go there tomorrow, Grandpa. Go get busy. Xiaoying waved her hand and put her mind on the book again. He now has 4 elves and needs to learn more. He plans to read for a while before going to bed. Don't read too late. Remember to go to bed early. I have prepared elf food for you. You can take it with you tomorrow. The old man saw that Xiaoying was still reading. Compared with the playful and naughty Xiaoying before, Xiaoying made him worry less. He really wanted to thank the young man for helping him train his grandson to be so obedient, but when he thought that the other party had cheated his grandson of 1 million, he lost the mood to thank him. After all, he regretted it before, but now that he found that the other party's training was not bad, he didn't regret it anymore. People always want more, but always lose more, and finally get nothing. If Yu Hai knew the old man's thoughts, he probably wouldn't care too much. The stingy old man's thanks were either verbal or thanks, or 2 bottles of fake wine. He could guess, it's better to have 1 million. As the old man left the lounge, Xiaoying also put down the book, not because he didn't want to read, but because he was going to sleep. With the electric beast, he also had the confidence to rush into the elimination round. Even if he couldn't do it this time, he would definitely do it next time. It would be better if he could give him more time. Xiaoying also thought of one thing, that is, Yu Hai didn't mention the tuition fee all day today. Did Yu Hai not charge the little fat boy's tuition? And Yu Hai didn't teach the little fat boy himself, but threw the little fat boy to him. In other words, the little fat boy was actually learning from himself, not from Yu Hai. No wonder Yu Hai didn't charge tuition. Now he finally understood why Yu Hai didn't charge tuition. Then he didn't tell the little fat boy that he had paid the tuition fee, so as to avoid the little fat boy blaming him again. In fact, he knew very well that what Yu Hai taught him was different from what he taught the little fat boy. How much the little fat boy could learn depended on his mood. This has nothing to do with the 1 million. He doesn't know the reason. In his opinion, what Yu Hai taught him is not something that can be bought with 1 million. Otherwise, Yu Hai wouldn't have thrown the fat boy to him. The old man who left the lounge came to the bar to continue selling fake wine, but he was thinking about the news brought by his grandson. Team Rocket appeared here, and they must be heading for the underground black market. The underground black market under the tavern will definitely become more and more chaotic, so no one will investigate his swapping of electric monsters. And the underground breeding house will also have greater troubles. It is common to encounter the desperate rocket team and rob the elf cubs in the underground black market breeding house. With such a big thing happening, who has the time to investigate him, an old man? However, once the elves in the black market are robbed, it means that the underground black market will be in chaos. As the gatekeeper of the black market, he is considering whether to go out and avoid the limelight. It seems that I need to inform Xiao Ying and tell her not to come here to find him next time. She should find him in the tavern in the city. He has another tavern in the city, and all the waiters here should be moved there. Also, the wine and beverages stored here need to be moved there. It won't be too late to come here to open for business after the situation stabilizes. He did it as soon as he thought of it. The old man hurriedly called 2 waitresses and asked them to go to the warehouse to count and pack the wine and beverages, and move them away after tonight. 223 Chapter 217, Giant Claw Crab Evolution. 223. It was cloudy on the 11th day after arriving at Hasa Island. Waking up from the sofa in the morning, Yu Hai stretched his body, stretched out his limbs that had been curled up all night, and decided to sleep on the floor next time. It was not very comfortable to sleep on the sofa for a long time. The main reason was that the sofa was too narrow and not convenient for long-term sleep. After getting up, Yu Hai had just prepared breakfast for the elves when Xiao Ying came in from the door with breakfast. "Brother Hai, I brought you breakfast," Xiao Ying called Yu Hai's name as soon as she entered the door, which also attracted Yu Hai's attention. "Xiao Ying, you come so early," Yu Hai heard the voice and came to the yard. He saw Xiao Ying put breakfast on the table. He also sat down on the stool by the swimming pool to see what breakfast Xiao Ying brought. It turned out to be the same 3 things as yesterday: milk, rice balls, eggs, and some food that he didn't recognize. While eating breakfast, Xiao Ying also took out the electric monster he got last night and asked Yu Hai, "Brother Hai, what do you think of this electric Pokemon?" "This is the electric monster my grandfather gave me." "Electric monster?" Yu Hai was eating breakfast, reaching out to pick up the Pokeball on the table and opened the proficiency panel of the electric monster. Electric monster. Attribute, electricity. Gender, male. Potential, 58%. Level, 3.65%. Features, static electricity /1.68%. Hidden feature, enthusiasm /0.33. Mastered moves, flame fist /0.57%. Frozen fist /0.26%. Thunder fist /0.81%. Explosive fist. Oh, Yu Hai roughly scanned the proficiency panel of the electric monster, and was secretly shocked. The talent of this electric monster is too special. Could the old man in the tavern have robbed the main store of the breeding house? The potential of this electric monster is terrifyingly high. Whether it is the breeding house in the department store or the electric system in the underground black market, in the breeding house, he had never seen an electric monster with such high potential. If there was one, he would have bought it long ago. The potential of 58, the potential of a quasi-king, and dual characteristics, as well as the inherited move of the farmer's 3 punches and the fighting type move of the explosive punch. The electric breeding house must have such potential elves, but it is not seen on the surface at all, that is, the elves will not be sold to the outside world, and they are all digested internally. The old man in the tavern can only get this electric monster unless he has connections. Or be bolder, the electric monster was stolen by the old man, he is really brave. I don't know if the old man in the tavern has cleaned up the tail, otherwise if someone comes to the door, he will definitely die without a complete body. Brother Hai, how about this electric monster? Xiaoying saw Yu Hai silent, and he was still a little uneasy. He had a guess in his mind that this electric monster might not reach the level of the treasure of the store. After all, the treasure of the store worth tens of millions is not so easy to get. He didn't believe that his grandfather could get him 3 such Pokemon cubs in a row. However, the result was that all 3 were treasures of the store. Electric monster is not bad, you have to cultivate it well. Yu Hai threw the Pokeball back to Xiaoying, and didn't mention too much. Xiaoying was not reassured by Yu Hai's answer, but more worried. He felt that Yu Hai was perfunctory. He knew clearly what he wanted to know, but Yu Hai just didn't say it. He was like a cat scratching his heart. Brother Hai, how is the talent of the electric monster? Is there any hope for the king? Xiaoying finally couldn't help asking Yu Hai about the talent of the electric monster. There is hope for the king, don't worry, and don't tell anyone. Yu Hai really didn't want to reveal the talent information of the electric monster. If Xiaoying didn't keep her mouth shut and went outside to talk nonsense, it would be bad. However, he was also curious about how the old man in the tavern got this electric monster. If there were any more, he would also like to have one. Xiaoying, where did your grandfather get the electric monster for you? My grandfather said that he bought it on the black market. Is there any problem? Brother Hai, Xiaoying was very confused. Yu Hai became very strange since he saw this electric monster, and he couldn't tell what was strange. Black market. Yu Hai smiled helplessly when he heard this. This could only deceive Xiaoying. If he hadn't been to the black market and even the electric breeding house in the black market, he would really be deceived by the old man. How could there be such a potential electric monster in the black market, and even if there was, it would start at 20 or 30 million. He didn't believe that the old man was willing to pay this money. The old fox was very smart and would not do a loss-making business. Since Xiaoying couldn't get anything out of him, he would know when he asked the old man later. If the old man didn't deal with the mess, he would leave Hasa Island without hesitation. He could even return the 1 million tuition fee to the old man. He quit and wanted to run away. The money was too hot to handle. He didn't dare to take it. He was afraid that he would earn money but not spend it. Xiaoying, where is your grandpa? My grandpa. Xiaoying was still wondering why Yu Hai was a little strange. Faced with this strange question, she replied without hesitation, Grandpa changed to a pub. In the future, I will go to the Sailor Bar, which is only 2 streets away from the Elf Center, to find him. Sailor Bar. Yu Hai remembered the rocket team last night, and he knew why the old man moved. The old man's sense of smell was really sharp. He immediately asked Xiaoying for confirmation, did you ask your grandpa about R? I asked, Xiaoying nodded gently, without hiding anything. Since you asked, don't talk about what happened last night. Don't run around at night if you have nothing to do recently. Yu Hai did not mention the rocket team. Seeing Xiaoying nod, he must have known about the rocket team. I understand. Grandpa told me last night. Xiaoying nodded again. His guess last night was answered. Yu Hai did know about Team Rocket. By the way, there will be no training in the afternoon. I'm going to find your grandpa. Do you want to go with me? Yu Hai went there to ask about the electric monster, otherwise he would be uneasy. Okay, I'll go too. Xiaoying held the electric monster's pokeball in her hand, and finally realized that Yu Hai's visit to his grandfather might be related to the electric monster. This matter is not difficult to guess, because the abnormality today and the past is this electric monster. Could it be that this electric monster has some secrets that he doesn't know? But Grandpa didn't tell him, and Brother Hai might have guessed it, but he didn't tell him. Then this matter must be unusual, and it is more secretive than the encounter with Team Rocket. Since the two most important people to him chose to conceal it, he would not dig deep into the matter. He chose to believe Grandpa and Brother Hai. If someone asked, he would just tell the truth according to what Grandpa told him, and there would be no problem. After breakfast, everyone started their morning exercises. The little fat guy also came on time. As soon as he entered the yard, he released the big crab and Wubo, and followed Xiao Ying's mosquito-repellent frog to practice the accuracy of the water gun. As the three of them and the elves began their morning exercises, they entered the busy morning exercises. Their morning exercises were to run for half an hour and then take a break. The elves were in a similar situation. No one supervised them and they all did morning exercises spontaneously. If anyone was lazy, it would probably attract everyone's attention. Half an hour later, and another half an hour later, Yu Hai ran 3 times. Half an hour later, the mosquito-repellent frog, who was running outside the door, suddenly rushed into the yard and anxiously shouted to Yu Hai, "Yobo, yobo, yobo! What's wrong, mosquito-repellent frog? What happened?" Yu Hai could see that the mosquito-repellent frog was very anxious, and saw the mosquito-repellent frog raised his hand and pointed outside the door, so he hurried to the door. Seeing Yu Hai leave, Xiao Ying and the fat guy also followed curiously. Both of them were curious about what happened outside. Xiao Ying and Fatty had just left the house when Yu Hai, who had left earlier, returned to the courtyard and found the space backpack in the living room. He opened the space backpack and searched frantically. He found a water blue gem and returned to the door at a very fast speed again. He stuffed the blue gem into the mouth of the evolving giant crab. At this moment, the giant crab was emitting a faint white light. When he stuffed the blue gem into the mouth of the giant crab, the white light on the giant crab stopped flickering, and the giant crab no longer suppressed the evolutionary light on its body. The evolutionary light burst out instantly, and the white strong light was like a small sun falling to the ground, which made the 3 people unable to open their eyes. When the 3 people put down their arms to block the strong light, the giant crab had already disappeared. After the strong light dissipated, another elf, the giant crab, appeared in the same place. "Caw caw caw, kook!" The giant crab excitedly raised its claws and looked at its new body. Even it didn't expect that it would evolve at this time. If Yu Hai hadn't come out to ask it to suppress its evolution and wait, it would have almost been unable to hold back. Until Yu Hai stuffed the water gem into its mouth and told it that it was okay, it stopped suppressing the light of evolution and completed its own evolution. After the evolution, it felt stronger, and its limbs, claws, and body became bigger and taller. "Big Crab, you have evolved, and now you should be called Giant Crab. Congratulations, Giant Crab!" Yu Hai walked up and knocked heavily on the hard crab shell of the giant crab, which was really strong. Such a strong crab shell, coupled with the hardening, and this giant crab that has become as big as a body after evolution, big claws, what a terrifying existence that would be. The idea of a high attack, high defense, high-speed heavy-armored warrior is not a dream at all, because this dream is right in front of us. Cool cough, the giant claw crab narrowed its eyes, enjoying Yu Hai's touch. It can feel that it is stronger. Now it will never let Big Brother Mosquito Frog down again, it will never let Yu Hai down again, it will protect Yu Hai, protect this family that brings warmth to everyone, their family, everyone's family. "Yobo, Crab Brother is good, taller than me." The mosquito frog also came over and patted the giant claw crab. Its height is only 1.15 meters. It's hard to say how tall the giant claw crab is now, but it is definitely taller than the mosquito frog, because the average height of the giant claw crab is 1.3 meters. Cool cough, the giant claw crab was praised by the mosquito frog, and was embarrassed to raise its small claws, scratching his head. It was the first time that it was praised, and it didn't know what to say. Crab Brother, your shell is really hard. Congratulations on your evolution. This cup of honey water is for you to drink." Butterfree's little claws held a cup of honey water and came to the giant crab and put it down, which was considered a snack for the giant crab. Butterfree often drinks this kind of honey water, and it is taken as 3 meals a day. The honey stock in the backpack is almost eaten up by this little foodie. This is the last cup of honey water. It is really rare that Butterfree is willing to share the honey water that is usually regarded as a treasure with the giant crab. However, next, Butterfree will pester Yu-Hai to buy honey again. If he doesn't buy it, he will act like a spoiled child. Who can refuse such a cute Butterfree? Bile, the goal landed directly on the wide crab shell of the giant crab, and the giant crab it wasn't angry, because everyone was celebrating its evolution. Hoo-hoo, congratulations, crab brother, let's go catch sharks and eat them later. The ironclad rhino also joined in the fun, but this guy seemed to have confused the order of seniority, and he joined the group much later than the giant claw crab. Who said the giant claw crab was a good crab and didn't bother with the ironclad rhino? Eetu, congratulations, the orb silk spider hung upside down on the wall to congratulate the giant claw crab. Yadong, congratulations, it was the first time for Slowpoke to experience such a thing, and he also said congratulations with the crowd. And the silly thing and the weak fish couldn't get out of the swimming pool, and there was nothing to say. Pata kalu, kalu. But who would have thought that the Magikarp actually jumped out of the swimming pool to congratulate the giant claw crab? It was really a surprise that the Magikarp would come to congratulate. The last onion duck said nothing. If it weren't for Slowpoke pulling it, it would still be the same. Quack, quack. After being reminded by Slowpoke, Onion Duck held the onion with its wings and quacked twice with its neck tilted to express congratulations. Suddenly, Onion Duck was pulled over by the giant claws of the giant claw crab and held in the arms of the giant claw crab. Cool, cool, I'm very happy today. I'll treat everyone to shark later, the giant claw crab happily announced the treat. Onion Duck was very confused. It was forced to join the team. It couldn't break free from the giant claw crab's giant claws and could only go with the flow. However, it didn't reject the giant claw crab's rudeness. Instead, it felt that it was good to play with everyone. It couldn't say why. Quack, quack, the fat man's giant claw crab also crawled over and touched its claws with its predecessor, giant claw crab, congratulating its predecessor on his evolution. On the first day of coming here, it recognized its own kind. It didn't expect that the other party had evolved. Seeing the tall and mighty figure of the senior, it was so envious. Its eyes were full of the big claws of the giant crab. It also wanted to evolve earlier. Kook, brother, you also come with us, I will treat you to shark. Yobo Yobo, Xiao Ying's mosquito frog also came over. Woo, woo, Xiao Ying's long-winged gull. Since the electric monster is still young and unfamiliar with this place, Xiao Ying asked Yu-Hai, who said that it is not suitable for training. Let the electric monster adapt to the training atmosphere here first, give it more moo milk, and then start training from the simplest running. Then Xiao Ying did not train the electric monster, but let it get familiar with the environment and other elves here first. Seeing the electric monster was still a little shy, Xiao Ying's mosquito frog took the initiative to reach out and pull the electric monster away. But the mosquito frog was shocked as soon as it reached out, and the mosquito frog quickly retracted its hand and looked at the new little brother. It was still electrified. Why didn't it find it last night? In the end, it was Xiao Ying's bamboo hat mushroom, pulled the electric monster away. Yu-Hai's 8 elves, Xiao Ying's 4 elves, and the fat man's 2 elves, that is, 14 elves, went to the stone beach outside the villa together. 224 Chapter 218, The Change of the Giant Crab. 224. Looking at the elves going away, they all went out to play, and Yu-Hai did not stop them. Today, the giant crab evolved, so it doesn't matter if they take a day off. Yu-Hai turned and came to the swimming pool, picked up the silly thing and threw it into the swimming pool. Now the only injured little guy is this silly fish. Everyone went out to play, but they didn't take it with them. The silly thing felt bitter. The weak fish didn't see the giant crab evolve, but he was neither happy nor sad. But why did the silly thing look so sad? Did it lack water? Carp King, you can't move without water. Stay in the swimming pool, they will be back soon. Yu Hai didn't know how to comfort the silly thing, so he had to take out food to compensate. Magi-Carp was no longer sad when he saw something to eat, and happily shared the food with the weakling. While Yu Hai was feeding the fool, the little fat man outside the door was catching Xiao Ying secretly having a new Pokemon behind his back. Wow, Xiao Ying, where did you get that electric monster? It wasn't there yesterday. The little fat man jumped up excitedly when he saw Xiao Ying talking to the electric monster. He thought that the electric monster was Yu Hai's Pokemon, so he never asked. But who would have thought that the electric monster was Xiao Ying's Pokemon, and he felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. Yesterday, he said there were only 3 Pokemons, but today it became 4 Pokemons. How many bad things did his good friend do behind his back? The fat man felt bitter. Aren't we going to play a game? I asked my grandfather to buy me an electric monster last night. Xiao Ying saw the fat man shouting. He liked to see his partner's surprised expression, and his heart was already full of joy. You bought it so quickly, and you didn't even wait for me. The little fat boy was very depressed. He would ask his father to buy him another elf later. He must not fall behind too much. Xiao Ying has 4 elves, but he only has 2. The fat boy felt bad. Who would understand? I didn't expect that Grandpa would buy it so quickly. Xiao Ying spread her hands helplessly, indicating that she didn't want it to be like this. The little fat boy complained to Xiao Ying for a while. Xiao Ying and the little fat boy also returned to the yard and saw Yu Hai jogging in the yard. Although the elves didn't have to do morning exercises, they didn't have this treatment, so they continued to run. Xiao Ying hurriedly caught up with Yu Hai. After jogging to catch up with Yu Hai, he was still a little confused about what happened just now, and asked curiously, "Brother Hai, when the big claw crab evolved just now, what did you feed the big claw crab? Why does the big claw crab need to eat when it evolves?" "That's the water gem. Eating it during evolution can improve the water attribute talent of the big claw crab." Yu Hai was so anxious just now, just to get the water gem. Eating one of the frogs can improve the stats. The crab has better talent than the frogs, so the effect should be discounted, but it is better than not eating it. After all, the same thing has different effects on elves with good talent and elves with poor talent. It is icing on the cake for elves with good talent, and it is a timely help for elves with poor talent. "Brother Hai, can energy cubes also improve attribute talents?" Xiao Ying silently memorized the water gems mentioned by Yu Hai, but it was a pity that the frogs and Parasaurolophus had evolved, so he couldn't eat such gems. Before, he didn't know how to cultivate elves, so he missed the evolution of frogs and Parasaurolophus, but there were also the evolutions of long-winged gull and electric monster. He must not miss the evolution of these 2 elves, including the evolution of every elf in the future. Energy blocks can also be upgraded. Just eat the corresponding energy blocks. However, every trainer's Pokemon eats energy blocks. Since everyone can eat them, there is nothing special about them. Do you understand? Xiao Ying. I understand, Brother Hai. Xiao Ying silently remembered this sentence. He knew that Brother Hai was reminding him that if he wanted his Pokemon to stand out, he had to be different from other Pokemon. It was the first time he heard of eating water gems during evolution to improve the attribute talents of water Pokemon. He didn't know why he had to eat them during evolution and whether he could eat them at other times. It seemed that he had to find a chance to ask Brother Hai. The fat boy who was running behind him had no intention of listening to the conversation between the two because he was too tired to hear anything. He could only breathe heavily. The morning exercise ended quickly. The Pokemons all came back from catching fish. Yu Hai and Xiao Ying also prepared lunch for the Pokemons. This time, Xiao Ying saw Yu Hai take out a brown gem and asked curiously, "Brother Hai, this is a rock gem, for the armored rhinoceros. Pokemon that eat stone can eat this gem at any time." Pokemon that cannot eat stone can only eat gems when they evolve. Yu Hai told Xiaoying this because he was afraid that Xiaoying would not understand and feed everything to the Pokemon, which would cause the Pokemon to get sick. The reason why other Pokemons have to evolve before they can eat is because they can consume the energy of the gems through evolution. It is not easy to digest if they eat them normally, after all, they are stones. The stupid armored rhinoceros does not need to wait for evolution, because this stupid Pokemon eats stones. This also reminds Yu Hai of a champion in the league. There is a shiny Metagross that specializes in eating all kinds of rare ores. The champion is also a stone enthusiast. The Metagross that the other party cultivates has a defense that is so strong that it has no friends. Brother Hai, is this kind of gem expensive? Xiaoying saw that Yu Hai only let the elves evolve to eat it, so this kind of gem should be very expensive. Otherwise, it is the first time he has seen an armored rhinoceros eating gems. If the gems are cheap, it means that it can be eaten every meal. If it is not eaten every meal, it is not cheap. Fortunately, it is not very expensive. You can ask your grandfather. He should know the prices of the black market better than me. Yu Hai did not tell the price of the gem. What if the old man has his own special channels and can buy discounted gems? Wouldn't it be in vain for him to say it? After all, the old fox who can get the electric monster with quasi-king potential can't be troubled by gems. Go and call the elves to eat. Yu Hai put down the elf bowl and asked Xiaoying to call the elves. He went to the kitchen to get the bowl again. After he finished serving the elves sat down neatly under the eaves. Especially the silly iron rhino, who couldn't help himself when he saw the rock gem. With cold air coming out of his teeth, he bit the gem and swallowed it. After swallowing the gem, the iron rhino smacked his mouth, showing an expression of wanting more. He bit off the top of the rock mine in one bite, and he was still not satisfied. This scene made all the elves speechless. Those who didn't know were asking if this silly guy was always like this, and he was the same when he ate fish just now, opening his mouth as wide as he could. The elves who knew the iron rhino, after seeing the iron rhino's eating appearance, pretended not to know him and ate their lunch silently. The iron rhino was also thick-skinned, and didn't care about the eyes of other elves. He ate the mine with big mouthfuls until he licked all the ore piled on the ground clean. After eating, the armored rhino slowly moved to the side of the swimming pool and drank the water in the swimming pool. After eating and drinking, the armored rhino turned over and took a nap in the swimming pool. After the other elves finished lunch, those who liked water soaked in the swimming pool, and those who didn't like water found a place to take a nap. After lunch, Yu Hai and the other two also took a nap. After everyone woke up, Yu Hai began to pack up and prepare to find the old man. Packing up was just to make it easier to run away. Before going to find the old man again, he called the giant crab and prepared to use a tape measure and an electronic scale to measure the body data of the giant crab after evolution. See if the special individuals caused by the deserted island have disappeared and whether the giant crab has become bigger. Giant crab, come with me, Xiaoying, wait for me outside the door. Yu Hai sent Xiaoying and the other two away and measured the height of the giant crab alone. For the body data of the giant crab, it is better for fewer people to know. If someone sees it outside, it doesn't matter. Kuke, the giant crab slowly crawled into the house with Yu Hai. Not knowing what Yu Hai was going to do, he stood on the electronic scale first. Just as the giant crab stood on the electronic scale, the weight displayed on it was 140 kilograms. Damn, this is not scientific, Yu Hai exclaimed when he saw this weight. It has only undergone evolution, and it has gone from more than 10 kilograms to more than 100 kilograms. This is very unscientific. It is unscientific, but there is no way. Elves are so magical. Evolution can change the body shape and appearance, as well as weight and height. Height is 1.4 meters. Yu Hai pulled out the tape measure and measured the height of the giant crab. With a height of 1.4 meters and a weight of 140 kilograms, it is not an exaggeration to say that the giant crab is a heavy armored warrior. The average height and weight of the giant crab are 1.3 meters and 120 kilograms. His giant crab is much larger than the average data. I don't know how much combat power the extra height and weight can add to the giant crab. According to the judgment standard of tonnage equals combat power, he has confidence in the giant crab. The big magic weapon did not disappear, but was recorded into the body of the giant crab. After measuring the height and weight of the giant crab, Yu Hai opened the proficiency panel of the giant crab, which is the most intuitive data. Giant claw crab. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 71%. Level, 29.16%. Features, super strength claw /22.22% hidden feature, force /5.53%. Mastered moves, arm hammer /6.22%. Stare /3.43%. Water gun /18.35%. Harden /22.14%. Metal claw /5.34%. Dig hole /13.54%. Mud shooting /6.24%. Pray for rain /2.04%. High speed movement /9.15%. Crab claw hammer /1.55%. Potential. The potential of the giant claw crab has reached 71 points. The king is stable. Yu Hai saw the potential. It seems that the water gem is still useful. He also breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the potential of the giant crab increased by 11 points, which is 1 point more than when the mosquito frog evolved. The giant crab is also his Pokémon with the highest potential. However, considering that the mosquito frog can evolve 3 times and the giant crab can only evolve once, he was relieved. Although the giant crab has a little more potential, it is impossible for the giant crab to evolve again. If you want to increase your potential in the future, you can only rely on molting. The potential is down to the level. The evolution increased the giant crab by 1 level, reaching level 29. There is also the super strength claw feature, which increased by 2%. It's just that the forced feature did not increase, and the tricks that can trigger this feature. There are only 2 types of moves for the giant claw crab, one is metal claw and the other is mud shot. Neither of them is a basic move and is rarely used, so the forced characteristic has not increased. The remaining moves have changed. The arm hammer has increased by 2%. The water gun has increased by 2%. Hardening has increased by 4%. Dig a hole has increased by 1%. Pray for rain has increased by 1%. High speed movement has increased by 6%, which is the move that has increased the most among many moves. There is also an unexpected surprise in the move column, that is, after the giant claw crab evolved, it actually comprehended a basic move, the crab claw hammer. The crab claw hammer is a 100 power water-based physical attack move, and it is also the basic move of the giant claw crab. It has a consistent attribute bonus, which is not bad. After closing the giant claw crab's proficiency panel, Yu Hai used the Pokeball to take back the giant claw crab and other Pokemons, leaving only the frog by his side. Now he was going to the sailor bar to test the old man's attitude and see if he had dealt with the tail of the electric monster. If not, he would run away without negotiation. Outside the yard, he locked the gate. Xiao Ying and the little fat man were already waiting here, each with a Pokémon. Xiao Ying's was a mosquito-repellent frog, and the fat man's was a giant crab. Xiao Ying, let's take a taxi. Yu Hai was carrying a backpack, and the mosquito-repellent frog was carrying a backpack. The 3 of them came to the highway to take a taxi. Before getting in the car, Xiao Ying and the little fat man took back the Pokémon. There were more cars during the day than at night. They told the driver the address of the sailor bar when they got in the car. Soon they arrived at the sailor bar that Xiao Ying mentioned. It was not far from the Pokémon Center. The old man in the tavern was really good at choosing a place. After getting off the car, Xiao Ying did not go into the bar with Yu Hai, but made an appointment with the little fat man. The two of them were going to register at the club and participate in the club league a week later. Brother Hai, we have to go to the club to sign up, so we won't go in. We'll come back later. Okay, I'll go find your grandpa first. Yu Hai didn't care about Xiao Ying's departure. He waved his hand to pull up his hood and face towel, and entered the sailor bar with the mosquito-repellent frog beside him. As soon as he entered the bar, he heard a melodious, clear, and pleasant song like a lark. The interior decoration here was not as messy as that of the port. It looked very comfortable and had no strange smell. It was obviously much more advanced. But he didn't see the old man behind the bar. There were young waitresses behind the bar. If an old man stood on the platform to sell wine, it would obviously affect the aroma of the wine. The old man took the initiative to avoid suspicion and just hid to collect money. Why not? Yu Hai went straight to the bar and looked at the waitress behind the bar. He knew this girl. She was the waitress he met at the port tavern and she had handed him money last time. When he came to the bar, Yu Hai found the other party. "Sir, what would you like to drink?" The waitress didn't know Yu Hai. Usually, when they met such mysterious guests, the old man taught them to be calm. "I'm looking for the captain," Yu Hai directly stated his purpose and reported the nickname of the old man in the tavern. He believed that the waitress would understand. For the moves that can trigger the forced characteristic, you can go to the Elf Encyclopedia. Just search for forced, then click on the 4 words additional effect, and you can see which moves can trigger the forced characteristic. Unfortunately, I didn't find the crab claw hammer, which was a pity. After all, it was a 100 power basic move. It's a pity. 225 Chapter 219, Fighting. 225. "Sir, please follow me." The waitress did not hesitate, leaving the bar and taking Yu Hai away. The mysterious guest who came for her boss, let her boss worry about it himself. Then Yu Hai and the girl came to the private room on the 2nd floor. The floor-to-ceiling windows here can see every corner of the lobby on the 1st floor. There are also waitresses serving. It must be said that the old man really knows how to enjoy himself. When the girl pushed the door and entered the private room, the old man was quite curious about why the waiter came and brought a stranger. "Captain, this gentleman wants to see you," the girl said without any nonsense after opening the door. After telling the boss the reason, she closed the door and left the private room. After the girl closed the door, Yu Hai also put down his hood and pulled down his scarf, revealing his true face. The old man had seen what he looked like, so there was no need to hide. "Why are you here?" The old man hurriedly got up to greet Yu Hai, the unexpected visitor, and also drove away the waitress who served tea and wine in the private room. "Old man, I was almost cheated to death by you, how could I not come?" Yu Hai came to a single sofa and sat down, and immediately questioned the old man. "Trick you? When did I trick you?" The old man was confused. In addition to the time they just met, he also wanted to trick Yu Hai, but he suffered the consequences afterwards. How could he not remember tricking Yu Hai, and how could he start this trick? "Did you deal with Xiao Ying's electric monster?" Yu Hai also knew that the old man was thick-skinned and would not admit it unless he was pointed out. "Did Xiao Ying tell you everything?" The old man wanted to rescue him and asked in a deep voice. "Okay, stop pretending." Yu Hai just looked at the old man quietly until the old man felt scared. He waved his hand and said, "Where did you get the electric monster? Help me get one, and I'll give you 20 million. Hee. The old man heard this and knew that he couldn't hide it from Yu Hai. An ordinary electric monster cub is not worth 20 million. Yu Hai must have seen the value of the electric monster and guessed something, so he came to him. However, Yu Hai didn't do anything to Xiao Ying's electric monster. He didn't expect that this young man was quite principled in doing things. He had neglected it before, thinking that Fang couldn't see the true value of the electric monster, so he let Xiao Ying take it away with confidence. Fortunately, the young man still had a bottom line. The old man felt a wave of fear in his heart, and almost pushed his grandson into the fire pit again. There is only one. It's not easy to get a second one. I just happened to come across it, the old man didn't lie. It was really lucky for the grandfather and grandson to come across an electric monster that was not for sale. Old man, you won't blush when you lie, Yu Hai said with a smile. Believe it or not, you also know the risks of getting one. It won't be long before the whole city is searching for it, the old man shook his head. This time Yu Hai really blamed him wrongly. He really didn't lie. How could Yu Hai believe the old man's words? Since the old man said there was no such thing, he would not force the sale. Instead, he asked, since you knew that the whole city would be searched for it, you still gave the elf to Xiaoying. Do you think your grandson didn't die fast enough? I guess the tale has been cleaned up. What do you mean by clean? You figured it out, the old man was speechless. He thought the plan of switching the elves was foolproof, but he didn't expect it to be exposed so quickly. It was hard to guarantee that others would not see through the value of the electric beast. Don't worry, I am the only one who has this ability, and there are breeders who raise electric monsters. Otherwise, who can tell the subtle differences between electric monsters? Yu Hai said this to remind the old man not to forget this insignificant little character. You don't need to tell me, I buried it a long time ago, the old man didn't think of this. After dealing with the second-hand dealer, he found the breeder who was hiding and buried him in the same pit. Originally, this guy was not easy to find. After all, the manpower and material resources of the breeding house couldn't find him, so how could he find him? But he just went to see an old friend who made fake IDs, and then he got the information of this guy, and then he found this guy. It can only be said that it was another coincidence. He originally just wanted to try his luck, but he didn't expect that this guy would make fake IDs and hide his identity. Haha, more cruel than me, Yu Hai smiled silently, secretly sighing that the old man was indeed an old fox who had been in the underground world. He had dealt with everything, so he was relieved and could stay on the island for a while. No, I don't lie to children, the old man finally couldn't help but teased Yu Hai. He really couldn't help but say that the 1 million was like a thorn in his throat. Old man, can't you really get another one? Yu Hai didn't care about the old man's ridicule. It was just 1 million. Are they the people who are short of that 1 million? He turned to ask about the most concerned thing. It's impossible. That electric monster was really just luck, the old man shook his head helplessly. Yu Hai didn't believe that he could understand. He wouldn't take the risk to do such a thing again. It was scary enough once, and he couldn't stand it the second time. Forget it, Yu Hai saw that the old man was really embarrassed, so he didn't force it. It was just an elf. It didn't matter if he couldn't get it. However, he mentioned the matter just now and corrected the old man. Old man, I didn't lie to the child. Do you know the value of Xiao Ying's long-winged gull? What? I just heard Xiao Ying say that you helped him catch it, the old man was confused. Seeing that Yu Hai gave up questioning, he was also relieved. He didn't expect Yu Hai to mention the long-winged gull again, this insignificant matter. That long-winged gull, Xiao Ying, and I caught it for 2 days. It was selected from more than 1,000 long-winged gulls. You know what I mean. Yu Hai smiled and gave the old man a look that you understand. He believed that the old man would understand. What? 2 days, more than 1,000, could it be that? The old man was shocked. He didn't expect the origin of the long-winged gull to be so amazing. If the long-winged gull was selected from more than 1,000 long-winged gulls, combined with the fact that the electric shock monster was seen through at a glance, the old man seemed to understand something, and the young man next to him had the ability to see through the elf's talents. At first he thought the other party was talking nonsense, but he didn't expect that the other party could really see through the elf's talents and the talents of the electric shock monsters. He had also encountered this ability when he was young. It was a special ability unique to some humans. For example, humans with superpowers can distinguish the strength of the superpower talents of superpower elves. There are many other special abilities, he has only heard of them, but he didn't expect to meet one today. No wonder the other party said that this ability is only possessed by the other party, and it is difficult for others to see it. This special ability is very rare, and it is even rarer when it is scattered among many humans. This mysterious young man is actually a special ability owner. He is really eye-opening today. After the old man realized that Yu Hai was special, he stared at Yu Hai closely, as if he was looking at some rare species. Take away your gaze, old man. Yu Hai felt uneasy when the old man looked at him. He didn't know what the old man was looking at, let alone that his proficiency panel had been misunderstood by the old man as a special ability similar to superpowers. Forget it, if I meet him again, I will notify you. Whether you can get it by then depends on you, the old man finally compromised. First, Yu Hai is Xiao Ying's teacher, and his teacher ethics are not bad. Second, he felt that he had met a person with special abilities, and it would be good to make friends with him. Third, the long-winged gull that he had misjudged was actually so valuable. 1 million is nothing. This is a favor. If he doesn't pay it back, Xiao Ying will have to pay it back. Xiao Ying must have remembered it in her heart. She owed him such a big favor without realizing it. The grandson really didn't let him, the old man, save his trouble. Since you said that, I can wait. Yu Hai felt that the old man was just being polite and didn't have any expectations for it. If there was something good, the other party would definitely give it to Xiao Ying first, so how could he give it to him? Whatever you want to eat or drink, just order whatever you want. Please feel free to eat here. The old man fell silent when he saw Yu Hai nod, and took the initiative to invite Yu Hai to eat. This is his store, and you can eat whatever you want. Yu Hai's silence only fulfilled the purpose of this trip. He was relieved to know that the old man had cleaned up the tale. As for the matter of looking for elves, just let it go, and he didn't force it. Anyway, he has a lot of high-potential elves, so it doesn't matter if he cultivates a few mosquito-repellent frogs first. And since the giant crab has evolved, there is still a mysterious water drop left, and he also needs to make a wristband for the giant crab to wear. Although Yu Hai was thinking about the giant crab, he did not eat the old man's food. He would not eat anything from this old fox. This was an old fox who would not spit out bones, so he did not trust him. After completing the purpose of this trip, Yu Hai sat in the private room for a while and prepared to leave. The debauchery in the bar is not the time to enjoy it now. It will not be too late to enjoy it when you are promoted to the king in the future. Now you can't indulge in depravity and indulge in the land of tenderness. But as soon as he stood up, he saw a little fat man coming to the bar hall, as if he was looking for someone. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be looking for him. What? Are you leaving? The old man asked when he saw Yu Hai standing up. Let's go. Yu Hai turned around and waved his hand, said goodbye to the old man, and left with the mosquito-repellent frog. When the old man saw Yu Hai leaving, he looked at the fruit plate and drinks on the table. Yu Hai did not touch them at all. There were also the resident girls in the bar, who just looked at them and left. He had never seen such a young man who suppressed his desires. In Xiao Ying's description, this young man's life was nothing but training and reading, and finally only training was left. He trained all day long, almost living a life of asceticism as a trainer. If he could be like this when he was young, he would not have to guard a shabby bar and deal with a group of drunkards all day. However, his life now is not bad, but there is no guarantee and risk in being in the underworld. Fortunately, Xiao Ying followed the other party. I hope Xiao Ying can get out of his old way. After all, success is not achieved overnight, and the big pie of the alliance is also prepared for them. He also hopes that his grandson can really go out and eat the big pie that the alliance has been drawing for a long time. Yu Hai came to the hall and directly carried the fat boy who was looking around and left the sailor bar. The fat boy didn't know who was carrying him, and he struggled desperately to break free from Yu Hai's restraints. Let me go, let me go. Fatty, aren't you with Xiaoying? What are you doing in the bar? Yu Hai came outside the bar and threw the little fat boy on the side of the road, leaving him struggling on the ground. Suddenly hearing a familiar voice, the little fat boy saw that Yu Hai was a masked man in black and was so scared that he kept backing away. This outfit reminded him of the spider robber who robbed him that night. Seeing the fear in the little fat man's eyes, Yu Hai realized that he was still wearing a mask. He pulled up the mask when he left the room. Now he pulled down the hood again and put down the mask, and asked again, Fatty, you didn't recognize me after just leaving for half an hour. Hi, it turned out to be Brother Hai, I was scared to death. The little fat man was relieved when he saw that it was Yu Hai, and thought of Xiaoying who was being besieged, and hurriedly stood up and urged, Brother Hai, go save Xiaoying, he is fighting with others. Why is there a fight? Hearing what the little fat man said, Yu Hai was confused. He had only been away for more than half an hour, how could something happen? When we went to register, we met the girl on the beach that day again. This time, the girl found more trainers from the school and was besieging Xiaoying, scolding Xiaoying and Yu. A Pokemon battle? Yu Hai asked speechlessly. It's a Pokemon battle. They are besieging Xiaoying in a round-robin battle. Many people have come this time, even Jiro, the strongest in our school, has come. Jiro has two powerful brothers, both of whom are very powerful trainers. Go and save Xiaoying. Fatty, let's talk while walking. Can you take a breath before talking? Yu Hai looked at the little fat man speechlessly. Can't you finish your words in one breath? Don't talk if you are breathing heavily. Okay, the little fat man was almost choked by this. He also realized that what he said was a little incoherent. He hurriedly followed Yu Hai's footsteps and pointed Yu Hai in the direction. Since it's a Pokemon battle, if you can't beat it, just admit defeat. Yu Hai couldn't understand Xiaoying's stubbornness. Knowing that the other side has more people, why would they fight a Pokemon battle? Can't they see the obvious advantage in numbers? And it was the girl who started the battle. Why are there such annoying guys everywhere? They are really haunting. The little fat man was choked by the question again when he heard this. He wanted to call him Big Brother. Xiaoying defended you so much that she even fought with others, and you actually asked Xiaoying to admit defeat. What? Yu Hai also noticed the strange look in the little fat man's eyes and asked in confusion. No, nothing, the little fat man shook his head quickly. He didn't agree with the words of admitting defeat, but he didn't dare to refute it. After all, whoever is stronger is right. Fatty, sometimes admitting defeat is not it means failure. There is no need to fight for temporary gains and losses, or when being besieged, Yu Hai explained when he saw that the little fat man didn't understand. But the little fat man still shook his head, indicating that he didn't quite understand what he said. Yu Hai shook his head helplessly. Seeing that the little fat man was so naive, he was speechless. Thanks to the book friend 201710151723300975, 100 book coins. Thanks to Ziwajexianu, 5,000 book coins, thank you for the 5,000 book coins of the Big Brother on the list. Let me explain here that Xiaoying is a very important supporting role. It can be said that she is the right-hand man of the protagonist. In the future, the power must be used. The reason why there are so many chapters is that they are all about the influence, changes, and growth of the protagonist on Xiaoying. The protagonist is equivalent to an old grandfather, so many people misunderstand that Xiaoying is the protagonist. Readers who have read the story strategy should be familiar with this routine. I just turned the protagonist into a mentor and Xiaoying into a hero. After all, who said that the protagonist can't be a mentor? He must be a hero and slay the dragon. The protagonist can also use this routine when he becomes a mentor. However, the routine has been changed, so don't substitute it into the routine, just read the book normally. 226 Chapter 220, Silly Boy. 226. Xiaoying is a stubborn kid. I don't know when she can change this bad habit. I don't know when she can understand that if she can't win in public, she can just play it darkly. Anyway, other people have big families and big businesses. They are all alone. They are not afraid of anything. They are bravest when they are alone. As for bad words, he has heard them so many times in his previous life that he doesn't care at all. If he hadn't been law-abiding in his previous life, the people who said bad words would have lost their tongues long ago. It's the same here. He doesn't care, but if he gets mad at someone, if he can't get rid of him in public, he will get rid of him secretly and disgust him. As they came to, there were 6 large battlefields. Looking at one of them, the cheers there were deafening. But if you look closely, you can see that they were all cheering for the opponent. No one was cheering for Xiaoying. After all, Xiaoying is an orphan, and her social circle is also an orphanage. There is only a little fat guy outside. It would be strange if someone was cheering. Arriving at the battlefield, Yu Hai and the others stood silently behind Xiaoying and watched Xiaoying's battle. Now on the battlefield, Parasol Office and Coconut Tree were fighting. Yu Hai watched for a while and saw that Xiaoying had the upper hand, so he whispered to the little fat guy, who was the Jiro that the little fat guy just shouted, "Fatty, who is the strongest Jiro you are talking about?" "It's the one who is the fattest next to the girl." The little fat guy raised his hand and pointed to the audience, directing Yu Hai to look at the Jiro mentioned before. Another fat guy? Yu Hai saw where the little fat man pointed, and looked at the fat man with big ears in the audience. The fat had grown to his neck, and the word fat came out of his mouth. "Hi, brother Hai, do you have any misunderstandings about fat man?" The little fat man looked up and asked weakly when he heard Yu Hai talking about fat man. "Haha, no, don't misunderstand me." Yu Hai was so embarrassed that he didn't know how to comfort the little fat man. After all, this fat man is not that fat man. Yu Hai laughed casually and changed the subject. Xiaoying's parasol mushroom also defeated the coconut tree. This is Xiaoying's second consecutive victory. Next, the students in school uniforms sent out a third elf to prepare for a round-robin battle with Xiaoying. Seeing this scene, Yu Hai did not stop it. After all, sometimes if you don't experience it yourself, you won't feel deeply, and you won't understand what it means to be sinister. Xiaoying must know that one person cannot defeat a group of people. Even he wants to form an elf army, but Xiaoying is stimulated and wants to compete with him. This is not a wise move. There is no benefit at all. The rules are set by others. If you win, you get nothing. If you lose, it will affect your real life. It is not worth it at all. He will not do such a loss-making business. He will teach Xiaoying later. It is better not to do such stupid things in the future. The third match ended quickly. Xiaoying's parasol office won. The students in the audience were so angry that they gritted their teeth and couldn't even cheer. Xiaoying's exciting 3-in-a-row match also attracted many tourists and passers-by, or curious trainers, came to watch Xiaoying's battle, and the audience seats were almost full. It was the first time that Xiaoying experienced such popularity. From no one cared at the beginning, to everyone cheering for his opponent, and now someone finally cheered for him. I really hope that Brother Hai can see this scene. He really did it. Waste, all waste. Last time you were beaten 3 in a row, this time you were beaten 3 in a row, our class has lost face. After seeing the 3 consecutive defeats, the fat man surrounded by many students in the audience was so angry that he cursed at this group of classmates, and all the classmates who were scolded could not lift their heads. The fat guy is the boss after all. Even if they are very unwilling, they dare not contradict him and can only bear it silently. Jiro, go teach him a lesson. I know that Brother Jiro is the most powerful, the girl saw Jiro get angry and immediately hugged the fat guy's arm and acted like a spoiled child. On the surface, she did not dislike the fat guy's greasy appearance. She called him brother with a clip sound, and the more affectionate he called, the more affectionate he was. However, the rejection in the girl's eyes was all disgust for this fat guy. If this fat guy was not the strongest in the school, this fat guy was rich, and her family asked her to get closer to this fat guy, she would not play with this fat guy, and she would not hug this fat guy's arm and act like a spoiled child. Feeling the shaking of his arm and the sweet and lovely little beauty blowing hot air in his ears, the fat man suddenly floated up, and was flattered so much that he couldn't find his direction at all, and nodded and agreed. The fat man was held by the girl's arm, and kept listening to the girl's sweet flattery. He didn't know how he walked to the platform of the battlefield. Until the girl reminded him, the fat man came back to his senses and looked at Xiaoying on the other side of the battlefield, and released his electric Pokemon, Jolteon. Jolteon vs Parasaurolophus. Xiaoying is going to lose. Yu Hai saw the result of this battle when he saw the Krypton fat man release Jolteon. The Jolteon on the battlefield had light steps and steady steps. The bright yellow hair on his body was smooth and soft, especially the white hair around his neck, which was very sharp and upright. That was the manifestation of the full power in Jolteon's body. Just like this, a well-cultivated Jolteon, which had fought 3 games in a row and was panting, could never defeat Jolteon. Even if he released the frog, he probably couldn't beat the Jolteon. The Jolteon has the advantage in attribute restraint and speed. Judging from the performance of the Krypton fatty, it's impossible that he is the trainer who bred this Jolteon. He can't even take care of a child, let alone a Pokemon. This Jolteon listens to the Krypton fatty, so there is only one possibility, that the fatty paid Krypton to find someone to breed the Jolteon. From the beginning to the end, only the Pokemon belonged to the Krypton fatty, and the others were all helped by the Krypton fatty. This is why he called the other party the Krypton fat after seeing this Jolteon. In short, he is another big dog owner. You can't breed this Jolteon without some money. Just look at the food he spends on each Pokemon, which costs millions of dollars. Not to mention that he has to ask someone to take care of the Jolteon's hair and take care of it, so that it has such smooth hair. He feels that it is better to keep this Jolteon as a pet than to fight it. Of course, the Kryptonian fat man who is not short of money definitely doesn't care about this little money. Brother Hai, how do you know Xiaoying is going to lose? Xiaoying has won 3 games in a row, the little fat man asked puzzledly after hearing Yu Hai's whisper. Look for yourself, you will know soon. Yu Hai didn't explain too much. This little fat man is too naive. He can't understand even if he says too much. He is not as smart as Xiaoying, who can understand it at a glance. As the battle on the battlefield began, Xiaoying did not take back Parasaurolophus, but wanted Parasaurolophus to play the 4th battle. But Parasaurolophus was already at the end of its strength. The extremely fast Jolteon knocked Parasaurolophus away with just a flash of lightning, defeating the exhausted Parasaurolophus. Seeing this, Xiaoying took back Parasaurolophus with a poke ball. When the students in school uniforms saw Parasaurolophus being defeated, they immediately fell into a climax in the audience, howling one after another and praising the Kryptonian fat man to the sky. Jiro is so awesome, he defeated Parasaurolophus in one go. Jiro is the strongest, he beat this arrogant guy down hard. Jiro is so awesome. The girl saw Parasaurolophus was defeated, hugged the fat man's arm, and jumped up excitedly. She finally saw that the winning streak Xiaoying was defeated. However, they completely forgot the previous 3 in a row, and all fell into a state of amnesia. They only remembered that the Krypton Gold fat man defeated Xiaoying, and forgot that Xiaoying defeated them. Seeing this group of people cheering, such shameless and ugly faces, Xiaoying gritted her teeth and didn't plan to fight again, because Yu Hai said that such a game was meaningless. The kid over there, I heard that you have a stronger mosquito-repellent frog, why don't you let it out, are you going to admit defeat? The Krypton Gold fat man who defeated Parasaurolophus was very proud, with the little beauty next to him and cheers. He defeated the winning streak Xiaoying in one blow. This moment is his highlight moment, and he enjoys this moment very much. The girl was the same. She looked at Xiaoying on the other side of the battlefield with pride. She regained her face on the beach and slapped Xiaoying hard to let Xiaoying know who she was. Who told Xiaoying to look down on her and make her lose face in front of so many people? She would retaliate fiercely. It is not an exaggeration to say that beauty is a disaster. Xiaoying was involved in such a vortex. Brother, they are obviously bullying people. Don't hit me. Yes, don't hit me. We all saw your 3 in a row. You are the best. Of course, Xiaoying also received applause. After understanding the situation, many viewers also spoke up for Xiaoying. Advise Xiaoying not to fight. The opponent is the electric type Libu, and Xiaoying's Pokemon is the water type Mosquito. It is obvious that Xiaoying will suffer in such a battle. Why fight? Xiaoying also had this intention. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, she suddenly heard the girl's laughter again. Hey, why don't you fight anymore? You know you can't win, so you're going to call for help. Hehe, call for help? Even if you call for help, it's useless. You still can't beat Jolteon. You're just a rubbish, a coward who can only run away. Even if your 2 Pokemons come together, they can't beat my Jolteon. My Jolteon is the strongest. The Krypton Gold fat man was already intoxicated at this moment. He was so flattered by the girl that he was floating in the sky. With the girl's coquettish whispers in his ears, the Krypton Gold fat man was already dizzy and couldn't extricate himself from the gentleness of the gentleness. However, the boasting of the Krypton Gold fat man immediately attracted boos from the audience. The strongest was indeed a bit boastful. Everyone knew that the Krypton Gold fat man was a little inflated, but no one cared about the Krypton Gold fat man. Because the Krypton Gold fat man was wearing a school uniform, he was obviously still a student. They adults could not care about a student, or even a little kid. Even if they wanted to care, it could only be the children who said it. They adults couldn't do it, otherwise it would be bullying the children. Brother Hai is not trash, and I am not a coward. Xiaoying heard the Krypton Gold fat man scolding Yu Hai again, and immediately didn't want to leave, but threw out the Pokeball and released the frog. He wanted to fight this battle. He wanted to teach the foul-mouthed fat man on the opposite side a lesson and trample the Krypton Gold fat man under his feet. Seeing Xiaoying release the Pokemon again, the little fat man was anxious and wanted to stop Xiaoying and said that they were here and asked Xiaoying to calm down. Yu Hai grabbed the little fat man's collar and didn't let him go over. Instead, he planned to make Xiaoying feel more painful so that Xiaoying would remember it deeply, otherwise she wouldn't learn the lesson. Of course, you have to teach someone a lesson, but when you don't have the strength, there's no need to rush in, but to play dirty tricks. Brother Hai, why don't you let me go over? The little fat man was very anxious, but he was being pulled by Yu Hai and couldn't run over at all. Don't bother Xiaoying. Yu Hai shook his head gently at the fat man, and the meaning was already very clear, the fat man, you can only watch and can't speak. With Yu Hai's obstruction, Xiaoying and the Krypton Gold fat man's elves also began to fight, and both sides launched attacks together. Xiaoying knew that the opponent was an electric elf, so she had to shoot with ground-type mud. The Krypton Gold fat man also knew that electric moves were needed to deal with water-type elves. Both parties shouted at the same time. Frog, mud shot. Jolien, rush over with a flash of lightning, use 100,000 volts. Because Jolien was too fast, Frog's mud shot was still a little short of the mark and did not hit the fast-moving Jolien. When Jolien ran in front of Frog, Frog was still spitting mud shot. Frog's 100,000 volts was already close to his face, and Xiaoying shouted loudly, Frog, hold on, ice punch. Jolien, continue to use 100,000 volts. After Jolien's first 100,000 volts was blocked and bounced off, what was seen was Frog's fist condensed with ice crystals, hitting Jolyon. But Jolyon's movements were faster, and his soft and bright hair exploded instantly. The second 100,000 volts bursting from his hair turned into a thick light yellow electric current with a crackling sound, and hit Frog directly. The Frog had no time to dodge and was hit by a 100,000 volt bullet. Black smoke came out of its body and there were traces of burns from the electric shock all over its body. At the same time, there was electric current flashing on its body. The Frog fell into a paralyzed state, which made the situation even worse. Before Xiao Ying could adjust herself and before the Frog could get through the paralysis state, the Krypton Gold Fat Man raised his mouth and shouted to his Jolteon, "Jolteon, give it the last blow, 100,000 volts. Frog, get out of the way." Xiao Ying saw that the Frog was about to be hit by a 100,000 volt bullet and would definitely be stunned by it. He immediately wanted to rush over to block the attack for the Frog. At this moment, Xiao Ying was confused and desperate. How could a human being resist 100,000 volts? He really thought he was Mr. G. Poof! In the end, it was a water gun that washed away the Frog and saved it, and the Frog was saved from being electrocuted. This water gun rescued the mosquito-repellent Frog and attracted the attention of many viewers. They looked behind Xiao Ying and saw a masked man in black with a hood. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Yu Hai let go of the fat boy, and the fat boy rushed over and shouted to Xiao Ying, "Xiao Ying, I brought Brother Hai with me." "Brother Hai?" Xiao Ying looked at Yu Hai and remembered the tragic defeat just now. In the end, Yu Hai's mosquito-repellent Frog had to come to the rescue. He was too ashamed to see Brother Hai now. He had embarrassed Brother Hai. "Xiao Ying," Yu Hai saw that Xiao Ying was a little absent-minded and lowered her head again in an instant. It was very likely that she didn't know how to face him, so he walked over, raised his hand and pressed it on Xiao Ying's head, gently rubbed Xiao Ying's hair, and leaned Xiao Ying's head against him, and then he comforted her softly, "Silly boy, you did a good job. Sometimes there is no need to argue with others. Those meaningless things, they don't understand you, and only you will be hurt. Let me say one thing, every elf has a destination, don't worry." 227. Chapter 221, 1,227. Brother Hai, Xiao Ying was like a child who had suffered a lot of grievances at this moment, and had nowhere to tell. He had no relatives here, no one to rely on, and he didn't know what to do. Just when he was most helpless, Yu Hai appeared and became the person he wanted to see the most and the person he least wanted to see. He was also the big brother he could rely on and his most solid backing. "It's okay, go get your frog back and send it to the Pokémon Center for treatment. You need a healing ball." Yu Hai let Xiao Ying go and told her to get the frog back for treatment. The frog was hit by a 100,000 volt bullet at close range. It lost half its health even if it was not injured. It was no longer able to fight and could only be sent to the Pokémon Center as soon as possible. Just as Xiao Ying got the frog back, the Krypton Gold Fat Man felt very interesting because no one had ever interrupted his battle, and no one had ever dared to stop him from teaching anyone a lesson. Just as his Jolteon was about to win, a mysterious person suddenly appeared, interrupting his Jolteon's victory over Frog, preventing him from winning. He was very upset now, and the consequences were serious. He would beat anyone who came. "Who are you? Do you know what the consequences are for interrupting my battle?" Fatty Krypton asked Yu Hai with a sneer. "I am the person he wants to call, and I am not interested in knowing the consequences." Yu Hai really didn't want to deal with this dogskin plaster. Once provoked, it would be very annoying unless he was beaten to death. The girl next to Fatty Krypton saw that Fatty Krypton didn't know, so she whispered something in Fatty Krypton's ear. Fatty Krypton immediately understood and knew Yu Hai's identity, and sneered, "Oh, I know, brother Mg Fu Piao. I thought someone came. What? Are you going to continue the battle for him?" Not interested, Yu Hai turned and left. He didn't like this meaningless fight. Whether it was in the previous life or this life, it was meaningless. He had his own code of conduct. You can't leave. We just agreed that whoever loses will apologize. The Krypton fat man said this, and Jolteon had already blocked Yu-Hai's way, not letting Yu-Hai leave. Yu-Hai's frog also put down the backpack on his back and decided to beat the shit out of Jolteon. He dared to block their way. The last kidnapper who blocked the road is still buried in the woods, and the grave is overgrown with grass. Fatty, is this true? Yu-Hai really didn't know what agreement Xiao Ying and the others had before the battle. Xiao Ying had already gone to the Pokemon Center, so he could only ask the little fat man who was with Xiao Ying. No, the little fat man thought about it and shook his head firmly at Yu-Hai, indicating that there was no such thing. Let's go. Yu-Hai saw the little fat man shaking his head, and he no longer paid attention to the Krypton fat man who kept yelling behind him. He didn't want to pay attention to such a person at all. But as soon as they took a step, Jolteon's hair exploded all over his body, which was a sign of preparing to use electric moves. But Yu-Hai ignored Jolteon directly. He didn't believe Jolteon dared to attack him here. If Jolteon dared to do so, he would kill people here. At this time, the Krypton Gold Fat Man hurried over, calmed Jolteon, and asked Yu-Hai, I heard that kid admires you very much, so I want to defeat you and shatter that kid's admiration. What do you want to do to fight a Pokemon battle with me? The Krypton Gold Fat Man knew that he couldn't scare Yu-Hai, nor could he forcefully attack Yu-Hai. After all, in the city, Pokemon can't attack humans, even if he is very rich. After all beings are equal under the muzzle of a gun, regardless of past and present lives. If you can't kill you openly, you have to kill you behind your back. He can also see that Yu-Hai is different. The indifferent temperament exuded by him is exactly the same as his big brother in the club. This kind of person can't be forced. Do we have to fight today? Yu-Hai had been raising his temper for a long time, and he couldn't control it after all. Why did he meet these bad guys who did everything but didn't do human things? Yes, either you beat me or I beat you, the Krypton Gold Fat Man also put forward his own request. Okay, Yu-Hai nodded and agreed to the battle. Since the other party wanted to lose, it would be easy. What's the Pokemon you're fighting? Is it this frog? Seeing that Yu-Hai agreed, the Krypton Gold Fat Man was instantly very happy, because his happiness was built on the pain of others. Before the battle, I want to ask you how much money you have. Yu-Hai did not answer which Pokemon he was fighting, but asked about the money. Ha ha ha, I don't have much else, but I have a lot of money. The Krypton Gold Fat Man felt that this question was very funny. He didn't expect this person to ask him such a stupid question. Well, you name a price. Yu-Hai is now a trainer with more than 30 million in savings, and he can afford to lose. 1 million, what do you think? The Krypton Gold Fat Man asked with a smile. Okay, take out the money. Yu-Hai directly stretched out his hand for money. What? You want money before the game even starts? Are you sure you can win? The Krypton Gold Fat Man laughed. It was the first time he saw such an arrogant person. If I lose, I'll give you 2 million, Yu-Hai said lightly. Okay, here's 1 million, the Krypton Gold Fat Man took out 1 million directly from his bag, that is, 100,000 yuan in cash, and handed it to Yu-Hai. He was not afraid that the other party would run away after getting the money. He couldn't find the other party, and he couldn't find the boy. Even if he couldn't find the boy, wasn't there the fat boy from the same school? As Yu-Hai received 1 million, the 1 million yuan per round of the battle here was spread by someone. More and more tourists, passers-by, and trainers flocked to this battle site, directly filling up the battle site and surrounding the battle site. Some spectators who couldn't see the battle and passers-by who couldn't squeeze in ran directly to the rooftops nearby to watch this Pokemon battle. Although the two people in this battle were not famous, 1 million was enough to bluff people, so it attracted many people to watch. When the Kryptonian Fat Man returned to his position, Yu-Hai also released his own Pokemon. When the audience saw that it was a crab, they exclaimed again. This was a battle of opposite attributes, and a battle of $1 million bet. Knowing that the opponent would send out Jolteon, he actually sent out the water-type crab. How confident must this trainer be to insist on fighting like this? I let you attack first, Fat Man. Yu-Hai saw that the Kryptonian Fat Man was ready, so he reminded him that he could start. No, I have to wait for that kid to come back before starting. I want to defeat you in front of him. Who else allows you to shout I am Fatty? You can't call me Fatty. The Krypton Fatty glared at Yu-Hai angrily. Okay, Fatty. Since the other party is not in a hurry, Yu-Hai is not in a hurry either, but he will not change his name of Fatty, which immediately made the Krypton Fatty on the opposite side angry. As the news of their bet spread to the Pokémon Center, Xiaoying sent the frog and the parasol mushroom to the Pokémon Center for treatment, and rushed here desperately. It was he who implicated Brother Hai, and he couldn't let his mistakes continue. In addition, besides Xiaoying, the second brother who was nearby and was a fat man who was a senior student named Erlang, also rushed over after hearing the news. Erlang wanted to see why his third brother made such a big fuss. If he knew it was for a girl, he might have slapped him in the face. Then he scolded him for being useless. Their family had plenty of money. It was just a girl. What was the big deal? As long as he spent the money, he could get any girl. This idiot must have a bag in his head to make such a big fuss. As more and more people gathered around, Yu-Hai turned around and saw that there were people everywhere behind him. The road was blocked and Xiaoying couldn't get in. He released the big-mouthed gull and asked it to bring Xiaoying in. Big-mouthed gull, Xiaoying should be outside. You take it, come in. Bile, the gull took off from the ground, circled outside the battlefield, and saw Xiaoying who was crowded in the crowd. It swooped down, grabbed Xiaoying, and flew back to the trainer platform of the battlefield. Xiaoying was thrown on the high platform by the gull. She stood up and lowered her head, embarrassed, and did not dare to look at Brother Hai. It was he who caused trouble for Brother Hai. He also knew that Yu-Hai was a trainer who did not like trouble. Okay, stand behind and watch carefully. Yu-Hai saw that Xiaoying did not speak, and did not blame Xiaoying. After all, she helped him earn $1 million. With the arrival of Xiaoying, the battle was about to begin, and the atmosphere on the scene reached a climax. The audience who could not see the game all sat on their flying Pokémon, even if they were in the sky to watch this battle. Yu-Hai really didn't expect that a battle would be so popular. It was as popular as the battle of the 3 water-type Pokémons that night when he first arrived at the Pokémon Center. Fortunately, the battlefield here has been built with a protective net, a double-layer metal protective net, with a 1-meter gap between the first and second layers, surrounding the entire battlefield. This is to prevent some passers-by from being too enthusiastic, too excited, and rushing to the battlefield to avoid being accidentally injured by the Pokémon battle. There is also a trainer platform in the battlefield, which is a raised platform with a height of 2 meters. The platform is also very spacious, and there is no problem for more than 10 people to stand on it. It can only be said that the infrastructure here is well built. It is the first time for him to stand on such a field and fight Pokémon. There were also Frog, Owl, Little Fatty, and Xiaoying standing beside him. Seeing Xiaoying coming back, Krypton Fatty didn't want to wait any longer. He wanted to teach this mysterious trainer who called him Fatty a lesson, and ordered Jolteon, Jidibo, rush over with a flash of lightning, use 100,000 volts. Yu-Kai, who was concentrating on the battlefield, saw Jolteon move. Obviously, Krypton Fatty saw Xiaoying coming and quietly launched an attack. After all, Yu-Kai had said before that the opponent would attack first, and the bet was still 1 million, which was probably Krypton Fatty's pocket money for a long time. He didn't dare to be careless, but cheered up and faced this battle seriously. However, after Yu-Hai heard that the opponent's order was still the same, he shouted to the giant crab, dig a hole, keep hardening. Coo cough, the giant crab heard the order and immediately raised its big claws. Before the Jolteon came over, it quickly dug the soil and drilled into the ground. The Jolteon's momentum missed, and the 100,000 volts could only hit the hole in the ground. After Jolteon lost its target, the giant crab directly used its giant claws to push the ground open, broke out of the ground, and clamped towards Jolteon with its big claws. "Jerez, get out of the way!" However, the Krypton Gold Fat Man shouted out the magic skill, and the giant crab's speed was not as fast as Jolteon, and the giant claws were dodged by Jolteon. "Giant crab, run, use high-speed movement a few more times." Yu-Hai now wants to increase the speed of the giant crab, because the defense was already fully stacked when digging the hole, and the only thing missing is speed. As the giant claw crab began to run, it also used high-speed movement to increase its own speed. Its body seemed to change shape and shadow, constantly moving around on the battlefield, and even after images appeared. When the Krypton Gold Fat Man saw this scene, he immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. He couldn't let the giant claw crab continue to speed up. Once the speed caught up with the Jolteon, it would be difficult to fight. He hurriedly shouted to the Jolteon, "Jolteon, catch up with it!" In a flash of lightning. "Stop it! Giant claw crab, raise the giant claws to block it!" Yu-Hai changed the order again. Before Jolteon caught up, the giant claw crab raised its huge claws to block the Jolteon that rushed like a lightning bolt. The giant claw crab, which had just started with high-speed movement, was not as fast as the Jolteon, and the Jolteon quickly caught up with the giant claw crab. However, the Jolteon's head hit the hardened and strengthened giant claws firmly, and the giant claw crab was knocked back 2 steps. The giant claw crab was only forced to stop accelerating. After being hit by the Jolteon, the giant claw crab continued to run. "Come, keep moving at high speed to speed yourself up." On the contrary, Jolteon hit the hardened giant claws and almost fainted. He could only stand there and shake his head before he woke up and heard the order of the Krypton Fat Man. "Jolteon, use 100,000 volts." The Krypton Fat Man knew that he could not catch up with the giant claw crab now, so he could only try his luck with electric moves. However, how could Yu-Hai give the opponent this opportunity, and immediately changed the order. "Giant claw crab, dig a hole." "Ku-Kay, Ku-Kay." The giant claw crab immediately dug a hole and disappeared on the ground. Even if it didn't dig a hole, Jolteon's 100,000 volts was also off. Jolteon lost the giant claw crab again, and the giant claw crab broke out of the ground again, but this time Jolteon was not so lucky. "Joel, get out of the way." The Krypton Fatty's magic skill finally failed. Joel was caught up with and could no longer avoid the giant claws that broke through the ground. Joel was hit by the giant claws and hit the iron net heavily. Seeing this scene, Yu-Hai raised the corner of his mouth under the mask slightly, and sent the Krypton Fatty's arrogant words back to the Krypton Fatty. "Giant claw crab, use mud to shoot it, give it the last blow." For Joel's last dying struggle, the Krypton Fatty was already sweating profusely. He grabbed the guardrail of the platform and shouted at Joel at the top of his lungs, "Joel, get up quickly, stand up, get out of the way." Puff puff puff. As soon as the Krypton Fatty finished speaking, 3 mud shots flew towards Joel. 228 Chapter 222, 3,228. However, Joel jumped away the moment the mud shot arrived. Puff, puff, puff. Then, 3 more mud shots flew. This time, Jolteon was hit by 3 mud shots in the air. Considering the damage bonus of the forced characteristic, Jolteon was knocked unconscious by the mud in the air. Jolteon fell directly to the ground, his eyes turned into mosquito-repellent eyes, and he lost his ability to fight. Seeing that Jolteon was covered in mud and no longer as glamorous as when he first appeared, the defeated Krypton Gold Fat Man knelt dejectedly on the platform, staring at the fainted Jolteon. Not only did he lose, he also lost 1,000,000. "Ah, win, Giant Claw Crab won, ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha, I bought Giant Claw Crab, I bought." "Me too, ha ha ha." As the battle ended, some gamblers in the crowd burst into deafening cheers. The gamblers who won by buying giant claw crab happily looked for people to hug everywhere. The gamblers who won by buying Jolteon felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten shit. Originally, judging from the attributes and the previous performance of the Kryptonian fatty, Jolteon's winning rate should be very high. But who would have thought that Jolteon would lose in the end, and was defeated by the crab's reverse attributes, and was defeated by the crab's kite. In short, some people are happy and some are sad. After the battle, Yu-Hai used the Pokeball to take back the crab. Hearing the discussions of the audience around him, he shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, there is no shortage of gamblers everywhere, and there is no shortage of gamblers here with Pokemon battles. Yu-Hai used the Pokeball to take back the Sagar again. He didn't lose a small profit of 1 million today, so he was ready to walk down the platform and go back. But at this moment, a cold shout interrupted the warm atmosphere at the scene. Wait! Hearing this voice, everyone looked towards the source of the voice. The place where the voice came from was the Kryptonian fatty's trainer platform. Second brother, why are you here? The Kryptonian fatty turned his head dejectedly and looked at the person who came. It was his second brother, Jiro. Jiro, this trainer is not simple. I have informed my eldest brother. You should use the Pokeball to take back Jolteon first. Okay, the Krypton Gold fat man nodded, and shot a red light from the Pokeball, hitting Jolteon, taking back Jolteon, and gave the high platform to the second brother, ready to let the second brother help him get back the place. Seeing the person coming, the girl did not dare to pull the Krypton Gold fat man, but stepped aside, just in time to be seen by Jiro. Who is she? Jiro asked the little fat man. My classmate. The Krypton Gold fat man did not dare to look at his second brother, but just replied weakly. Jiro glanced back and forth between the Krypton Gold fat man and the girl several times, realized something, and said to the Krypton Gold fat man seriously, be honest, I will deal with you when I go back. I know, the Krypton Gold fat man was scolded, and he did not dare to look at his second brother. The crowd and gamblers who were watching the game saw the tall and thin boy who came out. After asking and learning that he was the second brother of the Krypton Gold fat man, they knew that the gambling game was not over and they could continue to bet. Because Yu-Hai had already won a game and proved his strength, the dealer adjusted Yu-Hai's odds and waited for the development of the incident. Which club is your friend over there from? Jiro was not as fat as the Krypton Gold fat man, but much thinner than his third brother Jiro. He wore round-framed glasses and had black hair, looking like a student. I'm not a trainer from the club. If you want to fight, give me money. If you don't want to fight, I'll leave. Yu-Hai didn't have the time to delay time with the other party, nor did he want to become a tool for gamblers. What he hated most in his life was gamblers and casinos. The handling fees that were swiped away before were still vivid in his mind. He and gamblers were sworn enemies. Okay, I'll play with you. Jiro saw that Yu-Hai didn't want to waste time, so he took out $1 million from his bag and threw it on the battlefield. The meaning was already very clear, that is, to let Yu-Hai pick it up himself. Seeing this, Yu-Hai was not annoyed. After all, who would go against small money? He released the giant crab again and asked it to throw the money to him. After receiving the money and counting it, Yu-Hai put the small money into his backpack. He said, money is fine, you can send out your Pokemon. You're still using the crab. Jiro was a little surprised to see the crab. He didn't expect the other party to use the crab, and he didn't shy away from it, letting him take advantage of it. Just like he threw money to humiliate the other party just now, the other party also threw money back to him. If he still loses, it will be the second humiliation for him. Since the other party is so arrogant, he won't be polite and releases his electric Pokemon, Reishu. After all, if you don't take advantage, you're a bastard. He just wants to win against this arrogant bastard who bullies his third brother. Reishu. Yu-Hai looked at the Reishu on the opposite side and shouted to the opposite side, you attack first. Asshole, this is the third time. Jiro gritted his teeth in anger. This bastard actually dared to humiliate him 3 times. Trainers who fight against each other all know the importance of attacking first. The other party actually gave it up so easily. Is he looking down on him? He will make the other party regret his arrogance. Reishu, electromagnetic wave. Jiro finally gave Reishu the order to attack first. Reishu heard the trainer's order, and 3 electric currents appeared on the surface of the 2 yellow electric sacs on his cheeks, and they were shocked by the crab. Seeing this, Yu-Hai also shouted loudly, "Crab digs a hole, continuously hardens." Seeing Yu-Hai doing the same old trick again, Jiro smiled. It didn't matter that the electromagnetic wave didn't hit the crab digging a hole. He shouted to Reishu again, "Reishu, move at high speed and run." First, it can increase Reishu's speed. Second, it can prevent the crab from locating Reishu standing in place. Third, Reishu's basic speed is faster than the crab. Even if the crab speeds up, it is not as fast as Reishu. He really wanted to see how the opponent would deal with it. He used the kite routine that he just used to bully his third brother to deal with this mysterious trainer. Yu-Hai saw the opponent's tactical response, and knew that the opponent had seen the previous battle and wanted to use speed to limit the speed of the giant crab, because the speed of Reishu was faster than that of the giant crab. Even if both sides accelerated at the same time, Reishu would be faster. In this case, Yu-Hai could certainly give the opponent a taste of his own medicine. His thinking was very clear. The victory or defeat of this game was not about speed, but "Come out, giant crab, use the most powerful crab claw hammer on the ground." Since the opponent wanted speed, he would not give it to the opponent. Ku-K, Ku-K. Boom, boom. The moment the giant crab broke through the ground, it didn't care about the running Reishu at all, but raised its giant claws as big as its body and smashed it heavily on the ground. The entire battlefield was also shaking as if an earthquake had occurred when the giant crab's heavy hammer landed. All the spectators in the audience were shaken to the ground, and the spectators outside the iron net were shaken to the point of being unable to stand steadily. The people who felt the shock, after getting up, were all praising the giant crab for its strength, especially the attack of the crab claw hammer, which destroyed the entire battlefield with one blow. The one who was most affected by the crab claw hammer was Reishu. Because of its high speed, Reishu directly hit the undulating soil blocks, which were the uneven soil blocks smashed by the giant claws. Seeing this scene, Yu-Hai secretly thought it was a good opportunity and shouted to the giant crab, mud shooting. Ku-K, puff puff. The 3 mud shots of the giant crab arrived in an instant, so fast that Reishu didn't react, and was hit by a mud shot before he remembered to dodge. Reishu, get out of the way. Ji Lang's order was also half a beat slower, and Reishu dodged it by himself before shouting, "Giant crab, take advantage of the victory and break the rocks." Facing Reishu hiding behind the rocks, the giant crab also rushed up and raised its giant claws to break the rocks under Yu-Hai's command, and the rocks flying everywhere also fell on Reishu. "Reishu, use iron tail at Jiro's command." Reishu's tail turned into a metallic silver color, and it directly used iron tail to split the rock and chop down at the giant crab. The giant crab did not take the iron tail head-on, and Yu-Hai called on the giant crab to dig a hole to avoid it, avoiding the attack of iron tail. When the opponent used iron tail, Yu-Hai saw through the opponent's fighting intention, knowing that the giant crab used hardening but still used iron tail to attack. The opponent's purpose must be impure, and the opponent's purpose is only one, that is, to use iron tail to contact the giant crab, and then use thunder. This move is often used by Zai, and it works every time, so he will not be fooled, which can be regarded as reading it first. In the eyes of the masters, when they heard Yu-Hai order the giant crab to dig a hole to avoid it, they all secretly thought that Yu-Hai's fighting awareness was not bad, and he could actually realize this. After others' explanation, the newbies who didn't understand also understood why Yu-Hai asked the giant crab to avoid it instead of taking it head-on. Xiaoying stood on the high platform and saw it more clearly. She also figured out the real intention of Reishu's iron tail attack. Why didn't the giant crab take it hard? She also thought of what Yu Hai said about reading first. It must be that Brother Hai read first that the opponent would use Iron Tail to approach the giant crab, and then use electric moves to attack the giant crab. The giant crab didn't take the Iron Tail, otherwise the giant crab with hardened and stacked up would not be afraid of the physical attack move of Iron Tail. At this moment on the battlefield, after the giant crab dug a hole again, Reishu lost its target again. Reishu's advantage of speed by high-speed movement also disappeared. The uneven ground made Reishu run, and he could only look around, hoping to see the direction of the giant crab's attack. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the combination of Jilin and Reishu was already at a disadvantage. Jilin didn't expect that he would be seen through when he approached the giant crab with the iron tail. He thought that the opponent would let the giant crab hit the Reishu, and once it was stuck by the electric current, it would not be so easy to hit the Reishu. But the opponent didn't take the iron tail hard, which was troublesome. He had to judge the location of the giant crab's ground breaking. But after half a minute, the giant crab showed no signs of breaking the ground. There was only the rumbling vibration of underground digging. He didn't know what the giant crab was doing, but suddenly heard Yu Hai shouting. "Almost, giant crab!" "What? Almost?" Jilin was confused. He didn't understand what almost meant, but the rumbling sound from the ground made him think it was not good, and he couldn't tell where the danger was. It was not until the ground where Reishu stood collapsed that the crab came out and fired 3 consecutive shots with mud, all hitting the suspended Reishu, knocking Reishu against the wall of the pit dug by the crab. At this time, the training results of the 3-shot moving target were reflected. The crab fired 3 mud shots without a mop. "Get out of the way, Reishu!" Jiro's order came late, but the suspended Reishu could not use force and could not move. Looking at the Reishu that was hit on the wall of the pit and covered with mud, the crab fired 3 more mud shots until Reishu was knocked unconscious. Reishu Jiro saw the Reishu that was covered with mud and unconscious, and took Reishu back with a poke ball. He knew that he had lost, just like his younger brother, and lost to this mysterious trainer with reverse attributes. But he did not give up, and he didn't know whether his eldest brother had arrived. Only his eldest brother could defeat this mysterious trainer. Seeing that the second brother also lost, the Krypton Gold fat man standing behind him felt mixed emotions. The second brother lost, which proved that it was not his own weakness, but that the opponent was too strong. He was relieved, and finally he was not the only one being scolded. But both brothers lost, which was definitely embarrassing, and they lost the battle against their attributes, so they would definitely be scolded by their eldest brother. Different from the mood of the 2 brothers, the gamblers saw that Yu Hai won again, and they instantly burst into deafening cheers. Because the dealer just raised Yu Hai's odds again, Yu Hai's odds were originally very low. As a result, Yu Hai sent out the water-type spirit crab first, and the dealer raised the odds. Ji Lang sent out the electric spirit Reishu, and the odds were raised again. Yu Hai let the opponent attack first again, and the odds were adjusted again. In the end, Yu Hai won, the dealer lost, and the gamblers lost. This was a grand gathering for gamblers, but Yu Hai was a little annoyed listening to it. After all, it was not the cheers for his victory, but the cheers for winning money. I always felt that there was some fragrance of money mixed in these cheers, because he also made a little money. The giant claw crab that fought 2 games in a row was taken back by him with the poke ball. At this time, the giant claw crab could no longer fight the 3rd game, and it was time for them to go back. "Don't go." The word "don't go" drew everyone's attention back to the high platform of the Krypton Gold fat man. Suddenly, a tall and thin young trainer appeared on the platform. From the discussions of the surrounding audience, Yu Hai also heard the identity of the young man. Some audience members said that the young man was the eldest brother of the 2 brothers. Seeing that young man, Yu Hai was completely numb. Is it going to end? Beat the young one and the big one comes. Beat the big one and the old one comes. This is not a world of fighting. How can there be so many people who have lived for hundreds of years and only grow muscles but not brains? No, it should be the old man who has Alzheimer's disease and gives him money. But this is the world of elves. How can there be so many old immortals giving him money? Who are you? Yu Hai looked at the young man who told him not to leave and asked. I am the eldest brother of the two of them. I heard that you defeated my two younger brothers and won 2 million. Is there a problem? Yu Hai asked instead of answering. If he came to fight, he would accompany him to the end. If he came to use his power to suppress others, he would retreat in a minute. There is a long way to go. He has plenty of time to retaliate. He wants to be a thief for 1,000 days to disgust people. No problem, it's my brother who is not as skilled as others, but I want to fight you. This time I bet 2 million. What do you think? Not so good, Yu Hai showed impatience, that is, he didn't want to fight anymore, and the other party must have seen it. 3 million, the last game, what do you think? The eldest brother of the two brothers, Taro, could also see Yu Hai's annoyance, but he had to get back today, and he must not let this mysterious trainer go. Even if it wasn't for these two useless brothers, he had to vent his anger. It didn't matter whether there was money or not. His family was not short of money, but face. Since Reishu's call was not found, he used Reishu instead. After all, the calls of most Pokemon are their own names. 229 Chapter 223, Full Strength Burst. 229. Is it true that if we don't fight the last game, today's matter can't be resolved peacefully? Yu Hai saw the determination in the other party's eyes and asked helplessly. You can understand it this way, Taro nodded seriously. He had to fight today, otherwise he wouldn't be able to sleep at night, and his two younger brothers would be even more unable to sleep. Even if he lost, he had to admit defeat sincerely. After all, there were many strong men. If they were not convinced by every strong man, the three brothers would not play elf battles anymore. However, Tai Lang hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem. After this fight, the three brothers couldn't sleep at night. Seeing that the other party insisted on doing so, Yu Hai was silent for a moment before he said, 5 million, I will fight you in this one. Wow! As soon as the voice of 5 million fell, all the audience and passers-by trainers took a breath of cold air. The reason was that the bet was too big. It was the first time they saw such a bet, with 5 million in one game. The news of a game against 5 million spread out crazily. There were no trainers fighting in other battle venues. They all ran to watch the game, wanting to see what kind of game the 5 million bet was. The passers-by who couldn't see the game had already moved the stairs and climbed up the high building. Whether it was dangerous or not was another matter. The most important thing was to watch this Pokemon battle first. If they didn't finish watching this 5 million battle, they wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Okay, 5 million is 5 million, Taro agreed to Yu Hai's bet without thinking. Without any hesitation, he threw out the box of 5 million cash and threw it on the battlefield. Plop! Seeing the 5 million falling to the ground, everyone's heart skipped a beat, and their eyes suddenly showed surprise and greed, and they licked their dry lips. That was 5 million, enough for many people to take risks, kill people and rob thieves. However, when they thought that the person who collected the money was also a trainer, and a master among trainers, many people gave up their evil thoughts. Just 5 million can only attract some scoundrels, but it can't invite a quasi-king trainer. As more and more people gathered, Xiao Ying and Xiapangzi were also experiencing such a big scene for the first time. Their legs were already weak. They were already very good to be able to stand and watch the battle now. The trainer of this gambling game was Brother Hai, who actually raised the price to 5 million. At this moment, Xiao Ying and the little fat man admired the trainer Yu Hai very much, and they were even more fortunate that they actually knew Brother Hai, could stand here to watch the battle, and could learn to cultivate Pokemon from Brother Hai. Xiao Ying's admiration was not shattered, but she admired Brother Hai even more. It turned out that she had never heard of Brother Hai before, because Brother Hai was too low-key. He was really not famous, but once he became famous, he became a sensation, attracting more popularity than the battle between the three major families. In fact, the most important thing is that the amount of the bet is too large, so the reputation of the battle is so great, and most people are attracted by the 5 million. This bet not only attracted many passers-by and trainers, but also attracted Junsha to maintain order. Even the sailor bar a few hundred meters away had few people drinking. After hearing the news of the 5 million bet, they all rushed over to watch the bet. This strange abnormal phenomenon made the old man come to check the situation in person, and then he saw Xiao Ying and Yu Hai on the battlefield. When he saw them, the old man couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. This little bastard just didn't watch for a long time, but he made such a big scene for him. How can an old man end it? When I go back later, I must give this little bastard a good lecture, otherwise he really doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. However, the opponent was Yu Hai. The old man saw Yu Hai sent out the mosquito-repellent frog to pick up the money. It was the first time for him to see Yu Hai face to face. He immediately became interested and planned to watch the battle before leaving. Back to the arena, Taro saw Yu Hai sent out the mosquito-repellent frog and asked in confusion, "You use the mosquito-repellent frog to fight? Is there a problem?" Yu Hai asked instead of answering. "No problem." Taro suppressed the embarrassment on his face, turned around and looked at the two younger brothers behind him, and asked the two younger brothers with his eyes if they were the same. He came late and didn't know what happened before. "Brother, we all lost because of the reverse attribute, and he also let us attack first." The two brothers slowly lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at the eldest brother. "What a waste, they can't win even with such a big advantage." Taro cursed the two brothers in a low voice, and then turned around with a smile on his face and released his own electric Pokémon, Electabuzz. The three brothers all used electric Pokémon, Gyros Jolteon, Gyros Raichu, and Taro's Electabuzz. Seeing that the third Pokémon was also an electric Pokémon, Yu Hai cursed the three rich men inwardly, and the three who didn't care about money were called the three Krypton Gold brothers by him. Seeing that Yu Hai did not react to seeing the Electabuzz, Taro smiled at Yu Hai and said, "It's just so-so, it's only 5 million, I can afford to lose." Yu Hai yawned, raised his hand to let the other party start quickly. He didn't want to waste time. "You attack first." "Hehe," Taro sneered. He finally knew how badly his two brothers lost. 5 million is not something they can't afford to lose, but they can still lose with such a big advantage. They put the elves in the backhand, and they have the right to attack first. With the attribute restraint, they still lost. It's really embarrassing for their family. Seeing that it's an electric elf and a reverse attribute, the audience of the sex battle collectively fell into a climax again. The reverse attribute battle caused a great stir in the audience, ignited the passion of the audience, and also broke out into fierce discussions, all talking about who would win this time. Everyone was arguing with red faces and thick necks, and the blood was boiling. This time, many gamblers bet on Yu Hai to win, but the dealer has already lowered the odds to the lowest, and they dare not walk the tightrope. Of course, Yu Hai did not dare to walk the tightrope. He had 5 million, but 5 million was not a small amount. It would be painful for him to lose. Before sending out the mosquito-repellent frog, he was also sure. Before the battle, he whispered to the mosquito-repellent frog that there was no need to keep it hand, burst out with all his strength, just like the time in the woods. Taro sent out Electabuzz, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that Electabuzz was definitely more advantageous. Considering the lessons learned from the previous two games, no one was sure whether the reverse attribute really had an advantage. After all, the attribute advantage in the previous two games, the result of being defeated by the crab in a row, was still vivid in everyone's mind, and no one could be sure who would win. But in general, Electabuzz was definitely still at an advantage. Electabuzz, Thunder Fist. Very good, Frog use Ice Fist. Yu Hai saw that the opponent really used Thunder Fist, the electric system restrained the water system, and it was invincible. Then Frog could only use Ice Fist to fight back, and there were no fancy tactics or messy changes in this battle. Those things were meaningless in this battle, and this battle depended entirely on Frog's own performance, and the competition was also the fighting will between the elves. The water-type Frog is already at a disadvantage against the electric-type Electabuzz. Playing some fancy things will only make it lose faster. Yu-Hai had no choice but to send out Frog, because Frog was his strongest Pokémon. Iron Rhino can't fight now, especially in this 5 million bet. To be on the safe side, it is safest to use Frog. As the yellow electric light on Electabuzz's fist lit up, it stepped on the uneven soil and rushed towards Frog. Frog didn't dodge or evade. A thick layer of ice crystals appeared on its fist. Under the wrapping of the water flow, it condensed into an ice fist in an instant. When Electabuzz was 4 or 5 meters away, the water flow around Frog's feet suddenly exploded. The soil couldn't withstand the explosion of Frog's feet and exploded instantly. Frog was ejected like a cannonball, turned into a blue stream of light, and smashed down the electric fist raised by Electabuzz. At the moment when the two fists collided, there was a loud bang, and a deafening shock wave spread from the center of the battle. A gust of wind quickly swept through all the audience in the audience seats, blowing all the audience to the ground. It also blew open the hood on Yu-Hai's head and messed up his long hair. If he hadn't held the railing tightly, he would probably have been blown off the platform. The little fat man and Xiaoying held the railing tightly with their hands and feet and dared not let go. They were really afraid of falling from a height of 2 meters. The audience watching the battle on the flying elves were also blown to the ground by the strong wind, and almost couldn't control their flying elves. There were also a large number of spectators outside the subway fence of the battlefield, and they fell down. After getting up, they all cried out in horror. What kind of collision was this that could cause such an explosion? When the smoke and dust that blocked the view on the battlefield cleared, Electabuzz knelt on one knee under Taro's trainer platform, gritting his teeth and enduring the severe pain in his arm. After the fierce punch, Electabuzz's entire right arm was shaking, and his fist was also charred. Mosquito was not much better, his entire right arm was shaking, and there was a pool of water around his body, which was the water wall that Mosquito used to weaken the shock wave of the explosion, and it was broken up. And Mosquito's white fist was much cleaner than Electabuzz, and it was the protection of the ice crystal that weakened some of the counter-injury, but the counter-injury did not completely disappear. Seeing this scene, Yu-Hai secretly thought that thickening the ice crystals of the frozen fist was still not enough, and it could not completely avoid the counter-injury. And the water flow that surrounded the whole body during the punch was also the water wall defense that he told Mosquito to use to weaken the explosion damage. At present, whether it is the ice crystals of the thickened ice punch or the water wall defense, it is impossible to completely avoid the counter-injury of the ice explosion. If you want to completely avoid the counter-injury of the ice explosion, you have to find an opportunity to learn to defend. Yu-Hai is thinking about the next training plan, and Taro on the other side has an expression of disbelief and astonishment on his face. How is it possible? Both sides are injured. Taro never thought that the two of them only fought one blow, and the electric beast was actually injured. Everything that happened in the fist fight just now happened too fast, so fast that he thought the other party dared to fight head-on, that was courting death, and actually used the mosquito-repellent frog to fight the electric beast head-on, and was not afraid of being knocked away by the thunder fist. Just when he thought victory was in sight, he didn't expect this result. He couldn't accept this result and immediately ordered to Electabuzz, "Electabuzz, come again, Thunder Fist. Frog, you go too, don't hold back." Yu-Hai saw Electabuzz move, he immediately yelled at Frog, gave the attack order, "Frog, maximum power ice blast." The situation is now very clear, the victory or defeat is only between Frog and Electabuzz's fighting will. As the two elves turned into one blue and one yellow, the two streams of light collided again, then quickly separated and collided again. The fist-to-flesh fight between the two elves also made many viewers excited, saying it was really exciting. Excluding the 5 million bet, This anti-attribute battle between Frog and Electabuzz is still worth watching. It's just that after the first collision, the range of the subsequent ice blasts was much smaller, which also allowed many people to see clearly the process of Frog and Electabuzz fighting. These two Pokémons are so fast, especially the Frog. What kind of explosive move is that? Why does it explode every time? Does anyone understand? Not every time there is an explosion, sometimes there is no explosion. Did you see the water flowing on the mosquito frog? It appears after every explosion. That should be a water wall created to reduce the damage of the explosion. Wouldn't Electabuzz be at a disadvantage, taking the full damage of the explosion every time? Not necessarily at a disadvantage, as Frog is restrained by the Thunder Punch, so it's hard to say who is at a disadvantage. Did you see Frog's Ice Punch? It's much thicker than the average Ice Punch. It's probably because it deliberately thickened the Ice Punch to avoid being electrocuted. As the person involved in the battle, Taro is the trainer who has the most intuitive experience of Frog's tactics, and he also knows Electabuzz's tolerance. After many collisions, he finally came to his senses and realized that the explosion was caused by fist-to-fist collisions, which required very violent collisions. There are also the Ice Punch condensed by Frog before the fist-to-fist collision, and the water flow around the body after the explosion, all to help Frog offset part of the explosion. Damage. There was something strange about the explosive power of the Frog, which made him a little confused. He couldn't understand the moves used by the Frog, and didn't understand why the explosive power of the Frog was so strong. There was no sign of weakening at all, and it could crush rocks every time. The electric beast and the Frog had fought each other for more than 10 times. The Frog's current burst could still crush rocks, and it could accurately fight each other every time. Once the two fists collided, an explosion like the one at the beginning would occur. He knew that it must be some kind of combined attack technique. His electric beast also used a combined attack technique, but it was not very skilled and could not burst out the explosive power of the Frog. However, since the opponent was fighting him head-on, he had no reason to change his moves. The Thunder Fist originally restrained the Frog, and he could not give up the Thunder Fist that doubled the restraint. If he didn't use the Thunder Fist, he couldn't resist the explosive power of the Frog with other moves. 230 Chapter 224, 7 million. 230. In Yuhai's opinion, this is the only way for the mosquito-scented frog to win. Since the opponent dares to take the Ice Blast head-on, he doesn't need to change his moves. Other moves are not as effective as Ice Blast. After all, in a situation with unfavorable attributes, the mosquito-scented frog can only trade injuries for injuries. It depends on who can't hold on first. However, in the battle, he also discovered the weakness of the mosquito-scented frog's waterfall climbing. Every time he uses the waterfall climbing, he needs to adjust the burst distance. Only within 4 meters can the power of the Ice Fist be maximized. This is why the mosquito-scented frog crushes the ground every time. The ground of the battle site is not hard to begin with, and it was all knocked out by the giant crab's claws. The soil is fragile to begin with, and it can be crushed with a little force. Fortunately, Taro on the opposite side did not find the weakness of the frog, and did not know what 4 meters meant to the frog, and did not use the electric move 100,000 volts to attack the frog. At that time, the electric beast was entangled by the frog and could not release other electric moves to attack the frog. As long as the electric beast wanted to release other electric moves, the frog's frozen fist would arrive in an instant and hit the electric beast instantly. The speed of the electric beast is more than 10 points faster than the frog, but under the burst of the waterfall, this speed difference can be completely eliminated. In his observation, the electric beast is not even as fast as the frog, and is in a passive situation of being beaten. At this time, he did not give orders to the frog. Everything depends on the combat experience of the frog, because the speed of both is too fast, and the fighting moves are also very simple, so there is no need for command at all. This battle has been going on till now. Mosquito has only used waterfall climb, attribute consistency bonus, Mystic Water Drop bonus, Ice Fist, and Ice Blast counter injury. Electric Beast has also only used Thunder Fist, attribute consistency bonus, double restraint of Mosquito, magnet bonus, and has to bear the damage of Ice Blast. The two are equally matched, so he said that the key to winning or losing this battle lies in fighting wool. Different from the acceleration routine in the first game and the destruction of the field in the second game, the third game is a battle of fighting wool. Come on Mosquito, come on Mosquito, come on Mosquito. Come on Electabuzz, come on Electabuzz, come on Electabuzz. With the continuous collision of the two Pokémons, the atmosphere of this battle has also reached its peak. The audience in the audience seats are all shouting with red faces and thick necks, cheering loudly for the Pokémon they bet on. Even Xiaoying and the little fat man behind Yu Hai couldn't suppress their excitement and ran to the front of the platform to cheer for Mosquito. Yu Hai also held the platform railing tightly, concentrating on watching the frog fighting with Electabuzz on the battlefield, silently cheering for Frog. There was not much room for command in this battle, nor were there many tactical changes. The simplest ice explosion was Frog's biggest advantage and the only hope to defeat Electabuzz. Frog, don't give it a chance to breathe, use the ice punch to end it. Yu Hai saw that Electabuzz still wanted to rest, so he immediately asked Frog to pursue the victory and must take down Electabuzz in one go. Yobo yobo, Frog took a deep breath, adjusted the distance, and burst out again to punch Electabuzz, and Electabuzz could only be forced to fight. Boom! With just this punch, Electabuzz was smashed back and flew out, hitting the platform wall heavily and falling to the ground. Electabuzz, get up, hold on, get up. It was the first time that Taro saw Electabuzz being beaten back in a head-on fight. He began to panic. He had never expected that Electabuzz would actually lose, and lose to a mosquito coil. Frog's hand. Hey, hey, Electabuzz finally stood up with Taro's encouragement. But Electabuzz's fist was already bloody and burnt, and it couldn't lift it at all. It was the same with Frog. After the last ice punch, Frog couldn't lift its arm. Seeing this, Yu Hai would not give the other trainer a chance to add buffs to Electabuzz, and immediately shouted to Frog, Frog, use Ice Ball to finish it. Yobo, Frog wanted to go forward and give Electabuzz the last blow, but Yu Hai called Ice Ball. Frog immediately opened his mouth and condensed a fist-sized white ice ball, grabbed it in his left hand and threw it at Electabuzz. Get out of the way, Electabuzz. Taro saw the ice ball and immediately ordered Electabuzz, who was trying to stand up, to get out of the way. Hey, Electabuzz kicked hard and fell to the ground, avoiding the ice ball. Then the frog condensed an ice ball again and threw it at Electabuzz. This time, Electabuzz was not so lucky and fell to the ground and was hit by the ice ball. But Electabuzz was not unconscious yet, and the ice ball was blocked by Electabuzz's left hand. But the frog's third ice ball came again, and the fourth, the fifth. Finally, the frog knocked Electabuzz unconscious with the ice ball. Electabuzz had thought about standing up, but just as his left hand supported his body, he was hit by the ice ball and fell down until he couldn't get up. The frog also fired the ice ball with his left hand. Although the accuracy was a bit poor and the hit rate was only 90%, it was better than no attack. In the end, Electabuzz was still knocked unconscious. Wow! Win, Frog wins! Ha ha ha, win, win, Frog wins! As Electabuzz fell, a thunderous cheer swept over. Seeing Electabuzz unconscious, Frog sat on the ground to catch his breath. The result was obvious, Frog won. Seeing this, Yu Hai used a healing ball to take Frog back, and said to Frog that it had worked hard and let Frog have a good rest. On the other side, Taro also took back Electabuzz with a Pokeball after Yu Hai. Seeing that both trainers took back their Pokémons, the scene fell silent at the same time, because the other party had something to say. This battle was exciting, I had a great time. Your Frog was very strong, and this was the first time I met Frog that faced Electabuzz head-on. Taro lost, but this battle was very enjoyable, and the fist-to-flesh fight made him feel very comfortable. He hadn't been so passionate for a long time. If it weren't for this battle, he almost forgot what the trainer's passion was. He would actually be so excited that he would shout and cheer for his Pokémon. Although the 5 million was indeed the reason at the beginning, he was relieved afterwards because he was not short of money. This kind of battle that makes people devote themselves wholeheartedly is what he has been pursuing. Your Electabuzz is not bad. If you keep insisting, the outcome is unpredictable. Yu Hai saw that the other party did not cheat, admitted that he lost convincingly and willingly, without being dissatisfied, without making harsh words, and without the idea of revenge afterwards. He also praised the other party. After all, it was just a business blow to each other. It was just a few words and it wouldn't cost him a piece of meat. Ha ha ha, I know the situation of Electabuzz myself. It's still too weak to fight. Taro was very happy in his heart. After all, this was recognition from the opponent. However, he knew that the fighting will of Electabuzz was slightly weaker. They were fighting head-on, and Electabuzz was able to restrain Frog, but it was Electabuzz that was defeated first. He had an attribute advantage, but he still lost. Although it was unclear why the opponent used a combination of skills, the fighting will could not be ignored, and the bond between him and Electabuzz was not as good as the opponent. You should know that the opponent did not panic throughout the whole process, including Frog. They all followed their inner fighting will, believed in their trainers, and the trainers also believed in their Pokémons. The two had only one thought in their minds, that is, to defeat the opponent. It was that simple. Whether it was the psychological quality of the trainer, the fighting will of the Pokémon, or the bond between him and Electabuzz, they all lost, and lost completely. This is my business card. I am the senior coach of the Electric Club. If you want to join the club, the Electric Club welcomes you at any time. The salary and benefits are guaranteed to satisfy you. You can have any electric Pokémon you want. I look forward to fighting with you next time. Taro realized the gap between himself and others, threw a business card to Yu Hai, turned around and left the trainer platform and the battlefield. He was going back to the club to treat his electric beast, and then become stronger with the electric beast. However, before leaving, he saw a girl on the platform and asked his second brother in confusion, "Jiro, who is this girl?" "Ask the third brother." The third brother brought her here. Jilin curled his lips. Since the eldest brother lost, they were not useless. If the eldest brother scolds again, he will scold himself too. Jiro. Taro looked at Jiro curiously. "Why is there a girl here?" "Brother, this is my classmate," the Krypton Gold fat man replied weakly. "So it's a classmate." Taro saw the Krypton Gold fat man's evasive eyes, as if he understood something, stared at the Krypton Gold fat man coldly for a moment, turned around and left the trainer platform. Taro finally knew who caused all this. He could guess that it must be related to this girl, and finally involved him, and lost 5 million, all of which should be blamed on the third brother on the head, deducted from the living expenses. Then he ordered the big-mouthed gull to take off. The big-mouthed gull grabbed Xiao Ying and the little fat man with its 2 claws and left the battlefield from the air. When the old man heard Yu Hai announce the name of the sailor bar, he immediately felt that something was wrong. He had no time to recall the wonderful battle just now, but immediately fled back to the bar and closed the door at the fastest speed. All the drinkers in the bar were driven out by him. He was now gnashing his teeth at Yu Hai. This guy actually retaliated against him like this. With so many people rushing in, his small bar couldn't accommodate them. Just as the old man closed the door, there was a bang 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 sound at the door of the bar. The door of the bar was banged by a group of aggressive trainers. The old man hid behind the window on the second floor and looked out at the street. He felt his scalp tingling. There were so many people that the street was blocked. If they were all guests who came to drink, the old man would certainly welcome them, but this group of people were all irritable trainers who came to challenge someone, looking for that damn stinky boy. The old man refused to open the door even though the crowd on the street knocked on it. He had already made up his mind to wait until there were fewer people and the heat was over before opening the store. He didn't know where the boy had taken Xiaoying. Yu Hai took a gull, took Xiaoying and the fat man away from the battlefield, and when he saw that there were no strangers following him, he let the gull land in the alley of the port. After putting Xiaoying down, Yu Hai pulled down his scarf. He didn't need to disguise himself when he went to the Pokémon Center later, so that no one could recognize him, but he still needed to tell Xiaoying something. Xiaoying, I still have to go to the Pokémon Center to treat my mosquito-repellent frog. Where are you going later? I also have to go to the Pokémon Center. My mosquito-repellent frog is still being treated at the Pokémon Center. Xiaoying calmed down from the excitement after the cold wind blew across her cheeks. He finally saw the power of Yu Hai's mosquito-repellent frog, and he was more determined to learn how to cultivate mosquito-repellent frogs from Yu Hai. You need to cover your face before you go. We will definitely be recognized if we go there now. We have to go there separately, Yu Hai reminded Xiaoying. Brother Hai, I understand, Xiaoying nodded seriously. He also knew that the commotion this time was a bit big. Now there must be many trainers looking for Yu Hai. Even if Yu Hai couldn't be found, it would be the same to find Xiaoying and Xiao Pengzi, because the three of them were standing on the high platform at that time, and the two of them were not masked. If they dared to show up now, they would definitely be surrounded by the crowd looking for Yu Hai. Xiaoying, you must remember, don't be so impulsive next time, especially meaningless impulses. Yu Hai patted Xiaoying's shoulder before leaving, preparing to take the owl to the Pokémon Center. I'll remember it, Xiaoying nodded heavily. He saw what a real Pokémon battle is today. He saw clearly the tactics of the giant claw crab and the persistence of the frog. It was Brother Hai who patted his shoulder in front of him. He created a 3-game winning streak with his Pokémon and won 7 million. Thinking about his previous battles again, it was really ridiculous. He fought just to win a fight, but he didn't maximize his interests while fighting for his dignity. This was the biggest difference between him and Brother Hai, and also a manifestation of his lack of confidence. Grandpa had clearly told him not to act on impulse and to put interests first, but he actually forgot it. Hey, he can't do this again next time. Even if he can't afford to lose 1 million, he can still afford to lose 10,000, 20,000, or 100,000. Xiaoying, don't be discouraged. You have to believe in yourself. You can also become stronger. Yu Hai said goodbye to Xiaoying and went to the Pokémon Center first. I understand, Brother Hai. 231 Chapter 225, Advanced Water Stone. 231. Yu Hai came to the Pokémon Center and didn't see the 3 Krypton Gold brothers who fought against him. They should have their own treatment channels, so they didn't come to the Pokémon Center. He came to the counter and took out his ID card, handed over the Pokeballs of the giant claw crab and the frog, and gave them to Miss Joy for treatment. Later, I went to the rest area to wait, and quietly listened to the trainers around me talking about the battle. Did you watch the 3 reverse attribute battles just now? I watched it, what about you? Don't mention it, when I went there, the battles were over. That mysterious trainer is so strong, that frog and giant claw are so strong. I didn't see how strong he was, how about you tell me? Ha ha ha, I only know that those 3 battles were very exciting and exciting to watch. How can I comment on the battle? It's just the last one. Taro actually lost 5 million in the gambling game. I haven't seen such an exciting battle for a long time. I guess there's too much money at home and there's no place to put it. In the end, it was a battle of opposite attributes. Frog defeated Electabuzz directly. I don't know how Frog was cultivated. That's their secret. What are you thinking? That's right. Many people at the scene didn't see it. If there were one more battle, they should be able to analyze it. What kind of combined attack technique was used? According to what you said, the price of frog will definitely increase in the future. But the most important thing is the cultivation method. We have to find that person and learn from him. When the show was over, I heard that person said he lived in the Sailor Bar. I can try my luck later. There must be a lot of trainers looking for the other side. I can only try my luck. Yukai listened quietly to the discussions of the trainers around him. They were all talking about the 3 battles he had just had with others. I heard that someone was looking for me. After listening to them bragging for a while, he also took the frog that had finished treatment and the giant crab paid 15,000 yuan for treatment and left the elf center. He did not return to the villa immediately, but found the elf massage shop of breeder Huizi near the elf center. Huizi's elf massage shop is located near the elf center. It is a small shop in an inconspicuous alley and is really hard to find. As soon as he entered Huizi's elf massage shop, Yu Hai saw Huizi, who was wearing a blue work suit, dozing off on the counter. It seemed that Huizi's shop did not have much business, which was probably related to the fact that the massage shop was too remote. Just when Huizi was free, he woke Huizi up and asked Huizi to massage the mosquito-repellent frog. Miss Huizi, please massage the mosquito-repellent frog to relax its body. Mr. Hai, why are you here? Huizi was awakened and suddenly woke up from her dream. It was the first time she saw Yu Hai come to the shop, and she hurriedly wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth. She usually provides door-to-door service. When she saw Yu Hai coming, she must have discovered that she was dozing off. She was embarrassed and didn't know how to face Yu Hai. Don't you want me to do it? Yu Hai asked with a smile. Sorry, I neglected it. Mr. Hai, please sit down, Huizi was reminded and reacted. She hurriedly found a stool and asked Yu Hai to sit first. Yu Hai was just passing by here. By the way, he asked Huizi to massage the mosquito frog, whose arm was still bandaged after treatment. Only the right hand of the mosquito frog was seriously injured. It would take another 2 days to rest and could not train. The rest of the mosquito frog was not injured. After all, during the battle, the mosquito frog was always fighting with the electric beast, and the electric beast did not attack other parts. The two chatted for a few more words, and then the mosquito frog was massaged for 2 hours. Except for the right arm, the mosquito frog was massaged everywhere. The mosquito frog also fell asleep comfortably during the massage. Just when Huizi and Meowth were massaging the mosquito frog, a surprised and puzzled male voice suddenly sounded outside the massage shop. Are you the trainer of the mosquito frog just now? You are? Yu Hai did not answer the visitor's question, but asked the visitor instead. Aaron, why are you here? Keiko, who was massaging Frog, was surprised again when she saw her boyfriend suddenly enter the store. I don't know what happened today, but Yu Hai, a client, suddenly came to the store. Her boyfriend doesn't work in the club, so why did he come to the store? I was watching the battle just now, and I came to see you by the way, the young man explained to Keiko, and then looked at Yu Hai. This is the mysterious trainer who defeated the 3 Taro brothers, how could he appear here? Aaron, let me introduce you, this is Mr. Hai, my client. Mr. Hai, he is Aaron, my boyfriend, working in the electric club. Hello, just call me Aaron. Aaron also knew the purpose of Yu Hai's visit after Keiko's introduction, and quickly stretched out his hand to greet Yu Hai. Just call me a Hai. Yu Hai also stretched out his palm, shook hands with the other party, and quickly separated. You are the mysterious trainer of Frog, right? Aaron asked again. Is this question important? Yu Hai heard the other party ask twice, looking at this energetic short-haired young man, wearing a work suit similar to Taro, with the lightning logo of the electric club in front of him. He also remembered Keiko's introduction just now, that this person should be in the same group with Taro, both are trainers of the electric club. Well, it's not important, but your frog is very strong, even Taro was defeated. Aaron didn't get a positive answer from Yu Hai in the end, and tacitly accepted that Yu Hai was the trainer of Frog. After all, this is too coincidental. He is dressed in black, carrying 2 black backpacks, and a frog with an injured right arm. When he came to his girlfriend's Pokemon massage shop, he saw such a trainer. It is hard not to remind people of the wonderful battle that just happened. But Yu Hai did not respond, which made Aaron realize that the other party might have misunderstood something. He did not speak, but chatted with his girlfriend for a few words, then left the elf massage shop, and was sent to the door by Huizi. When the mosquito-repellent frog massage was over, it was almost dark. Yu Hai also used the elf ball to take back the sleeping mosquito-repellent frog, paid 10,000 massage fees, and left Huizi's massage shop. Yu Hai returned to the villa and began to prepare dinner for the elves. When he was making his own lunch, Xiaoying also came to the villa. "Brother Hai, you are making lunch, I will help." Xiaoying saw Yu Hai busy with dinner and immediately came to the kitchen to help. "Xiaoying, I thought you were not coming tonight." Yu Hai saw Xiaoying was still a little surprised. The two separated in the afternoon, and he didn't know where Xiaoying went this afternoon. "Brother Hai, after you left, I went to find Grandpa and asked him to buy gems for me. I came here after telling him." Xiaoying also told Yu Hai what happened this afternoon. After Yu Hai left, the little fat man and Xiaoying looked at each other in the alley. After staring at each other for a while, the little fat man exclaimed, "Wow, Xiaoying, Brother Hai's mosquito-repellent frog is too strong. It can even defeat Taro from the club. Didn't I tell you a long time ago?" Xiaoying saw that the little fat man was so surprised, as if he had never seen the world. Even if he was surprised, he couldn't show it, otherwise he would look as stupid as the little fat man. But this is too strong. The senior coach of the club couldn't beat it, but it defeated Taro by reversing its attributes. The little fat man saw Xiaoying's calm expression, and he was immediately furious and secretly anxious. "Why are you surprised? Xiaoying, why don't you show some emotional feedback? If you are too calm, wouldn't it make me look stupid?" The little fat man wanted to wake Xiaoying up, knock on her head, and ask her why she was not surprised at all. In fact, Xiaoying was not surprised, but her enthusiasm had faded. She had been surprised a long time ago. Was it because her reaction arc was too long to be surprised now? However, he must learn the combined attack technique used by the mosquito-repellent frog to defeat the electric beast. Brother Hai also promised him that he would teach him the combined attack technique of the mosquito-repellent frog. He would learn it from Brother Hai tonight. "Let's go, fatty. I still have to go find Grandpa. If you are fine, go home first." Xiaoying did not discuss the wonderful battle with the little fat man. After all, they were all standing on the high platform and were the ones who saw it most clearly. Xiaoying knew more about the combined attack technique used by the mosquito-repellent frog, but she was not sure whether she could learn it from Brother Hai for the explosive effect. She would ask Brother Hai later. "Xiaoying, wait for me." Seeing Xiaoying leaving, the little fat man caught up with Xiaoying and started talking non-stop, especially the performance of the giant crab. The little fat man was envious and wanted to cultivate his own big crab into a giant crab like that. After the two walked for a while in the alley, Xiaoying said goodbye to the little fat man and took a taxi to the back door of the sailor bar, because the front door was blocked by people and he couldn't get in at all. After knocking on the door, it was the bar waiter who opened the door for him. When Xiaoying entered the bar, he saw his grandfather at the bar, drinking alone. "Grandpa, why don't you open the door?" Xiaoying saw his grandfather and asked. "Xiaoying is here." The old man drank a sip of wine depressedly before explaining to Xiaoying, "I'm afraid that there will be too many people, and someone will cause trouble and damage the tables and chairs here. Grandpa, why don't you ask someone to explain it? Trainers who want to challenge Brother Hai can register their names and money. I will inform Brother Hai later. There are not many trainers who can afford the challenge fee of 1 million, Xiaoying gave advice to her grandfather. It seems so, the old man was also frightened by the crowd outside. In fact, not everyone wants to challenge Yu Hai. Most people just want to meet Yu Hai, ask for advice on how to cultivate mosquito frogs, or just come to drink. And as the grandson said, the challenge fee of 1 million is really not something that every trainer can afford. No matter who it is, just let the waitress register. In the end, it was all handed over to Yu Hai to deal with. It has nothing to do with his sailor bar. He can take the opportunity to gain popularity. However, before opening the door, the old man was curious about his grandson's purpose and asked, "Xiaoying, aren't you with him? What are you doing here?" "Grandpa, I want to ask how much a water gem costs." "I want to buy a water gem for the evolution of the long-winged gull," Xiaoying also told her purpose. "Water gem? I have learned about it before, and it costs 4 or 500,000 yuan apiece." The old man thought about it. He really didn't pay much attention to this thing, and he didn't know the current price. "Now I don't know the price of gems very well. When I have time, I will help you ask. Why is it so expensive?" Xiaoying asked in surprise. "Of course they are expensive, they are all gems containing various energies," the old man explained to his grandson when he saw his grandson was curious. "If it is a good evolution stone, it will be more expensive, and high-level evolution stones are even more expensive. No wonder Grandpa's mosquito-repellent frog has not evolved yet. Xiaoying, Grandpa is old, and Grandpa's mosquito-repellent frog is also old." The old man saw Xiaoying worried about the evolution stone, patted his grandson gently, and smiled quietly. "Xiaoying, don't worry, the water stone that the mosquito-repellent frog needs, Grandpa has prepared it for you." "Really?" Xiaoying was immediately happy, and didn't know how many good things Grandpa had prepared for him. His grandpa was very rich, he knew it. "It's still early now, don't worry, wait until your mosquito-repellent frog wants to evolve, then come to Grandpa." The old man took another sip of wine. He had prepared the water stone a long time ago. He was going to leave it for his son, but his son was gone, so the mosquito-repellent frog he left for his grandson was a high-level water stone, which he had treasured for more than 10 years. Xiaoying was happy, but she also reminded the old man, "Oh, Grandpa, buy a few more gems when the time comes. I want electric, grass, and water. If you come across a Pokemon item, buy it for me." In the Pokemon battle today, both the frog and the Electabuzz used items to enhance the power of their moves. Xiaoying often spent time with Yu Hai, and noticed the wrist guard on Frog's arm. He also planned to get one for Frog, but he lacked a. Although the prop bonus is not much, only 20%, it is better than a blank slate. Xiaoying has a deep understanding of the word blank slate. "Okay, I've written it down. That guy's fight is very exciting. You have to learn from him, especially the mosquito-repellent frog," the old man told his grandson. "I understand." If Xiaoying didn't think Yu Hai's senior level was so strong before, now he knows where Yu Hai's true value is. The breeding method of the mosquito-repellent frog and other elves are real treasures. You have to know that Yu Hai has more than just the mosquito-repellent frog, but each elf has its own unique breeding method. For such a treasure teacher, how could he miss the opportunity to learn? He must learn everything. "Xiaoying, ask your other Pokemon, Parasaurolophus and Electric Monster when you have time, and ask him how to cultivate other Pokemon. It doesn't matter if you spend some money to learn. You must seize this opportunity." "I know what to do," Xiaoying nodded seriously. "You know, the mosquito frog is only the second stage evolution. When the mosquito frog evolves to the third stage and learns that set of combined attack skills, what will it be like?" He began to look forward to it. Xiaoying jumped off the high stool. The things he had done in the bar were done. He said goodbye to his grandfather and left. He wanted to learn to cultivate mosquito frogs from Yu Hai now. When he thought about learning such a strong combined attack skill, Xiaoying was excited. "Grandpa, I'm going to the Pokemon Center to pick up the mosquito frogs. I'm leaving first. You must remember to buy props and gems. Don't worry, Grandpa won't forget. You can come and get them tomorrow." The old man also stood up and said goodbye to Xiaoying. After sending Xiaoying out, the old man found 2 waitresses to explain to the front door. He was going to open the door from inside the bar and start business. Since Yu Hai was causing trouble for him, why didn't he take the opportunity to promote the sailor bar? Using the popularity of the previous battle, he attracted a wave of drinkers and kept these trainers drinking in the store to recover some blood. After all, he was selling real wine here. 232.